Class 1 of Dongyun High School was alive with chatter as students eagerly discussed the upcoming bonding ceremony, their expressions alternating between tension, excitement, anxiety, and hope. Every pair of eyes blazed with ambition, each teenager dreaming that the beast they would soon contract might soar to greatness and propel them onto the path of power. Near the trash bin in the second-to-last row sat Bai Fan, outwardly calm and reserved. Only the depth of his gaze, fixed on the distant horizon beyond the window, betrayed a hidden fire of anticipation. Handsome and sharp-featured, he carried a quiet determination that set him apart. Since crossing into this world 3 years ago, Bai Fan had learned its history well. A millennium earlier, a tide of creatures from another realm nearly wiped out humanity. In their darkest hour, the ancestors discovered a divine vine hanging from the sky. Through it, people awakened a talent for beast mastery, ushering in an age where everyone could contract beasts. Today, 16-year-olds across the Dragon Kingdom would form their first contracts. The ceremony was anything but routine. The species they bonded with would shape their entire lives. Beasts fell into 3 broad sequences. First sequence combat beasts were the rarest and most powerful, with a handful possessing limitless growth potential. Second sequence enhancement beasts specialized in buffs and healing. Third sequence lifestyle beasts sat at the bottom of the hierarchy, yet were the most common and mundane. Even the weakest lifestyle beast could elevate its master's social standing, prompting wealthy clans to compete for any beast master they could recruit. At the front of the room, homeroom teacher Zhuang Imo cautioned the class. Your first beast is crucial. It defines the direction of your future. But remember, a combat beast isn't always the best choice. There are no absolutely strongest beasts, only the strongest beast masters. He paused, then offered an example. Take the flame Tyrannosaurus. It's a top-tier 7-star combat beast, but its violent nature makes it hard to control and even risks turning on its master. By contrast, the 6-star twin-horned holy beast is an enhancement-type gentle, easy to raise, and once mature, every bit as formidable as the flame Tyrannosaurus. Choose according to your own talent and circumstances. The classroom erupted as students compared their talent grades. Beastmaster talent ranged from F to S. Those below D could contract only lifestyle beasts. A grade between D and C allowed for enhancement beasts. Only grade or above qualified one to bond with a combat beast. Bai Fan's lips tightened. His talent was a mere D, far from the B grade required for a combat beast. Still, he refused to give up. He knew only a combat beast could truly change his fate and help him shoulder the burden of caring for his sister, Bai Shaoran. Raising any beast was expensive, but enhancement beasts could drain millions of long coins far beyond what an ordinary family could afford. Bai Fan's family was poor, and Zioran's severe illness demanded constant medical care. His only hope was to contract a first-sequence combat beast, clear dungeons for rewards, and support them both. Zhuang Imo clapped his hands. Time's up. Line up. We're heading to the field for the ceremony. Students filed out. As Bai Fan passed the podium, Zhuang Imo gave his shoulder a gentle pat and an encouraging smile. Good luck. The touch triggered a long-dormant secret within Bai Fan. A cold, mechanical voice rang in his mind, detecting imminent contract. System activating. The sudden message jolted him, but he kept a steady expression. The voice spoke again. System activation complete. Rookie package ready. Claim now. Though a storm raged in his heart, he maintained outward composure. He understood this moment could reshape both his destiny and his sister's. The voice continued, dripping with temptation. Rookie package contains SS grade talent. All beast-raising costs will be refunded at 10,000 times. His pulse quickened, shock and joy flashing in his eyes. The D grade that had shackled him might be overturned, and that mysterious 10,000-fold refund was beyond imagination. Still, he showed nothing, marching with the rest toward the field while his fists clenched, palms damp with sweat. A future that once seemed hopeless had swung wide its doors. A first-sequence combat beast, even one with limitless growth, may no longer be just a dream. A fierce resolve blazed in his gaze. If fate favors me, I, Bai Fan, will walk this road to the peak. As he swore silently, the line stepped onto the field. The ceremony was about to begin when the mechanical voice echoed again. Ding. Rookie package. SS grade talent. 10,000-fold beast-raising refund. The sports field was silent. From the dome above, a massive jade-green vine hung down, its stem as thick as a water vat and studded with crystal-clear dewdrops, casting a pale golden curtain across the sky. A sacred aura spread outward, solemn, majestic, and bursting with life. This was the Beastmaster's ancestral vine, one of its countless avatars. People called it the ancestral vine, the divine vine, or the heavenly vine. Every name carried the same reverence. It had another title as well, Fireseed. 1,000 years ago, when humanity teetered on the brink of extinction, a single tendril of this vine preserved a spark of hope, awakening the first generation of Beastmasters and allowing humankind to survive. The contract ceremony was about to begin. On the dais, The school leaders wasted no time. At a crisp command, the bustling contract process snapped into motion. When I call your name, step onto the platform. The heavenly vine will scan your attributes and talent, then grant your first companion beast. Number 1, Shangwanzhu. As the first to be called, Shangwanzhu instantly became the center of attention. Thousands of eyes followed her as she drew a deep breath and walked onto the high platform, excitement and anxiety mingling in her chest. Buzz. A palm-sized leaf drifted from the vine and settled gently on her forehead. Emerald ripples spread from its veins, forming a translucent curtain of light that swallowed both the girl and the platform. No one outside could see what was happening within. What kind of beast do you think she'll get? 99% combat class. Many students who knew Shangwanzhu spoke with certainty. Chosen to open the ceremony, she had been handpicked by the school for her plus talent and above-average grades in the rocket class. The staff wanted a strong start, so a combat beast seemed inevitable. While the crowd speculated, the green radiance around the platform finally faded. In the next moment, a scarlet beast egg lay quietly in Shangwanzhu's palms, its shell etched with mysterious markings. Her eyes brimmed with tears. Those markings, a reinforcement-type beast, a blazing twin-tailed fox? The result triggered an uproar. If even a plus prodigy only gets a reinforcement beast, what chance do the rest of us below be have? Groans spread through the ranks. The teachers and administrators looked equally grim. They had placed Shangwanzhu first for safety's sake, yet the reversal came swift and brutal. The murmurs reached her ears, and she could no longer hold back. Tears rolled down her cheeks. Cradling the egg carefully, she stepped off the platform. Teacher, I'm sorry In the line, the homeroom teacher could only pat her shoulder and whisper reassurance. It all came down to luck by all logic. A plus talent should have been capable of contracting a combat-type beast. The contracting ritual dragged on. An hour passed, then 3 more. When it finally ended, the students' faces regained some color. Roughly 70% bonded with utility-type beasts, 20% with enhancement-type, and the lucky remaining 10% secured combat-type partners. Fantastic. Class 2 landed another combat beast. Lao Zhuang, you'd better step up your game. How many combat beasts has Class 1 got? Class 2's homeroom teacher, Dong Qinshan, strutted like a rooster, a smug grin stretching to his ears. Zhuang Mo, Class 1's teacher, seethed but answered coldly, 2. Only 2? That's half of ours. Dong Qinshan cackled. Better watch those performance quotas, Lao Zhuang. Zhuang Mo turned away, refusing to engage. Next, Bai Fan. Zhuang Mo's head snapped up, hope flashing in his eyes before dimming again. Bai Fan's stats were solid, but his plus talent was a real handicap. If only he could bond with a hidden-tier beast that had limitless growth, Zhuang Mo sighed to himself. In a small city like Dongyun, no one had ever started with a hidden-tier pet. If Bai Fan pulled it off, the class quota would soar and Dong Qinshan might have to kneel right here. But with a plus talent, even a combat beast would be a blessing, let alone something hidden. Boom. The platform erupted. What on earth is that? Holy, a miracle. It's a miracle. The crowd roared. Every eye snapped to the stage. Above the dome, the colossal skyvine whipped about, and bud after bud burst open with a mysterious glow. In the next instant, countless blossoms tore free, showering the arena in petals. Roars echoed. Within that floral rain, beasts materialized. Legendary dragons soared. A chelan with a ram's head and wolf's hooves roared to the heavens. A golden-horned python coiled, and a winged sky tiger beat its wings. 10,000 beasts descended, shaking the earth. It's Bai Fan. He caused all of this. Awe and disbelief froze every face. All eyes locked on the lone figure on the stage. Zhuang Mo's throat tightened. He had no words. On the dais, the school leaders rose in unison, staring at the spectacle. That's the sign of a beastmaster's talent awakening. He awakened a new talent during the ritual? They exchanged glances, nerves still trembling as they sat back down. Teachers and students had heard it all, and silence fell. Awakening a new talent at the contracting ceremony, how outrageous is that? Judging by that display, Bai Fan's new talent has to be at least a tie, right? Comparisons hurt. Envy reddened countless eyes. Center of the platform. Ding. Congratulations, you have awakened an SS steer talent. Raising a beast returns 10,000-fold. The vision faded, the skyvine calmed, and mist engulfed the platform once more. Only a single vine tendril sliced through the air. Pop. In that sliver of space, Bai Fan seemed to glimpse billions of beast eggs drifting silently in the void. Outside, students, teachers, and administrators were still lost in the miracle they had just witnessed. In the high school's 100-year history, no one had ever awakened a new talent during a public contract ceremony. Now the field was so quiet you could hear the wind. The shock had been overwhelming. I'm sure Bai Fan's talent is at least grade A. Could it be the legendary grade S? Wild speculation surged through the crowd. On the dais, the principal slammed the table, the dull thud quashing all discussion. Grade S? Could it really be S? He whispered, hands still trembling. When deciding whether a student merited the school's full backing, Talent grade was the foremost measure. At Dongyun High, a grade was already elite. Freshmen with AB walked straight into the rocket class. As for A or A, provincial key schools fought over them. To date, the entire province had only a handful of registered grades, and each appearance caused a sensation. They were known by another name: future champions. The principal prided himself on his sharp eye, and he was 99% sure Bai Fan was one of that rare breed. Yet even the greatest talent needed the right first familiar. If he bonded with a reinforcement type, his progress would still be slow, though the odds were negligible. And Scrade talent and a combat type familiar were almost written into fate. Even the most common combat species, paired with Scrade talent, could soar. As long as he stayed alive and the school kept feeding him resources, becoming a Titan was only a matter of time. At the center of the platform, Bai Fan's contract ceremony was drawing to a close. The sacred vine drooped, a tendril slipped into the gate of chaos, and within seconds it drew back, holding a familiar egg the size of a fist. Plop! The egg landed squarely in Bai Fan's arms. Hum! Mysterious markings rippled across the shell, waves spreading outward and dispelling the chaotic mist. Tens of thousands of eyes took in the scene. Whoosh! The entire audience shot to their feet, their gazes hooking onto that single egg. Those markings, that elusive pulse, not a combat type, but a hidden type. Boom! The crowd erupted. Some pumped their fists in joy, others burst into laughter. First sequence. A hidden type familiar with infinite growth potential. Unbelievable. He just took off on the spot. Bai Fan's luck is off the charts. Is he the luck goddess' secret son, or what? Crack. The principal kicked the table off the stage, splintering wood everywhere, and practically catapulted himself to Bai Fan's side. Bai Fan blinked and suddenly found the principal's flushed square face inches away, eyes boring into the egg as if to see through it. Student Bai Fan, your first familiar is a first sequence hidden type? Yes. Bai Fan nodded, still not understanding why the principal was practically vibrating. Could you let me have a look at the egg? The principal stared at him pleadingly, hands outstretched to receive the egg, a sheepish smile plastered on his face. The scene left both students and teachers gaping. On stage, the principal, usually wearing a grim reaper's scowl, was blushing to the tips of his ears like a girl who had just received a love confession. A hush, quieter than suppressed giggles, rippled through the auditorium. The sight was rewriting everyone's worldview. Yet Bai Fan remained calm, seemingly unimpressed by the faintly violet egg of a hidden class pet beast in his hand. He knew its flaws all too well. It was a nightmare to raise. With a careless flick, he tossed it away. Here. Thunk. The egg sailed straight into the principal's arms. Good heavens. The principal's face went sheet white. A hidden class egg, and you actually threw it? What if the yolk cracked? Luckily, he caught it with both hands. The instant the egg touched his palms, a stream of data flooded his mind. Species, Titan Snail. Universal aptitude, Supreme, Violet tier. Stage, about to hatch, next stage juvenile. Innate talent, S rank, infinite growth. Dietary traits, omnivore. Menu juvenile, dragon bloodgrass, dragon soul herb only. After growth, exclusively dragons and draconic beasts. Growth points, 0-1000 juvenile stage, 1 per dragon bloodgrass, 3 per dragon soul herb. Loyalty, 27. The principal's face cycled through red, white, green, and black before something inside him seemed to snap. It's a Titan Snail, he whispered, as if his soul had just been sucked out. And shrank talent paired with a hidden class pet should have been an invincible combo. Unfortunately, it was a Titan Snail, the gold-swallowing beast that lives on dragons and lesser wyverns. While still young, it needs only dragon bloodgrass and dragon soul herb, but dragons vanished almost a century ago. A single stalk of dragon bloodgrass now costs 100,000 dragon coins. Hatching the snail to the juvenile phase would require 1,000 stalks, 100 million. His grand dreams shattered into dust as he mechanically handed the egg back to Bai Fan. Everyone in the audience heard his anguished cry, a Titan Snail. Lips twitched across the hall. Of the countless pet beasts, from fabulous to worthless, none inspired despair like the Titan Snail. For centuries it had ranked in the top 3 on the hardest to raise list. One glance at its diet explains why. It eats dragons. Once mature, it is virtually unbeatable, but the cost could bankrupt an ancient noble house. With dragons extinct, the creature had fallen from the altar to the gutter. Enhancement-type pets could bankrupt a trust fund baby. A Titan Snail could impoverish an entire dynasty. And this was only the juvenile stage. Where on earth would anyone find a real dragon to feed it later? The looks directed at Bai Fan shifted from envy to naked sympathy. A prodigy had fallen from grace in less than a minute. The National Beast Tamer exam was just a month away. What was he going to do? Wrestle other people's pets with his bare hands? Use the egg as a throwing weapon? Puffed, someone finally snorted, and the laughter spread like a plague. You're savage. If it were me, I'd just take the egg home, heat some oil, and see what Titan Snail tastes like. The chatter drilled into Bai Fan's ears. His face stayed blank, though he could only sigh inwardly. Just then, ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully contracted a pet beast. Reward, Dragon Blood Grass 1. Ding. System Achievement Quest issued. Objective, rank first in the college entrance exam. Evaluation tiers, city, province. Failure penalty. If the objective is not met, the system will reclaim the SS class talent and charge 10,000-fold reimbursement of all pet raising expenses. Reward. Upon completion, choose one treasure chest bronze, silver, or diamond based on your evaluation tier. Before long, the contract beast ceremony drew to a close amid a chorus of whispers. A faint blue glow still floated above the magic circle at the center of the field, and traces of mana drifted through the air. As the light dimmed, every gaze converged on Bai Fan the Straight, a prodigy who usually dominated the honor roll. Mockery, sarcasm, pity, even a hint of regret rolled over him like a wave. So what if he aces every exam? With a plus aptitude, he's still trash. When that miracle showed up, I thought he'd turn the tables. Who knew his partner would be a Titan Snail? Strongest hidden class? Give me a break, those things live on Dragon Meat. The chatter piled up. Moments earlier, when the sky had answered him with a miracle, everyone believed Bai Fan was about to soar. But as the glow faded, a hulking stone shell crawled out the Titan Snail, a hidden class beast famed as both the most powerful and the most useless. Its potential is limitless, yet from hatchling to adolescence it survives only on rare dragon meat. Given Bai Fan's family background, even if the state paid his training costs, where on earth would he find dragon meat? While everyone was casting him as a tragic hero, a figure with dyed blonde hair elbowed his way to the front and sneered, "Top student. Please, he can't even beat a flunky like me." The speaker was Lu Tianlong, Bai Fan's classmate and a serial failure who had flunked both the practical and written exams. Yet moments ago he had contracted a battle-class beast, the Scarlet Thunder Tiger. Third sequence, dual attributes, top-tier blue quality, talent, devour lightning, breathe fire. It eats magical beast meat while growing, and after maturity it can absorb lightning and flame to power up. Not a hidden class, but a powerhouse among battle beasts nonetheless. The news spread, and the training ground exploded. I heard Lu Tianlong's Scarlet Thunder Tiger is even better than Shangwan Zhu's twin-tailed Fire Fox. It's the perfect beast for us commoners, crazy damage, and easy to feed. Fence-sitters rushed to the new golden boy. Students swarmed Lu Tianlong, tripping over themselves to flatter him. "Brother Long, don't bother with Bai Fan. You two aren't even in the same league anymore. With that Scarlet Thunder Tiger, you'll steal the show at the Beastmaster entrance exam next month. Brother Long, do you have a girlfriend?" I. Basking in the adulation, Lu Tianlong felt 10 feet tall. He had long hated Bai Fan's calm demeanor. Humiliating him in public was pure bliss, and it showed on his face. Not far away, their homeroom teacher, Zhuang Imo, stood at the foot of the steps and patted Bai Fan's shoulder with a trace of regret. "Don't mind the gossip. Don't put too much pressure on yourself." Zhuang Imo knew how brutal the ceremony could be. In the same ritual, some kids leap over the dragon gate, others are dragged back to earth. Right now, Bai Fan clearly belonged to the second group. Bai Fan glanced at the still clamoring crowd, his expression unruffled. A faint smile tugged at his lips. "Don't worry, sir. I'm not about to fall apart over a few insults." He was absolutely certain. Why? Because he possessed the strongest Beastmaster system, of course. He had spent years binge reading web novels, so when he heard the system prompt for the first time, his heart remained perfectly steady. Everyone guessed that his awakening talent would top out its rank, but no one knew that his panel was blazing gold with an SSS talent 10,000-fold beast nurturing rebate. 10,000-fold beast nurturing rebate SSS. When the user raises a beast companion, he receives a random reward worth 1 to 10,000 times the investment. Note: 1. This talent is exclusive to the system. 2. Random rewards may include, but are not limited to, items, skill books, class change manuals, equipment, money, or other talents. Bai Fan stared at the line of text, outwardly calm, yet inwardly ecstatic. It meant limitless possibilities. The system had even thrown in a dragon blood herb as a first beast contract bonus, giving him instant seed capital. All he needed now was to see what surprises the talent would produce. All right, the contract ceremony is over. The principal's voice rang across the field. "In 1 month, we have the National Beastmaster entrance exam. Use the time to bond with your partners and give it your best. Dismissejo home." As the students scattered, the principal called out a few names. "Lu Tianlong, Tian Ming, Zhang Wenshan, the 12 of you, come to my office. I'll arrange extra coaching. Your combat scores can't drag us down." Whispers rippled through the crowd. Seriously? Free tutoring again? Happens every year. The principal gives the combat-type pet owners special sessions and even buys resources out of his own pocket to help them sprint for the exam. If even one of them cracks the provincial top 100 or takes the Dongyan City top spot, his investment will pay off. Most students figured Lu Tianlong, Tian Ming, or Zhang Wenshan had the best shot. With a little luck, they could walk straight into a top 10 Beastmaster Academy. The rest could only envy them. The gap in talent and resources would only widen from here. When the commotion subsided, Bai Fan hurried home. Dongyan City, Tianyin Apartments. The neighborhood was remote, the buildings shabby, half the paint peeling from the walls. In an era where technology and magic blended seamlessly and cities were fully intelligent, Bai Fan's finances stretched only to this old walk-up with no air conditioning. He pushed open the door, set the Titan Snail egg on the battered sofa, and decided not to hatch it just yet. Had more pressing matters to attend to. Steam rose from the rice cooker in the kitchen. He rinsed the rice, started it cooking, then fished the last bit of pork and greens from the bottom of the fridge. A quick chop and stir-fry later, a plate of bright, savory pork with vegetables was ready in less than 10 minutes. Carrying the meal into the bedroom, he opened the door to see a middle school girl of about 12 or 13. She was leaning against the headboard, needle and thread in hand, working on something. The girl's brows arched like half moons, her delicate features as flawless as carved jade. Her eyes, bright and expressive, brimmed with playful life. Yet illness had brushed them with a fragile pallor budding beauty through and through. Her name was Bai Ran, younger sister to Bai Fan. 3 years ago, a minor beast tide swept through the Tsangfeng mountain range south of Dongyan City. Bai Fan's parents were hiking deep in the range with Bai Ran when it struck. To shield their daughter, they lost their lives, and a serpentine magical beast sank its fangs into Ran. Though she survived, the venom left her paralyzed, her legs were ruined, and she has been confined to bed ever since. The Bodis original Onera boy, also named Bai Fan, escaped the disaster thanks to a makeup class at school. But when news of his parents' deaths and his sister's coma reached him, he broke down and hanged himself. Because of that act, a soul from Blue Star crossed over and took his place, reborn as the present Bai Fan. Afternoon light filtered through gauzy curtains, illuminating a small yet spotless rental room. Bai Fan stepped in, carrying a steaming lunch. Ran, didn't I tell you to rest today? He set the food on the nightstand. Just a moment, go. A few more stitches. The girl never looked up from her work. Her pale fingers flew as a fine sweater took shape. The yarn spun from the fur of a golden man-winged tiger was soft, warm, and highly coveted. Bai Fan sighed. Forget the money. Eat first, then your medicine. Only 2 more stitches, Ran insisted, chin lifted in quiet pride. Sister Wang said this sweater will sell for 3,000 long coins. We'll get at least 200, enough to feed us for a week. Determination far beyond her years lit her childlike face. Bai Fan wanted to object, but finally fell silent. He knew she saw herself as a burden. If she couldn't do something to prove her worth, the endless pain would crush her hope. I just don't want to drag you down, she whispered. I want live long, and I'll never leave this bed. While my hands still work, I have to earn a little so life isn't so hard for you. She looked up and smiled, fragile yet defiant. Silly girl. Bai Fan gently ruffled her hair. Eat your lunch and remember your medicine. Satisfied he wouldn't stop her, Ran began eating. Watching his sister's obedient patience, Bai Fan swore that once he had enough money, he would hire a beast tamer with a contracted healing-type pet to purge the serpent venom. He would never let her live out her days on this bed. Keep eating, he said, resolve shining in his eyes. I have something to take care of. He'll be back soon. Ran nodded obediently. He deliberately pushed part of the dishes aside, saving them for Bai Fan. Back in his bedroom, he closed the door and fixed his gaze on the jet-black Titan Snail egg in the center of his desk. The shell gleamed with a metallic sheen, and faint, intricate patterns shimmered under the light. Bai Fan narrowed his eyes and silently invoked the universal skill appraisal. Pet egg, Titan Snail. Status, unhatched. Info, a soul contract has already been formed. Use the Beast Tamer skill domesticate. Success will grant you the Titan Snail. Phew. He exhaled slowly, steadied his racing heart, and activated the basic Beast Tamer skill without hesitation. Domesticate can be used on any pet that has not signed a contract with another Beast Tamer. Success turns it into your exclusive companion. The instant the skill took effect, ripples of light spread across the shell. Arcane golden lines raced outward while an awe-inspiring beastly aura flooded the room. Oh whoa. Simultaneously, every pet in the neighborhood seemed pinned to the ground by an unseen force, trembling with their heads lowered. Faces went pale. That presence could a first sequence sovereign be hatching? The Titan Snail that can swallow all of Longdu. Someone gasped. Within the first sequence, it ranked among the top 3 hidden-type kings. The supreme pressure it released at birth was enough to terrify ordinary pets into submission. Inside the bedroom, the glowing shell finally cracked with a crisp sound. Fragments fell away while Bai Fan held his breath. His first pet was about to arrive. Seconds later, the shell was gone, revealing a snow-white snail the size of a house cat. 2 slender eye stalks rose, their black eyes darting about, and a tiny house etched with golden runes rested on its back. Unlike the slimy creatures people usually pictured, this Titan Snail was pristine, without a trace of mucus. It lifted its head, round eyes blankly studying the human before it, radiating irresistible charm. Bai Fan's heart trembled as a thread of resonance stirred deep within his soul, the unique bond of contract. Go. The hatchling tilted its head, letting out a sound softer than a kitten's mew. Bai Fan's eyes widened. Since when were snails this adorable? Next, the little fellow began crunching on the broken shell fragments. Go. When the last shard was gone, it tilted its head again, moist eyes locking onto Bai Fan. A clear thought slid straight into his mind. Master, I'm hungry. Bai Fan chuckled. You just finished your shell and you're hungry already? Quite the appetite. Perfect time to test that SS grade talent. From his system inventory, he withdrew his contract reward, a stalk of dragon blood grass, red as flame. Scarlet veins pulsed through the leaves, filling the air with a faint medicinal scent. The moment the dragon blood grass appeared, the Titan Snail's eyes shone even brighter. This stalk of dragon blood herb had been an earlier reward from the system. Given how broke Bai Fan was, he could barely afford the cheapest cuts of farm-raised monster meat at the street market, let alone something this valuable. Every day after class, he raced to the outskirts to pick up odd jobs at monster breeding plants. The monthly welfare payment from the neighborhood committee only kept him and his sister Xiao fed, and her daily medication cost extra. To buy those few bottles of pills, he worked every single day, afraid to miss even an hour. Now, this dragon blood herb felt like the first ray of light piercing his bleak life. 3 full years after transmigrating to this world, his long-awaited golden finger system had finally activated, and it opened by granting an SS grade talent. Whether he could turn his fate around would depend on how powerful it really was. Bai Fan carefully held the herb in front of the Titan Snail. The little creature, its glossy shell etched with golden patterns, extended 2 plump feelers, gently coiled them around the herb, and guided it into its small mouth. Its teeth were almost invisible. Like a bunny nibbling a carrot, it chewed in tiny, crisp bites while its feelers helped feed it. Ding! The instant the dragon blood herb disappeared into the snail's stomach, an electronic voice exploded in Bai Fan's mind, so loud it felt glued to his eardrums. Titan Snail fed successfully. Because this is the host's first feeding, the newbie bonus mechanism has been triggered, a 10,000-fold return. Reward, 99 pet growth points. Reward, Beastmaster's grade skill book chain of life. Reward, 400 dragon blood herb seeds and 500 dragon spirit grass seeds. Reward, access to the system planting space unlocked. Reward, access to the system storage space unlocked. All rewards have been delivered. Host, please check them yourself. Bai Fan froze, mouth agape, almost certain he had misheard. 10,000 times the return. The SS grade talent really lived up to its name. As the rewards settled, the Titan Snail suddenly glowed from within, soft yet dazzling. It slowly withdrew into its shell, golden lines shimmering as if it were entering seclusion. Bai Fan understood. A single dragon blood herb normally granted 1 growth point, but his SS grade talent had added 99 more, making an even 100. Reaching that threshold gave a pet the chance to awaken a new talent, precisely why Beastmasters poured everything into feeding their companions. Not only would its stats soar, it might unlock an entirely new ability. He stood quietly to the side, unwilling to disturb the snail's metamorphosis, like a cultivator guarding a fellow disciple's closed-door training. After confirming that the Titan Snail was safely tucked away, he forced his pounding heart to steady and drew a deep breath. Then he turned to examine the rest of his windfall. First comes the Shrank Beastmaster skill, Chain of Life. Chain of Life S. Any damage that would hit the master is automatically redirected to their beasts. If the master has several beasts, the damage is split evenly among them. For a Beastmaster, this is a personal lifesaver. Contracted beasts have far more HP and defense than their fragile human partner. So with this extra layer of protection, Bai Fan no longer has to fear being one-shot or dying outright on the battlefield. The next reward is even more astonishing. Several hundred seeds of dragon blood grass and dragon spirit grass, plus newly unlocked planting and storage spaces. These 2 spirit plants have never been successfully cultivated in human territory. The seeds are rare, the cultivation methods unproven, and the special spirit soil they need is practically non-existent. Modern civilization can only stumble upon wild specimens in hidden realms rich in natural energy or in ancient ruins once ravaged by dragon wars. Now the system has shoved hundreds of these seeds into Bai Fan's hands. Priceless, doesn't even begin to describe them. If he sold them, Bai Fan and Xiao would never have to worry about money again and could spend however they pleased. But in a world where beast masters rule, wealth is never the ultimate power. Strength is. Without strength, riches only attract plunder, and the weak can only watch their hard-won treasures be stolen. For that reason, Bai Fan would never sell the seeds. They are his ticket to a comeback. Then came the detailed system readout. System prompt. The host has obtained an independent planting space. 1. Current spirit land area, 0.1 mu. 2. Maximum number of plants, 10. System prompt. The host has obtained an item storage space. 1. Current storage capacity, 5 items. 2. Living creatures are prohibited. As expected, the planting space is a perfect match for the spirit plant seeds, and the convenience of the storage space speaks for itself. Would the host like to start planting now? Bai Fan instantly selected yes, and sowed 10 dragon blood grass seeds at once. System prompt. Planting successful. Time until dragon blood grass matures. 15 days. 15 days. That may be short, but the National Beastmaster entrance exam is only a month away. At this growth rate, the Titan Snail will get at most 2 harvests about 20 plants, which is far from enough. Even with his SS strength talent, 10,000-fold return, he can't count on triggering the highest multiplier every time. Is there any other way? As Bai Fan pondered his next move, the Titan Snail beside him suddenly glowed, the patterns on its shell pulsing with a faint yet mysterious ripple. Bai Fan sensed it at once. His beast companion had just completed its first metamorphic awakening. He didn't even need to cast appraisal. The moment he focused, a detailed status screen appeared before his eyes. Beast companion, Titan Snail. Nickname, none. Age, less than 1 month. Level 1. Quality, supreme purple. Growth points, 100, 1000. Reaching each growth node may awaken new talents or skills. Innate talent, infinite growth SSS. Attributes, strength 300, intelligence 300, constitution 300, agility 300. No buffs, gear, or items applied. Skill, Titan's body S. Loyalty, 70. The panel vanished, and Bai Fan's eyes lit up. As expected of a first sequence hidden beast, this creature was born with a staggering 300 points in every stat. A beastmaster's strength hinges on bonded companions, yet most newborn beasts have base stats well below 100. Only those ranked near the top of the sequences break that ceiling. Take Lu Tianlong's dual-element Crimson Thunder Tiger, for instance. The bestiary notes its initial stats usually hover between 60 and 80. Even so, that lone Crimson Thunder Tiger was enough to propel the once average Lu Tianlong into one of the Academy's prized students, proving just how rare a beast with over 100 base points truly is. Now, the Titan Snail's starting attributes utterly eclipsed the Crimson Thunder Tiger's. More importantly, after reaching 100 growth points, it awakened a brand new strength skill, Titan's Body. Titan's Body S. Upon activation, the Titan Snail size balloons, and it gains Titan Strength. Note Titan Strength, Strength 500, Defense, Magic Resistance, and HP 300. Reading the description, Bai Fan could scarcely contain his excitement. He hadn't expected such a powerful strength skill right out of the first metamorphosis. The only question was how it would perform in real combat. Flashy text means little if the battlefield results disappoint. While he mulled this over, ding! Congratulations, your beast companion has completed its first metamorphic growth. Newbie support quests unlocked. Quest 1, First Growth. Objective, raise the Titan Snail to level 5. Reward, Diamond Chest 1, Dragon Blood Herb 10. Penalty for failure, none. Quest 2, Trial by Fire. Objective, command your beast to eliminate 50 goblins. Reward, Platinum Chest 1, Dragon Blood Herb 5. Penalty for failure, none. Friendly reminder, beast companions gain experience for leveling by hunting magical beasts and monsters. The cold electronic voice echoed in his ears, and an idea struck Bai Fan. Right? I almost forgot. I can head to the Tsongfing Mountain Range and grind for levels. The Tsongfing Mountain Range lies on the southern outskirts of Dongyan City. That stretch of wilderness on the outskirts of Dongyan City is legendary, teeming with monsters of every kind. Mention the area and people immediately think of the Adventurers Guild. In the real-world beast taming system, only a handful of candidates ever manage to bond with a truly powerful combat pet. After the National Beastmaster entrance exam, most students can sign contracts only with ordinary battle companions. From there, their choices are limited. Enroll in a regular university or drop out altogether and join the local Adventurers Guild. Every day, the guild's notice board fills with commissions from wealthy patrons. Adventurers accept a request and, once it's done, collect payment gold, gear, or rare items. Popular jobs range from harvesting medicinal herbs deep in the Tsongfing Mountains to hunting specified monsters for their materials. Whenever Bai Fan had some spare time, he chose the easier herb-gathering quests. The pay was only a handful of gold coins, not enough to tempt seasoned adventurers, but for him, it was decent money. Monster hunting assignments were another story. Bai Fan had always avoided them not out of fear, but prudence. Before changing classes to Beastmaster, had been an ordinary human with stats only slightly above average. He could hold his own against small beasts. Anything above level 10 was a deadly risk. More to the point, if something happened to him in the Tsongfing Mountains, his sister Xiao Ran would have no one left. With that responsibility on his shoulders, recklessness was not an option. Now, everything had changed. He was officially a Beastmaster, and his base attributes had climbed sharply. Facing a horde alone was still beyond him, but retreating safely no longer seemed impossible. Best of all, Head bonded with a Titan Snail, balanced starting stats of a staggering 300 points in every category and an Awakens class skill. Rumor called the creature nearly invincible, and Bai Fan was eager to test that claim. Right, you still need a name. How about Xiaohua? Bai Fan grinned at the Titan Snail in front of him. He wasn't bad at naming. The snail's endearing face simply reminded him of a cartoon Pet had loved in his previous life. Go. The Titan Snail let out a babyish chirp. Its two eye stalks sparkled with delight, and its long feelers waved through the air. Clearly, it approved. Bro, dinner's getting cold, come eat. Xiao Ran's voice drifted in from the hallway. Coming, Bai Fan answered. He recalled Xiao to its pet space and stepped out of the room. After a quick meal and seeing his sister safely to bed, he donned the rookie armor issued by his school, gripped his starter weapon, and headed for the guild alone. Even at this hour, the Adventurers Guild hall blazed with light and buzzed with conversation. Groups clustered around the quest board, their pets at their sides. Almost every companion was a buff or support type. Combat beasts were rare, and those present ranked among the weakest tiers. Well, if it isn't Bai Fan. What are you doing here so late? Bai Fan was scanning the packed Adventurers hall when the surprised voice suddenly reached his ears. He turned toward the sound and saw the speaker Chen Wei from the rocket class. The academy is divided into the regular class and the rocket class, the latter accepting only students whose preliminary talent is rated B or above. Bai Fan's rating back then was a mere D, so he was placed in the regular class. Chen Wei scored an A and even contracted an armored Earth Drake during the profession ceremony. An Earth Drake may sit at the bottom of the Draconic hierarchy, but among students it still outmatched Lu Tianlong's Scarlet Thunder Tiger by half a tier, making both boys the teacher's rising stars. Now Chen Wei narrowed his eyes at Bai Fan, wearing a faint smile. He knew Bai Fan well. This classmate had earned perfect scores in every combat assessment, yet his D talent kept him in the regular class. Privately, many people scoffed no matter how sharp your swordplay. In a beast-taming world, power is measured by contracted creatures, not personal skill. Today's rumors had only fueled the mockery. News that Bai Fan had contracted a Titan Snail spread across campus, shocking at first, and then turning into a wave of ridicule. Titan Snails are infamous for their upkeep. Their core feed, dragonblood grass and dragon spirit herb, is almost impossible to find. Fewer than 100 plants reportedly exist worldwide, locked away in vaults. In other words, money can't buy them. Worse, the snail needs at least 1,000 stalks just to enter its growth phase-ian unattainable requirement by any measure. The outside world quickly labeled Bai Fan the most useless beastmaster in history. Chen Wei, who did you run into? A deep voice sounded behind him, and only then did Bai Fan notice a young man and woman standing at Chen Wei's back. Though unfamiliar, they were clearly from influential families, each held a level 10 silver weapon. In this beast-taming world, equipment tiers run from lowest to highest: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, rare, legendary, epic, and artifact. Bai Fan's level 5 black iron starter armor and longsword already cost 1,000 dragon coins. A level 10 silver weapon goes for at least 500,000. Together, the pair's weapons were worth a solid million. Around the hall, adventurers squinted at the newcomers, their gazes glued to the gleaming blades. Most adventurers are perpetually short on cash. They may grind dungeons daily for income, but upkeep, gear maintenance, red and blue potions, and the rest burns through money just as fast. Young Master Fong, that's the loser I told you about, the one who bonded with the Titan Snail. Guildhall lights spilled across Chen Wei's face as he turned, smiling, and pointed at Bai Fan. With a single sentence, Bai Fan recognized him. Fong Tairan, heir of the Fong family and the brightest star at Dongyan City's elite private academy. The contracting ceremony had only just ended, yet the news was already everywhere. Fong Tairan had bonded with a second sequence battle pet carrying the blood of the divine golden crow, the Vermilion Flame Rock. Barring disaster, this teenager was destined for greatness. Beside Fong Tairan stood a girl in a teal dress, long black hair like silk at her waist, features delicate, and figure graceful. Xiao Yue, the school's reigning beauty. Her talent had been rated S, even higher than Fong Tairan's. She, too, had bonded with a second sequence support pet, the elusive reviving bird, whose healing and buffing abilities made it the dream of every beastmaster. The pair were the focus of the crowd, and Chen Wei was doing everything he could to curry favor. Bai Fan noticed the three of them looked drained and guessed they had just returned from the Tsongfeng mountain range, but he didn't care. He headed straight for the front desk. So, this loser plans to rush into the Tsongfeng range right now to hunt monsters? Chen Wei blocked his path with a sly grin. None of your business. Bai Fan's reply was icy. Listen to him, so proud. Chen Wei scoffed. Enough, Fong Tairan said flatly. Ignore him. Rest tonight, fight tomorrow. Xiao Yue spared Bai Fan a brief glance, then looked away, clearly uninterested. Whatever you say, young Master Fong. Chen Wei laughed and left with the two prodigies. Watching Chen Weiss retreating back, Bai Fan's eyes grew cold. Once is tolerable, he noted silently. Try it again, and Chen Wei will learn what happens when a man's anger spills blood within 5 steps. He forced down his fury, turned to the mission board, and took 2 goblin hunting contracts, enough to satisfy the system and earn some bounty money. As he was about to leave, he caught whispers from a corner. 5 beastmasters debating whether to ambush Fong Tairan and Xiao Yue. Bounty hunters, clearly. It had nothing to do with him, and he kept walking. Night had fallen when he left the guild and boarded the late-night light rail to the Tsongfeng range. Dim carriage lights flickered while city lights streamed past the windows. Excitement glimmered in Bai Fan's eyes. Would the Titan Snail bring joy or disappointment? He could hardly wait to find out. The Tsongfeng mountain range lay about 50 leagues south of Dongyan City, beyond the suburbs. Night had dropped like a curtain, blotting out the sky. When Bai Fan stepped off the light rail car, the jagged silhouette of the peaks swallowed the moon, leaving only a few scattered lights glinting on the tracks. In the distance, ridge after ridge merged with the darkness, their rolling outlines like a giant beast waiting to devour trespassers. Any timid beastmaster would have gone weak-kneed at the sight. Bai Fan, however, clenched his fists, his heart racing with excitement. The Titan Snail Little Snail boasted a set of stats so outrageous they bordered on the absurd, and the system reward he was about to receive made him itch to dash into the forest and wreak havoc. Logic pulled him back. Recklessness would only turn him into another set of bones in the mountains. The Titan Snail was still an infant, strong, yes, but no match for the unknown terrors deeper inside. Goblins infested the mountain's outer ring, yet they were all under-leveled, manageable, and perfect for practice. First I figure out what Little Snail can do, then we'll talk about going deeper, he reminded himself and headed toward the shadowy trailhead. The moment he crossed the tree line, he summoned the Titan Snail with a thought. No larger than his palm, its shell was etched with golden sigils that shimmered like a miniature battle array. It landed, antennae extended, thin moist feelers sweeping from side to side. A shining trail marked its path as it dutifully crawled ahead, clearing the way for its master. Good boy. Bai Fan smiled at the creature's initiative. As a first-series hidden pet, its intelligence far outclassed that of ordinary contract beasts. He quickened his pace behind it, mentally reciting the glowing stats on his system panel. They followed the gravel path for about half an hour before stopping. This place was nothing like the perimeter. A cold mountain wind carried eerie shrieks through the trees, and the occasional deep roar pressed on Bai Fan's chest, as though some colossal presence was watching from the dark. The Adventurers Guild's warning that sublevelton beastmasters stay out was clearly no empty threat. Bai Fan gazed into the deeper blackness. The Tsongfeng Mountains sprawled across a vast area rich with rare ores and plants, yet no one had ever fully explored them. The farther one went, the steeper the danger curve. Rumor had it that level 40 elite monsters lurked in the innermost riots, a story everyone in Dongyan City had heard for years. While Bai Fan weighed his options, the Titan Snail seemed thrilled. Its antennae quivered non-stop, as if eager to challenge the source of those roars. Bai Fan squatted and patted the shell's metallic sheen. Now's not the time for heroics. You're amazing, but you're still a hatchling. Let's finish the outer ring quests and level you up first. Easy, Little Snail. We clear the mission, power you up, and then we'll talk. Then we can go and give those guys a hard time. At Bai Fan's words, the Titan Snail bobbed its feelers obediently, its shell trembling ever so slightly as it resumed its slow crawl. Seeing such docile behavior, Bai Fan felt even more pleased. Few beast tamers enjoyed contract pets as mild-mannered as Little Snail. Many combat-type creatures were naturally violent. A moment of carelessness could land their masters in serious trouble. He recalled a story he had heard. A tamer who ventured into the Tsongfeng mountain range had bonded with a Cerberus whose growth potential was exceptional. Brimming with confidence, the tamer accepted a goblin hunting commission and marched straight into the outer woods. Not long after, he stumbled upon a level 15 elite, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. At first, man and dog hid quietly and would have gone unnoticed, but the wolf happened to be female, which immediately piqued the Cerberus' interest. Ignoring the vast gap in strength and its master's frantic orders, the dog charged, eager for some cross-species interaction. The result was disastrous. The tamer's future was ruined, and if a passing expert had not intervened, he would have died in the Tsongfeng Mountains. Remembering this tale made Bai Fan cherish his gentle yet promising Little Snail all the more. Goblins were common along the outskirts of the Tsongfeng Mountains, ranging from level 1 to level 5. Because this was his first trip into the range, Bai Fan decided to take it slow and start with a level 1 goblin. Even with detailed intel, he couldn't afford to be careless without a beast companion. Even the weakest goblin could have ended his life. After covering some ground, Bai Fan and Little Snail finally located a goblin camp. Hiding in thick underbrush, he watched through the leaves. The outpost was small, holding only 4 goblins, 2 level 1s, 1 level 2, and a level 3 clearly acting as leader. The chief lay sprawled beside a campfire, issuing shrill commands at its companions. These creatures stood barely a meter tall, their bodies covered in coarse green skin, their faces grotesque. One glance made Bai Fan's stomach twist. Textbook pictures were flat and harmless. This was his first time seeing a living goblin, and a wave of revulsion swept over him. He drew a deep breath and steadied himself. Far more disgusting and dangerous monsters roamed this world. If a few goblins could intimidate him, he might as well go home and live an ordinary life. When his survey was done, He whispered, "Little snail, think you can handle these goblins?" The Titan Snail dipped its 2 feelers in a firm nod. Bai Fan grinned. "Great, I'll lure one over first." With that, he picked up a stone and crept forward carefully. Swish! A pebble sliced through the air and smacked a patrolling goblin squarely in the back. The near-mindless creature froze for half a heartbeat, then spun around, tusks bared, glaring toward the source of the stone. "Ula ula!" It snarled, brandishing a wooden club as it crashed through the fallen leaves, murder in its eyes. Off in the distance, a lone figure watched the scene unfold with a crooked smile. Bai Fan, who had just stepped into the Tsongfeng Mountains. The pebble had flown from his hand. "Guess I haven't lost the bird-nest-knocking skills I honed as a kid," he mused, quietly backing up a few paces to let the little snail behind him come into view. The struck goblin veered off its patrol path, unnoticed by its fellows. In no time the bloodthirsty brute charged in. Spotting Bai Fan and the palm-sized snail, greed spread across its grotesque face, and its eyes went crimson. Goblins here survived on scraps. A living human was an irresistible feast. "Ula ula!" It roared, thinking of nothing but fresh meat as it swung its club and lunged forward. Bai Fan remained unfazed. This was the perfect chance to test Xiao Hua's combatability. He stepped back and ordered, "Xiao Hua, Titan form." The Titan Snail's cute eyes flashed cold. A torrent of blinding light erupted from its body, flooding the dusky forest. Bai Fan stared in astonishment. The tiny snail ballooned into a 3-meter behemoth in an instant. Its shell, now the size of a small hut, was etched with arcane runes. The once adorable head had turned fearsome, and its 2 feelers were thicker than Bai Fan himself. "Whoa, so this is the power of enshranked skill," he gasped, relieved he hadn't tried it back home. The house would have been rubble. His original plan was to chip away at the goblin tribe with guerrilla tactics, but Xiao Hua's dramatic transformation rattled 3 more goblins nearby. 2 club wielders flanked a bone club chieftain as they burst through the undergrowth, screeching, "Ula, ula." Yet the moment they drew close, time seemed to freeze. The puny creatures had never seen such majesty. Even the air carried a suffocating aura of nobility. Their meager brains urged them to kneel. The first goblin, one struck by the pebble, collapsed to its knees, trembling uncontrollably. "Well, this changes things," Bai Fan muttered, eyes gleaming as he revised his strategy. He raised a hand and snapped, "Xiao Hua, attack." Boom. The Titan Snail's colossal body shot forward, the thick trunks offering no resistance at all. Bang bang bang. 3 heavy thuds exploded in quick succession as its club-sized feelers blurred through the air and smashed down. Caught completely off guard, the 3 goblins never even had time to scream. The blows turned them into a spray of blood, shattered bone, and churned up earth. In the blink of an eye, only the Tier 3 goblin subchief was left. "Ula, ula?" Its pupils shrank, the bone club slipping from its grasp. It whirled and bolted, but had barely taken 2 steps when a vast shadow swallowed the ground. The moment Xiao was sensed its target fleeing, it leapt high, its bulk dropping like a falling meteor. Splat! A wet crunch echoed, followed by a ground-shaking boom. The Tier 3 goblin was flattened before it could even twitch. Shockwaves rippled through the damp soil. Bai Fan staggered, grabbing a nearby trunk to steady himself. When the tremor faded, unrestrained joy spread across Bai Fan's face. He had known Xiao Hua was strong, but had never expected that after activating Titan Body, it could crush 4 goblins so effortlessly. This was like using a dragon-slaying saber to chop chickens. He wanted to rush over and hug the snail on the spot, but forced himself to stay calm and open the pet panel. Pet, Titan Snail. Nickname, Xiao Hua. Age, less than 1 month. Level, 1 EXP 70100. Rarity, top tier, purple. Growth value, 1001000. Growth milestones may unlock new talents or skills. Talent, endless growth SSS. Attributes, strength 1500 base, 300, Titan body 500. Intelligence 300. Constitution 300. Agility 300. Skill, Titan body S. Loyalty 70. EXP conversion, Tier 1 goblin 10 points, Tier 2 20 points, Tier 3 30 points. The 4 goblins had yielded 70 points. Xiao Hua was just 30 shy of level 2. Holy, Bai Fan muttered, staring at that absurd strength stat, happiness nearly knocking him senseless. Even many level 10 combat pets couldn't reach that number. With power like this, hunting goblins felt like a waste of talent. His thoughts raced. Should he go after higher tier monsters right away? No, too risky. He shook his head hard, killing the reckless idea. Xiao Hua was still only level 1. If they ran into a nighttime elite, both of them could die here. Besides, the system's second stage quest was specifically to kill goblins, and completing it promised rich rewards. He refocused on the quest interface. Quest 1, First Growth. Objective, raise the Titan Snail to level 5. Reward, Diamond Chest 1, Dragon Blood Herb 10. Penalty, none. Quest 2, Trial by Fire. Objective, use your pet to kill 50 goblins. Reward, Platinum Chest 1, Dragon Blood Herb 5. Penalty, none. The 2 beginner quests have just been posted, and the progress bar for the second A taste of the hunt now reads 450. Another 46 goblins and Bai Fan can call it done. Plus, the experience from 50 goblins should, in theory, push Little Snail to about level 4. In theory, because the higher a beast's grade, the more outrageous its leveling costs become. The school textbooks never covered how a top-tier purple pet is supposed to grow. This is Bai Fan's first time seeing one himself. Still, he isn't worried. Little Snail's overwhelming combat power gives him plenty of confidence. Even if they blundered into a medium-sized goblin camp, he'd take the fight head in. Let's move. Little Snail, wipe out every camp in the area. After verifying the quest token, Bai Fan swung himself up onto that thick, chalk-white shell, raised an arm, and set off in high spirits. Night sank over the land. In the shrubs skirting the azure wind mountains, stumbling footsteps and shrill cries echoed back and forth as goblin camps fell one after another. Man and beast tore through the dark like a storm. Little Snail's massive shell crushed campfires, and its spear-long feelers punched through leather armor, painting the night with arcs of green blood. The steady fighting pumped in experience, and Little Snail soon hit level 3. Pushing to the next tier, however, would take far more. The required EXP had ballooned exactly as Bai Fan had predicted. Each level costs 10 times the last, an appetite no ordinary pet could hope to satisfy. Attribute panel. Pet, Titan Snail. Nickname, Little Snail. Age, less than 1 month. Level, 3 EXP 180100000. Grade, top tier purple. Growth, 1001000. Reaching a threshold may awaken new talents or skills. Innate talent, infinite growth SSS. Stats, STR 2000, INT 400, Con 400, AGI 400. Base strength, 400. Skill, Titan Shell S. Loyalty, 75. Upon reaching level 3, all base stats climb to 400, and each new level will tack on another 50 points across the board. Bai Fan had never seen anything like it. Nearly slipped off the shell in shock. Most Beastmasters celebrate when a pet gains 10 points in a single stat, never mind all of them. The fighting clearly thrilled Little Snail. Its loyalty jumped a full 5 points, and Bai Fan could feel their bond tightening by the minute. He himself was changing as well. The Federation Beastmaster Association stipulates that a pet's stats feed back to its master. 1% at level 1, 2% at level 2, all the way to 100% at max level. With Little Snail now at level 3, Bai Fan enjoys a 12-point boost to every attribute more than some combat class pets provide at level 10. At this moment, Bai Fan clenched his fists, thrilled by the strength surging inside him, and almost felt like howling at the sky. With a one-time boost of 12 points to every attribute, his physical stats now matched those of an elite athlete, and as Xiao kept leveling up, that power would only snowball. On top of that, the system's second novice quest, Trial Run, had just been cleared. He was standing on the snail's hard, glossy shell when he pulled up the translucent system panel. Quest, Trial Run. Objective, use your pet to eliminate 50 goblins. 6,050. Reward, Platinum Chest 1, Dragon Blood Grass 5. Penalty, none. Status, completed. Reward pending. The corners of his mouth lifted uncontrollably. Dragon Blood Grass was exactly what Xiao needed to grow one single stalk, last time, had awakened the Shrank Skill Titan body. Now the system was handing over 5 at once, and he could not wait to see whether new talents or abilities would emerge. He was equally curious about what extra bonus the system would grant after he had fed Xiao all 5 stocks. With that in mind, he focused on the real prize, the Platinum Chest. Stay alert, he whispered. Xiao flexed its feelers and scanned the surroundings. Bai Fan sat cross-legged in the center of the shell and decisively claimed the quest reward. Buzz golden light exploded. A chest radiating dazzling white brilliance materialized in his palm, while the 5 stalks of Dragon Blood Grass went straight into his inventory. Type, chest. Grade, platinum. Note 120 chance to yield a platinum grade item, 30 chance for gold, 50 chance for silver. Note 2. Contents are not limited to equipment or skill books. Note 3. Minimum guarantee silver grade. The cold metal pressed against his fingers, stealing his gaze and sending his pulse racing. In this world, item tiers ran from low to high. Black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, rare, legend, epic, and artifact. A platinum-grade piece of gear or skill book was practically mythical within Dongyan City. Gold items were already scarce. Platinum was almost unheard of. Even if luck failed him, the guaranteed silver drop alone would be enough to make him ecstatic. Market prices proved the point. Ordinary silver equipment started at 100,000 dragon coins, with better pieces fetching up to 800,000, while silver skill books went for no less than 500,000, and the best could break 1,000,000. In other words, even the worst silver item would let Bai Fan turn his life around in an instant, and his sister's illness would no longer weigh on his ear that could simply hire a healing professional whenever he wanted. Haha, this is a real windfall. Bai Fan exulted inwardly, knowing strength and fortune were about to land in his lap. He rubbed his hands together in excitement, then even stroked Xiao Hua's solid shell for an extra dose of luck. Lend me some of your fortune, buddy. Taking a deep breath, he locked onto the open option and tapped it lightly with his fingertip. The platinum chest began to unlock. Please wait. As soon as Bai Fan confirmed his choice, a dazzling column of platinum light shot skyward. The wooden chest blazed like a lighthouse, scattering rainbow sparks in every direction. Pressing his palms together, Bai Fan muttered to himself, "Great Jade Emperor and Buddha, please let me hit the jackpot." The light faded, and the system chime sounded. Platinum chest opened successfully. Congratulations. You've obtained the following items. Please check your inventory. 1. Level 1 gold weapon, Titan's Fury. 2. Silver grade skill book, Berserk. Rich. Bai Fan practically leapt in the air. Had expected just one item, but the chest spat out two and both were premium quality. A gold weapon plus a silver skill book? This haul alone could make him instantly wealthy. He hurriedly pulled up his status panel, eager to inspect the level 1 gold weapon Titan's Fury. Weapon, Titan's Fury. Grade, gold. Level requirement, level 1, beast pet only. Stats, strength 500. Trait, reinforced unlimited durability. Attached skill, Titan Charge launches a frontal slam that knocks enemies airborne. After activation, strength increases by 100, and the skill cannot be interrupted. Fantastic. Bai Fan's eyes gleamed. The stats were simple but brutally powerful. Titan Charge seemed tailor-made for his little snail. Thanks to Titan form, the snail had already swelled to nearly 4 meters in every direction, like a mobile iron fortress. With Titan Charge added, anything in its path would be pulverized. A quick calculation told Bai Fan that even a level 10 elite demon wouldn't survive the hit. Without hesitation, he equipped the weapon. A flash of light, and a menacing helmet appeared on the snail's once adorable head, giving it an intimidating aura. Next, Bai Fan turned to the second reward. Skill book, Berserk. Grade, silver. Restriction, Beastmaster only. Effect, consumes stamina to awaken a pet's latent bloodline power, granting a full stat boost for 10 minutes. Another gem, this one exclusive to Beastmasters. Bai Fan didn't hesitate. He tapped learn. The silvery pages dissolved into a stream of light that sank into his palm and instantly merged with his mind. Now he knew everything about Berserk. Once cast, it boosts all attributes of the caster and every pet by 28 party-wide buff. When the flood of information settled, Bai Fan wondered if he was dreaming. This wasn't just a good skill, it was a game changer. If he put the silver skill book up for auction at the Adventurers Guild, it would easily fetch over 1,000,000 yuan. Additionally, the Titan's wrath perched on Tiny Snail's head would command an even higher price. The loot from the platinum chest lay before him, and a rough tally put it at well over 2 million dragon coins. The fact that he had just blown 1,000,000 of his own made Bai Fan feel as if he were dreaming. A full million. For the old him, that figure was beyond imagination. Give him a tenth of it, a mere 100,000, and his life would have changed forever. Yet he felt no reluctance. Right now, the only thing that mattered was power. Once he grew stronger, earning dragon coins would be effortless. He had been in the Tsongfeng mountain range for only a few hours and had already made more than most people saved in a lifetime. Mission 1 also pays out a gold chest. Wonder what goodies are waiting for me this time. Calming down, he gazed deeper into the mountain range. Goblins no longer gave Tiny Snail meaningful experience. If he kept grinding those things, who knew how long it would take to reach level 5? With both master and pet much stronger, they could push inward and hunt higher-level monsters. 1 month later, deep in a forest within the Tsongfeng mountain range, ancient trees intertwined to block out the sky. A young man crouched behind a thick trunk, surveying a sunken valley ahead. His features were refined, his expression unusually composed, yet a sharp edge shone in his eyes. On his shoulder rested a snail with an intricately patterned shell, its feelers bobbing playfully. Bai Fan and his beast companion, Tiny Snail. A month of relentless combat had changed him completely. Day after day of life-and-death battles had honed him into a razor's edge. Anyone who once knew him would hardly recognize the person he had become. The gains were just as stunning. Tiny Snail had reached level 10 and, by raw stats alone, could crush a level 20 elite monster. Bai Fan had also wrapped up the system's first novice quest ahead of schedule. The reward chest wasn't as outrageous this Tamiya level 10, silver grade longsword, but even that fetched more than 500,000 yuan. Plenty to make the average person's eyes go green. Any fleeting disappointment vanished under a wave of satisfaction. After nearly 4 weeks in the mountains, Bai Fan planned to head back to Dongyan City, turn in his quests, and get ready for the upcoming college entrance exam. First, though, he wanted one last big haul in the Tsongfeng range. His gaze fixed on the low valley below, ringed by mountains on 3 sides. Minotaurs wandered in herds among crude tents, clearly using the place as a temporary base. The average brute sat around level 10, the tougher ones at level 15. Most beast tamers stayed far away. Minotaurs were simple-minded, but they charged in packs of dozens. Honestly, if the system hadn't issued a new quest, Bai Fan would never have chosen to raid a Minotaur camp. System quest: destroy a Minotaur camp and slay no fewer than 30 Minotaurs. Reward: platinum chest, random beastmaster skill. Penalty for failure: none. Deep inside the Tsongfeng mountain range, monster-infested camps like this have always been a thorn in every beastmaster's side. Any camp of medium size or larger is almost guaranteed to be guarded by a leader-class monster. Hidden behind an ancient tree, Bai Fan peered through the foliage at the distant valley and made a quick estimate. By sight alone, there were already more than 30 Minotaurs, and those battered tents were bound to hide even more. At that density, the place qualified as a large camp, meaning at least one level 15 leader class Minotaur was stationed inside. A level 15 leader can match an ordinary level 20 elite, and that thought left Bai Fan uneasy. Xiaowa was strong, but the enemy's numbers promised a brutal fight. He'll wait until they head out to hunt once their numbers thin. We move, he decided silently. He bent his knees and sprang up onto a thick branch without a sound, resting his back against the trunk as he settled in to wait. Nearly a month of hunting had sharpened his presence and vastly increased his overall strength. Beast companion, Titan Snail. Nickname, Xiaowa. Age, less than 1 month. Level, 10. Rarity, epic purple. Growth, 101,000. Reaching certain thresholds may awaken new talents or skills. Innate talent, infinite growth SSS. Base stats: Strength 750, Intelligence 750, Constitution 750, Agility 750. No buffs, gear, or items. Equipment: Gold Grade Titan's Wrath, raising strength to 950. Skill: Titan Body S. Loyalty 80. After breaking through level 10, Xiaowa's stats eclipsed every other beast companion of the same tier, and Bai Fan received a 10 stat share, lifting his own strength, intelligence, constitution, and agility to 75, practically a miniature superhuman. With this edge, he could dispatch a level 10 Minotaur with ease. For the past month, he had held back the Dragonblood herb for one reason. A beast is extremely vulnerable during evolution, and the perilous Tsongfeng Mountains are no place for that. Bai Fan intended to feed it only after completing the quest and returning home. By then, he would not only have the system-awarded herb, but also the first crop harvested from his planting space, ensuring yet another leap in power. As the sun set and the forest dimmed, the Minotaur camp finally stirred. Squads of Minotaurs, wielding crude weapons, filed out one after another. In no time, the camp's numbers were cut in half. A smile flickered across Bai Fan's face as the scene unfolded. This was the chance he'd been waiting for. In one smooth motion, he dropped from the thick branch, landed without a sound, and shot toward the distant ravine like an arrow loosed from the bow. Perched on his shoulder, little Snail quivered with excitement, its antennae whipping back and forth. Snap! Dry twigs exploded into splinters beneath his feet the instant he touched down. With 75 points in every stat, Bai Fan could cover 100 meters in under 3 seconds. The dense forest blurred past, and he burst out of the tree line in a single afterimage. A heartbeat later, he drove a kick into the gate of the Minotaur camp, which shattered from its hinges and crashed into the dust. Roar! The thunderous bang jolted every Minotaur inside awake. Nostrils flaring, eyes glowing red, they turned as one toward the intruder. Spotting a human, the largest of the group shoved the others aside and strode forward, muscles bulging beneath tawny hide like slabs of rock. Filthy human! You broke our gate, I'll tear you apart piece by piece. It bellowed, voice harsh with rage. Though the Minotaurs of the Tsongfeng mountain range were low-tier monsters, they were among the few with enough wits to speak, barely smarter than goblins, but capable of simple language. Bai Fan met its lantern-sized eyes and grinned, tossing out an appraisal. Monster, Minotaur. Level, 10. Combat style, melee. Attributes, Strength 60, Intelligence 10, Constitution 60, Agility 20. Skills, Charge, Stomp. The numbers made his smile widen. A textbook bruiser. High offense, high endurance, painfully slow. Even at their best stats, the Minotaur's strength and constitution lagged 15 points behind his. He felt no pressure at all. With a thought, a long sword of glinting steel coalesced in his grip. He lunged. The Minotaur's fury twisted into a crazed grin, bloodshot eyes bulging. He'll smash you flat. It swung a log-thick club overhead, a gale howling in its wake. Just before the club connected, Bai Fan vanished. Boom. The weapon slammed into earth, blasting dirt and stone apart and leaving a deep crater. Too slow to grasp what had happened, the Minotaur roared louder, thrashing about in blind search. A blur streaked from its left. Cold steel flashed toward its throat. With such a speed gap, its lumbering motions looked like slow motion to Bai Fan. He slipped past the club, slid beneath its ribs, and found the safest line for the kill. Big guy, time to die, he whispered, channeling all 75 points of strength into the strike. The blade sliced through muscle and bone in an instant. The roar died mid-throat. Under the stunned gaze of the other Minotaurs, a savage head spun into the air. A roar ripped through the camp. and every Minotaur erupted in fury. They clustered around their fallen companion, crimson eyes burning, broad chests heaving. Thud thud thud, their hooves hammered the ground, gravel spraying as the survivors charged straight at Bai Fan. Bai Fan curled his lips. He wasn't fighting alone. Shao was showtime. At his mental command, the tiny snail on his shoulders sprang into the air. Bones cracked as its titan form activated. The palm-sized creature ballooned like an inflating airbag. Bang! Dust exploded. Seconds later, a towering shadow slammed into the center of the camp. Only then did the Minotaurs see it clearly. The pet they dismissed as a harmless mollusk had become a two-story steel colossus, shell-etched with mysterious sigils, helm-like forehead sporting a gleaming horn. Fear flashed, but rage snuffed it out. They meant to trample the intruders into paste. Hoofbeats quickened, the valley floor quaked. Shawa finished charging. Pale violet runes flared across its helm, and the creature thickened once more. A brutal force then catapulted it forward. Boom! Its massive shell punched a trough into the earth as it tore through the air like a cannonball, raising a wall of dust. The explosion echoed across the valley. Gray haze swallowed the camp. Bai Fan covered his mouth and nose in advance. When the mountain wind dispersed the grit, a trench 5 meters wide, 2 meters deep, and dozens of meters long split the camp in half. At the far end stood Shaowa, unscathed. On either side of its path lay nothing but formless ribbons of flesh. The dozen charging Minotaurs had been cut to half their number in an instant. The 3 survivors staggered to a halt, blood red draining from their eyes, terror flooding in. Monster! Even these monsters shrieked, wheeling to flee. Whoosh! Bai Fan blinked into their path. Cold light flashed. His long sword traced 3 clean arcs. Thump! 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 3 heavy heads hit the ground. Bai Fan reappeared a few paces away. He sheathed his sword and exhaled slowly. Seems I was still being too cautious. Even if that hunting party were here, this camp wouldn't have posed much trouble for Xiao Wao and me. Watching the kill counter on his quest log climb, Bai Fan called Little Snail over and headed for the main tent in the middle of the camp. Half-extinguished campfires crackled around them. Charred Minotaur limbs lay scattered, and the air reeked of smoke and blood. At last the commotion reached the camp's true ruler, the Minotaur chieftain. The tent flap lifted and a beast more than 3 meters tall strode out. Ash-brown skin gleamed like metal in the firelight, and rope-thick muscles knotted beneath it. Towering horns arched over its head, and a massive axe dangled from one hand, its chipped edge still crusted with dried blood. Every hoofball set the ground trembling and kicked up dust. Bai Fan didn't rush in. Instead, he raised a hand and cast Identify. Creature, Minotaur. Level, 15 boss. Combat style, melee. Stats strength, 500, will 30, endurance 500, agility 100. Skills war stomp, bloodlust frenzy, heavy cleave. The figures flashed across his retina, and he smiled. A proper boss, but too bad it ran into Little Snail. His level 10 Titan Snail dwarfed the chieftain in every stat. The boss looked like an underdeveloped lackey by comparison. Roar. The chieftain stepped from the tent, took in the carpet of corpses, and let blood drip between its fangs. With a furious bellow it charged Bai Fan, gouging a trench in the soil. Little Snail, crush him. Bai Fan gave the order and backed away. The boss was no match for his pet, but one swing of that axe would splatter him. Metal smashed against stone with a deafening clang. The great axe slammed into the Titan Snail's shell, showering sparks without leaving a scratch. A pillar-thick feeler flicked out in reply, hammering the Minotaur's chest. Bones cracked, blood sprayed, and the boss was sent flying. Its axe thudded into the ground. Bai Fan stayed calm, though part of his mind drifted. Bosses dropped decent loot. Wonder what this one's holding. While Little Snail continued the one-sided beatdown, he walked to the camp gate and scanned the horizon. The racket would soon draw the scattered Minotaur mobs back, and if his pet was busy bleeding, its master couldn't slack off. Less than a kilometer from the camp, 3 figures were sprinting flat out. 2 men and a woman, stumbling and panic-stricken. Had Bai Fan seen them, he would have recognized the trio from the Adventurers Guild, now stripped of their former polish, clothes in tatters, little better than beggars on the run. Damn it. Of all places to run into bounty hunters. Once I'm back in Dongyan City, they'll have my family wipe them out. Fong Tyrant snarled between ragged breaths. Chen Wei, running beside him, bobbed his head furiously. Exactly. How dare those hunters attack someone of your stature, young Master Fong? They're as good as dead. Deep in the Songfing Mountains, Xiao Yue glanced at Chen Wei's ingratiating smile and felt a surge of disgust. Had she not been dazzled by his so-called grade talent and that flashy iron-armored earth dragon, she never would have agreed to team up with someone whose only skill was bootlicking. Before they entered the range, Shed imagined that dragon serving as an impenetrable shield. Once real danger hit, Chen Wei practically vanished, leaving her and Fong Tyrant to stumble through each encounter alone. Disgust, however, wouldn't help them now. With the college entrance trials less than 2 months away, boosting their power and combat experience was the only reason she and Fong Tyrant had come here. The first 15 days went smoothly. The monsters' levels and habits were all under control. On the 16th day, though, They stepped into the central region and ran straight into a band of bounty hunters. Then the nightmare began. Ever since the world changed, the law of the jungle ruled the wilds. Cities still clung to order, but beyond the walls death could reach out from any bush. Beast tamers seeking advancement had to leave the safe zones and fight monsters hidden, yet those self-styled bounty hunters turned their blades on fellow humans. Why gamble on vicious beasts when robbing inexperienced, resource-laden tamers was safer and faster? Out here, bounty hunters were often deadlier than monsters. Xiao Yue and Fong Tairan, both fresh chicks, had flashed their wealth in the Adventurers Guild hall like children waving gold in a crowded market, and the hunters locked onto them instantly. The ambush that day put them on the back foot. Fong Tairan's Crimson Flame Sky Eagle was focus-fired into near death. Xiao Yu's Resurrection Bird was all support with little offense, and Chun Wei's only option was to set his iron-armored Earth Dragon to haul them all in a desperate retreat. But they'd plunged too deep too quickly. After 10 days of running, they were still stuck in the Songfeng range, every glance over the shoulder threatening to reveal their relentless pursuers. Chun Wei, how's the Earth Dragon holding up? During a rare lull, Xiao Yu appeared behind them and saw no sign of the hunters, then lowered her voice. Now was their chance to open the distance. Chun Wei forced a bitter smile, sweat slick on his forehead. No good. It burned too much energy earlier and still hasn't recovered. A cold weight settled in Xiao Yu's chest. Without the dragon's mobility, they'd never outrun those killers. She brushed a hand over the resurrection bird's feathers, tamping down her anxiety. I can have the bird buffet, but you'll have to summon the dragon first. Without it, we're not getting out. Seeing her resolve, Chun Wei reluctantly called his beast into the open. A flash of light revealed a 3-meter armored earth dragon on the ground. Its rocky plates were cracked, and its breathing was so faint it was almost inaudible. The creature was clearly dying. Xiao Yue instantly summoned her Phoenix of Resurrection. The bird spread its wings and bathed the dragon in pure white light, granting a buff. Under the glow, the dragon lazily rolled over, then collapsed again, limp as a rag. Sweat streamed down Chun Wei's face as he issued command after command, yet the dragon didn't budge. After a tense pause, his expression changed. Damn, its loyalty just dropped. He shouted, recalling the armored earth dragon into the contract space. In the Beastmaster system, loyalty gauges the bond between master and beast. The higher the score, the more obedient the pet. If it falls below 50, the creature can dissolve the contract, ignore its master, or simply walk away. Watching Chun Wei struggle, Xiao Yu sighed to herself but could offer no help. Forget it, let's retreat. We're close to the outer zone. Maybe we can find other Beastmasters and ask for backup, she decided. The three agreed and moved out. They had barely taken a few steps when a deafening crash sounded in the distance, and the ground began to shake. A thick column of dust erupted above the jungle. Someone's fighting. If more Beastmasters are there, those bounty hunters won't dare act up. Energized, the trio sprinted toward the noise. Minotaur camp. Bai Fan leaned against Little Snail and looked up to see an ancient wooden chest hovering above the Minotaur chieftain's corpse. His eyes lit up. No way actually got a drop. He exclaimed. Chieftain-level monsters can drop loot in theory, but the odds are atrocious. This chieftain was only level 15. Getting gear off, it was like hitting the jackpot. Yet luck was on his side. Bai Fan patted Little Snail's shell. Buddy, you're my lucky star. He canceled Titan form on the snail, walked over, and cradled the chest in his arms. The quest was done and a platinum chest awaited elsewhere, but he wanted to test his luck right now. Jade Emperor, Buddha, all you gods, bless me, he murmured, rubbing his hands before lifting the lid. No dazzling beam of light appeared, only a plain bronze ring resting at the bottom. An item? Bai Fan muttered, disappointment creeping in. He scooped up the ring and tossed the empty chest aside. Before it hit the ground, it dissolved into motes of light, as chests always did in this world. He spared it only a glance, then cast Identify on the bronze ring. Item, Minotaur's Might. Grade, Bronze. Level requirement, 10. Type, Ring. Stats, 20 Strength, 20 Vitality. Enchantment, immune to stun when struck. Note, a Minotaur never bows. The moment Bai Fan used appraisal, the ring's details floated before his eyes like a pale green data screen. Its base stats were nothing special, but the last line stun immunity made his eyes gleam. Against war cries or any other crowd control skills, he could keep fighting as if nothing happened. That single enchant alone was enough to push Minotaur's might into the top tier of bronze gear. Ordinary bronze items sell for 10 to 50,000 dragon coins, yet this ring would fetch at least 100,000 at the Adventurers Guild counter. Pleased with the thought, Bai Fan slipped it onto his right hand. The band settled against his skin, and a surge of raw power crashed through his body like a raging current. With the new bonuses, both his strength and vitality jumped to 95. His muscles seemed to inflate quietly, and his knuckles snapped when he made a fist. All right, time for the much-anticipated platinum chest. He patted Little Snail beside him, scooped up the Titan Snail, and gave its shell a hearty rub before striding toward the silver glowing chest. Thud, thud, thud. Sudden, Frantic footsteps shattered the camp's calm. Brow arched, Bai Fan looked toward the forest path outside the Minotaur encampment. 3 figures staggered in, clothing torn, smeared with mud and blood, in utter mess. Well, look who it is. He had been ready to leave, but now he paused with interest. The newcomers were the 3 young adventurers from the guild hall. They were in far worse shape than before. Clothes shredded by thorns, weapons chipped to pieces, and Xiao Yuyu's former icy pride was gone. Her tangled hair stuck to the cuts on her face, as if she had crawled out of a charnel pit. Bai Fan chuckled softly, already guessing what had happened. The Azure Wind Mountains crawled with bounty hunters, and these fledglings had marched in laden with valuable gear. It would have been strange if no one had targeted them. To a bounty hunter, they were walking purses stuffed with gold. Bai Fan. The moment they stepped into the camp, Chen Wei's eyes bulged, his voice cracking with disbelief. What are you doing here? Back at the guild, Chen Wei hadn't believed Bai Fan would actually venture into the Azure Wind range alone. After all, Bai Fan's contracted Titan Snail, though a first sequence hidden pet, fought worse than most support beasts. He had laughed off Bai Fan's claim. Yet here the man stood unscathed in the middle of the camp, overturning everything Chen Wei thought he knew. Chen Wei's shrill question didn't even merit a reply. Bai Fan gave him a casual glance, then shifted his gaze to the other 2. And at this closer distance, he noticed an unexpected and rather pleasant sight. After 10 days on the run, Xiao Yuyue looked utterly bedraggled. Her once turquoise outfit had been reduced to rags. Through the ripped hem of her robe, a stretch of pale skin lay bare in the dappled forest light. Paired with her delicate features and slender waist, the sight carried a dangerous, smoldering allure. Bai Fan crouched outside the Minotaur encampment, having just finished another day of slaughter, while the Titan Snail behind him lazily gnawed on bits of stone. He had been fighting in the Tsongfeng Mountains for almost a month, facing monsters in this troublesome mollusk day after day, and boredom had long since set in. Xiao Yuyu's sudden appearance added an unexpected splash of color to the monotonous woods. He stole a few extra glances, thinking, if a girl this pretty falls into those bounty hunters' hands, she's doomed. Xiao Yuyu caught him staring. Embarrassment flashed across her face, and she hurriedly looked away only to freeze a heartbeat later. In the center of the camp lay the corpse of a Minotaur chieftain more than 3 meters tall, its horns still dripping blood. She recognized it at once as a high-tier monster, and it had clearly died only moments ago. Scanning the area, she saw over a dozen lesser Minotaurs sprawled in crimson pools, the aftermath of a fresh massacre. Shock rewrote the way she looked at Bai Fan. Back at school, Chen Wei had mocked him for contracting a first sequence hidden pet, the Titan Snail, calling him useless and the laughingstock of the academy. Yet this so-called loser had just wiped out an entire Minotaur camp by himself. Even she, with all her resources, couldn't have managed that, nor could any peer, no matter how gifted. Her mind raced, and she seized the moment. Taking 2 quick steps forward, she offered a fair hand. Hi, Bai Fan, I'm Xiao Yuyue. The icy bow tie's sudden warmth caught him off guard, but he nodded politely. Encouraged, she broke into a brilliant smile. I never imagined you were this powerful. Could I ask a favor? She then explained in detail how she, Chen Wei, and Fong Tairan had been ambushed by 5 bounty hunters. The attack had failed, but the hunters were still on their trail. Bai Fan's expression was hard to read. He had already heard rumors at the Adventurers Guild of people targeting the trio, but he hadn't expected them to act so quickly. After a moment's thought, he agreed. All right, those 5 bounty hunters couldn't even pull off a sneak attack, so they were probably nothing special. This was a chance to see how beast masters fought and maybe earn a little extra. Xiao Yuyue and Fong Tairan both came from great clans. They were bound to be carrying valuables. That's wonderful. Xiao Yuyue beamed at his answer. The smile froze on her face the very next second. I can help, but shouldn't I get something in return? Bai Fan, having made up his mind, stared at the trio without the slightest expression. Xiao Yuyu's budding joy froze on the spot. She almost wondered if she had misheard this. Nobody from school actually dared demand payment. In her world, simply standing there was enough to make men orbit her, let alone render assistance for free. Pampered by her family from birth and crowned the brightest star at Dongyun City's elite private academy, she had never once been asked to pay for anything. You're not seriously expecting me to work for free, are you? Bai Fan arched an eyebrow when Xiao Yuyu's face darkened, his tone edged with impatience. Beauty was an asset, but it didn't oblige anyone to risk their life, especially against 5 bounty hunters. I'm not your sugar daddy. Why should I fight for you? Before Xiao Yuyue could retort, Chen Wei darted forward, eyes brimming with contempt. What's your problem, Bai Fan? Get a little power, and suddenly your tail's in the clouds. Xiao the campus goddess and young Master Fong are the pride of our school. Help them, and you won't miss out on benefits. Bai Fan's gaze turned icy. Head let Chen Wei off the hook last time at the Adventurers Guild, but now the fool was back for more. Rage boiled in his chest as Chen Wei kept fanning the flames. Young Master Fong, don't trust him. Those monsters might have been killed by someone else, and he's just here posing afterward. Don't forget, he only contracted a Titan Snail. How could trash like that have this kind of strength? Fong Tairan's eyes flickered, seeds of doubt sprouting in his mind. A frigid voice cut through the air. Get lost. Not everyone likes being someone's dog. Open your mouth one more time, and he'll kill you. Bai Fan stepped forward and swung his arm. Ha! The sharp crack of a slap echoed through the alley. 95 units of raw power exploded. Chunwei didn't even raise a hand in defense before he spun like a rag doll, flying 5 meters and slamming onto the ground. The moment he landed, half his face swelled like a pig's head, teeth clattering out in a spray of blood. Yu Chunwei clutched his face, trembling. Was this really the trash everyone mocked at school? Feeling the murderous aura rolling off Bai Fan, he quivered but didn't dare let out another word. Xiao Yue and Fong Tyran stood off to the side, staring in horrified silence at the scene before them. Bai Fan's sudden burst of speed had been so explosive that the other two never even caught the motion. A chill that felt as if it could freeze bone rushed straight at them, far more terrifying than the 5 bounty hunters on their trail. Swallowing hard, Xiao Yue lowered her voice, though it still trembled. Bai Fan, we'll pay you. Please escort us out of the Tsongfing mountain range. The boy before them looked ordinary, yet right now he was like a drawn blade, its edge gleaming. Bai Fan flicked the blood from his shoulder and nodded lazily. Fine. 100,000 dragon coins each. We'll get you out safely. He turned his head toward them, his tone mild but impossible to refuse. To him, the Xiao and Fong families were two of Dongyun City's biggest houses. 100,000 for 2 lives was a bargain. Xiao Yue and Fong Tyran exchanged a glance. Without bargaining, they pulled out their data cards and transferred the money. Ding, 200,000 dragon coins registered instantly, the bright digits lighting the screen. Bai Fan's heart skipped. So easy? Should have asked for more. The thought flashed by and was gone. He pocketed the cards and clicked his tongue. Right, the cash is in. Let's move. He acted the moment he spoke, turning to leave the gloomy forest, but after 2 steps he stopped, frowning. And why are you following us? Under the moonlight, a staggering figure came into view. Chunwei. The right side of his face was badly swollen. Pressing a hand to his cheek, he stammered. Bai Fan, we're classmates. Take me out with you, will you? Bai Fan chuckled, the sound icy. Sure. 1 million dragon coins. Pay now. 1 million? Chunwei went pale. The number felt deadlier than any knife. He whipped his head toward Fong Tyran, eyes pleading. Young Master Fong Tyran's gaze turned cold. He looked away as if he had never met the man. Chunwei swallowed, forcing himself to speak. Bai Fan, I don't have that much on me. Once we're back in Dongyun City, I'll make it up to you every last coin. Bai Fan didn't even lift an eyelid. Sorry, I only take cash up front. If you can't pay, stay here and wait for death. And stop tailing us, or we'll be happy to send you to the underworld ahead of schedule. With that, he ignored Chunwei and set off toward the mountain pass, Xiao Yue and Fong Tyran hurrying after him, afraid to fall behind. Hatred burned in Chunwei's eyes as he stared at their backs, his gums nearly bleeding from the force of his bite. He took a hesitant step, recalled Bai Fan's threat, and froze. A moment later he swung around and hissed, just you wait, Bai Fan. And you, Fong Tyran, you bastard, after all I've done for you. You dump me like a dog, I'll get you both. Schooling his expression, he headed down another forest path at a trot. With Xiao Yue and Fong Tyran beside Bai Fan, they'd draw the bounty hunter's fire. He had to use the distraction to get back to Dongyun City as fast as possible. Bounty hunters. As the name implies, they are people who gamble with their lives for money. After Bai Fan threw him out of the team, Chunwei seethed with hatred, yet a furtive sense of relief bubbled beneath the surface. During the ambush at the Minotaur camp, he had been convinced that Xiao Yue and Fong Tyran were the ones who drew the hunter's attention. Now the 4 of them had split up, his own combat strength was close to 0, and the Tsongfing Mountains were still perilous, but the hunters would most likely go for Bai Fan first. Maybe he could still walk away alive. Just wait, Bai Fan. Back in Dongyun City, I'll make you pay. The vicious thought slithered through his mind like a snake. Chunwei shot a venomous glare at the 3 figures in the distance, then turned and, without looking back, disappeared down a side trail, crushing gravel and weeds underfoot. Moments after the group separated, a new set of uninvited guests entered the Minotaur camp. There were 5 of them, tall, short, thin, and stout, all wrapped in oversized black cloaks that hid their shapes completely. Charred firewood, toppled stakes, and splattered blood stretched beneath their boots. Boss, their trail stops here. They split in 2 directions, reported the tallest of the 5, crouching to swipe ash between his fingers. The leader's eyes swept over the battle scars, cold and sharp. Looks like they found help. Wrecking a camp this size would take at least 4 level 15 beast tamers working together. He tilted his head toward the tall man. Old Third, can you pin down their current numbers? Relax, scouting's my specialty. The lanky hunter grinned and summoned his PETA giant, dark green toad covered in oozing boils. Go. He patted the swollen head. The monster bounded into the ruins, its thick tongue lapping up lingering scents. Moments later it hopped back, smearing its sticky tongue affectionately across its master's cheek. The hunter closed his eyes to commune, then spoke. 4 people in total, and 1 of them is new. Only 4? The leader narrowed his eyes, revising his estimate. Then the one who leveled this camp must be a level 20 beast tamer. Level 20. In the bounty hunting world, that promised stronger pets and fatter loot. Instead of flinching, the leader's eyes blazed with excitement. 4 15s together aren't worth half as much as a single 20. He brushed the weighty pouch at his belt, a dangerous smile curling across his lips. Looks like my little treasure's about to level up again. Lost in thought, the bounty hunter chief turned to Lao San. Verify their positions one more time. We move the moment you're sure, he muttered, a flash of ruthlessness in his eyes. We're already near the outer rim of the Tsangfing Mountains. If they reach the light trail station, all we can do is watch them leave. The tall hunter nodded, snapping his fingers to spur his mount, a thick-legged iron-manned hyena. Its heavy armor rasped against the air, giving off a faint metallic hiss. Moments later, Lao San raised a hand. Boss, 3 of them are straight ahead, roughly 800 meters. Another is about a kilometer off to the right. The one on the right is the guy who crossed paths with us earlier. 3 on one side, 1 on the other? The leader frowned, thoughts racing. Are they trying to split our attention, or did they fall out with each other? Years of robbing beast tamers in the Tsangfing Mountains flashed through his mind. For money they wore the title bounty hunter, but they never lingered in this monster-ridden wilderness. Before every hit, they masked their identities. Afterward, they strolled back into the city as if nothing had happened. That was why anyone who saw their real faces had to stay in the mountains forever. His decision came in a heartbeat. Lao Si, Lao Wu, take the lone one. Lao Air and Lao San. You're with me, we tail the other 3. Finish it fast, regroup, then strike together. Orders given, the 5 split up at once. Their mounts' claws and hooves shattered dead branches, spraying clumps of earth through the dense shadows. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Chun Wei's face swollen like a pig's head pulled up after sprinting several hundred meters. He glanced back. No one was in sight. Only then did he let out a long breath. At his silent command, the ground split open with a crash, and his armored earth dragon surged upward. Unlike the last time Xiao Yue had forced him to summon it, the dragon's aura was still weak, yet its eyes now gleamed with fighting spirit. It had feigned collapse before. It still had 1 blow left in it. Chun Wei had hidden that strength to keep an escape route for himself. Fong Tairan and Xiao Yue had noble families behind them and probably carried life-saving cards. Chun Wei had nothing. If the earth dragon truly collapsed, he wouldn't even have the right to run. Heh, Fong Tairan, you'd never guess I kept a trick up my sleeve, would you? Chun Wei sneered, scrambling onto the dragon's broad back. Go. With a roar, the armored earth dragon charged into the woods, its thick tail knocking shrubs aside. Chun Wei was certain had shaken his pursuers, unaware that the scent of blood had already drawn another pack of hunters. A kilometer behind him, the forest suddenly rippled. A serpent more than 10 meters long skimmed over the ground, black scales gleaming with a cold sheen. Its arched back carried 2 black-robed bounty hunters who were closing in fast. Phew, I should be safe now. Chun Wei had sprinted for a full 10 minutes before bursting out of the central forest of the Tsangfing Mountains. His chest heaved, sweat dripped from his chin, and with a pang of guilt he withdrew his armored earth drake into its beast ring. The creature had cleared the path the whole way and was spent. As he paused to catch his breath, a cold voice shot at him like an arrow from behind. Damn it, you can really run, kid. Chun Wei whirled around. A thick, vat-sized serpent burst through the undergrowth barely 10 meters away, its dark green scales flashing with an icy sheen in the sunlight. Straddling its back were 2 bounty hunters in black, Lao Si and Lao Wu. You? Chun Wei's voice trembled, every limb turning to ice. He tried to bolt again, but his legs went hollow and he collapsed to his knees in the damp mud. Damn you, making me chase this long. Lao Si shouted, patting the serpent's head. Be a good boy and feed my little darling. The 2 hunters roared with laughter. The serpent flicked its tongue, blasting Chun Wei with a hot, fetid stench. Its jaws opened wide, twin rows of fangs gleaming in the black-red maw, ready to swallow him whole in the next instant. No, don't kill me. With death inches away, Chun Wei felt warmth spread in his trousers. He threw himself down, banging his forehead against the mud again and again. Seeing this, Lao Si patted the serpent's head again. The creature froze mid-bite, strings of saliva dripping down. Spare you? Fine hand over everything valuable on you. He lived for moments like these, when the prey thought it was saved, only to be swallowed the next second, the spike of despair giving him a rush. He had already decided once the loot was in hand, he would pretend to let the boy go, then let his pet finish the job. Chun Wei kowtowed like a woodpecker and hurriedly dumped spirit stones, potion vials, and jade slips from his pockets onto the ground. But one glance was enough for Lao Si and Lao Wu to scowl. That's it. Lao Wu snorted. You're in the same squad as those 2 fat sheep. Stop playing poor and cough up the rest. As he spoke, Lao Si guided the serpent lower, the stench so thick it made Chun Wei gag. There's really nothing left. I'm only a tag-along. All the valuables are on them. Please, I beg you, let me go. Chun Wei rasped, still banging his head. The 2 bounty hunters remained ice-faced. Nothing? Then die. Lao Si barked. The serpent's fangs lunged straight at Chen Wei's face. Wait, I'm still useful. Chen Wei rolled frantically, barely dodging the strike. He screamed, I can give you everything about them. I can even join you, lure more beast tamers to you. The words were barely out of his mouth when the serpent halted inches from his shoulder, the displaced air making his eardrums ache. Join us. Lao Si and Lao Wu exchanged a look, sudden interest gleaming in their eyes. That's right. I'm the top student at Dongyan High School. I can lure my classmates to the Tsongfing mountain range, Chen Wei said, his voice shaking though he forced himself to sound composed. Many of them come from wealthy families, and they could earn you a fortune. I have plenty of classmates just like the two companions you caught earlier. In front of him coiled a green-gray serpent as thick as a barrel. Each time its body tensed in the grass, the scales rasped together. The snake lifted its head, and the cold light in its vertical pupils sent a chill down Chen Wei's spine. Cornered between life and death, he had seized on this vicious money-making plan. Now he anxiously watched the two bounty hunters at the serpent's side. Hunter A stroked his chin, while Hunter B ran a dry tongue over cracked lips clearly tempted. That could work, Hunter A muttered, then added in a low voice. But we need the captain's approval. Summon your beast first. Relief flickered in Chen Wei's eyes. He pressed the contract seal, and with a flash of gray light, the armored earth dragon crashed to the ground. His joy lasted only a heartbeat. The giant serpent lunged, fangs closing around the dragon and its stony carapace in a single gulp. It went down without so much as a crunch. Good. For now. He'll trust you. The serpent hissed, blood-warm breath leaking from its forked tongue. Chen Wei's legs nearly gave out, but he had narrowly kept his life. Elsewhere, deep in the forest, three figures slipped through shifting moonlit shadows. Bai Fan was earning a little extra on the side, escorting Xiao Yuyue and Fong Tairan under his protection. Leaves whipped past their ears. Bai Fan moved with an easy spring, as if on a stroll, while the other two were already gasping. After their headlong sprint, sweat beaded on Xiao Yuyu's forehead. She glanced at the unruffled Bai Fan, feeling both puzzled and aggrieved. Bai Fan, could your beast carry us for a while? She ventured. Partly she wanted to save her strength. Partly she hoped to gauge Bai Fan's true power. She hadn't seen how he fought back at the Minotaur camp. Only the aftermath remained. Bai Fan didn't break stride. Thanks to the stat boost from Little Snail, both his strength and physique were pushing 100, and this pace felt like a leisurely walk. If not for his two companions, he could have doubled his speed. No, he answered at once, his tone flat and final. When we meet the bounty hunters, Little Snail is our main force. I can't waste its energy now. Xiao Yuyu's heart sank. So much for chivalry. She, a self-proclaimed beautiful girl, had asked politely, and he turned her down without a thought. She grumbled inwardly, then caught the certainty in his voice. Why was he so sure the bounty hunters would catch up? Bai Fan, do you mean they'll actually find us? She asked, face paling as she gave voice to her worry. Exactly, Bai Fan replied, still calm. You two are too slow. It doesn't take a genius to figure they'll close the gap sooner or later. Too slow? Of course they'll catch up. On the narrow, leaf-strewn trail deep in the Tsongfing Mountains, Xiao Yue stumbled at Bai Fan's offhand remark and nearly fell into the thick carpet of leaves. Was he calling me dead weight? Never in her life had anyone dismissed her so directly. Bai Fan, she said, forcing down her anger. If you're sure they're going to catch up, why are we still running? Don't you think you owe us an explanation? The usually silent Fong Tairan spoke up as well, his voice cold with restrained fury. He felt swindled. They had paid Bai Fan 100,000 dragon coins, only to be told, they'll catch up anyway. Chen Wei's warning Bai Fan is useless echoed in his mind. He clenched his fists, chest rising and falling. A dangerous glint flashed in Bai Fan's eyes. Fong Tairan had been acting high and mighty since the Adventurers Guild, and even while fleeing he hadn't changed. Still, a customer was a customer. Bai Fan took a deep breath, suppressed his irritation, stopped, and turned around. How is this my fault? You paid for protection, so I'm doing the job. An escort needs a little suspense, right? Without some tension, how would you feel that 100,000 dragon coins was money well spent? His earnest tone felt more like mockery. Xiao Yuyu's chest heaved with anger. Fong Tairan ground his teeth, itching to smash a fist into Bai Fan's face. Refund, they shouted together. Bai Fan spread his hands. Not happening. Money that lands in my pocket stays there. Besides, you're about to see it's worth every coin. Even as he spoke, his gaze shifted to the dark forest behind them. They're here. Xiao Yuyue and Fong Tairan went pale. The bounty hunters had caught up. Dropping the argument, they hurried behind Bai Fan. Fong Tairan tensed, ready to sprint if things went south. So what do we do now? Xiao Yuyue whispered. Stay put and enjoy the show, Bai Fan answered calmly, giving her a brief glance. Not far away, bushes rustled and heavy footsteps crashed through the undergrowth. A harsh voice sliced through the air. Kid, you're the help they hired? I was expecting someone with a reputation, not a brat who hasn't even grown all his hair. A colossal scorpion crawled into view, and on its back stood the bounty hunter leader, his gaze freezing cold as it settled on Bai Fan. He held himself straight, almost fused to the scorpion's shell, towering above the three people at the bottom of the ravine. Behind him, 4 other bounty hunters appeared in turn, each calling forth an enormous beast: a gecko, a snake, a toad, and a centipede. The gecko clung to the cliff face, its jet black tail flicking boulders to dust. The snake reared up, tongue flickering, scales glinting like cold steel from head to tail. The toad's belly swelled, each breath stirring a foul, fishy wind. The centipede coiled into a ring, its countless legs scraping the ground with a shrill rasp. Every one of them was hundreds of times larger than its ordinary counterpart, making the valley suddenly feel too narrow to hold their bodies. Amid the beasts and their masters stood one unexpected figure: Chenwei. The moment Bai Fan spotted that familiar yet twisted face, a contemptuous smile curved his lips. "Chenwei, I knew you'd switch sides," he said, curious only about how Chenwei had gained the bounty hunter's trust. Cowering behind the others, Chenwei bared his teeth at the taunt, his eyes seething like a nest of vipers. "Bai Fan, you're as good as dead, and you still talk tough. You'll pay for crossing me. You." And his gaze swept past Fong Tiran before settling on Xiao Yue. "Every last one of you will be buried with him." Xiao Yue shivered under that glare and instinctively slipped behind Bai Fan, while Fong Tiran trembled outright, unable to believe that the once obsequious Chenwei had joined the bounty hunters. Bai Fan opened his mouth for another jab, but the leader's roar cut him off. "You dare look down on us, brat? My baby will tear you apart piece by piece and swallow you whole." He slashed a hand through the air. "Leave the woman alive. Kill the other 2. The 4 bounty hunters barked in unison, and the gecko, snake, toad, and centipede charged. The ground cracked beneath them. Fong Tiran and Xiao Yue stumbled back in panic, but Bai Fan simply raised a hand. "Little Snail, crush them." The sky dimmed as a vast shadow descended. Level 10 Little Snail activated Titan's body, its shell hard as bronze ramparts, its massive form plummeting from above. The snake, rushing in first, lunged with fangs flashing. Yet, crunch. The instant they met, the snake's fangs shattered like tofu. Little Snail's stats had all broken 3,000, and with the golden gear Titan's wrath its strength was close to 4,000. The strike of an ordinary level 18 combat class snake couldn't leave so much as a scratch. Boom. Under the stunned gazes of everyone present, the snake's skull gave way, its body slamming into the dirt crushed out right beneath Little Snail's weight. Boom. A violent crash shook the ground, sending tremors rippling through the earth. Shards of rock flew as a yellow cloud of dust billowed upward, and people instinctively raised their arms to shield their faces. When the haze finally thinned and everyone's vision cleared, they all froze. The once open clearing was now a wasteland, spiderweb cracks radiating from the center. And at the heart of those fractures stood a colossal beast, roughly the height of a house. Its entire body was encased in thick, metallic plates that glinted with a chilling light, and the savage helm on its brow resembled a suit of heavy battlefield armor. Even motionless, the creature exuded a crushing aura that made every heart on the field pound. More horrifying still was the pool of blood at its feet. The giant serpent summoned by the 4th bounty hunter had been flattened from head to mid-body, leaving only a mangled tail twitching weakly. Fong Tiran and Xiao Yue stared blankly at the carnage, their minds utterly blank. In the blink of an eye, one of the bounty hunter's 5 beast companions had been obliterated, a reality that shattered everything they thought they knew. "Bai Fan," Xiao Yue began, but the words caught in her throat. A contracted beast had grown to this level in just a month. This wasn't mere talent. It was monstrous. And what on earth was that terrifying creature? Could a Titan Snail really evolve into something like this? "I told you, every coin you spent was worth it," Bai Fan said calmly from behind them. He turned and flashed an easy smile, speaking as if nothing unusual had happened. His composure was the perfect foil to the chaos gripping the bounty hunters. The instant the serpent died, the 4th hunter spat a mouthful of blood and staggered against a tree to keep from collapsing, his vitality plummeting. Once a beastmaster enters a soul bond with a pet, they share power, and when a pet dies, the backlash is just as fierce. It wouldn't kill him, but he'd be bedridden for weeks. What kind of monster are you?" The 4th hunter rasped, face ashen, eyes fixed on Bai Fan. Never in his life had he imagined his level 18 serpent could be reduced to pulp in a single exchange. As his words faded, the other 4 pets already charging toward Mu Chin skidded to a halt at their master's frantic commands, and the air seemed to freeze. The bounty hunters exchanged panicked glances, terror and hesitation clouding their eyes. Their leader's expression was even darker. He remembered all too well how dismissive Head felt when he first saw Bai Fan's youthful face. Head thought hunting a handful of inexperienced students would be easy money, but now he realized the students were no prey at all. They were wolves in sheep's clothing. The leader knew exactly how powerful his subordinate serpent had been. Even with all his men joining in, he still couldn't finish the giant serpent in a single blow. Talk about rotten luck. The bounty hunter leader cursed under his breath and shot Chenwei a murderous glare. That fool had sworn the kid in front of them was useless. If this counts as useless, what did that make him? Pinned by that vicious look, Chun Wei shivered so hard his knees nearly gave out. He never imagined Bai Fan could unleash power like this. A month ago, at the contract ceremony, Bai Fan had bonded with what everyone called a trash beast, and all of Dongyan High had laughed at him, Chun Wei included. Reality had now slapped him in the face. Bai Fan wasn't trash at all. He was a prodigy far above him. Regret twisted his insides. If Head known, he never would have provoked Bai Fan. If Head begged harder, maybe Head still have a way out. Bai Fan caught every flicker of emotion in the crowd. A faint smile tugged at his lips. The moment Little Snail appeared, the tide had turned completely. Titan Snail really was the goat. Ahem, young friend, maybe there's been a misunderstanding? Tense as a bowstring, the bounty hunter leader raised a hand for a ceasefire. How about we both step back and pretend none of this happened? He had already seen how terrifying the young beast master's pet was. A heated fight would only bury them here. Beside him, Old Fourth's face was dark, his beast was dead, and his strength crippled. If they settled now, He'd walk away empty-handed. But even he knew retreat was their only choice. Bai Fan arched a disdainful brow. Now they wanted to negotiate. Too late. His mild voice carried chilling intent. Had never planned to spare killers and thieves like these bounty hunters. Besides, the 5 men who had chased Xiao Yuyu's group into panic weren't even that strong. Little Snail hadn't gone all out, and they were already shaking. Seeing Bai Fan unmoved, the leader forced his voice louder. What? You really want to fight us? There are 5 of yous. If this gets ugly, you won't come out unscathed. Let's just walk away and call it even. His words sounded tough, but the surrender in his tone was clear. By the end, his face burned with humiliation. After years roaming the Songfing Mountains forcing others to beg for mercy, being cornered by a wet-behind Thier's kid was downright ironic. Bai Fan's expression remained frosty. In most eyes, bounty hunters were worse than monsters, steeped in blood and sin. Even 1,000 cuts would be too kind. He had no intention of showing them mercy. Finished with your last words? If so, go die. Charge. Bai Fan's voice was glacial as he gave the order, and Xiao lunged forward without a hint of hesitation. In the next instant, the air seemed to shatter beneath an invisible hammer, and Xiao Wa's massive form blinked into view before the bounty hunters. Only after it appeared did the dull boom of its propulsion roll across the battlefield, as though the earth itself had reacted a beat too late to the steel behemoth's charge. Damn it! The bounty hunter leader blanched, and, almost by reflex, swept his arm forward to send 4 beast companions racing to intercept. The creatures roared as they leapt, but their stats were worlds apart from Xiao Wa's, and the snail was running with every system wide open. Bang, 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 bang. For thunderous impacts rang out in quick succession. To everyone's shock, the 4 beasts were smashed aside by Xiao Wa's armored shell and flung to the ground like rag dolls. Blood seeped from their bodies where they landed, the wounds ghastly to behold. Total annihilation. The watching students and mercenaries stood frozen. For pets together hadn't managed to stall the monster for even a heartbeat. Was the power gap really this terrifying? Xiao barreled on toward the bounty hunter squad. At the last second, the leader's eyes went blood red, and he roared, "Wait." Bai Fan raised an eyebrow and lifted a hand, signaling Xiao to hold. He was curious what a man on the brink of death might offer. "We'll pay for our lives," the leader growled, voice low but clear. "You are just here on a job. There's no need to push this so far. We'll each put up 400,000 dragon coins, 2 million in all. Let us walk away." The words cut him to the bone. 2 million dragon coins was everything they had. Surrendering it meant starting over from nothing. By their lives with money? Bai Fan's gaze Flickeretta respected the man's decisiveness. Yet before he could answer, newcomer Chun Wei let out a shrill cry. "Hold on, Chief. What about me? And one of you too?" Terror snapped Chun Wei to attention. His voice cracked. 2 million? For 100,000 each? That math's wrong. Chief, count me in. You need to offer 2,500,000. He hadn't finished speaking before the leader's stare turned icy and his chest heaved. Head once valued Chen Wei, a Dongyun High student with solid talent, who could have brought steady profit if nurtured. But remembering the bad intel Chun Wei had supplied, he felt utterly duped. At that moment he wanted nothing more than to gut the kid right there. You're not worth 2 copper, he sneered, shattering Chun Wei's last shred of hope. Chun Wei's face went ashen, his legs buckling until he collapsed on the spot. The bounty hunters ignored him given his situation. His fate was already sealed. He had enraged Bai Fan beyond forgiveness, and even Fong Tairan and Xiao Yue were unlikely to let him walk away. For an instant, despair washed over Chun Wei. Opposite him, Bai Fan watched with interest, a playful curl at his lips. The bounty hunter leader's offer 2 million dragon coins was undeniably tempting. It was a fortune even many high-rank beast tamers could not scrape together on short notice. With that money, his and his sister's lives would change overnight, and her illness would no longer be a concern. Yet the source of the money was clear. These hunters had likely slaughtered countless tamers to amass those 2 million. It was blood money. At that thought, Bai Fan smothered his rising desire. Well, 2 million dragon coins. I doubt you've ever seen that much. Just nod, and he'll transfer it now. The leader read Bai Fan's silence as hope, and his eyes glittered. Fong Tairan and Xiao Yue traded anxious looks. They knew from Chun Wei how strong Bai Fan was, and they knew how poor he was. 2 million dragon coins was an astronomical sum for him. Bai Fan, we can raise your reward, Xiao Yue offered, her voice unsteady. Bai Fan chuckled and shook his head. No need. I do need money, but a deal is a deal, no renegotiating halfway. Besides, his gaze turned icy as it locked on the hunters. Your money is filthy. Taking it would weigh on my conscience. The 5 bounty hunters' faces darkened. Fine. Remember this, kid. The leader roared. Everyone together. He's alone, kill him. For beast companions lunged at Little Snail, hoping to pin it down by sheer numbers. Meanwhile, the leader charged straight for Bai Fan. To him, a tamer's strength lay in their beasts, and at low levels the human was far weaker. If they could stall Little Snail and kill Bai Fan, the contract's backlash would finish the beast. He gave no thought to his own pets' lives, survive the fight, and he could always tame new ones. Kill. With murderous intent, the 5 bounty hunters hurtled toward Bai Fan. Deep within the Songfeng mountain range, Bai Fan planted his feet as 5 bounty hunters charged at him, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. A clever tactic meant nothing if you used it on the wrong target. Behind him, his first-tier pet, Xiaohua, lay quietly on a massive rock. Though only level 10, the little snail could channel power far beyond an ordinary level 20 pet, something the hunters could never have imagined. Even more decisive were the 2 items Bai Fan carried. Ring of Tauren Power, bronze grade, usable at level 10, strength 20, constitution 20, with an enchantment that renders the wearer immune to stun. Blade of Swiftness, silver grade, usable at level 10, active skill Quick Slash, which boosts attack speed by 50% and movement speed by 10%, plus a passive bonus of 10 agility. Together, the ring and sword let Bai Fan face level 20 Beastmasters without flinching. Once Quick Slash was active, he could even trade blows with level 25 foes. So when the 5 bounty hunters lunged, excitement rather than fear surged through him. Off to the side, Fong Tairan and Xiao Yue held their breath, tense and bewildered. In their line of sight, a streak of silver condensed in Bai Fan's palm, the blade of swiftness. An instant later he sprang forward without the slightest hesitation. Bai Fan, Xiao Yue cried. She had expected the Titan Snail to pin down the enemy pets first, then pick off the hunters one by one. His heat and assault struck her as reckless. She and Fong Tairan backpedaled, cursing his impatience until the scene before them left them speechless. Bai Fan moved like lightning, tearing through the air. In a heartbeat, he was in front of the hunter's leader. Arc! The man roared, slashing back with a dagger. To Bai Fan, the thrust crawled forward as if trapped in molasses. Quick Slash had pushed his agility past 100, slowing everything else in his eyes. So slow, he murmured. His sword swept across. Before the dagger was halfway out, the leader was hurled into the air, head severed from torso. Blood rained down. The 3 hunters behind him were drenched crimson, yet none of them had seen Bai Fan's blade move. They froze in stunned disbelief long enough to sign their own death warrants. Bai Fan stepped again, his figure blurring to a ghostly afterimage on their retinas. What followed for them was nothing but darkness. 3 piercing screams rang out, and the bounty hunters crumpled like rag dolls, blood gushing from the slits in their throats. At the same time, Xiaohua wrapped up its own fight. Its superhuman stats let it pound the 4 beast companions into mush before they could even make a ripple. Nice work. Bai Fan gave Xiaohua a thumbs up, and the little creature wiggled its 2 feelers in smug approval. Moments earlier, Fong Tairan and Xiao Yue had hidden at a distance, ready to run if things went south. Now they stood rooted in place, as if turned to stone. In the blink of an eye, the bounty hunters who had chased them like frightened rats lay dead on the ground. They stared at the boy with the sword, utterly adrift, same age, yet worlds apart in strength. As prodigies from Dongyun City's noble academy, they felt nothing but a stinging sense of defeat. Everything they had once taken pride in was trampled by this scene of blood and steel. So are you two just going to stand there and watch? Bai Fan's lazy voice yanked them back to reality. Yu Xiao Yue stared at him, shock etched across her delicate face, momentarily at a loss for words. Bai Fan sighed. So these are the so-called geniuses from the noble academy? They can't even match a slacker from an ordinary school like me. There are 2 left. They're yours, he said, stepping aside with Xiaohua. Only then did Lao Si and Chun Wei snap out of their stupor. Seeing their comrades' bodies, they went ice cold. Chun Wei had seen countless monster corpses, but never a human one. Terror made him inch backward. Lao Si let out a shrill scream and bolted. If you don't move, they'll get away, Bai Fan said calmly, petting Xiaohua. Xiao Yue bit her lip and stepped forward, turmoil in her eyes. Fong Tairan collapsed onto the ground, shaking from head to toe, all his earlier swagger from the Adventurers Guild gone. Bai Fan nodded to himself. Both of them received feedback from their beast partners, so taking down those 2 should have been effortless. The difference was obvious. Fong Tairan had been coasting on his background alone. With a quick flick, Xiao Yue grabbed a dagger from the ground and sliced Chun Wei's throat. By then Lao Si had already put some distance between them. Bai Fan was about to act when he saw Xiao Yue draw her sword and give chase with practiced ease. Lao Si begged for his life in despair, but she showed no mercy, stabbing him more than 10 times until the ground ran crimson. Watching that slender, unflinching silhouette, Bai Fan felt his teeth ache. This woman is vicious. After Xiao Yu had dealt with the last bounty hunter, the three of them set off again. The metallic scent of blood still lingered among the trees. Dry branches and rotting leaves cracked faintly beneath their hurried steps, and nobody spoke. The heaviness in the air settled first on Fong Tyrant's chest. More than once his gaze drifted to Xiao Yu's back, equal parts fear and confusion rising in his eyes. With his illustrious family and undeniable talent, he had always seen her as a thorny rose just waiting to be conquered, and this trial in the Tsongfeng Mountains had felt like the perfect chance for a hero Sevesta damsel interlude. The ambush by bounty hunters shattered that fantasy, and Xiao Yu's ruthless counterattack stunned him even more. Her blade flashed like winter light, stripping away the last veil of his romantic daydream. For a heartbeat, he thought the rose might turn its thorns on him, so he chose silence. The oppressive mood lingered until they stepped out of the Tsongfeng range and reached the light rail platform bound for Dongyan City. Steel tracks stretched into the distance. The departure board flickered, and the jumble of voices finally diluted the killing intent that had filled the woods. While they waited for the train, Xiao Yue stood near the edge of the platform. She kept her voice low, yet curiosity still slipped through. Bai Fan, can you tell me what's going on with your beast companion? Her questions had been swirling ever since she first saw that tiny snail. Everyone knew a Titan Snail fed exclusively on dragons. With dragons extinct, no power on the continent could raise one, and the once legendary creature had fallen so far that people now called it worthless. Yet only a few hours earlier she had watched that level 10 little snail turn the tables on 5 bounty hunters, each around level 18. The scene punched straight through common sense. Bai Fan was an ordinary civilian with no backing at all. The Titan Snail should have been feeble, yet under his command it was absurdly strong. She had felt dizzy after taking her first life, but that so-called trash had carried the fight and emerged without a scratch. The more she thought about it, the less it made sense. Named directly, Bai Fan's brow furrowed. His first impulse was to refuse, but he pushed it down. Everyone knew the Titan Snail's dilemma. With dragons gone, only dragonblood grass or dragon spirit herb could substitute. The facts were brutal. One stalk of dragonblood grass cost 100,000 dragon coins. A Titan Snail needed a full 1,000 stalks just to reach its juvenile stage. The raw cost alone totaled 1 billion coins. By any reasonable logic, he should never have been able to hatch such a pet. Without a believable story, people would question him and might decide to take what he had. Bai Fan paused, eyes drifting over the busy travelers around them, and began piecing together an explanation. He knew once the Titan Snail's true potential was exposed, it would draw not only envy but greed. Trouble was inevitable. After all, 1,000 stalks of dragonblood grass were worth 1 billion coins, a number guaranteed to turn countless eyes red. And the snail would only grow stronger, attracting even more attention later. Everyone wondered what kind of secret Bai Fan was hiding, one powerful enough to support a Titan Snail's evolution. The skyscrapers of Dongyan City glowed in the sunset, as if wrapped in a gentle shell, yet the brutal law of the jungle lurked just beneath that facade. Bai Fan was still only a fledgling cultivator, and until he grew truly strong, he needed a believable excuse to conceal the wealth he might be carrying. You mean little snail? Honestly, I'm not entirely sure, Bai Fan replied after a brief pause, his tone calm. It's undergone a mutation, so it's no longer a pure-blood Titan Snail, and the food it needs to evolve is different from what the old records describe. Xiao Yu's eyes widened the instant she heard this, shock and envy flashing across her face at the same time. A mutated Titan Snail, one that can evolve without devouring dragons. Her silent exclamation roared like a tidal wave in her mind. If Dong Yunhai learned of this, they would surely regret the indifference they had shown Bai Fan. A Titan Snail without an evolutionary flaw was destined to dominate once it matured, which meant that the seemingly ordinary Bai Fan could one day stand above the entire city. I see. No wonder you're already so strong, Xiao Yue whispered, barely suppressing her excitement. A Titan Snail ranks in the top 3 of all beast pets, and now that yours has no defect, your future is limitless. As she spoke, her gaze toward Bai Fan grew warmer and more eager. It wasn't mere opportunism. Any rational cultivator would instinctively extend an olive branch to a future powerhouse. Beside her, Fong Tyrant listened in stunned silence. He understood the potential of a Titan Snail without flaws, yet seeing his former goddess look at Bai Fan with such gentle admiration still left a bitter taste in his chest. He had given up pursuing her, but watching someone else receive praise right in front of him was inevitably disheartening. Who can predict the future? Let's talk after the entrance exams, Bai Fan murmured inwardly, giving Xiao Yue only a polite nod at her compliments. His restraint did not discourage Xiao Yue. It only made her more eager to keep the conversation going. I've heard you haven't had an easy time at Dongyan High, she said, her voice soft yet probing. People target you, and even the teachers and administrators give you a hard time, right? Bai Fan raised an eyebrow, surprised she would bring this up. He silently blamed Chun Wei for spreading rumors, but he didn't deny it. He merely shrugged. Dong Yunhai had failed to recognize gold beneath plain wrapping, and one day they would pay for it. Seeing his reaction, Xiao Yue beamed, suddenly seeming much closer. In that case, have you considered transferring? She asked in a hushed tone. The private academy I attend is the best in Dongyan City. If you agree, we can offer generous living stipends and even arrange housing in the city center. Don't worry, it's all free of charge. Dongyun City's aristocratic private high school boasts the strongest faculty and the finest facilities in town. Bankrolled by several powerful families, the campus features laboratories that gleam like polished metal, training grounds paved with psionic matrices, and every educational resource imaginable, naturally attracting the city's top students. Backed by the wealth and connections of these clans, the school exudes confidence. Anyone admitted is either born into privilege and groomed with unlimited resources, or a prodigy who has risen above tens of thousands of ordinary peers. Though the latter come from humble backgrounds, expectations for them are just as high, and each of them sees a boundless future ahead. For that reason, when Xiao Yue invited Bai Fan to transfer, her eyes were full of certainty about his prospects. A flawless Titan Snail contractor like this rising beastmaster could bring immeasurable benefits once he donned the school's uniform. With Bai Fan's current strength, there was almost no doubt he would rank among the province's very best, perhaps even take first place in next year's college entrance exam, a glory that would earn the school a handsome return. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Bai Fan understood all of this in an instant. He was tempted, yet he could not help but wonder whether Xiao Yu's verbal promises would truly be fulfilled. Noticing his hesitation, Xiao Yu tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and flashed a confident smile. Rest easy, Bai Fan. My family sits on the school's board, so I have the authority to put these terms in writing. And that's just the baseline agree, and the school will invest even more resources in you. Her tone softened. I've heard your sister is ill. I can use my family's contacts to find her the best doctors. Bai Fan's eyes narrowed. The earlier incentives were things he and Little Snail could eventually secure on their own. Only the promise to heal his sister struck a nerve. Every night he came home to see her struggling through the pain, and it tore him apart. Despite all he had gained, he was still one crucial step from fully curing her legs. If Xiao Yue could truly solve that problem, he had no reason to resist transferring, was already tired of the ugliness at Dongyan High. Deal, he said, drawing a deep breath and meeting Xiao Yu's gaze. But my sister must be cured first. A radiant smile bloomed on Xiao Yu's pretty face as she patted her chest and vowed, leave it to me. Leaving the school, the 3 of them boarded the light rail and soon arrived at the Adventurer Guild. It was still mid-morning, and the hall was packed with beastmasters preparing to pick up new missions. Among the crowd were several fresh, slightly nervous faces, students who had just bonded with their first beasts and dreamed of becoming beastmasters. Soon they would follow teachers and upperclassmen deep into the Tsangfeng Mountains, come face-to-face with monsters, and earn first-hand combat experience for the upcoming entrance exams. When the travel-worn Bai Fan, Xiao Yue, and Fong Tairan pushed open the doors of the Adventurers Guild, the hall was at its liveliest. Voices overlapped, shadows crossed in front of the job board, and the air reeked of sweat, the metallic scent of beasts, and the rough laughter and curses of adventurers at the bar. Bai Fan had spent nearly a month in the mountains, and aside from meeting these 2 companions in the last few days, he had barely spoken to another soul. Surrounded by the sudden clamor, he felt as though his ears were stuffed with cotton, every limb out of place. City life really is more my style, he thought as he watched the bustling crowd. If it weren't for the need to make a living, most beastmasters would never leave the bright streets for monster-infested wilderness. With Xiao Yue and Fong Tairan safely inside, Bai Fan's escort job was done. He handed over his contact information and said simply, I need to close out the quest. Catch you later. Then he headed for the reception window. He had barely taken a few steps when a shrill voice cut through the noise. Well, look who it is, Dongyun Hai's famous loser. Here to pick up a monster hunting gig? Bai Fan's brow furrowed as he turned. On the far side of the hall, 3 teenagers lounged against the notice board, all smirks and swagger. The leader, with spiked blonde hair and an exaggerated grin, was Lu Tianlong, the so-called prodigy of Dongyun High. On the day of his awakening, the principal had whisked him away for special coaching. Rumors said his talent even outshone Chen Weiss, though his skill hadn't grown much, only his sharp tongue had. Beside him stood a boy and a girl, Zhang Wenshan and Xiao Zhu, sporting the same mocking smiles. Lu Tianlong. Disgust flickered in Bai Fan's eyes. That's right. Got a problem with it? Lu Tianlong spread his hands, voice rising. Bai Fan's tone stayed flat. What do you want? Either oblivious to or ignoring the impatience in Bai Fan's voice, Lu Tianlong burst out laughing. You, of all people, went into the Tsangfeng Mountains? Planning to be a snack for the monsters? With that scrawny frame and a trash pet like a Titan Snail, you wouldn't even fill a tooth gap. He jabbed a finger at Bai Fan, mockery in full display. His voice sliced through the hubbub, drawing the gaze of nearby beastmasters. Most adults would ignore a spat between high schoolers, but the words Titan Snail made the hall fall noticeably quieter. The Titan Snail once ranked in the top 3 of all beasts. Its status might have plunged over the years, but the odds of bonding with one were still astronomically low. Curiosity sparked all around. Which poor soul had signed that contract? So the rumors are true. Dongyunhai really does have a kid stuck with a Titan Snail, someone whispered. What a waste of talent. With a Titan Snail dragging him down, that boy's future is finished, another murmured. The guild hall buzzed with whispers as every beast tamer turned an odd look on Bai Fan. Rumor had it someone had contracted a first sequence hidden familiar, something that screamed talent, yet when that familiar proved to be a Titan Snail, the story became almost comic. Who could be that unlucky? Everyone wanted a glimpse of the legendary hardluck case. Bai Fan stood in the center of it all, expression tranquil, untouched by the stares. His gaze drifted past Lu Tianlong, Xiao Shui, and Chen Feng, a flash of disdain in his eyes. In his mind, not even Chun Wei was worth mentioning next to the 5-man bounty hunter team. These three were nothing. Xiao Shui caught the contempt and stepped forward. What's with that look? After nearly a month of brutal fighting in the Tsongfeng Mountains, Bai Fan had no patience left for schoolyard drama. He shot them a cold glance, his voice quiet yet commanding. Who said I was scared of the Tsongfeng range? While I was hunting demons there, you three had no idea what you were even doing. With that, he turned toward the quest counter. After weeks of blood and steel, he wanted nothing more than to go home. Lu Tianlong and the others, however, weren't about to let him leave quietly. Lu Tianlong strode in front of him, a sneer twisting his face. You? Hunting demons? You probably can't even beat a goblin. Got proof? Back at school, Bai Fan's grades had always eclipsed Liu's. Only after awakening had the balance shifted. Lu Tianlong wasn't going to miss this chance to mock him. Bai Fan's lips curved into a faint smile. Proof? Move, and I'll show you. Before Lu Tianlong could react, Bai Fan gave him a light push. Lu staggered back several steps, too stunned to catch himself. You. Lu Tianlong sputtered, but Bai Fan ignored him and kept walking. Hello, is this where I turn in a quest? Bai Fan asked politely at the counter. The young clerk looked up, met his calm gaze, and offered a professional smile. Yes, please show your mission token. Certainly. I'm here to submit a goblin hunting job. Without pause, Bai Fan tipped out the contents of his storage pouch. A torrent of dark green goblin ears spilled across the counter, piling nearly as high as a person. The metallic scent of blood filled the hall. The staffer, who had assumed the young hunter could only have a handful of trophies, stared wide-eyed at the small mountain in front of her. Goblins may be the weakest monsters in the Tsongfeng mountain range, but they still span levels 1 through 5, more than enough to threaten rookie beast tamers. Yet this young student seemed to have wiped out every goblin along the outer rim. Burlap sacks lay strewn across the floor, bulging until they formed a shoulder-high mound of green. A quick count showed at least 300 goblin ears, some of them shaded a dark purple, proof they had belonged to level 5 chieftains. The guild clerk froze, then hastily straightened and bowed. Sir, you've turned in quite a haul. Give us a moment to tally everything and your reward will be ready. His tone was nothing like before. Bai Fan nodded, brushed a few flecks of dried blood from his sleeve, and looked back at Lu Tianlong and his two companions. They stared at the grisly pile, faces ashen, the coppery stench churning their stomachs. Didn't you just say I didn't have the guts to set foot in Tsongfeng? Bai Fan's smile was almost lazy as he pulled a still warm ear from a sack and waved it under their noses. Tell Muir these goblins your handiwork. Already dizzy from the smell, the three recoiled. Lu Tianlong opened his mouth to protest, but the nausea doubled him over and he retched. One little ear and you're already sick? Bai Fan's voice was casual, each word a needle. Maybe you should head deeper into the range and find out if the Minotaurs fancy a snack. Laughter erupted through the guild hall. Other beast tamers shot Lu Tianlong mocking looks before turning curious eyes on Bai Fan. I remember him, someone muttered. About a month ago, he took a goblin hunting contract. Thought had given up when he didn't come back. Turns out he spent a full month inside Tsongfeng. The laughter hadn't died down when another tamer pointed a trembling finger at Bai Fan. He made it back without a scratch. The hall fell silent. Every gaze locked onto the young man, whether he was Bai Fan or Mu Chun, they no longer knew. What mattered was that he had survived a month in Tsongfeng and returned with hundreds of goblin ears. That feat alone was enough to place him among the guild's veterans. And yet, he was still only a high school student. The same thought flashed through everyone's mind. This kid just rewrote the rules. The Adventurers Guild of Dongyan City. Bai Fan stood with his arms crossed, quietly sizing up Lu Tianlong and the other two, the sneer on his lips almost palpable. These geniuses, who had flaunted their talent and hounded him at school, had never imagined they would one day look so pathetic in front of him. Back then they had mocked Bai Fan for not daring to enter the Tsongfeng Mountains, saying he would be nothing but monster fodder. Yet now, at the mere sight of the dried goblin ear he laid on the counter, their faces went paper white and their legs turned to jelly, as though they had been publicly slapped. Around the hall, other beast tamers handing in their quests looked on like blades, their scorn unfiltered. With guts like that, they still mouth off? Typical students. They'd be lucky to handle the weakest goblin in Songfing. The chatter swelled. Someone even questioned Dongyun High standards. These clowns are called prodigies? Are the principal and teachers blind? The jeers only grew harsher, and under so many pointing fingers, Lu Tianlong's trio wished they could vanish. When the tension was about to erupt, the crowd was suddenly shoved aside, and a square-jawed man in his 40s strode in. What's going on? Didn't I tell you not to cause trouble with outsiders? It was Zhang Shan, a Dongyun High teacher and their homeroom advisor. Face stern, he hurried to their side and questioned them in a low voice. Like drowning men grabbing driftwood, they blurted everything out. When Zhang Shan finished listening, his face flushed. He swept the room with a glare and barked, "Enough! Are you people looking for a fight with Dongyun High?" Silence fell at once. The school had official backing. Its principal was a level 30+ beast tamer, and the faculty were nothing to scoff at. Most here were freelancers or members of small teams. No one wanted that kind of trouble. Though the crowd bit back their words, curious eyes still lingered. Zhang Shan reined in his anger, softened slightly, and led his students to one side. Meanwhile, Bai Fan laid out a month's haul from the Tsongfing Mountains monster cores, pelts, herbs, and the shriveled goblin ear forming a small mound on the counter. The pretty clerk approached, inventory sheet in hand, and placed it before Bai Fan. "This gentleman, you've submitted a total of 360 goblin trophies. I've calculated your reward according to their ranks. Please check the statement." The clerk behind the counter spoke while sliding a detailed form across to Bai Fan. Bai Fan skimmed it. The amount matched his own estimate almost exactly, so he nodded. In the Tsongfing Mountains, goblins are the lowest grade monsters, so their bounties are modest. Rank 1 Goblin 100 Dragon Coins. Rank 2 Goblin 100 Dragon Coins. Rank 3 Goblin 300 Dragon Coins. Most of the ears he had brought in were from these three ranks, netting him 20,000 Dragon Coins. He had also turned in a few higher-level trophies, under the Adventurers Guild's standard rates. Rank 4 Goblin Ear 500 Dragon Coins each. Rank 5 Goblin Chieftain Ear 1,000 Dragon Coins each. Those added another 15,000 Dragon Coins. The total at the bottom of the sheet was a pleasing 235,000 Dragon Coins. As expected, once you become a Beast Master, the money rolls in, Bai Fan mused, sliding the statement back. "Everything checks out. Please transfer the reward to my guild card." After the clerk confirmed the transaction, a system chime sounded. Bai Fan turned to leave the guild. He had been away for nearly a month and already missed his cozy home and his sister's chatter. He had barely taken 2 steps when someone blocked his path. "Mr. Zhang Shan, what's the meaning of this?" Bai Fan looked up at the square-jawed middle-aged man and frowned slightly, though his tone stayed calm. The man was Zhang Shan, a teacher at Dongyun High School and Lu Tianlong's homeroom instructor. Zhang Shan snorted. "Bai Fan, is that how you greet a teacher? And you frightening Lu Tianlong and the other Todo, you think that's appropriate?" His words were harsh and blunt. Bai Fan's gaze cooled, the corner of his mouth twitching. "Teacher Zhang, frightening them? You must be mistaken. They provoked me first. I only showed them a few goblin ears so they could understand how ruthless the Tsongfing Mountains truly are. How is that intimidation? I was helping them." His voice no longer held any courtesy. Zhang Shan's face grew even colder, anger flashing in his eyes. Dongyun High specialized in training beast masters. Its teachers didn't need to hunt monsters themselves to earn bonuses, yet competition among the staff was fiercely intense. At Dongyun High School, a teacher's pay rises or falls in direct proportion to their classroom results. Each year, senior scores on the National College Entrance Exam determine every teacher's rating and bonus, and the higher the scores, the fatter the paycheck. Lu Tianlong was Zhang Shan's pride and joy. The moment the boy awakened, he had shown extraordinary promise and seemed bound for an elite university, which would give Zhang Shan's annual evaluation a dazzling boost. So when Bai Fan and Lu Tianlong clashed in the corridor, Zhang Shan sided with his protege, without hesitation. "What are you exactly? A nobody daring to defend a genius like Lu Tianlong?" Zhang Shan tapped a piece of chalk against his palm like a judge with a gavel. "Disrespectful to teachers, disruptive to classmates, you don't deserve to stay at Dongyun High. Apologize right now, or I'll recommend that the principal expel you so you can't drag anyone else down." Bai Fan stood in the wide hallway, his fingers curling until his knuckles turned white, the warmth in his eyes vanishing. Since the awakening ceremony, he had felt a subtle but constant rejection. After 2 lifetimes he usually ignored such slights, yet he hadn't expected a teacher like Zhang Shan to reveal such an ugly side. So this is how the world really works, he thought with a cold, inward sneer, his gaze growing darker. For Zhang Shan, expelling a student was nothing more than a quick word, a move that would not tarnish his reputation and might even consolidate his authority. For the student, it was ruinous. The high school curriculum was the gateway to becoming a beast master. Only after 3 years of study and the awakening could anyone sit for the annual college exam. For the old Bai Fan, Zhang Shan's threat would have been a death sentence. Apologize? Not a chance. Bai Fan lifted his head, his voice calm but icy. And don't bother expelling me, I've already decided I don't want to stay at Dongyan High. A flicker of murderous intent passed through his eyes. This scum deserved to die, but he forced the urge down. The city still had laws. One impulsive strike would turn him into a fugitive, hunted on all sides. He wouldn't stake his future on a moment's rage. Yu Zhongshan's face went dark, his chest heaving. He had never imagined that the usually silent, impoverished Bai Fan would push back so hard. He had only meant to scare the boy. With Bai Fan's family situation, expulsion would relegate him to the lowest rung of society, scavenging for scraps. If he remained at Dongyan High, even the barest talent could land him in some third-rate college and improve his family's lot. In Zhongshan's mind, Bai Fan would surely back down once he had finished speaking. Yet the teenager before him remained stone-faced, showing not the slightest hint of surrender. Zhongshan froze for half a heartbeat, then laughed in rage, his voice rising. Fine, fine, I'll go to the principal right now and file a report. Once the punishment is issued, even if you crawl to me on your knees, I won't withdraw it. He had deliberately raised his voice, and the beast tamers waiting in line nearby turned with disapproving frowns. With the college entrance exam looming, expelling a student was tantamount to wrecking that student's future, and many secretly despised such a move. A short distance away, Lu Tianlong and his two friends had already recovered and were thrilled by what they heard. Lu Tianlong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, eyes fixed on Bai Fan with venomous hate. The public humiliation had nearly made him grind his molars to dust. While Bai Fan was still enrolled at Dongyan High, Lu could do little more than petty bullying on campus. But if Bai Fan were expelled and lost his student status, he would plunge straight to the bottom of Dongyun City's scavenger class, and Lu would have all the time in the world to torment this eyesore. Liu's malice and Zhongshan's scorn were plain to Bai Fan, yet they failed to stir even a ripple in his expression. Finish talking? Then step a city, a good dog doesn't block the road. His words were icy. He shoved Zhongshan's shoulder and strode toward the guild's exit. Near the doorway, he suddenly paused, glanced back at the four of them, and swept them with a calm gaze. Murderous intent churned in his chest, but his face stayed impassive. The rules of Dongyan City bound his hands for now, but later, well, no one might be able to shield them. Outside the Adventurer Guild, Bai Fan smoothed his expression and hurried home. He didn't want to let outside turmoil intrude on his reunion with his sister. He had been gone a month. Had Ranran managed on her own? With that worry pressing at him, he pulled out his key and opened the door. He halted the moment he stepped inside. In the living room, little Bai Ranran sat on the sofa, and beside her was a pretty teenage girl. Xiao Yue, what are you doing here? Two beautiful girls, one older and one younger, should have made a pleasing scene. Yet Bai Fan's eye sharpened in an instant. His sister was his only weak spot. He could never be too careful. Sensing her brother's guarded stance, Bai Ranran blinked and asked in confusion, Bro, didn't you ask Sister Xiao to look after me? As she spoke, she too regarded Xiao Yue warily. Xiao Yue sighed inwardly. After finally getting close to Ranran, were these siblings now treating her like an enemy? Since leaving the Tsongfeng Mountains, she had changed back into her elegant school uniform, once again looking every inch the campus belle. Her brows were knit in mild concern, her moist eyes soft with innocent appealing expression that would draw pity from most. But Bai Fan had already witnessed her cleanly dispatched bounty hunters in the mountains. That blood-soaked decisiveness was etched in his mind, and her current facade left him unmoved. All right, Xiao Yue sighed softly. Facing the frost-eyed siblings, she could only begin to explain why she had come. I've come to keep our promise. Soft light bathed the living room. On the Bai family's old sofa, Bai Fan hovered beside his sister's wheelchair, eyes alert, while Bai Ranran pinched the cuff of his jacket, her fingers trembling. Confronted with their wariness, Xiao Yue could only spread her hands and explain everything from the beginning. After parting from Bai Fan in the Adventurers Guild Hall, she had rushed home and reported to her father, Xiao Yuanshan. As she expected, he agreed at once. He contacted Dongyan City's first hospital, reserved a private intensive care suite for Bai Ranran, and reminded Xiao Yue repeatedly to bring the girl in before the day is over. Puzzled by her father's urgency, Xiao Yue had sprinted straight to the Bai residence and rang the bell before catching her breath. When her story ended, Bai Fan realized he had misjudged her, though a new question arose: why was her father in such a hurry? Still, the news was tremendous. It meant his sister could begin proper treatment sooner. Go, Bai Ranran whispered, eyes clouded with worry as she tightened her grip on his coat. She knew exactly how astronomical the medical bills were, numbers their family could never meet. This elegant young woman offered help, but at what price to her brother? Bai Fan patted his sister's soft hair and said gently yet firmly, Don't worry. I'm here. You'll be walking on your own soon. Then he turned to Xiao Yue and nodded. If everything's ready, let's leave now. And while we're at it, could you handle Ranran's school transfer papers too? Night lay quietly over Dongyan City's villa district. Inside a brightly lit mansion, a faint scent of leather rose from a genuine hide sofa. A mutated Titan Snail? Lu Dong repeated, tapping a finger on the armrest, brows knitted. As head of Dongyun City's Education Bureau, he was used to hearing tales of geniuses, yet few made him pause like this. Across from him, the handsome Xiao Yuanshan features reminiscent of his daughter. Xiao Yu sat poised, smiling with confidence. Exactly, Director Liu. The information Yu has sent back is rock solid. Dongyun City may soon welcome a true prodigy. Lu Dong waved a cautious hand. Old Xiao, I don't doubt your niece's judgment. But Titan Snails fell from favor a century ago and have been dismissed as worthless ever since. A mutated specimen appearing now is hard to believe. Still, if you're right, your private high school will shine in this year's college entrance exams. Polite as his words were, anticipation gleamed in his eyes. Seeing it, Xiao Yuanshan's smile widened. It's all thanks to your leadership, Director Liu. Under your guidance, our school nurtures talent. When a bright seedling emerges, you naturally deserve the credit. Xiao Yuanshan offered Lu Dong a few polite compliments, then added, according to the word I got from my girl, that student named Bai Fan might be able to fight for a top 10 spot in the provincial entrance exams. Top 10, huh? Lu Dong murmured, a fiery longing flashing in his eyes. As the head of education in Dongyun City, he knew exactly what that meant. A top 10 finish would signal not only a future powerhouse beastmaster, but also a brilliant line on his own resume. He drew a deep breath and lowered his voice. For 10 straight years, the best score we've managed is 56th. If this kid really cracks the top 10, not only could my position move up, but, old Xiao, your school would instantly join the region's elite high schools. Xiao Yuanshan met his gaze and nodded slightly. Exactly. The entrance exam is an opportunity for the students, but it's just as much one for us. His words had barely faded when Xiao's phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen, a smile tugging at his lips. Lu Dong was about to speak when Xiao beat him to it. Director Liu, interested in meeting this Bai Fan ahead of time? First People's Hospital of Dongjiang City. Night deepened, and in the top floor intensive care suite the soft lighting could not dispel the tension. Bai Ran lay on the bed, her fingers clutching her brother's shirt. Her voice trembled. Brother, will I really be able to walk again? Bai Fan rubbed the crown of her head, his gaze unwavering. Of course. When you're well, we'll take you to see the most beautiful sights. For years her forced bravado had stabbed at his heart. The cramped room, the meager earnings from knitting, the silent longing had seen it all. In the past he had been powerless, but now everything was different. Knock, knock, knock. The silence broke. The door opened and a female doctor stepped in, rimless glasses framing calm eyes, her white coat immaculate, every movement composed. Bai Fan rose at once and greeted her respectfully. Dr. Li, hello. Dr. Li was the star of Dongyun First Hospital and the city's foremost healer support profession, on par with forge masters and alchemists in the Beastmaster system. Bai Fan knew persuading her to help was no small feat. The favor Xiao Yue and the others had called in was enormous, but worth every bit. Most important of all, with Dr. Li here, his sister's illness would be no problem. Dr. Li nodded gently. You're the patient's family? He'll examine her first. With that she moved to the bedside, her motions brisk yet gentle, and began checking Bai Ran's condition. Inside the special ward, the moment the blanket was lifted, a pair of long, slender legs came into Dr. Li's view. Blue veins snaked down from the bend of the knees, and a frosty mist rose from the skin, making the room feel noticeably colder. Dr. Li's brows drew together as his diagnosis settled in. Cold poison had invaded her meridians, and it had been there for quite some time. The toxin has already reached the meridians, he murmured. At his words, Bai Ran's anxious expression dimmed, sorrow pooling at the corners of her eyes. Her brother, Bai Fan, followed with a tense look, hope edging his voice. Dr. Li, is there any problem you can't solve? Dr. Li glanced at the girl on the bed. A trace of hesitation flickered in his eyes, yet his tone remained calm. He'll do everything I can. When the treatment is finished, she'll be able to move around again. The promise sent delight flashing across Bai Ran's face, her smile impossible to hide. Beside her, Bai Fan caught the unspoken nuanced DR. Li had said move around again, not fully recover. Still, seeing his sister's joy, he held back the question. Thank you, Dr. Li, I'll wait outside. Bai Fan nodded toward the inner room, closed the door carefully, and sat on the bench in the corridor, his brows still knitted. She might walk again, but she might not be cured. In uncertainty that refused to loosen its grip. Rapid footsteps echoed from the end of the hallway, breaking his thoughts. Bai Fan. Before he even looked up, the familiar voice was already in his ear. It was Xiao Yue, and two imposing middle-aged men followed at her heels. Both were impeccably dressed, their steady strides and poised manner revealing seasoned experience in official circles. One of them, whose features closely resembled Yu's, was her father, Xiao Yuanshan. The other was Lu Dong, the head of Dongyun City's education department, someone Bai Fan often saw on television. Xiao Yuanshan's appearance at the hospital was expected, but why Lu Dong had come remained a mystery. Still puzzled, Bai Fan rose to greet them. How's your sister? Xiao Yue asked urgently. Dr. Li's treating her now. When he's done, Ran should be able to get out of bed and walk, Bai Fan answered honestly. Really? That's wonderful. Xiao Yue exhaled in relief. her genuine joy easing the tightness in Bai Fan's face and pushing his worries aside, at least for the moment. After a brief round of pleasantries, Xiao Yue introduced the two men. Bai Fan greeted them politely. As soon as the introductions ended, Lu Dong stepped forward, clasped Bai Fan's hand, and spoke with earnest enthusiasm. Bai Fan, I've heard old Xiao talk about your achievements. Remarkable work, truly a rising star from humble beginnings. To reach this level, you must have endured quite a bit. May I have the honor of seeing that mutated Titan Snail you captured? His tone was courteous, but his purpose was unmistakably direct. Even so, no displeasure showed on Bai Fan's face as he heard the request. He had long anticipated this outcome. The generous terms were clearly aimed at securing his strength and potential. Treating his sister first had already proved Lu Dong's sincerity, so a test now was only to be expected. Here, Bai Fan looked up at Lu Dong, his voice steady and utterly free of flattery. The best way to demonstrate a beast companion's strength was, of course, a fight. But they were on the top floor of Dongyan City First Hospital. If he released Little Snail here, the entire level would likely be crushed to rubble. Lu Dong waved with a laugh. No, not here. We'll head to Old Xiao School later, they have a proper arena for beast battles. Bai Fan remained perfectly composed. Lu Dong nodded to himself. He had met many prodigies in private, and most would tense up the moment they faced him. Even if they tried to disguise it, their eyes always betrayed their anxiety. Bai Fan showed none of that. Praise had not made him arrogant, and implied doubt had not ruffled him in the slightest. Such poise and maturity impressed Lu Dong greatly. Even without witnessing Bai Fan's strength firsthand, he was already inclined to believe 70 or 80% of what Xiao Yuanshan had told him. Very well. Bai Fan gave a faint smile and nodded. With his agreement, Lu Dong and Xiao Yuanshan offered a few brief instructions and hurried off. The corridor was left with only Xiao Yue and Bai Fan. Watching the two men disappear around the corner, the girl turned back, uneasily explaining, Bai Fan, please don't take it the wrong way. My father and the others. She was cut off by Bai Fan's raised hand. I understand. They're not wrong. Some things are easier to believe when you see them for yourself. The simple remark eased Xiao Yu's tension. She sat quietly beside him and kept him company while they waited. Before long, the ward door swung open, and Dr. Li stepped out, pulling off his mask. Under the bright white lights, there was a hint of hesitation in his expression. Dr. Li, how is my sister? Bai Fan asked at once, peering through the door's glass panel to see Bai Ran sleeping peacefully on the bed. Dr. Li nodded, then shook his head helplessly, and Bai Fan's heart sank. Your sister's condition wasn't serious at first. If she had been treated in time, she could have recovered completely. But the frost poison has lingered in her legs too long and is now spreading through her body. All I can do is suppress it so she can move like a normal person for the time being. A full cure is beyond my ability. He paused, apology showing in his eyes. To remove the frost poison completely, you'll need a healer of level 60 or above. Thank you, Dr. Li. Bai Fan bowed respectfully, though his gaze had already grown distant. Just like beast tamers, healers grew stronger with every level. A healer above level 60? There were only a handful in the entire Dragon Kingdom. People of that caliber had power and wealth at their fingertips. Bai Fan was still just a student. With his current status, he probably didn't even qualify for an audience, let alone their help. Bai Fan, stop worrying. With the potential you've shown, you're bound to become a powerhouse. When that day comes, hiring a level 60 healer will be child's play. After Dr. Li left, Xiao Yue met his eyes, her voice unwavering. Bai Fan mulled it over, then nodded. If your strength is great enough, today's problems will solve themselves sooner or later. Besides, he had the system and Little Snail behind him. The path ahead wasn't a fog, but a clear upward road. The urge to grow stronger surged inside him like oil touched by flame. Let's head to your school. He glanced at the sleeping Bai Ran beside the hospital bed, gently brushing her cool forehead, then turned to Xiao Yue. His sister's face was calm. The pain from the cold poison temporarily suppressed his most direct motivation to keep moving. Had already arranged to meet Lu Dong and Xiao Yuanshan. Any delay would be discourteous and clash with his urgency. Right now? Xiao Yue hesitated, looked at Bai Ran, then saw Bai Fan's resolve. All right, I'll take you. Don't worry about Ran. The hospital assigned a dedicated nurse. The elite private high school in Dongyan City sat in the city's most bustling district. As the car passed the gate, the noise of traffic gave way to fountains and leafy trees. Bai Fan stared at the orderly avenues and brightly colored classroom buildings. Compared with his rundown neighborhood, this was the city of his memories. The brief nostalgia only hardened his resolve to become stronger. Come on, Director Lu and the others are at the Beast Pet Training Arena. After confirming the spot with Xiao Yuanshan, Xiao Yue led the way. The bell had just rung. Students poured out of the buildings in twos and threes, filling the campus with youthful chatter. Their eyes followed Xiao Yue and Bai Fan, whispers thick with curiosity. As the school's undisputed star and acknowledged campus belle, Xiao Yue was used to the attention and walked steadily. Today, though, she watched Bai Fan, wondering if the stairs would rattle him. To her surprise, his expression stayed calm, as if the murmurs were no more than a passing breeze. He was even steadier than her father, Xiao Yuanshan, and the poise impressed her. Inside the training arena, several rows of benches were already full. Young people Bai Fan's age watched with bright eyes, while older teachers chatted quietly nearby. All had been invited by Lu Dong and Xiao Yuanshan to witness the event. Every so often they glanced at the entrance, waiting for the prodigy to appear. Teacher, what kind of genius makes us wait here in advance? Is there really someone in all of Dongyan City stronger than us? A haughty young man had waited so long for someone to appear that he finally turned to a middle-aged man beside him and asked a question. He stood in the middle of the corridor, tapping the face of his watch, impatience practically pouring from his eyes. As the acknowledged prodigy of this private high school, he rarely bothered to hide his arrogance. Aside from a handful of recognized elites on campus, he dismissed everyone else outright. The moment he spoke, several boys and girls of similar age glanced over, some curious, some supportive, others silent for fear of being dragged in. Only Fong Tairan, standing at the edge of the crowd, kept his head down. He knew exactly why they had been summoned, and he also knew he was here merely to make up the numbers. During their last trip to the Tsongfeng mountain range, he had seen Bai Fan's power with his own eyes, a crushing force that still made his heart race. Because of that, when the school issued its summons, he had considered skipping the meeting entirely. Gao Ming, you'd better take this seriously. Fong Tairan had shown up after all, and now he lifted his gaze to the arrogant youth. His voice was calm, but carried a warning. The person who's coming is scarier than you think. Gao Ming's brows knit before he let out a laugh. Scary? Fong Tairan, did one trip to the Tsongfeng mountain range scare you witless? The strongest students in Dongyan City are all gathered here. Who could be stronger than us? Besides, look at you, all pale and sickly. You're no match for me. And forget about Xiao Yiyue. His tone stayed smug, clearly unimpressed by Fong Tairan's advice. This time, however, Fong Tairan didn't flare up as usual. He simply shrugged, a trace of sympathy in his eyes. He remembered Xiao Yiyu's ruthless efficiency in the mountains, and the memory still made his skin crawl. That rose with thorns was definitely not his type. Suit yourself, he said blandly. But if you end up crying later, don't say I didn't warn you. With that, he leaned against the wall, arms folded, ready to enjoy the show. Gao Ming blinked, then arched an eyebrow, glee bubbling inside him. His longtime rival had suddenly gone soft, and he couldn't resist twisting the knife a little more. Just then, footsteps sounded at the door. Xiao Yiyue pushed it open, Bai Fan at her side. The girl's features were cold and striking. The boy's expression was unreadable. In an instant, several hostile gazes locked onto Bai Fan, and the air seemed to thicken. So you're the guy who kept us waiting? Gao Ming's eyes swept over Xiao Yu, blazing with heat before he raked them up and down Bai Fan. Bai Fan walked over to Lu Dong and the others and gave a small nod. If no one else is coming, then yes, that would be me. His tone was as calm as if he were discussing the weather. Gao Ming frowned again. The boy before him looked utterly ordinary, no dazzling aura, no hint of hidden strength. This was what had been kept waiting for. What annoyed him even more was how close Bai Fan stood to Xiao Yiyue. Before he could speak again, a middle-aged man, Xiao Yunshin, stepped forward from the side of the crowd. He greeted Bai Fan first, then turned to address everyone. This is Bai Fan. He'll be transferring into our high school's advanced class soon and will be your new classmate. I called you here today so you could meet him early and start getting acquainted. Dongyan City, training ground of a private high school. The moment Xiao Yuanshan finished his brief introduction, the spacious arena seemed to ignite, crackling with a tense, gunpowdered air. Hands clasped behind his back, he watched with a faint smile. This was exactly the moment he had promised Lu Dong, a chance for Bai Fan to show what he could do. Gathered in the ring were the school's prodigies, heirs to powerful families, blessed with staggering talent, and the backbone of the academy's perennial dominance in the college entrance exams. Xiao Yuanshan expected great things from them, yet he also knew their weaknesses. Pampered upbringings, endless resources, and dazzling gifts had bred an almost inevitable arrogance. Gao Ming embodied that flaw. Rated A in aptitude, he had contracted a first-sequence beast companion, a heaven-devouring demon wolf, a creature with divine bloodlines, and was said to edge out even Fong Tairan in raw power. The Gao family's wealth and influence rivaled the Xiao clans, and with those twin halos, Gao Ming acted as though the world revolved around him. He had even dared, in front of Xiao Yuanshan, to declare he would court Xiao Yiyue. Unchecked pride, however, always bites back. A single misstep in the all-important college exams could be disastrous. Today's sparring, in Xiao Yuanshan's mind, was a preventative inoculation. Let these youths witness a true peerless talent, learn that there is always someone stronger, and blunt their edges now rather than crash and burn when it mattered most. Relax, Uncle Xiao, Gao Ming replied respectfully, though his eyes gleamed with swagger. He's a new classmate. He'll make sure we have a thorough exchange. Isn't that right, Bai Fan? Oblivious to Xiao Yuanshan's intentions, he turned on Bai Fan, gaze burning. In his mind, exchanging pointers meant letting this seemingly ordinary boy taste his kindness the hard way. Bai Fan answered with a faint smile, utterly calm. After nearly a month training in the Tsangfing mountain range, steel flashing, blood spilling his heart, had become an unshakable rock. If ruthless bounty hunters couldn't unsettle him, a hothouse flower like Gao Ming certainly wouldn't. Gao Ming's brow twitched at that serenity. This guy's indifferent look, was he mocking him? Arrogant. Fury rose in his chest. He vowed to teach Bai Fan a painful lesson. Yet a seed of doubt crept in. Bai Fan, why does that name sound so familiar? He wasn't alone. Across the training ground, several students and even a few teachers seemed to recall something when they heard Bai Fan, whispering among themselves. You're Bai Fan from Dongyan High, aren't you? Just then, a teacher spoke up in surprise, and the mood in the room shifted at once. Pushing the gold-rimmed glasses up his nose, the 40-something man asked, voice trembling, Is that Bai Fan from the Dongyan City contract ceremony? The single question froze the air. Everyone still remembered the citywide live stream watched by millions in strength prodigy who had bonded with a Titan Snail. The absurd mix of top genius plus certified dud had been a non-stop joke online, and now the man himself had walked into their classroom. Who wouldn't stare? Students and teachers traded looks, then almost in unison pulled out their phones. Seconds later, screenshots and clips lit their screens in a cool blue glow. It's really him. I've scrolled past that face a dozen times. Shouts of shock, curiosity, and disdain tangled in the air. Bai Fan absorbed the reactions with a calm face, too bored to explain seen this show before. In a world where magic shared the stage with advanced tech, information spread faster than in his last life. The contract ceremony video was everywhere. Hiding was impossible. A goateed tutor frowned at Xiao Yuanshan on the podium. Director Xiao, isn't this decision a bit reckless? The other three elite class mentors looked equally troubled. Bai Fan's talent and combat scores had once been stellar, but tying himself to a Titan Snail had dimmed his future. Slotting him into the elite class could tank their rankings and the performance bonuses and promotions tied to them. Uncle Xiao, you're kidding, right? More blunt than the teachers was Gao Ming in the front row. His black combat suit framed broad shoulders, and every word hit like a nail. What right does a loser who bonded a Titan Snail have to sit with us? The words sliced through the room. Ignoring Xiao Yuanshan's reaction, Gao Ming stepped forward, eyes locked on Bai Fan. I don't know what trick you used on Uncle Xiao, but trash should know its place. We're not in the same league. Get out now, or I won't be gentle. The class erupted whispers, sneers, gleaming eyes. If Bai Fan still ranked at the top, this hiccup could be laughed off, but a nobody making them wait and daring to join their class? Insulting. Gao Ming. Even the usually steady Xiao Yuanshan let anger seep into his tone, yet before he could say more, Bai Fan stepped forward. Tall and lean, school jacket draped over his shoulders, Bai Fan gave Xiao Yuanshan and Director Lu a slight nod. Director Xiao, Director Lu, when you said show them your ability, you meant sparring with them, right? Meeting those calm, unfathomable eyes, Xiao Yuanshan swallowed the rebuke meant for Gao Ming and nodded slowly. Yes, I invited you here to exchange a few moves. Bai Fan adjusted his cuff, then turned, letting his gaze rest on Gao Ming and his friends. In that case, let's fight and see who the real loser is. His fingertip cut the air like a blade, sweeping across their faces as cold light flashed in his eyes. And I'm in a hurry. Come at me together. Arrogant. Bai Fan's words cracked across the training ground like thunder. The gifted class students who had been whispering and the watching teachers froze. A beat later, the whole place exploded like a powder keg. A failure who had bonded with a Titan Snail had just declared he would challenge every prodigy present single-handedly. More than a few people rubbed their ears, convinced they had misheard. Are you kidding? Do you even know your own limits? Stop wasting our time, get off the field. Jeers and rebukes flew from every direction, the air thick with anger and contempt. Gao Ming was shaking with fury. As the leading prodigy of the private academy and heir to a powerful Dongyan family, he had never met anyone so brazen. One man against all of them? Ridiculous. While shock and anger mingled around him, a faint light flickered in Bai Fan's eyes. Congratulations, host. Random challenge mission triggered. Objective: defeat the private school prodigies and demonstrate your strength. Reward: Dragon Blood Herb 1, Gold Chest 1. Penalty: none. The emotionless prompt set Bai Fan's heart ablaze. The herb would boost Little Snail's growth, and the gold chest might contain something priceless. Had planned to spar with Gao Ming anyway. Completing the mission at the same time would be killing two birds with one stone. Big talk is pointless. Let's fight and find out who can back it up. His gaze swept the crowd. The opponents were nothing more than mission props now. He strode to the center of the arena, eager to see what the gold chest might hold. Let's start. I'm on a schedule. The calm declaration dropped, and the place went silent for a heartbeat before erupting in even louder shouts. To deal with trash like you, I don't need backup. Gao Ming stepped forward, face cold. With a twist of his wrist, a summoning circle flared beneath him. A deafening howl split the air. A jet-black wolf the size of a calf slammed onto the ground. Fur bristling, murderous heat rolling off its body, the devourer wolf, Gao Ming's first sequence beast. Several gifted class students nearby grew tense. That growth value's no joke level 10, at least. At this rate, Gao Ming could top the Dongyan entrance trials. A few teachers exchanged low murmurs, openly impressed by the wolf's presence. Inside the training arena, Bai Fan didn't bat an eye when the devouring sky demon wolf appeared. He raised his hand and spoke in a calm, measured tone. Xiaohua, get ready for battle. A beam of white light flared from his beast's space, and a Titan snail no larger than a palm settled onto the ground. Go! The moment it emerged, Xiaohua waddled forward, its plump body swaying while two antennae affectionately brushed the back of Bai Fan's hand, soft yet resilient. Bai Fan crouched, patted the snail's thick shell, and a faint smile touched his lips, his composure unshaken. Across from him, Gao Ming's laughter drowned out every other sound in the arena. Ha ha ha, he pointed at the tiny snail, eyes brimming with ridicule. That's your Titan snail? My devouring sky demon wolf could eat it as a snack. Decision made, Gao Ming snapped his fingers. Devouring sky demon wolf, eat it. Roar. The wolf's limbs exploded into motion, its black-gray form streaking forward like lightning. Jaws gaped, fangs flashing cold light, and in an instant, it was upon Bai Fan and the little snail. On the observation platform, several proctors' faces darkened. The size gap made the outcome seem inevitable. Bai Fan was here under the chairman's, and Director Liu's watch-on accident would be disastrous. The teachers quietly gathered spiritual energy, ready to intervene. In the arena, Bai Fan, who seemed frozen in fear, drawled, Xiaohua, Titan form. Golden light erupted from the snail. The palm-sized creature ballooned in a heartbeat, expanding dozens of times, and immense Titan now occupied half the arena. Its deep violet shell was etched with dense runic patterns that shimmered menacingly. Its head wore a metallic helmet whose razor edges turned the once cute pet into an iron bastion. Bang! The wolf's fangs slammed into the shell with a thunderous crack. The Titan snail didn't budge. Instead, the rebound flung the demon wolf several meters through the air before it crashed to the ground, kicking up dust. How is that possible? Gao Ming's eyes narrowed to pinpoints as he stared at the mobile fortress. The useless label slapped on by Fan for a century was ripped apart in seconds. Around the arena, teachers and students traded stunned looks. Gao Ming clenched his jaw and barked a new order. Devouring sky demon wolf, windblade. The wolf snarled and lunged again. Halfway through its charge, it sprang upward, twisting midair. Foreclaws slashed. A shrill howl split the air. A crescent wind blade materialized, razor-sharp energy roaring toward the Titan snail. Boom. A violent crash echoed through the arena as the sky-devouring wolf's massive wind blade slammed into little snail's shell. The slash, sharp enough to shear through half a meter of steel, raised only a few ripples on the dark carapace before shattering into countless tiny vortices, leaving no trace behind. Gao Ming froze. That was how the innate skill the sky-devouring wolf awakened once its growth index hit 100. He had tested it himself. Even top-grade alloys couldn't withstand the blow. Yet the Titan snail shell was perfectly intact, its defense far beyond anything he had imagined. The shock lasted only a heartbeat before Gao Ming's expression turned grim. If he couldn't break the beast, he would take out its master. He ordered the sky-devouring wolf to skirt the Titan snail and go straight for Bai Fan. Landing lightly, the wolf kicked off with all four limbs, ripping through the air toward its target. But as it rounded the Titan snail's flank, a huge shadow loomed overhead. Whoosh! One of little snail's thick feelers whistled downward. The wolf had no time to dodge. The antenna hammered its waist and belly. Bang! Like a golf ball struck by a driver, the sky-devouring wolf shot into the air, traced an arc, and slammed into the training ground. Its spine bent at a grotesque angle, and deep blue blood seeped through its fur. It was barely breathing. In an instant, the instructors rushing to shield Bai Fan realized the creature that needed saving was the sky-devouring wolf. Across the field, the prodigy class stood dumbstruck. In mere seconds, someone of their own caliber had been one-shotted by a basic attack from the Titan snail. Once mocked as useless, the Titan snail was fiercer than a young pure-blood dragon, and their view of Bai Fan changed at once. Xiao Yue watched Bai Fan quietly and breathed a discreet sigh of relief. She never doubted he would win. She had seen his ruthlessness in the Tsangfeng Mountains, but she feared he might hit too hard and kill the wolf outright. For a student who had just become a beastmaster, the first partner was vital. If it died, all attribute boosts vanished, and the master's body suffered irreversible harm. What are you standing around for? Get the sky-devouring wolf to the infirmary now. Xiao Yuanshan, first to react, shot Bai Fan an approving look and waved the nearby teachers into action. Snapping from their daze, the instructors summoned their own beasts, lifted the blood-spattered, unconscious wolf, and hurried it to the medical wing, taking Gao Ming along for examination. That was an excellent bout, Xiao Yuanshan said with a smile as he walked up to Bai Fan. Given the strength Bai Fan had just demonstrated, he was more than worth the investment. On the arena a moment ago, he ended the fight in overwhelming fashion. His contracted beast, the Titan Snail, did not even have to use a single skill, yet everyone watching was left stunned. Xiao Yuanshan privately concluded that Bai Fan's true limits were far beyond what they had just seen. Hearing Xiao Yuanshan's praise, Bai Fan merely nodded, his gaze calm. With the Titan Snail's full destructive power, that blow alone could have torn the Tun Tian demon wolf to shreds. Out of consideration for Xiao Yuanshan and Xiao Yuyue, he had pulled back most of his strength. Otherwise, Gao Ming would already be gravely injured. Director Xiao, if there's nothing else, I'll head back, he said. He looked around. Many students were still pale, and their fearful expressions told him he had accomplished today's goal of making an impression. Xiao Yuanshan patted Bai Fan's shoulder approvingly. Good. Today was just to let everyone meet you. They'll handle the transfer paperwork with Director Liu later. Once you join the genius class, the school will award you 100,000 dragon coins and a Crave Beastmaster skill book. They'll have Yuyue bring them to you. You're still living in the Dongyun housing complex. The environment is poor, not ideal for preparing for the college entrance exam, and your sister needs a quiet place to recover. The Xiao family has several vacant apartments downtown. Yuyue will take you to pick one later. After announcing the rewards, he waved for Xiao Yuyue to lead Bai Fan away. As the two walked off side by side, Lu Dong narrowed his eyes at their departing figures, then turned to Xiao Yuanshan with a grin. You really found a treasure this time. What were the people at Dongyun High thinking, burying a talent like that? Xiao Yuanshan snorted. Dongyun High has pulled stunts like this before. I heard one of their teachers even wanted to expel Bai Fan. Let's see how they explain themselves after the college exams. Lu Dong nodded with a sigh. He had already heard about the clash at the Adventurers Guild expelling such a promising student over a minor dispute. No wonder Dongyun High keeps sliding downhill year after year. Bang! In the principal's office at Dongyun High, a palm slammed onto the desk, making the tea ripple. Zhuang Mo, the homeroom teacher of Class 11, glared at the principal, his face dark. I don't agree. Bai Fan did nothing wrong, so why expel him? The principal took an unhurried sip of tea, but before he could speak, someone else cut in. Mr. Zhuang, what kind of attitude is that? Is this how you talk to the principal? Zhang Shan sprang up from the sofa and jabbed a finger at Zhuang Mo's face. Do you know how serious Bai Fan's offense is? Lu Tianlong was a prime candidate for a top beast-mastering university. Thanks to Bai Fan, his emotions are a mess. If it hurts his performance in the exams, Bai Fan will be to blame. What's wrong with expelling him? Trash like that doesn't belong at Dongyun High. He's a rotten apple. From the other side of the office, Zhang Shan advanced, his tone harsh as he pointed straight at Zhuang Mo's face. After leaving the Adventurers Guild, Zhang Shan hurried back to Dongyun High School and headed straight for the principal's office. He pushed the door open and rattled off an exaggerated account of the clash between Bai Fan and Lu Tianlong's group, practically nailing the words expel him to the desk with his closing sentence. The principal was already convinced and about to nod when the office door was suddenly flung wide. Zhuang Mo burst in, gasping for breath. Zhang Shan frowned, unable to fathom why Zhuang Mo was so worked up over a nobody. A troublemaker? Zhuang Mo scoffed, his gaze sharp as a blade. Bai Fan's academic and combat scores rank among the very best at Dongyun High. If he's a troublemaker, what does that make everyone else? Zhang Shan folded his arms, face full of disdain. So what? He's bonded with a Titan Snail, a beast that will never amount to anything. Even if he stays, he won't get into a decent beast-taming university. He'll only drag down the school's overall rating and your year-end evaluation. Expelling him benefits you and Dongyun High. Yu Zhuang Mo's face flushed crimson. He glared at Zhang Shan, shocked a teacher could think only of scores and self-interest. Someone like you has no right to teach. He turned to the principal. I know Bai Fan's situation. If he's expelled, he'll struggle just to survive. If he stays, his grades alone can get him into at least a third-tier beast-taming university that would secure his future. The principal set down his cup and spoke in a calm, yet final tone. Mr. Zhuang, I see no issue with Mr. Zhang's suggestion. With a Titan Snail, Bai Fan's prospects are extremely limited. Lu Tianlong is different, destined to become a top beastmaster. Expelling Bai Fan will keep Lu Tianlong focused for the entrance exam, which clearly benefits the school. Frankly, the value Lu Tianlong will create is something 10,000 Bai Fans couldn't match. That's settled. He lifted his teacup again, unmistakably signaling the meeting was over. Zhuang Mo's fists tightened. He let out a bitter laugh. Benefits? Ridiculous. A student who faints at a goblin's ear, what good is raw talent like that? You snobs, I'm taking this to the Education Bureau. He shot a glare at both men and stormed out. He had barely reached the doorway when the principal's indifferent voice drifted after him. Mr. Zhuang, once the entrance exams are over, you'll no longer serve as Class 1's homeroom teacher. You've worked hard, take some time in a less demanding post. After leaving the private high school, Bai Fan stopped by the hospital to see his sister, then set out for Dongyun Community to pack up before moving into the housing the Xiao family had arranged. As he neared the gate, he spotted his homeroom teacher, Zhuang Mo. Mr. Zhuang. Bai Fan greeted him politely as soon as they met. Throughout the whole of Dongyun High School, only one teacher, Zhuang Mo, had continued to treat him as usual. Ever since Bai Fan contracted a Titan Snail, everyone else had mocked or abandoned him, but Zhuang Yimou stopped by every few days to offer encouragement. Now, an uncharacteristic anger showed on the teacher's face, and Bai Fan immediately guessed why Zhongshan must have stirred up trouble at school again. Sure enough, Zhuang Yimou forced down his temper long enough to explain what had happened, then seized Bai Fan's hand. They don't care whether you live or die. They want you expelled on the spot. I won't let that happen. Come with me to the Education Bureau. The heat of that grip sent a rare warmth through Bai Fan's chest. In recent years, aside from his younger sister, he hadn't felt such genuine concern from anyone. Yet he didn't let himself be pulled along. Instead, he gently turned his hand over and held the teacher's wrist. Please don't worry, Mr. Zhuang. Even if they let me stay, I'm not going to remain at Dongyan High. I'm transferring to a private academy and will take the college entrance exam from there. A private academy? Zhuang Yimou was taken aback. He knew the school well. It was Dongyun's longtime rival. Given Bai Fan's current ranking, why would that academy accept him? His frown deepened. Bai Fan, are you sure this isn't a scam? There's no turning back if you're wrong. Just come with me to the Education Bureau. Bai Fan patiently explained the details. As soon as he finished, Zhuang Mo's doubt turned to delight. A mutated Titan Snail? That means you already qualify for any of the top 10 Beastmaster universities. Bai Fan shook his head calmly. No, sir. I have only one target, the very top, Qingbei University. The determination in the teenager's eyes stunned Zhuang Yimou. Then he nodded over and over, pride flooding his face. Good, very good. Aim high. Since you're certain, I'm relieved. Focus on preparing for the exam. They'll get out of your way. After a few final words of advice, he left without hesitation. Standing at the gate of the apartment complex, Bai Fan watched his teacher disappear down the street, feeling a lingering warmth. Transferring schools had been a source of anxiety, but now the burden had lifted. He waited until Zhuang Yimou was completely out of sight before turning for home. As his teacher said, the college entrance exam was fast approaching, and he had to start early. Back in the living room, he sat at the table, steadied his breathing, and took a softly gleaming golden chest from his spatial ring. It was the third gold chest he had obtained. The first two had yielded the silver-grade weapon Featherlight Sword and the bronze-grade buff Minotaur Strength, both of which had helped him immensely. He hoped this one held a pet skill book, preferably something that gave his little snail a ranged attack. With that wish in mind, Bai Fan placed his hand on the golden chest. Golden chest unlocked. Congratulations, host. You've received bronze-grade equipment, boots of agility, and a crate skill book. Potential burst. The instant Bai Fan chose to open the golden chest, a crisp system chime exploded in his mind. Two balls of light blossomed like fireworks, and a pale bronze boot together with a skill book glowing with a bluish sheen hovered before him. Item: Boots of Agility. Grade: Bronze. Level requirement: 5. Stats: Agility 10. Special effect: None. Bai Fan reached out and grabbed the boot. Up close he saw sleek runic patterns etched across the upper and soles so light, they seemed weightless, good for a solid 10 points of agility. While not as impressive as Minotaur Strength and merely average for bronze gear, every bit counted. He equipped the pair without hesitation and felt noticeably lighter. After confirming the item's stats, his eyes shifted to the skill book he had been coveting. Crade: Potential Burst Beast Tamer Exclusive. Effect: Enter Potential Burst Mode, granting 20 to all attributes for 120 seconds. Note: No side effects. Cooldown 1 hour. Satisfied, Bai Fan nodded. If he triggered Potential Burst right now, all his base stats would exceed 100, enough to solo certain low-tier beast pets. Unfortunately, the skill applied only to the tamer and not to Little Snail. Otherwise, combined with Titan form, an extra 20 boost would make the snail even more terrifying. Even so, the golden chest had been well worth it. Stowing his prizes, he turned to the day's real agenda. Over the past month, Dragonblood grass in his planting space had produced 2 harvests, and with quest rewards, he had amassed 36 stalks. Imagining the boost Little Snail would gain from devouring them and how many times the system might multiply the return left, Bai Fan both curious and excited. He silently summoned his pet, and Little Snail's massive form appeared in the courtyard. Bai Fan handed over all 36 stalks. Delighted by the treat, Little Snail chirped twice, its 2 soft feelers politely rolling up the herbs before sending them into its mouth. Though the Titan Snail's mouth wasn't large, it resembled a bottomless well. The bright red plants disappeared amid crisp crunching sounds. Ding! The moment Little Snail swallowed the last leaf, the ultimate beast taming system's electronic voice echoed in Bai Fan's mind. Feeding Titan Snail successful. A 1,000-fold return has been triggered. You have obtained 1,200 pet growth points, 2 Beast Tamer grade skill book, Earth Spike Technique, 3 Dragonblood grass, seeds 100. For Dragon Spirit grass, seeds 100. All rewards have been delivered. Please check them at your leisure. Hearing the crystal clear announcement, Bai Fan's heart pounded with excitement. It wasn't the 10,000-fold rebate he had enjoyed the first time, but a 1,000-fold return still made him very happy. A burst of golden light erupted in the living room. After devouring the Dragonblood herb, the Titan Snail shone like a tiny sun. Its round head slowly withdrew into its rock-hard shell, the ridges rising and falling with each breath as though gathering some terrifying power. Bai Fan instantly understood Xiao what was about to awaken a new talent. He didn't interrupt, and instead focused on the reward he had just received. Earth Spike Art B Beastmaster skill. Consumes mental energy to summon a field of stone spikes in a 5 by 5 meter area. An offensive skill, and an area 1 at that. Bai Fan's eyes gleamed. Even at rank, its battlefield value could surpass certain rank abilities. Beastmasters were much more fragile than their pets. With long-range firepower in hand, he suddenly had a real lifesaver. From now on, he could let Xiao draw the enemy's attention up front while he stayed in the back and unleashed an Earth Spike Art, catching foes completely off guard. Together they would form a lethal combo. The urge to test it right away tickled at him, but a quick glance around the room and the skill's 5-meter radius made him hold back. If he cast that here, the whole building might come down. Just then a strange ripple came from Xiaohua. The golden light snapped inward and flared out like a howling vortex. Bai Fan knew the transformation was over. With a thought, the full status panel floated before his eyes. Pet, Titan Snail. Nickname, Xiaohua. Age, 1 month. Level, 10. Aptitude, Supreme Purple. Growth, 336 1000 chance to awaken a new talent or skill at certain milestones. Innate talent, Infinite Growth SSS. Attributes, Strength 750, Intelligence 750, Constitution 750, Agility 750. No buffs, gear, or items applied. Equipment, Titan's Wrath Gold currently boosts Strength to 950. Skills, Titan Shell S, Mind Shock S. Loyalty, 90. New skill Mind Shock S. Unleashes Bloodline power, sending a mental blast across a 100-meter radius. Any target whose intelligence is lower than the Titan Snail's falls unconscious instantly. Now that's brutal. Bai Fan whistled at the panel. With Xiaohua's 750 intelligence, anything under level 30 would barely stand a chance against a single Mind Shock. Thinking of the upcoming college entrance trials, his confidence soared. Earth Spike Art for offense, Mind Shock for protection victory felt certain. At the exam, if gods block us, well slay gods. If Buddhas block us, well slay Buddhas. First place is ours. He laughed and patted the shell. Xiao gently waved its feelers, as if answering his boast. After storing the snail back in the beast space, Bai Fan took a deep breath and looked at the cluttered desk. He began packing his things, getting ready for the all-important exams ahead. Time had flown by, and the Beastmaster College entrance examination that would decide the fate of countless students was finally underway. On the vast plaza of Dongyan City's private high school, the entire senior class stood assembled like a rolling tide, while freshmen and sophomores ringed them in layers, excitement and anxiety mingling on every face. In this era of highly developed magic, written tests were a thing of the past. Today's exam was a live combat trial that measured a Beastmaster's power and resolve. Under thousands of watchful eyes, a towering vine that pierced the clouds suddenly ignited with light. Runes flowed across its surface like meteors streaking through daylight. Within the blinding radiance, a colossal gate dozens of meters tall slowly emerged. The air around its frame rippled as though being torn apart, and a palpable sense of danger swept over the crowd. The gate of trial. Every candidate would step through that gate into a secret realm and fight for the points that would shape their future. When the gate solidified, the vine budded again. 4 thick offshoots hovered above the lintel, gathering the excess light into a curved, giant screen. It remained pitch black for the moment, yet it held every gaze. Soon it would show live images from the secret realm, split into countless windows so that many battles could be watched at once. High overhead, arcane recording devices had already fixed their angles, ready to broadcast the spectacle to every light screen terminal across Longhua. Bai Fan, when you get inside you'll have to choose a difficulty level. I want you to pick hell, Xiao Yuanshan whispered, patting Bai Fan's shoulder. With your strength, cracking the top 10 in Yinchuan province will be a breeze. Bai Fan merely nodded. He had already planned on hell difficulty. A provincial top 10 finish was never his destination. Assuming his advice had been accepted, Xiao Yuanshan gave a satisfied nod and withdrew to the edge of the formation. Light surged once more at the tip of the vine, and a middle-aged man stepped from the brilliance to the plaza below. His features were stern, a gem-inlaid wooden staff in his grip, and the pressure radiating from him was as heavy as a mountain. A proctor for the Dongyun private school testing zone. Quiet, all of you. His low voice boomed across the plaza. The Beastmaster College entrance examination is about to begin. Check your gear. The gate of trial opens in 10 minutes. Enter in order when called. The square fell silent at once. Conversations died mid-sentence as candidates tightened their armor, checked summoning scrolls, and counted potion vials, unwilling to overlook the smallest detail. Even the outer ring students, who had been whispering moments before, fell quiet, their eyes locked on the scene unfolding before them. After the sudden change in the hall, the proctor's solemn voice rang out once more. You'll repeat myself. Danger lurks beyond the gate of trials, so value your lives. Once inside, The Divine Vine will issue each of you a return scroll. If things go wrong, use it immediately and leave the realm. The students reacted differently, a tangle of emotions crossing their faces. The Beastmaster entrance exam was a contest, but it carried the risk of death. Every year, some candidates overestimated themselves in hopes of earning a few extra points and never came back. The proctor's warning was nothing new, yet no one knew how many would truly heed it. For many, this was the only chance to change their fate. Even a single point could set them apart from countless peers. Under such pressure, surrender was not an option. 10 minutes slipped by in a flash. Time's up. Candidates, enter the gate of trials in an orderly fashion. As the words fell, the hazy portal deep within the Divine Vine solidified. A brilliant gold light traced a majestic frame, and every candidate held their breath, eyes burning with anticipation. The gates slowly swung open. Under the proctor's watchful gaze, the students stepped across the threshold one, Bai Fan among them. Trial Realm, Shadow Forest. Realm Tier, Bronze. Entry Level, 120. Difficulty Options, Easy, Normal, Hard, Hell. Party Requirement, Solo. Realm Synopsis, a forest shrouded in shadow, overrun by monsters. Brave Beastmaster, if you crave the proof of the strong, trade for it with a monster's life. Passing through the gateway, a stream of information flowed into Bai Fan's mind. An icy mechanical voice followed in his ear. Candidate Bai Fan, please choose your difficulty. Do not select a level beyond your ability, or unpredictable consequences will occur. The warning dripped with cold menace, but Bai Fan didn't hesitate. Hell! White light flared, and teleportation energy swallowed him. A brief dizziness struck, then the voice returned. Notice, Candidate Bai Fan, you have entered the Bronze Realm Shadow Forest in Hell difficulty. A return scroll has been placed in your pack. Use it if you face mortal danger. The protective barrier will disappear in 5 seconds. Good luck. As the dizziness faded with the parting words, Bai Fan shrugged and smiled with casual indifference before scanning his surroundings. The terrain resembled the outer woods of the Tsangfeng Mountains, yet it was darker and more oppressive. Unlike the relatively open forest outside Tsangfeng, he landed in the midst of monsters. A pack of roughly 1.5-meter creatures stood upright ahead, wolf heads atop humanoid bodies, fangs protruding, long claws on both hands and feet. The cold gleam at their tips left no doubt. Those claws were razor sharp. At last, it had begun. After 3 years of sharpening their skills, the day was here, and people everywhere crowded around their screens to send their best wishes to the teenagers taking the Beastmaster entrance exam, hoping each of them would earn the score of their dreams. Someone in the live chat sighed. I wonder how many students from Dongyan City will break into a top Beastmaster university this time? One excited mother typed, son, I can see you on the stream, go for it, and get your best score. When the final candidate stepped through the trial gate, the colossal Divine Vine unfurled, its emerald tendrils weaving a multi-paneled curtain that broadcast real-time footage of every examinee inside the secret realm. These feeds were instantly mirrored to every major platform. In a heartbeat, bullet comments filled the streams, and voices rose in excitement. Viewers rushed to cheer for familiar faces, while others debated which contestant looked most likely to shine. In mere minutes, National Beastmaster Entrance Exam Live rocketed to the top of the trending list. The buzz wasn't limited to the internet. The test centers themselves were equally tense. In another venue in Dongyan City, Dongyan High School, the principal stood on the podium at the edge of the athletic field, face slightly rigid, gaze locked on the main screen formed by the Divine Vine. Beside him stood the school's teachers and a familiar figure to Bai Fan Director Liu from the Education Bureau. Mr. Zhang, did you brief Liu Tianlong and the others? The principal asked quietly, a hint of unease in his voice. He stole a glance at Liu Dong. The high-ranking official had never before visited Dongyun High in person, and his close ties to the private Zhouyuanshan High made today's appearance all the more intriguing. Zhang Shan nodded, a confident smile on his face. Don't worry, principal. I've already talked to them. Liu Tianlong's group all chose the Hell difficulty realm, and just before the exam his beast awakened a second innate skill. They won't disappoint you this time. The certainty in Zhang Shan's tone eased the principal's tension. Off to the side, Zhuang Imo stood with arms folded. He snorted softly at the exchange, eyes flashing with disdain, but said nothing. His attention quickly returned to the screens as he searched for his own students, eager to see how Bai Fan would perform. Bai Fan had barely set foot inside the secret realm when the first monster charged him. A gnoll. He identified it at once, drawing on the bestiary in his mind. Monster Gnoll. Level 5. Combat style, melee. Skills, bite, claw, swipe. These creatures were naturally vicious and loved to hunt in packs. Yet in front of Bai Fan and Little Snail, they were no different from the goblins they had faced before. Not every candidate was greeted by a level 5 gnoll the moment they entered. In the Beastmaster entrance exam, each difficulty tier came with its own opening challenge, and the first wave of monsters varied accordingly. Hell difficulty starts with level 5 monsters, while candidates who pick easy face level 1 foes in the first wave. At first glance, easy looks like a bargain, but the truth is very different. Because the initial level is fixed at 5, hell difficulty doubles the score from the outset. Easy offers a base multiplier of 1, normal 1.25, hard 1.5, and hell a full 2. Anyone bold enough to choose hell can vault ahead on the leaderboard from the very first stage. High rewards come with high risks. Monsters grow stronger and more ferocious in later rounds, and the threat to a candidate's life rises sharply. Only genuine powerhouses click the hell option without hesitation. Shawa, let's fight together. The defensive barrier overhead flickered, about to shatter, as Bai Fan summoned his pet. The palm-sized snail on his shoulder rubbed against his cheek, its two feelers waving nimbly in a declaration of war. A heartbeat later, the translucent shield burst into motes of light. Roar! The gnoll pack in the distance finally caught the intruder's scent. 20 bloodshot monsters howled in unison, their charge bringing a wave of putrid, metallic stench that made the air thick and acrid. Bai Fan showed no fear. On the contrary, excitement flashed in his eyes. He raised the blade of Zephyr, the edge gleaming coldly. At the same time, at his command, Shawa activated Titan form. Boom! A house's-sized Titan Snail barreled into the mob like an avalanche, its massive shell alone smashing the 20 gnolls apart. In the blink of an eye, 8 unlucky beasts were ground into pulp, bone fragments and blood spraying everywhere. Instead of retreating, the remaining gnolls grew even more frenzied. 10 swarmed the snail, clawing and pounding, while 2 slipped past its flank, lunging at the seemingly frail Bai Fan. Roar! The pair howled, bearing dagger-like fangs they hadn't tasted human flesh in ages. The faster one leapt at Bai Fan almost instantly, razor-sharp claws flashing downward. Bai Fan's expression stayed impassive. With a subtle sidestep, he slipped past the attack like a ghost. As the claws met empty air, his wrist flicked, and the blade of Zephyr swept across the gnoll's throat. Flash! The gnoll behind could only stare wide-eyed as its companion's head flew off, foul blood splattering in every direction. Bai Fan casually shook the droplets from his sword and murmured, pathetic. His gaze locked on the second target, a glint of frost in his eyes, and he shot forward like lightning. Inside the Gaokao secret realm, Bai Fan burst forward with the Featherlight, sword in hand. A charging gnoll felt an instant wave of mortal dread. It tried to halt, but Bai Fan's near-max stats left it no chance. The monster saw his figure dissolve into overlapping afterimages, as though a gale swept past. An instant later, the space before it was empty, and a spark of hope flickered. Had it escaped? The thought had barely formed when a keen blade sliced its throat. The body kept running, but the head had already hit the dirt. The Featherlight sword had claimed a life without a sound. The weapon still vibrated, yet Bai Fan never glanced back. He raced toward the remaining gnolls. Up ahead was Shaowa's battlefield. Its thick feelers had already pounded 10 foes into pulp, leaving only 5 on their last breaths. Finish this fast. Time was everything here. Thousands of competitors were fighting for the same prize, and a single second could decide ownership. He flashed into the fray. Swish, swish, swish. 5 cold arcs of light crossed, and Shaowa's feelers crashed down like hammers. In the blink of an eye, 5 broken gnoll corpses lay in a pool of blood, their stench thickening the murky air. Bai Fan flicked blood from the sword and pressed on with Shaowa. The death of 20 gnolls blew apart the black mist at the entrance, revealing a narrow path tangled in thorns. As they moved deeper, the light dimmed and twisted trees loomed over fields of bleached bones, yet his enhanced attributes kept his vision clear. A fresh ripple of hostility rolled through the gloom. Up ahead, a roaring campfire cast glaring light over 20 snarling cat demons. Black fur bristled, thick tails lashed, and razor claws gleamed in the firelight. Monster, cat demon. Level, 7. Combat type, melee. Skills, rapid claw bite. Bai Fan's and Shaowa's footsteps drew their attention. Roar. The cat demons crouched low, slit pupils narrowing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streaks of shadow sliced through the air, howling toward Bai Fan and Shaowa. The fastest cat demon reached him in a blink, 5 razor-edged claws stirring a blood-tinged gale. Bai Fan's eyes turned cold. He told Shaowa to hold off the rest, then slipped a half-step back, just past those claws. A flick of his wrist sent the spirit blade in a silvery arch. With a dull crack, the cat demon was split in 2, its body tumbling as black blood sprayed through the air. While Bai Fan and Shaowa blazed through the first trial, countless viewers in Dongyan City stared at the same livestream. Who was that kid? 20 gnoll warriors down in under 10 seconds? Shouts rippled everywhere, faces filled with disbelief. On screen, a lean figure flashed like lightning, his long sword harvesting lives like death's own scythe. Beside him, a house's-sized beast bristling with barbed feelers swung massive limbs, smashing gnolls into pulp. Seconds later, 20 corpses lay scattered. The boy and his beast left only decisive silhouettes as they stepped into the shadow forest. Elsewhere, the fights in other candidates' windows were still deadlocked. When did Dongyan City spawn a monster like that? Never heard the name, and that beast partner doesn't ring a bell either. As the buzz spread, more viewers flocked to the feed. That's when they noticed the faint red glow framing the screen, the stamp of Hell tier difficulty. Hell tier, that's the highest setting, and he cleared it this fast? Divine projection colors each trial's border. Red means hell. Plenty of Dongyun elites had picked it. Gao Ming, Xiao Yiyue, Fang Tairan, and Dongyun Hai's Lu Tianlong and Tian Ming, all chasing top scores. Normally the tier alone wouldn't wow anyone, but Bai Fan and Xiao was smashed every expectation. While they felled 20 nulls and strode into stage 2, every other Hell tier candidate was still locked in struggle. Past exam seasons make top contenders' files semi-public, easy to find with a quick search. This time, growing traffic revealed something startling. Bai Fan's record was a complete blank, and no entry in the Beast Companion Encyclopedia matched the terrifying creature at his side. Is that Bai Fan the prodigy who just transferred to the private academy? The crowd froze for a heartbeat, then exploded with a chorus of startled cries. A moment ago they had watched him blast a cat demon sky high with a single punch, a sight that not only stunned everyone, but also dragged the Titan Snail, long buried in the first tier of beast rankings, into the spotlight for the very first time. After a brief hush, spectators pretended they had suddenly figured it out and began shouting Bai Fan's name. Bai Fan. Inside the live stream, hundreds of thousands of viewers immediately recalled the contract ceremony that shook the entire city a month earlier. Back then, the summoning arena had been demolished, a Titan Snail had crawled out of the array, and the boy was written off with labels like trash contract and no potential. The confident teenager on screen now was nothing like the failure they remembered. Hold on, wasn't the Titan Snail supposed to be useless? How can it unleash power like that? Questions flooded the chat. Ever since dragons went extinct a century ago, the Titan Snail, stripped of its symbiotic connection to them, had fallen from glory, a fact etched into every beast-taming textbook. The scene before them overturned that fact in an instant. As the skepticism mounted, someone in the crowd deliberately raised his voice. Bai Fan's Titan Snail is different. Under his training it mutated, and its strength now tops every known beast. Mutated? The audience was completely hooked. If this Titan Snail not only patched its flaws but surpassed other beasts in raw power, then Bai Fan held the strongest trump card in Dongyun City. Unbelievable. I heard he even awakened and scrayed talent during that ceremony. At this rate, Dongyun City might finally produce a provincial champion. The flurry of praise sent the chat into a frenzy. For Dongyun City, crowning a provincial champion would be an unprecedented honor. But just as the hype peaked, another question surfaced. Wait, wasn't Bai Fan a student at Dongyun High? How did he end up at a private school? Why would Dongyun High let a genius like that walk away? At those words, several figures weaving through the bleachers traded knowing looks and quickly leaked the inside story. Don't you know? Bai Fan was treated unfairly at Dongyun High. The administration withheld resources, singled him out at every turn, and in the end, tried to expel him without cause. The revelation hit like a bomb. Silence swept through the stream, followed by a tidal wave of outrage. Has Dongyun High lost its mind? They tried to expel a genius like that? Amid the uproar, Xiao Yuanshanth, headmaster of the private academy, stood quietly on the podium, watching the storm of public opinion with a satisfied smile. He had poured considerable resources into fanning the flames of conflict between Bai Fan and Dongyun High, and the payoff far exceeded expectations. Nodding slightly, Xiao Yuanshan shifted his gaze back to the screen locked onto Bai Fan's broadcast. The more brilliantly Bai Fan performs, the harder Dongyun High School and its principal will have to swallow their humiliation. On the other side of the stadium, teachers and students from several private schools were cheering in front of the giant screen, while the Dongyun stands erupted with shocked exclamations. Many spectators whipped around in anger, their eyes like blades aimed straight at the VIP platform. On that platform, Principal Li of Dongyun High School sat ramrod straight. Noticing the sudden stares, he frowned. Why are they looking at us instead of watching the broadcast? The teachers beside him were equally puzzled. Principal Li, I never imagined something like this could happen at Dongyun High, said Lu Dong, the director of the Education Bureau. He rose, handed his phone to Principal Li, and spoke with pointed calm. Li could not spare a thought to decipher Liu's tone. His gaze glued itself to the screen. In the live stream, a tall, cold-eyed teenager wielded a long sword, weaving through a pack of cat demons. Steel flashed, blood sprayed. Beside him, a massive Titan Snail whipped its thick tentacles, swatting the monsters into crimson mist. What? A terrible premonition surged through Li. He opened his mouth to ask, but a voice cut him off. From a corner seat, Zhuang Imo stepped forward, his words icily precise. Principal, that worthless nobody you expelled is Bai Fan. You said he was inferior to Lu Tianlong, didn't you? Well, Lu Tianlong is still stuck in the first stage, and Bai Fan is about to clear the second. The bitterness in Zhuang's voice was unmistakable, yet Li heard nothing else. Once he recognized Bai Fan on the screen, he went rigid, his throat so dry he could not speak. Impossible. The Titan Snail is universally considered a trash pet. Bai Fan can't be this strong. He slammed the table and sprang to his feet, utterly flustered. Lu Dong let out a soft chuckle that sliced through Li like an icy wind. Trash? Principally, with what Bai Fan is showing, even if he doesn't take the provincial top score, he's a lock for the top 10. If a student like him is trash to you, what does that make the rest of Dongyan's candidates? Although Liu's tone remained even, a cold smile hung on his face. After years of watching Dong Yunhai decline, he had long since wearied of this complacent principal. Li's legs buckled, and he collapsed back into his seat. Cold sweat streamed down his temples. Beside him, Zhang Shan looked as if lightning had struck him. He had forced Bai Fan to withdraw, without a second thought what trouble could a worthless student cause. Now everything had changed. With talent like this, Bai Fan was almost guaranteed a spot at a top university. Forget future revenge. The immediate investigation from the Education Bureau alone could ruin him. Boom. With a deafening crash, the last cat demon was pulped beneath Little Snail's massive antennae. As the creature died, a stairway to the third trial slowly rose at the far end of the forest. Bai Fan didn't hesitate. He stepped forward with his partner and moved on. Second stage, cleared again. Most candidates were still trapped in the first trial. Even prodigies like Xiao Yiyue and Lu Tianlong, who carried everyone's hopes, had only just pushed open the gate to stage 2. Bai Fan's back-to-back victories were staggering. Didn't he need to rest? Fighting non-stop had to drain an enormous amount of stamina. Spectators watching the giant screens saw his silhouette darting between branches. Their awe quickly turned to concern. The Beast Tamer entrance exam is scored with brutal simplicity. The number of stages completed, plus total time. Average students usually stall in the early rounds and can only count on stages cleared for points. The true elites expect to finish the whole course, so what sets them apart is speed. Because of that, the geniuses who chose hell difficulty have been racing the clock from the first step. Yet even among these diehards, no one pushed forward like Bai Fan has skipped every break and sprinted straight into the next fight. Some feared he would burn out. Others countered that a Titan Snail is a first-series hidden beast, and this one has mutated. The higher its stats grow, the larger Bai Fan's stamina pool becomes. Had Bai Fan heard the debate outside, he would have smiled. A level 10 little snail grants him nearly a full 100 attribute points, about the same as an ordinary level 20 pet. The last two brutal battles were little more than a warm-up. Crunch, crunch. The stairway to the third stage was dim and winding, but the sound of chewing echoed clearly, growing louder with every step. The path opened into a hollow the size of a soccer field, sunken in the heart of the woods. Several campfires roared, painting the muddy ground and surrounding trunks blood-red. Bai Fan's lips curved in old acquaintance. By the flickering light, he easily took in the scene. 20 towering minotaurs lounged around the fires or sprawled on the ground, cooking their meal. In a rust-spotted cauldron, dark green broth boiled, and pale bones bobbed to the surface. Several impatient minotaurs plunged their hands into the scalding pot, yanked out steaming white bones, and stuffed them straight into their mouths, ignoring the rising clouds of vapor. The chewing Bai Fan had heard earlier was coming from this very camp. Compared with the sites he had stumbled upon in the Tsangfing Mountains, this settlement was tiny, just a few crude shelters, a weak campfire, and piles of stripped clean bones. Bai Fan couldn't tell whether food was genuinely scarce in the Shadow Forest or whether the examiners had arranged it that way, but these minotaurs were noticeably smaller than the ones he had fought before. 2 of the 20 looked half the size of their comrades, ribs protruding beneath skin marked by dark red runes, as though they had been offered up in some savage ritual. Roar! The minotaurs lounging around the fire snapped to attention when Bai Fan and Xiao burst in. Heavy breaths turned to murderous stares. The minotaur that had been gnawing a bone flung the remaining half aside with a clang, drool spilling between its fangs. It clearly intended to add the newcomers to tonight's menu. Monster, Minotaur Warrior. Level 9. Combat Style, Melee. Skills, Charge, Trample. Monster, Minotaur Shaman. Level 9. Combat Style, Ranged. Skills, Boiling Blood, Shadow Ray. An info panel flashed across Bai Fan's vision. The warriors matched his previous records, but the 2 underfed creatures took him by surprise. They were the elusive Minotaur Shamans. According to the Monster Compendium, shamans are a rare mutation that almost never appears. He had searched one camp after another in the Tsangfing Mountains without finding a single one, only to run into a pair during the Beastmaster entrance exam. Instead of retreating, Bai Fan strode deeper into the camp. The Minotaurs answered with thunderous roars. 18 warriors charged at him as if fighting over a coveted meal, hooves pounding, mud and stones spraying. None of them wanted to be last in line for the fresh meat. Meanwhile, the 2 shamans in the rear raised staves comically small in their massive fists. Ghostly blue light pooled at the tips, then streaked forward and quickly overtook the charging warriors. Midair, the orbs shattered into ribbons of light that drilled into every Minotaur warrior. Roar! The resulting howl was deafening. Muscles ballooned under the blue surge, veins writhing like worms beneath their hide, the air around them turning vicious and thick. In a single heartbeat, all 18 warriors had grown a full size larger, and beams of solid crimson now blazed from their eyes. The college entrance trial had reached its third stage, and the difficulty spiked again. Ranged monsters now joined the melee beasts in the encirclement. In front of the live stream screens, viewers watched the Minotaur warriors swell and felt their own hearts tighten. Already over 2 meters tall, the Minotaurs bulked up under their shaman's boiling blood buff, veins bulging as they charged like rows of armored tanks. Yet at the center of the mystic realm, Bai Fan stayed calm. To him, those Minotaurs were nothing but hollow targets. Shawa, get to work. He patted the Titan Snail's rock-hard shell, the simple order ringing out like a hammer. Titan charge. Golden lines flashed along the rim of Shao Wa's helmet-like carapace, and its body pitched forward. In the next instant it shot across the sand like an out-of-control boulder, colliding head-on with the lead Minotaur. Boom. The first Minotaur couldn't even lift its axe before the brutal impact tore it into a red mist. Bone and flesh sprayed outward, but Shao Wa never slowed. Riding raw momentum, it plowed through the remains and smashed straight into the ranks behind, a living maul. Blood and steel intertwined, carving a narrow trench through the Minotaur formation. The once-dense front line split into a vacant corridor, and every Minotaur caught there was ground into a crimson carpet. One charge, half their number gone. The formerly raucous spectators fell silent, eyes glued to their screens as though petrified. Are you kidding me? Did I just imagine that? One skill and 9 Minotaurs are gone. Even an evolved Titan Snail shouldn't be that ridiculous. Those Minotaur warriors were already level 9. With boiling blood, they were effectively level 10. 9 near 10th level targets erased in a heartbeat. Was this really a student's performance in the entrance exam? The hush lasted only seconds before a wave of exclamations surged through the crowd. He's in the 3rd stage and still this fast. That Titan Snail's power is insane. Even a first sequence hidden pet in its juvenile phase can't hit that hard. Among the onlookers, the beast masters who fancied themselves strong looked the most unsettled. Wasn't Bai Fan officially assessed at level 10? Did they misrank him? My level 20 pet can't unleash that kind of burst. Even with a hidden species, the gap shouldn't be this huge. After the initial bursts of astonishment, many beast tamers lowered their heads in shame. The crowd that had been buzzing only a moment ago fell silent. Everyone suddenly felt sick to their stomachs. Every year a few prodigies appear in the college entrance arena and remind people of the gulf between individuals. But Bai Fan and his Titan Snail had just carved a bottomless chasm in front of them. The audience kept gasping, while the faculty section of Dongyun High felt like an ice bath. Principal Li, Zhongshan, and the other teachers stared at the giant screen, a chill racing down their spines. We already thought it was insane that Bai Fan swept through the first 2 rounds, they muttered, exchanging uneasy glances. But this? Round 3 had barely begun, and the Minotaur warriors were being slaughtered one-sidedly by the Titan Snail. Only then did they realize the earlier fights had probably been nothing more than Bai Fan's warm-up. Principal Li, do you still think Bai Fan is worthless? The question, spoken with a smile that carried no warmth, came from Lu Dong, who had been watching the live feed nearby. Principal Li went sheet white, his body trembling as regret flooded him. Director Lu, it was all a misunderstanding. I was misled, he stammered, face drawn and eyes pleading. Lu Dong answered only with a faint, icy smile. Beside them, Zhang Shan, once so arrogant in the adventurer hall, had practically stuffed his head under the table, curled into a ball. Nobody spared him a glance, because the broadcast suddenly shifted again. With another crushing blow, Little Snail pinned the remaining Minotaur warriors. The thud of its heavy shell and the screech of shattering metal rang out in rapid succession. Seizing the opening, Bai Fan gripped his swift blade, moved like the wind, slipped past the warrior's line, and charged straight at the 2 Minotaur shamans. Human die? The withered shamans glared, their raspy roar punctuated by a swing of their staffs. In the next instant, 2 eerie green beams sliced through the air, aiming directly at Bai Fan's chest. He's being reckless. Bai Fan is actually taking on 2 Minotaur shamans by himself. A wave of concern swept through the stands. Everyone knew a tamer's main strength came from the attribute feedback supplied by their pet. A powerful pet did not automatically make the tamer powerful, especially at low levels. Feedback only rose as one leveled up. According to the data Bai Fan submitted before the exam, a level 10 Titan Snail granted him barely 10% of its stats. By all logic, he should be hiding behind the snail and providing support, not charging forward. To every spectator, Bai Fan's move was reckless, trading safety for speed. If he gets hurt now, he'll have to slow down in the next rounds, someone muttered. He's putting the cart before the horse. On the livestream, the 2 Minotaur shamans attacked with frightening speed. Twin bands of ghostly green light tore through the air, reaching Bai Fan's face the instant they appeared. Viewers everywhere gasped as one. Inside the Gaokao secret realm, Bai Fan's expression stayed unervingly calm. With a light tap of his toes, he veered off his charging line, his body brushing past the beams with a hair's breadth to spare. The rays struck the ground with a wet crunch, blasting soil and gravel skyward and carving out twin craters. Riding the fallout, Bai Fan shot forward, skimming the terrain until the stench of the shamans filled his lungs. He moved so suddenly the Minotaurs stalled half a heartbeat before reacting. Panic flashed in their eyes. Then rage took over. They swung their staffs like clubs from opposite sides. Those staffs looked like toys in their massive fists. To Bai Fan, each was as thick as his wrist, screaming through the air. As the blows descended, the shamans were already picturing Bai Fan's body being pulped. Then everything flipped. An instant before impact, Bai Fan vaulted up, slipping through the dead zone like a swallow and floating over their arcs. Robbed of their target, the staffs collided heat-in. Bankrack. The hardwood shattered and split in two. Huh. The shamans froze. Their foes stood unharmed while their casting foci lay ruined. Rage welled in their throats, but came out a strangled croak. Bai Fan was already on the ground. The spirit blade flashed cold and bright. Whoosh whoosh. Two arcs of sword light flickered. Hair-fine crimson lines bloomed across thick necks, and blood geysered out. The livestream chat erupted. Holy Krapenshot. What just happened? How is Bai Fan this strong? Where does that speed come from? The beams were on top of him, and he still dodged. What's his agility at? Viewers stared in shock. Especially the level 20 Beastmasters. Their eyes nearly popped out. At that range, dodging a killing strike was unthinkable for them. And yet Bai Fan had done it. To them, it was simply impossible. Every level 20 beast tamer enjoys a 20% stat bonus from their companion creature. Thanks to that feedback, their strength, agility, and vitality all sit comfortably above 50 points. Yet none of them dare claim they could walk away unscathed from the towering shaman's Thunder War staff. The fact that Bai Fan slipped past that blow with ease can only mean one thing: his own stats are even higher than those of the level 20 tamers. The crowd did the math at once. Bai Fan's Titan Snail is only level 10, which grants its master a mere 10% feedback. If just that 10% pushed all of Bai Fan's attributes past 50, then the snail itself must boast at least 500 points in every category. At the thought of a prehistoric monster crawling out of a data panel, the color drained from more than one tamer's face. In truth, the Titan Snail's base stats already stand at a staggering 750. Once it activates Titan's body, those numbers quintuple. Level 10 with 750 points? 3,750 after the skill triggers? That's no petit god-tier behemoth. Shock rippled through the stands. On the private academy's VIP platform, Xiao Yuanshan's hands trembled with excitement. Staring at the boy on the big screen, he drew a deep breath to steady his racing heart. Poaching Bai Fan from Dongyun High had been the smartest move of his career. Chairman Xiao, the homeroom teacher of the honors class, murmured, eyes blazing. With power like that, Bai Fan could very well take the top provincial rank this year. Silence fell over the platform, followed by a chorus of stunned glances. They had hoped for a top 10 finish, but judging from Bai Fan's pace and that dazzling dodge against the towering shaman provincial champion now seemed likely, and a spot in the national top 100 wasn't out of reach. Old Xiao, you've struck gold. An education bureau official laughed. Dongyun City hasn't produced a provincial champion in years. If Bai Fan pulls it off, your academy will jump straight onto the province's key school list, and your reputation will soar. Just remember to buy me a drink when it happens. Cheers erupted, and Xiao Yuanshan grinned, so wide it seemed his face might split, already picturing banners and pennants blanketing the school's flag plaza. The mood at Dongyun High's platform couldn't have been more different. Administrators and teachers sat in grim silence, eyes locked on the live feed. Several of their prodigies had also reached stage 3, an impressive feat among their peers, but next to Bai Fan's terrifying speed, any sense of pride had been crushed to dust. The applause that had filled the air moments ago died without a sound. They, too, had projected Bai Fan's potential ranking provincial champion, perhaps even national top 100, and the realization weighed on them like stone, thickening the very air. No matter how brightly their own students performed on the screen, that heavy truth refused to lift. Looks like Dongyun City is about to crown this year's provincial top scorer. On the podium at Dongyun High School, Lu Dongcom just moments ago kept his eyes fixed on the giant screen. There, Bai Fan streaked across the course like a flash of light, clearing every obstacle in one seamless motion. Suddenly Lu Dong shot to his feet, his excitement booming through the loudspeakers. The instant those words left his mouth, several faces on the platform turned grim. None looked worse than Principal Li Wenhai. He stared at the tall figure in the live stream, his knuckles whitening. Had he really expelled a student who might become the provincial top scorer? Had just tossed the school's future into the fire. Worse still, Bai Fan's potential clearly reached far beyond any provincial title. Once today's exam ended, countless power players would rush to recruit him, and they would vent their fury on Li Wenhai for driving him away. A chill ran down his spine. His gaze locked on Zhang Shan, not far off, as if he wanted to tear the man apart. If that troublemaker hadn't stirred things up, would Li Wenhai be in this nightmare? Zhang Shan deserved 1,000 deaths. Hit by that knife-sharp glare, Zhang Shan shivered in his seat, then blurted a rebuttal. No, the results aren't final. Director Liu, you're calling this too soon. He forced his voice high and rapid. Bai Fan's speed is impressive, but the drain on him is massive. He can't keep it up forever. The later stages get exponentially harder. The other candidates could catch him at any moment. He might not even finish the course. The more he spoke, the more solemn he looked, as if he could already see Bai Fan collapsing from exhaustion and falling off the leaderboard. Li Wenhei's eyes brightened. Zhang Shan was right. Cases like Bai Fan charging ahead only to run out of steam near the end weren't unusual in past Beastmaster entrance exams. If that happened, someone else could pass him, or he might fail entirely. If Bai Fan stumbled, Li's decision to expel him would seem perfectly justified. With that thought, Li's shoulders finally loosened and his breathing eased. At the edge of the podium, instructor Zhuang Imo watched their revived confidence and let out a cold laugh. Teachers and principals actually hoping their own student would fail pathetic. Your little plan is doomed, Zhuang Imo muttered, recalling the fierce determination in Bai Fan's eyes days earlier. His gaze grew contemptuous. Do you know why he's racing the clock? His goal is the top Beastmaster University in Longwuching Bay Academy. Though softly spoken, the words hit Li Wenhei and Zhang Shan like thunder, freezing them in place. The #1 Beastmaster University in Longhua. They echoed, shock and dread washing over their faces. They had never imagined Bai Fan aimed that high. Qingbei Academy, the Dragon Kingdom's premier beast-mastering college, accepts only 100 freshmen each year. To earn a place at this pinnacle of academia, a student must rank at least in the provincial top 3 on the Gaokao. Yet even that offers no guarantee. Qingbei chooses the nation's absolute best 100. Because resources and talent differ so widely among provinces, it is not uncommon for a provincial champion to be shut out altogether. That brutal reality is why Bai Fan adopted his current, almost do-or-die strategy, is racing every second against the country's elite prodigies. Inside King Bai's streaming hall, instructor Zhang Shan and the headmaster stood shoulder to shoulder, eyes fixed on the giant screen. At the center of the display, the boy's figure magnified for countless viewers moved like lightning. Even the teachers and officials nearby were swept up by Bai Fan's tempo, their excitement mounting by the second. In the third stage of the secret realm, Bai Fan cleanly cut down 2 Minotaur shamans. Elsewhere, Little Snail whipped up several water blades that instantly finished off the remaining Minotaur warriors. The stage ended with the timer frozen at 1 minute and 30 seconds. Against Dongyan City's overall progress, that frightening number looked even brighter. 90% of the candidates had just cleared the knolls and were facing the cat demons of stage 2, while most of the rest were still locked in battle with those cats. Only a handful of well-known local geniuses Xiao Yue, Fong Tairan, and a few standouts from Dongyan High had just stepped into stage 3, still far behind Bai Fan. Some test takers were still stuck in stage 1, including an acquaintance of Bai Fan's. Overall, Dongyan City's candidates were performing well this year, with the majority already pushing into stage 2 point that viewers following the local feed relished. The livestream chat and on-site discussions never stopped buzzing. After every exam season, strong results from local students let the city's residents hold their heads a bit higher, so the audience watched everyone in addition to the camera fixed on Bai Fan. Suddenly, a voice filled with doubt and surprise cut through the noise. Who's that? Why is a Dongyan High prodigy still in stage 1? Instantly, every gaze shifted to the side screen. There, a candidate was sprinting in panic, thoroughly disheveled. A dozen gnolls snarled behind him, blood-red eyes gleaming with hunger, and, even more absurd, a massive scarlet flame thunder tiger crackling with lightning chased right after them. Seriously? Is this some kind of tag game? That's a battle-grade PETA scarlet flame thunder tiger. And after all this time, he still hasn't dealt with a few gnolls? Gasps spread through the room, and every viewer's face went rigid. A beastmaster who has contracted a scarlet flame thunder tiger yet gets chased across the map by a handful of gnolls? What a joke. Are you kidding me? He's bonded with a flame thunder tiger, yet he can't even handle the very first hyena wolf? And they still hail him as Dongyan High's prodigy? Even students with support-type pets do better than this. On the live feed, Lu Tianlong sprinted for his life, arms over his head, while the hyena wolf slashed at him from behind. The scene was painfully awkward. In the stands, the chatter swelled like a rising tide. Principal Li, this is the genius from Dongyan High? Someone shouted toward the VIP section. In the front row sat Lu Dong, the Ministry of Education's delegate, his face ashen. He had thought Dongyan's expulsion of Bai Fan was merely petty, but seeing a student capable of bonding with a first-tier combat pet reduced to this disgrace left him seething. No sooner had he spoken than Principal Li and Dean Zhongshan went deathly pale. Zhongshan trembled, cowed by Lu Dong's wrath and driven mad by Lu Tianlong's incompetence. After leaving the Adventurers Guild that day, he had coaxed Lu Tianlong and even slipped him an extra cache of training resources, hoping the investment would pay off before the college entrance exam. Lu Tianlong had thumped his chest and vowed, "Relax, Director Zhang. He'll ace the exam." Now, watching that dirt-streaked figure dart around the arena, Zhang Shan felt as if a bucket of ice water had been dumped over him. Lu Dong fixed Principal Li with a chilly stare. This is what Dongyan High has to show. You threw out a truly gifted student and produced this embarrassment instead. It's time that school culture was cleaned up. Keep this up and no parent will dare enroll their child here. The Dragon Kingdom pours vast resources into universal education each year, introducing beast taming courses to every high school for one purpose: to cultivate talent and strengthen the nation. Supporting these students has been a top-level policy for decades. Yet here was a candidate with a combat pet being chased through a secret realm like a rabbit, proof that Dong Yunhai's practical training was all but non-existent. Lu Dong's stern rebuke made Principal Li's knees knock together. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, but he dared not wipe them away. He knew full well his post would likely be gone by tomorrow. While the outside world buzzed over Lu Tianlong's fiasco, deep inside the secret realm Bai Fan and Xiao had already set foot on the forest stairway to the fourth trial. A chill wind whistled through the shadow forest as interlaced branches cast shifting shadows, and tangled vines swayed like living things. They had gone less than 100 meters when a guttural, inhuman roar echoed ahead. Bai Fan raised an eyebrow, tightening his grip on the featherlight sword. Its blade caught the dim light, flashing a cold gleam. Each stage of the trial was more perilous than the last. No matter how smoothly things had gone so far, he refused to let his guard down. Judging by the roar, the fourth challenge's enemy was clearly a brute. Bai Fan tapped twice on Little Snail's hard shell in encouragement, and the man and his pet moved on. Soon, light filtering through the canopy revealed their target. In a forest clearing, 3 pythons, each 5 meters long, lay coiled in a tangled heap. Dark green scales locked together, gleaming with a chilly luster. Pale fangs jutted from gaping maws, quivering with every ripple of muscle and radiating cold menace. One glance told Bai Fan these monsters were far deadlier than any Minotaur warrior. Mutant pythons? He flipped through the bestiary in his mind. The entry, stamped in red with Rookie Killer, listed them at level 12, all in the elite tier. Monsters were ranked by level and tier: common, elite, boss, lord. At the same level, an elite fought like a common 5 levels higher. The Minotaur warriors and catfolk he had fought were merely common. Even in numbers they could not match the combined threat of these 3 serpents. Together, they might rival the pet of that bounty hunter leader. The thought flashed by, but no fear showed on Bai Fan's face. He advanced with Little Snail, raised a hand, and cast Identify. Monster, Mutant Python. Level, 12 Elite. Combat type, Melee. Skills, Powerful Constriction, Venom Spray. Bai Fan frowned. Powerful Constriction was obvious death by crushing, but he was still calculating the danger of Venom Spray. While he pondered, the pythons sensed intruders. Their thick bodies arched, jaws gaped, and fangs locked onto their prey. Whoosh, whoosh. 6 jets of eerie green liquid whistled through the air like arrows, streaking toward Bai Fan and Little Snail. Bai Fan was about to dodge when a massive shadow moved first. Little Snail had stepped forward to shield him. Bang, bang, bang. Venom slammed the shell like crossbow bolts, each impact booming. Little Snail's defense was absurd, not a drop seeped through. The liquid slid off, splattered onto the ground, and hissed, carving palm-sized pits in the dirt. It vaporized at once, spreading a ghostly green mist. Phew, nice save, Little Snail. Bai Fan patted the shell towering like a small hill, feeling a surge of confidence behind that living wall. Before he could finish the thought, a sharp odor rushed in with the wind. His nostrils stung, his body swayed. Poison? Gaokao cheat code. The moment dizziness flickered through his mind, Bai Fan dragged Xiao backward a few paces, putting distance between them and the spot where they'd just been standing. Once steady, he finally saw what the venom had done. The once flat ground was now pitted and scarred, and a ghostly green mist curled upward. Damn, these snakes are vicious. A chill knifed through Bai Fan's chest. Even if a mutated python's venom missed outright, it vaporized into a toxic haze that lingered in the air, ready to catch the careless. No wonder people called them rookie killers. Out in the wild, a hunter who dodged the liquid might relax for a heartbeat, only to be dropped by the fumes. While he stayed alert, the 3 mutated pythons screeched when their venom failed to land. 3 pairs of blood-red eyes locked onto Bai Fan. A heartbeat later, they hurled their 5-meter bodies forward, charging like runaway trucks. Rocks, twigs, and dust exploded in their wake, the noise deafening. Bai Fan backed up, signaling Xiao to meet them. He knew these opponents were nothing like the humanoid monsters from earlier rounds. The python's bulk and power were far beyond what his small frame could handle, even with the stat feedback from his beast companion. His hands, however, were anything but idle. Fingers flashed through a strange series of seals, ochre light flickering between them. Reaching what he judged a safe distance, he suddenly crouched and slammed both palms into the earth. Earth spike technique. Nearly half his stamina vanished in an instant, surging into his palms as searing energy, then shooting through the seal into the ground. Boom. The pythons were only a few meters from Xiao when the soil beneath them convulsed. Thick stone spikes wider than a grown man's arm, and about a meter long, erupted with a roar. The charging pythons were forced to a halt as the spikes pierced the gaps between their scales. The unluckiest one couldn't stop in time. Its belly was ripped open by a ragged row of rock. Roaring in pain, The three mutated pythons writhed and thrashed. The wounds weren't fatal to creatures their size, but the dense forest of spikes pinned them in place. Holy A Beastmaster skill. Bai Fan can already use Beastmaster skills. The shocking scene streamed live to the outside world, and the audience who had only just calmed down erupted again. Every eye was glued to the rows of jutting earth spikes on screen, disbelief written across every face. By rights, none of this should have been surprising. As beast tamers advance, every one of them eventually reaches near superhuman levels. Yet that kind of power is only unlocked at specific ranks, and it should be impossible for someone who has just taken the Beast Tamer College entrance exam. Talent alone isn't enough. A tamer also needs the matching attribute values. Beast pets are born with magic in their blood, while tamers are still human. Only by drawing sufficient attribute feedback from their partners can they activate skills. When the numbers fall short, even the simplest fireball won't ignite. Under normal circumstances, a tamer must reach at least level 20 before wielding a real skill. The livestream footage shattered that common sense. A level 10 beast tamer Bai Fan had just cast earth spikes. Viewers everywhere stared at their screens, eyes bulging. Miracles like this were the stuff of news reports. Now they were watching one unfold. Deep inside the secret realm, the ground heaved and jagged spikes of rock burst upward like dragons breaking free. The instant earth spikes took shape, Bai Fan's Titan Snail, Xiaowa, thundered forward without waiting for an order. Boom. The forest floor shuddered. Xiaowa's massive form shot across the clearing like a brown flash. Two mutated pythons in its path managed only a single hiss before the impact tore them apart, blood and flesh splattering in every direction. In the next heartbeat, Xiaowa swung around and hurled itself at the last python still writhing on the ground. Roar. Watching its companions slaughtered, the wounded serpent forgot the pain of its own injuries. Its crimson eyes locked on Xiaowa, muscles coiling tight. In one explosive motion it launched, gaping jaws aimed at the snail's neck, a foul wind sweeping through the trees. In a blur, Xiaowa tucked its head into its thick shell. Bang! Fangs slammed against the shell, throwing sparks but leaving no mark. The python writhed, biting down harder, yet even its blade-sharp teeth couldn't scratch the surface. Instead, the violent friction loosened its own fangs, sending jolts of pain up its jaw. A Titan Snail's shell was harder than steel. Before the shock could turn to retreat, Xiaowa's head shot back out like a battering ram. Bang! A dull crack echoed, followed by a spray of gore. The python's body was smashed clean in two, its severed head still clamped to the shell by reflex. Xiaowa gave a casual shake. The head flew off, landing among dead leaves and splashing the undergrowth crimson. Beautifully done, Xiaowa. From behind, Bai Fan couldn't help whispering his praise. Hearing him, Xiaowa perked up and happily waved its antennae. So Bai Fan's plan to win a place at the country's premier Beastmaster Academy isn't just idle boasting. On the private high school's rostrum, Xiao Yuanshan stared at the live feed on the giant screen, his heartbeat quickening with every frame. When he first heard Bai Fan's ambition, he had simply offered a polite smile and a few words of encouragement. After all, Qingbei University selects only the top 100 candidates from several million applicants each year. Every one of them is a prodigy destined to wield real power. Judging by Bai Fan's earlier performance, Xiao Yuanshan had felt the boy was still a step or two short of that threshold. But the moment he saw Bai Fan casually unleash earth spikes, realization struck. The gap between Bai Fan and Qingbei had all but vanished. At only level 10, he was channeling the spell thanks to the Titan Snail's overwhelming feedback far beyond anything the manuals described. In terms of raw strength, Bai Fan now ranked among the very best of his peers nationwide. Xiao Yuanshan clenched his fists on the platform. Producing a provincial champion was an honor, but sending a freshman to Qingbei would be legendary. Every graduate of that academy now holds real authority in Longhua and is fiercely courted by the major powers. Bai Fan has effectively locked in that ticket. Golden scales can't stay in the pond. Once the storm comes, the carp becomes a dragon. From today on, his rise will be unstoppable, and the Xiao family, who saw his potential first, will rise with him. Pulse racing, Xiao Yuanshan kept his eyes glued to the screen, determined to witness every frame of a legend's birth. Shadow Forest, Stage 4. The three mutated pythons were still twitching, and the air was thick with the metallic tang of beast blood. Stumbling over the soft bed of fallen leaves, Bai Fan braced himself against the Titan Snail's massive shell. He had never imagined a single cast of earth spikes would drain nearly half his stamina. No wonder the instructors say anyone under level 20 is still a novice without the Titan Snail's superior attribute feedback. An ordinary level 10 Beastmaster would be a desiccated husk before finishing the incantation. With my current reserves, I can manage earth spikes maybe 2 more times, he calculated, excitement flickering in his eyes. I don't even know what the rage skill will cost. Until my stats improve, I'll have to use it sparingly. He looked ahead. As the last python crashed to the ground, a stone archway appeared through the gray mist, the gateway to the final trial. Bai Fan drew a deep, blood-scented breath, patted the snail's hardened shell, and signaled it to move on. The path to stage 5 was nothing like the ones before. The narrow forest gradually opened into a broad corridor. Muddy beast tracks gave way to rough-hewn flagstones, and the canopy overhead thinned with every step. Footfalls echoed through an empty valley until, at last, only a handful of trees remained in sight. A palace hidden deep within the forest rose before him. As soon as Bai Fan crossed the shadow-draped threshold, a chilling aura flooded the clearing like thick fog, far more oppressive than anything he had faced before. Even the Minotaur chieftain he fought in the Tsongfeng Mountains paled in comparison. Without a moment's pause, he strode to the massive doors and heaved them open. Creak! The hinges had barely screeched before the reek of blood slammed into him, as if a red-hot hammer had struck his senses. A month of war in the Tsongfeng range had hardened his nose, yet bile still rose in his throat. He forced it down and locked eyes on the hulking silhouette at the center of the hall. The creature was merely sitting, yet its shoulders already reached 6 meters. Dark green hide, rough as hammered iron, covered its frame. Tusks jutted outward, muscles bulged like rocky crags, and veins writhed beneath its skin. In one massive hand it clutched the mangled remains of some unknown beast. Blood dripped from its jagged maw in thick streams. Bai Fan's footfalls echoed across the stone. Crimson eyes snapped toward him, and the monster's indifferent brutality ignited into murderous fury. Human! The roar made the palace tremble. The creature surged upright, swelling to 10 meters, looming like a living mountain. An ogre. Bai Fan recognized it instantly. Level 15, boss class, close combat specialist, skills unknown. Its presence dwarfed that of the Minotaur chieftain several times over. Calm, he reaffirmed a familiar truth. Within the same tier, gaps in power can be abyssal, just like the flame thunder tiger and the Titan Snail among first-order beast companions. Minotaur and ogre, same principle. It's been so long since I tasted fresh human flesh. The ogre licked its fangs and advanced. Each step boomed like thunder, shockwaves rippling through the air as its vast shadow swallowed Bai Fan and the Titan Snail. Even with Titan form active, the snail seemed tiny beside it. A torrent of bloodlust rolled forth, and drool splattered onto the floor, sizzling as it burned ragged pits in the stone. Bai Fan was unfazed. Bestiary records were clear. An ogre's body is monstrously tough, and both its blood and saliva contain venom potent enough to outclass that of a mutated python. The moment the 10-meter-tall ogre filled the livestream, every viewer involuntarily held their breath. Is this really the final boss waiting for hell-level candidates? This is insane. The chat exploded in an instant. Even through a screen, the oppressive aura was palpable, and many quietly estimated that the ogre was close to a level 20 monster. The chatter spread like boiling water, drawing even more people into the stream. Among all the candidates' feeds, Bai Fan's window now drew the most attention was the first to reach the 5th stage. A leader-class ogre, someone murmured. On the private high school's podium, Xiao Yuanshan stayed silent, his eyes locked on the screen. The 10-meter ogre was a moving mountain of flesh, and Bai Fan looked like a toy in comparison. The boy held a massive lead, but how long would it take him to bring that beast down? Xiao Yuanshan clenched his fists, refusing to look away from the solitary figure standing tall. Inside the rift, a bloody wind howled. Facing the charging, reeking beast, Bai Fan muttered to himself, what on earth did this thing grow up eating? In his past life, a creature of this size would have dominated the land. Even the largest elephant would look puny beside it. Yet he also knew this was normal in the current world. True high-tier monsters were far more terrifying. He had seen entries in the Monster Compendium. 1. Cyclopes 100 meters tall, equal to a 30-story building. 2. Dark Kunpung with wings that eclipsed the sun and feasted on adult blue whales. Either of them could level a city with ease. The thought made his mind wander. Through centuries of conflict between humans and monsters, humanity had somehow survived and even gained the upper hand in some theaters. How much blood and fire had that cost? And how powerful must the beastmasters be who could stand against such apex creatures? Roar! The ogre closed in, its stench so thick it seemed to curdle the air. It fixed its gaze on the tiny yet fearless human, and a bestial rage swelled in its chest. That insignificant ant dared to stand upright before it, unforgivable. Its furious bellow shook the trees, and the ogre's blood-red eyes all but spat fire. Miserable human, I'll tear you apart piece by piece and let you watch as I chew your flesh. Boom. The ogre slammed his thick leg against the floor, bringing his charge to an abrupt halt. In the same instant, a hand as broad as a millstone, wreathed in a savage gust, clawed toward Bai Fan. Viewers in the livestream held their breath, anxious for Bai Fan, who was confronting the monster inside the secret realm. Yet in the center of the hall, Bai Fan remained calm. He simply took one step back through the turbulent air, ceding the field to Xiaohua. Sensing a worthy opponent, Xiaohua let out an excited roar and charged forward, leading with the helmet-like shell that served as its head. Boom! A dull crash echoed as the entire palace shuddered as if struck by a titanic hammer. The ogre's hand was blasted upward by the recoil. and he staggered back several steps before regaining his balance. Across from him, Shawa shook its head to dispel the dizziness. Its two antennae whipped through the air, so exhilarated they seemed about to shred the very atmosphere. What are you? The ogre growled, eyes narrowing. The creature was barely half his size, yet its strength matched his own. He could sense that Shawa's level was lower, but its rank seemed even higher than his. Realizing this, rage ignited in his chest, and he unleashed a deafening roar. He stepped back to the throne and snatched up a colossal bone club. The weapon was 7 or 8 meters long, its head so thick that 2 men would need to link arms to encircle it, the surface scarred with overlapping bite marks that radiated menace. "He'll pound you into pulp," he bellowed. Even before the words had died away, he was charging, each thunderous footfall like a war drum as the ground cracked beneath him. Bai Fan and Shawa showed no fear. Bai Fan, his stamina now more than half restored, retreated while forming seals, the first sign of his earth spike technique. Shawa activated the ability built into its shell, turning into a black blur that shot straight toward the ogre. Seeing them rush in, the ogre bared his tusks in a wicked grin, hoisted the bone club high, and brought it crashing down, determined to turn these insolent challengers into a mist of blood. Boom! Club and shell met Hedon, the impact exploding with a crack so loud it seemed to freeze the very air. The ogre's smile only grew more savage. He knew this strike could shatter a boulder of equal size, and he could scarcely wait to see Shawa's shell splinter beneath his blow. "I've never eaten a reptile this big before." Through the swirling dust, the ogre licked his tusks, savoring the mix of blood and grit in the air, while saliva pooled at the corners of his mouth. He could hardly wait to taste the snail before him. When the haze finally cleared, the sight that emerged froze his cruel grin. The snail, struck Hedon by the massive bone club, was perfectly intact. It had only been pushed slightly into the palace floor. The shell bore no cracks, not even the faintest scratch. Impossible. A confused growl rumbled from the ogre's throat. The creature before him, clearly smaller than he was, matched his strength and possessed a defense harder than granite. Roar! Shock gave way to fury. Veins bulged as he hoisted the huge club. "Even if you're made of steel, they'll smash you to pieces," he bellowed, swinging again. But the moment he gathered his strength, the club suddenly felt light, barely half its usual weight. Before he understood why, he watched in disbelief as it snapped cleanly in two with a sharp crack. Stunned, he wondered how his foe remained unscathed while his own weapon lay broken. While the ogre hesitated, Bai Fan had already retreated several meters. Earth-colored light gathered in his palms, and he slammed both hands onto the ground. Boom! The palace floor thudded like a struck drum, rubble leaping into the air. Beneath the ogre, the stone rippled like water, then a jagged spike as thick as the broken club burst upward. Its cold edge flashed in the dim light, shooting past a meter in an instant and still growing. Agonizing pain tore through the ogre. Only then did he realize the massive spike had hit a most sensitive spot. Roar! His shriek shook dust from the vaulted ceiling, twisting his brutal face into a mask of torment. At the same time, every spectator watching the live feed gasped. Some clenched their buttocks on reflex, a chill racing up their spines until their faces went pale. Brutal. It went right through him, didn't it? That spike so thick, it probably blew up his stomach. Frightened chatter filled the air. Everyone in front of the screen felt the pain as if it were their own. Deep within the secret realm, Bai Fan watched the ogre still howling in rage and allowed himself a faint, satisfied smile. It worked. So a beast tamer's skill can indeed be reshaped through sheer control. Bai Fan's heart skipped a beat as he glimpsed a brand new path to power the same technique could turn into entirely different tricks in different hands. Thinking back to the first time he fired off earth spikes in the fourth trial, he had sensed he might be able to steer their trajectory. Unfortunately, he was still raw then. The power poured out too fast for him to take control. He locked that faint feeling away, waiting for a chance to test it. The fifth trial handed him that chance. The hulking ogre froze after being startled, and Bai Fan wasn't about to let it slip. Riding the inspiration he had been nurturing, he cast earth spikes again. Instead of carpeting the ground with countless shards, he forced the swirling ochre energy into a single, massive spear thick as a barrel, several meters long, its tip gleaming with lethal cold. Then, borrowing a trick from a certain blindfolded predecessor, the infamous thousand-year thrust drove it home. Splurt! The gargantuan spike bored upward into the ogre's torso, dark green blood spraying everywhere. The brute howled in agony, too scared to move. Bai Fan watched the ridiculous scene, secretly delighted. Without meaning to, he had just forged a signature move tailor-made for giant monsters. While that thought flashed by, his palm stayed pressed to the ground, pouring ochre light into it. In an instant, the distant spike lurched backward. Roar! A gut-wrenching sense of loss tore through the ogre, and it shrieked as though its life had been yanked out. The moment the spike withdrew, a dark green fountain gushed from the wound like a punctured water skin. Yet in the blink of an eye the flow froze unnaturally. "No need to thank me," Bai Fan grinned. "Teasing. You're hurt, so bad he figured I'd stop the bleeding for you. Even before the words were out, the buried spike erupted again. Roar. This time it pierced even deeper, tearing the wound into something truly grotesque. The second hit drove the ogre over the edge. You filthy human, he'll rip you to pieces. The palace echoed with its frenzied roars, while Bai Fan patted his slightly numb arms, stifling a laugh as he took in the spectacle. That little stunt had taught him 3 key facts about earth spikes. 1. On the first cast, his stamina drops by half as his power resonates with the ambient mana, creating the spikes in an instant. 2. If he forces his will in before the formation finishes, he can reshape the spike at will. 3. After the technique ends, a trace of power still lingers, enough for 1 extra adjustment. That was why he could stab, retract, and stab again. The leftover energy faded quickly though, and he was running on fumes now. Forcing a third strike would probably backfire. Otherwise, the ogre would have found out exactly why the flowers are so red. The scene on the live stream was nothing short of brutal. Even with a thick-skinned ogre on the receiving end, viewers couldn't help but suck in a breath, sympathy flickering in their hearts. The carnage was that horrific. Within mere seconds, people of all ages were left uneasy, as if the pain on screen seeped through the monitor and settled in their own bones. Yet among the crowd stood true experts. Once their initial shock passed, something else left them speechless. That talent is insane. At his age, he can already manipulate a spell with that level of precision. On the dais of the private high school, Xiao Yuanshan stared at the earth spike, thick as an ancient tree, his pupils quivering. With his eyesight, it was easy to tell that Bai Fan had learned the spell only recently. In the 4th trial, the boy's first attempt had been clumsy, rhythm all over the place. And how long had it been since then? On this second cast, the spike's shape and force were honed to perfection, like veterans who had trained together for years. Xiao Yuanshan had no words for talent like that. He remembered how he himself hadn't grasped his first skill until level 20, and even then it had taken months to barely control its power. Back then he had considered himself a prodigy. Now Bai Fan crushed that illusion with ease. The thought left his chest tight. Forget it. No more comparisons. The harder I try, the worse I feel. Inside the secret realm, Bai Fan had no idea that his casual move had almost made countless viewers' jaws hit the floor. As his mana withdrew, the gigantic spike impaling a certain unmentionable part of the ogre shattered and fell to dust. Roar. Fresh blood gushed out. After 2 massive bleeds in quick succession, the ogre visibly wilted, each rise of its chest a little weaker. Damn human, he'll kill you. The hoarse roar was laced with exhaustion, the threat lacking any real force. Worse still, the ogre was forced to clamp its legs together, pressing hard on the wound lest any movement make it black out from pain. Terror was etched across that savage face. He had never imagined that a human he regarded as an ant could subject him to such unprecedented humiliation and agony. Beyond the pain, what tormented him most was a shame that cut to the bone. Kill me? I'm afraid you won't get the chance. Bai Fan's reply was calm, yet an unreadable smile curved his lips. He crossed his hands, fingers weaving so fast they blurred, and in the blink of an eye a seal formed. With a sudden motion, he slapped both palms to the ground. The instant the runes on the earth lit up, instinctive fear flashed through the ogre, that fresh memory of humiliation surging up once more. He gritted his teeth and pushed off with 2 thick legs, trying to leap back out of harm's way. Rip! The moment his muscles tightened, a searing pain exploded deep in his thighs, loud enough to make his mind buzz. Splash! Blood poured like a waterfall, the ground beneath hissing and pitting under the corrosive stream, the air thick with metallic stench. The ogre couldn't even scream. The pain jammed the sound in his throat, leaving only ragged breaths. Haha! Shawa attack! Seeing the ogre's miserable state, Bai Fan's lips curved into a wicked grin. He was nearly out of strength and couldn't actually cast Earth Spike. That casual lift of his hand had been pure bluff. To his surprise, the creature panicked, tore at the wound in its belly, and gave him the perfect opening. Go, he ordered. Shawa shot forward like a loaded spring. Its solid shell gathered a terrifying amount of kinetic force. Bang! In front of hundreds of thousands of viewers, the ogre nearly twice Shawa's size was hurled into the air. The hulking body ripped through stone pillars and banquet tables, spraying splinters and debris as it barreled across the hall before slamming into the palace's black gold wall. The entire building shuddered. Roof tiles rattled loose, as if the place might collapse at any moment. When the dust settled, a deep groove scarred the floor, ending at the wall where half the ogre's body was buried, its breathing ragged. The livestream went dead quiet. Tens of thousands of jaws dropped simultaneously. A pet less than half its foe's size had driven it into the wall with one brutal charge. The raw, destructive power left everyone speechless. While the audience gaped, Bai Fan closed in with his featherlight sword. One gleam of steel severed the ogre's final thread of life. The instant it died, the air froze and a cold, solemn mechanical voice echoed. Ding dong. Congratulations, candidate Bai Fan, on clearing the Gaokao trial secret realm, Shadow Forest. Clear time, 9 minutes 30 seconds. Difficulty, Hell level. Your score has been uploaded to the National Gaokao Data Center. Current ranking, first place. Final standings will be released after all candidates complete the exam. A small smile tugged at Bai Fan's lips. The ranking was provisional, but he could already predict his score this year's Gaokao would meet all his expectations. Exam complete. Candidate will now be transported out of the Gaokao secret realm. Please stand by. With another electronic chime, white light descended, engulfing Bai Fan. A heartbeat later, he vanished. Outside the realm, the live stream froze on the ogre's crumpled form. In the corner of the screen, the bright red 9:30 blazed. Spectators traded stunned looks. 9 minutes 30? That's a new record for Dongyan City. Forget the City no one in the entire province has ever broken the 10-minute mark. This time, Bai Fan was poised to soar. Brilliant light pulsed around the teleportation array, and Bai Fan materialized at the entrance to the college entrance examination mystic realm. The dizziness lasted only a heartbeat before the air erupted with cheers and applause. Faces full of surprise and admiration turned toward him. Well done, Bai Fan. You're the pride of Dongyan City. Outstanding. I can brag about witnessing this top scorer for the rest of my life. The shouts rose and fell like boiling water, wave after wave of praise crashing over him. Although usually unflappable, Bai Fan still felt a hint of awkwardness. He had never stood in the center of such overwhelming attention. All right, Bai Fan, you may step down and rest for now. A gentle voice reached him in time. Bai Fan turned to see the proctor smiling warmly. Thank you, sir. He cupped his hands in gratitude. The proctor nodded with satisfaction. In all his years overseeing exams, he had never met an 18-year-old so naturally poised. Most students would float away on a tide of applause and flowers. Yet Bai Fan steadied himself after only a moment's unease. Excellent work, Bai Fan. You've made the entire private academy proud. Xiao Yuanshan strode forward, laughing heartily as he gave Bai Fan a firm slap on the shoulder. Teachers from the academy converged, faces alight with admiration. Though few had spoken with Bai Fan before, his record-breaking clearance of the mystic realm had proven his potential. Making their presence known now could only be wise. Bai Fan exchanged courteous greetings, and his earlier discomfort gradually faded. A moment later he bowed to Xiao Yuanshan. Chairman Xiao, if there's nothing else, I'd like to head home. The trial was over, and the whirlpool of compliments was beginning to wear on him. Of course, clearing the mystic realm so quickly must have drained you. Go rest. When the results are announced, we'll hold a celebration in your honor. Xiao Yuanshan agreed with a broad grin. With permission granted, Bai Fan left the academy without lingering. For the next few days he seldom stepped outside, waiting for the exam results while keeping his sister now able to walk again company. The rare leisure also shielded him from the storm brewing beyond their door. Once the exam ended, his name echoed through all of Dongyan City. With the help of eager reporters and interested onlookers, his past spread like wildfire. The city's media outlets, sensing blood in the water, flooded every platform with sensational headlines. Shocking. Dongyun's top prodigy had once been expelled from Dongyun High News, shocking enough on its own. Within days, stories about Bai Fan dominated every major platform's trending lists, each headline more explosive than the last. Dongyun High expels its #1 prodigy, the rise of the commoner genius Bai Fan. The internet ignited. No connections at all, carved out his own path. Expel a genius? That principal and those teachers don't deserve their jobs. No wonder Dongyun's exam scores keep sliding. They're the problem. Praise for Bai Fan and condemnation of the school soon tilted public opinion entirely. The uproar reached the Dongyun Municipal Education Bureau, which formed an investigation team and stormed Dongyun High. For days the campus lights burned late into the night as teaching records and financial ledgers were examined line by line. When the audit ended, the bureau posted a pinned announcement. 1. Principal Li and teacher Zhang Shan, guilty of serious misconduct, were handed over to the judiciary and sent straight to jail. 2. Other negligent teachers received demerits or demotions. 3. Those with clean records would be promoted on merit. Bai Fan's former homeroom teacher, Zhuang Mo, was appointed the new principal. The old power structure at Dongyun High was wiped out, and the public applauded the bureau's decisive action. As for Principal Li's fate, Bai Fan barely cared. The moment he transferred to a private school, the ending had already been written. After the statement went live, he made a single call. Congratulations, Teacher Zhuang. He could hear the excitement and relief on the other end, yet he only smiled. The days that followed granted him and his younger sister Bai Ranran a rare stretch of leisure. Ever since she had learned to walk again, her whole demeanor had brightened. She took over the housework, filling their home with laughter. Bro, time to get up. Bai Fan was still fast asleep under the covers when the spirited girl called from the doorway. What is it? He poked his head out, feigning annoyance. The college entrance exam is over, can I sleep in for once? He grumbled, but in the next breath he was already dressed. So what did you make today? And don't repeat yesterday you dumped salt like it was free and nearly had me rolling my eyes back. He walked to the door and ruffled his sister's hair with a laugh. For the past few days, had lived like royalty, clothes handed to him, meals served to him. The only danger came from Ranran's culinary experiments, which sometimes bordered on dark sorcery. If Bai Fan weren't so sturdy these days, he might have ended up in the hospital more than once. Inside the room, Bai Ranran's cheeks flushed with embarrassment at her brother's words. Yesterday was an accident. I didn't do it on purpose, she mumbled, head bowed, sneaking a glance at him. And you were enjoying every bite, so stop pretending. Hurry up. Have you forgotten what day it is? She strode to the bed, grabbed the still groggy Bai Fan, and dragged him into the living room. Half awake, Bai Fan wore only a t-shirt and shorts, slippers shuffling across the floor, sleep still lingering in his eyes. The coffee table was empty. He lifted his eyelids, glanced at his sister, then at the bare tabletop, confused. Seeing this, Bai Ranran felt a jolt of frustration. She poked his shoulder. Today's the day the college entrance exam results come out. Aren't you even a little excited? Only then did Bai Fan snap back. The leisurely past 2 days had almost made him forget. He stifled a yawn, poured himself a glass of warm water, and took a sip. It's just the results. What's there to get excited about? Of course your brother's going to be number 1. Yeah, right, Bai Ranran scoffed. You're thrilled inside you, just don't want to brag in front of me. Ever since her legs healed, she had grown much more energetic. Teasing him, she swept her long hair behind her ears and plopped onto the sofa. Bai Fan shook his head with a smile. He was indeed confident. After clearing the secret realm, his exam score was practically guaranteed. The results mattered less to him than the system's achievement quest. Achievement quest: become the top scorer in the college entrance exam. Rating tiers: city, province. Failure penalty: system will reclaim SS grade talent. Pet upkeep cost multiplied by 10,000. Reward: upon completion, choose 1 chest, bronze, silver, or diamond based on rating. Had already opened several platinum and gold chests. The possibilities inside a diamond chest thrilled him. Across the coffee table, Bai Ranran rolled her eyes, though a smile tugged at her lips. Pulling out her phone, she logged into the score portal and hovered over the refresh button. The second hand crept toward 8 o'clock, tension thick in the air. Just as she was about to tap refresh, Bai Fan's phone vibrated violently. Caller ID: Xiao Yuanshan. Bai Ranran was quicker. She snatched up the phone and answered. Before she could speak, a trembling voice exploded through the receiver. Bai Fan, the rankings are out. You're really first. Not just the top in the province, but number 1 in the entire country. The broken shouts on the other end showed how ecstatic the private school principal was. Bai Ranran nearly crushed the phone. After a 2-second daze, her eyes flew wide. She looked at her still composed brother. First? My brother's actually first? Provincial champion and top of everyone. She drew a shaky breath, her voice quavering. Bro, did you hear that? You're number 1 first among all the candidates. Mid-sentence, Bai Ranran lunged at Bai Fan with her phone still in hand, her voice bubbling with excitement and surprise. The result didn't shock Bai Fan at all. He ruffled his sister's soft hair, then lifted her clear off the ground as if she were a child, drawing a string of delighted giggles from her. Now that we know my exam score, Ranran, isn't it time you cooked a feast for your big brother as a proper reward? He teased, wearing his success like a badge of honor. Ranran nodded vigorously, her smile blooming like a bright flower before she dashed into the kitchen. Once her busy silhouette disappeared beyond the doorway, Bai Fan found a chair, exchanged a few polite words with Xiao Yuanshan on the line, and decisively powered off his phone. He knew this congratulatory call was only the opening act. Once the titles Gaokao champion and national number 1 spread, a tidal wave of attention would follow. In an era that worshipped strength, it would be overwhelming. Shutting down now would spare him countless hassles, and he had something far more important to handle. The moment Xiao Yuanshan finished reporting the score, a crisp system chime echoed in Bai Fan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on perfectly completing the achievement. Provincial champion, ranked first among Longwa candidates. Based on your performance, you have earned the highest tier reward, a diamond chest. The reward has been delivered to your system inventory. A diamond chest. It was the most advanced chest he had ever received. Normally unflappable, Bai Fan clenched his fists, his eyes alight with anticipation. What would he unlock this time? He glanced toward the steamy kitchen, then slipped to his room with a spring in his step. While Bai Fan prepared to open his prize, the entire city of Donyun erupted just as he had predicted. As the results posted, word spread from Donyun across Nanjiang province and swept through all of Longhua. Bai Fan became the name on everyone's lips. Inside the chairman's office at Donyun Private High School, Xiao Yuanshan ended the call and sank into the plush sofa, grinning up at the ceiling. Nanjiang's top scorer. Longhua's number 1. The astonishing score left him lightheaded. He had merely hoped Bai Fan would clinch the provincial title. He never dreamed the boy would hand him the national crown as well. With this publicity, Donyun Private High School would vault into the country's elite. Bai Fan is bound to soar. I need to tighten that connection, he mused. An idea flashed through his mind. There was still a furnished villa in Donyun, right next to Yu Yu's place. Bai Fan was single, and the post-exam break would be perfect for Yu Yue to spend more time with him. After grinning like a fool for a while, Xiao Yuanshan straightened, grabbed his phone, and called Bai Fan again. No answer. Hearing the cold, automated message, he paused, then chuckled even harder. Smart kid. The laugh wouldn't last. The phone he had set on the desk began to vibrate violently. The moment the college and Transism rankings were released, Dongyun City and even the whole of Longwa was shaken to its core. Xiao Yuanshan, chairman of a private high school in Dongyun, nearly had his phone blown up by non-stop calls. First came the local friends, then the big shots he could only look up to, each dialing in turn. Switch it off for some peace? He wanted to copy Bai Fan, but he simply didn't have the nerve. All he could do was juggle the calls and experience the bittersweet thrill of sudden fame. Compared with the commotion outside, Bai Fan's home was so quiet he could hear his own breathing. The teenager sat cross-legged on his bed, eyes fixed on the diamond-gleaming treasure chest before him, fingertips trembling. The exciting moment has arrived. Wonder what'll pull this time? He muttered, drawing a deep breath as both hands rested on the chest. Ding-dong. A crisp system prompt chimed. Diamond chest opened successfully. Congratulations, host. Please check your inventory for the following rewards. Reward 1, 100 Dragon Blood Herbs. Reward 2, 100 Dragon Spirit Herbs. Reward 3, Level 10 Diamond Weapon Staff of Fate. Reward 4, a rank Beastmaster Skill Flame Burst. Generous, unbelievably generous. To Bai Fan, the system's voice sounded sweeter than music. 100 Dragon Blood Herbs and 100 Dragon Spirit Herbs were enough to boost Little Snail's growth straight into the next stage, while a level 10 diamond weapon and a rank skill would transform his overall strength. Any single item could spark a bloody scramble in Dongyun City, if not all of Longwa. Once his excitement settled, he opened his inventory, starting with the brightest prize, the Staff of Fate. The wand was about 50 centimeters long and lime green from tip to handle, its glossy surface seeming almost alive. Item, Staff of Fate. Type, Magic Staff. Level requirement, 10. Base stats, all attributes 100. Enchanted properties. 1. Skill power 50, mana cost 50. 2. Recovery rate 100. 3. All ranged attacks gain guaranteed homing. 4. Special skill, good fortune when activated. The wielder's luck soars for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 1 month. After reading the stats, Bai Fan's eyes blazed with excitement. A flat 100 to every attribute instantly doubled his character sheet. The first 2 enchantments meant a surge in offense, defense, and sustainability. His Earthspike spell would now hit twice as hard and could be cast 4 times as often. The third ensured any ranged skill would lock on and never miss. As for good fortune, it might be short-lived and slow to recharge, but for a perpetual unlucky soul like Bai Fan, it was priceless. The next time he opened a chest, he'd trigger good fortune the moment the cooldown ended and ride a wave of pure luck. At that thought, he tightened his grip on the staff, heat tingling at his fingertips, as though he could already feel his next critical haul pulsing in the future. The only downside was the long cooldown on Lucky Break, so next time he would have to stockpile some system treasure chests before using it. After sorting the loot, Bai Fan pulled the Beastmaster Skill Book Flame Burst from his inventory. As the pages opened, golden letters floated into view. Flame Burst Grade A, Beastmaster Exclusive Skill. Launches a fireball straight ahead. It detonates on impact with a target or obstacle, and its damage scales with the caster's power. The description made Bai Fan's eyes shine. Had once seen a top Beastmaster on TV flatten an entire hill with this spell. It had been terrifying. He couldn't manage that yet, but at his current strength it should hit as hard as a high-explosive grenade. Talk about a windfall. The Staff of Fate and Flame Burst alone had already doubled his overall combat strength. If he took the Beastmaster entrance exam now, he was confident he could clear it in under 5 minutes, and this was only the appetizer. The main event was feeding Little Snail. He had 100 Dragon Spirit Herbs and 100 Dragon Blood Herbs. Feeding them all would max out Little Snail's growth and push it to the next stage. Better still, his SS Steer talent could trigger up to a 10,000-fold return. Heart racing, Bai Fan got to work. Swish. A beam of light flashed, and the Titan Snail appeared on the bed. Its plump body settled onto the blankets, the glossy dark purple shell glowing softly. 2 antennae waved expectantly, clearly waiting for its reward. Bai Fan dumped the herbs in front of it and laughed. Dig in. Once you finish, you'll grow up. Little Snail gave him a quick glance, bobbed both feelers, then lowered its head and began devouring. The Emerald Dragon Spirit Herbs and Bloodred Dragon Blood Herbs vanished into its mouth and were chewed to pulp in seconds. The next instant, a pleasant system chime rang in Bai Fan's ears. Titan Snail successfully fed. Congratulations, host. A 1,000-fold bonus has been triggered. Reward 1, 500 pet growth points. Reward 2, planting space doubled. Current size, 0.2 mu, capacity, 20 plants. Reward 3, Dragon Blood Herb Seeds 500, Dragon Spirit Herb Seeds 500. All rewards have been delivered. Please check your inventory. Bai Fan was ecstatic. It wasn't the top 10,000-fold bonus, but 1,000 times was still amazing, especially with the planting space instantly doubled, which meant his future herb yield would skyrocket. The change in Little Snail was even more striking. A deep violet light enveloped its entire body, and mysterious runes surfaced on its shell like the crests of an ancient royal lineage, filling the room with an awe-inspiring aura. With its growth now at 1,000 points, it was clearly about to enter the next stage. In the room, under Bai Fan's expectant gaze, Little Snail, the Titan Snail, was soon wrapped in a sheath of deep violet light, like a gemstone being smelted, the radiance dancing along its contours. As an indescribable mystical ripple spread outward, the tiny creature absorbed the glow like a sponge until every trace of violet luminescence vanished. A thrill shot through Bai Fan. The evolution had succeeded. The next second, Little Snail's aura exploded, and golden runes raced across its once plain shell, intertwining into a lattice that shimmered with lethal sharpness. Even a casual glance sent a chill down one's spine. Bai Fan focused, and the Titan Snail's detailed status panel scrolled across his retina. Beast Companion, Titan Snail. Nickname, Little Snail. Age, 1 month. Level, 10. Aptitude, Supreme Purple. Growth, 44610,000. Infant stage. Note: each time growth reaches a threshold during the infant stage, there is a chance to awaken new talents or skills. Talent, Infinite Growth SSS. Attributes, Strength 1500, Intelligence 1500, Constitution 1500, Agility 1500. Bonus, no buffs, equipment, or items applied. Equipment, Wrath of Titan Gold, Strength 1700. Skills, Titan Body S, Psychic Dread S. Loyalty, 95. Equipment quality, Gold Tier Wrath of Titan. Bai Fan involuntarily held his breath as he read the refreshed panel. Every attribute had doubled to 1,500 points, a terrifying leap that far exceeded his expectations. According to the books and class notes, an ordinary beast companion gained at most 100 points per stat after entering the infant stage. Little Snail had shattered the scale. More importantly, reaching the infant stage removed Little Snail's level cap, allowing further advancement. The Beastmaster curriculum taught that companions topped out at level 10 during the hatchling stage and needed to evolve to the infant stage to progress, where they could then climb to level 30. Yet Bai Fan suspected that this newly evolved Little Snail could already outclass many level 30 boss monsters. Today was a windfall had secured the treasure, and Little Snail had been reborn. Bai Fan calculated silently. This was only a single system achievement quest, yet the reward was absurd. If he could trigger a few more, he might soar to the top overnight. The thought drew a rare, goofy grin from him. He quickly suppressed his excitement. Achievement quests were rare and unpredictable. There was no point obsessing over them before the time was right. What he could do was grind more of the system's regular challenge quests. When the small gains finally add up, the reward will be anything but modest. With the college entrance exam behind him, Bai Fan had a full 2-month break ahead. Until now, had never dared to venture deep into the Tsongfeng Mountains. His strength simply wasn't enough. This holiday was the perfect chance to train Little Snail and to find out what lay hidden in that mist-shrouded interior. With that in mind, he recalled Little Snail to the beast-taming space so it could rest, leaned against the headboard, and began mapping out his itinerary. Knock, knock, knock. The door quivered softly, and Bai Ran poked her head inside. Bro, so much for staying calm. You sent me away just to celebrate by yourself, didn't you? Seeing her brother sitting upright, she covered her mouth with a giggle, grabbed his wrist, and said, Come on, dinner's ready. Bai Fan offered no explanation, letting her guess as she pleased while she dragged him toward the dining room. The table was filled with mouth-watering aromas. After taking a sip of soup, Bai Ran finally spoke in a low voice. Brother, once your vacation ends, I want to start school. Her tone was steady, yet a faint sadness lingered beneath it. She understood that her brother would soon leave for Qingbei Academy in the capital. They were likely to be apart for quite a while. Now that she could move like anyone else, she refused to be a burden any longer. Bai Fan's chopsticks froze midair as he weighed the matter. The cold poison in his sister's body hadn't been eradicated, but at least it no longer disrupted her daily life. At her age, spending time with peers would help her. Keeping her cooped up any longer might only cause new problems. Yet the thought of leaving her in Dongyan City unsettled him. Ran, don't worry about it, Bai Fan said firmly, setting down his chopsticks. Once I'm settled in the capital, I'll bring you over. You can go to school in Beijing. He heard the sorrow behind her words and knew why. They had relied on each other for so many years. Leaving her behind would keep him awake at night. Besides, the cold poison had already seeped into her bones and organs. Dr. Li had warned that only a far stronger healer could remove it for good. Dongyan City had no one of that caliber, but the capital, the heart of Longguo, certainly would. And as for the cost, he wasn't worried. Given his current strength, Qingbei Academy would surely supply resources, and the rare items he occasionally drew from the system's treasure chests would cover any remaining expense. Hearing this, Bai Ran looked up, her eyes curving like twin crescents. All right, They'll wait for you to pick me up. No sooner had the siblings settled their plans than the doorbell rang abruptly. Ding dong, ding dong. Director Xiao Yuanshan, where's Bai Fan right now? Speak, you pair, you hiding him? How else could he be ignoring our calls? Exactly. Give me his new number. I need a serious talk with him. Move it. We don't have all day. Inside the director's office of Dongyan City Private High School, the shouting rose and fell, turning the spacious room into a noisy marketplace. Xiao Yuanshan, pale and exhausted, leaned behind his desk with a helpless smile. At that moment, he looked like a scolded child in front of the crowd. The people hemming him in were all admissions officers from Longwo's top 10 Beastmaster universities. Moments earlier, he had tried to stall their questions over the phone, but barely half an hour after hanging up, a teleportation array flared in the corridor, and every one of them charged in as if the school were on fire. Director Xiao, you underestimated our resolve, someone sneered. Only then did Xiao realize just how much weight a top score on the college entrance exam truly carried. To secure this year's champion, these renowned instructors were willing to cast dignity aside. The office had split into clear factions. Some pressed him for Bai Fan's whereabouts, while others kept a hawk eye on their rivals, ready to pounce at any moment. None of them bothered to hide their formidable auras, and the oppressive pressure filled the room like thunderclouds. Xiao could tell each of them was at least level 50. If they really fought, they could level the entire school in the blink of an eye. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't reach Bai Fan either, Xiao protested, raising both hands. Ever since the results were announced, his phone's been off. Who would believe that? A female instructor snapped. He's your student, you expect us to think you can't contact him? Quit wasting time. Another teacher growled, stepping forward. Give me his home address. I'll go there myself. Right. We need to clinch this before the Qingbei people show up, the others chimed in. Meanwhile, Bai Fan and his sister were at home having dinner, completely unaware of the siege Xiao Yuanshan was enduring. They had just finished discussing their plans for the future when the doorbell rang. Who could that be? Bai Fan's eyes narrowed. As far as he knew, only Xiao Yuanshan and Xiao Yue had his address. He'll get it, he told Bai Yuan, rising to answer the door. But when he opened it, he found not a familiar face, but a stranger, a tall, middle-aged man with narrow, smiling eyes that seemed both honest and unfathomable. Bai Fan didn't relax. Instead, every nerve tightened. There was a subtle menace about the visitor, a pressure he had never felt in Dongyan City before. Not even the proctor who patrolled the exam hall had ever made Bai Fan feel like this. In the amber light of dusk, sunshine streamed through the lattice of the security door. Bai Fan kept the door half open with one hand on the handle, frowned, and looked the visitor up and down. And you are? Relax, Bai Fan. Sensing the boy's wariness, the middle-aged man mustered a friendly smile and pulled an ID from his breast pocket. Gao Yuan, an admissions officer from Qingbei University. I'd like to discuss your enrollment. The embossed crest and official seal on the badge were unmistakable. Bai Fan examined it twice before stepping aside. Good evening, Mr. Gao. Please come in. Crossing the threshold, Gao Yuan silently praised the teen. Excellence worth my sprint to beat the others here. No arrogance, no panic. Even Qingbei admissions failed to ruffle him. With composure like this, he belongs at Qingbei. He recalled the last few hectic hours. As soon as the results were released, he pulled Bai Fan's file. When calls went unanswered, he tapped private contacts to locate the address. While recruiters from other elite universities were still haggling with Xiao Yuanshan, he had already raced to this aging apartment block. Those guys would never guess Bai Fan was already Qingbei's. Following the boy into the living room, Gao Yuan eyed the teenager's slight frame with growing satisfaction. The flat was small but spotless. Half a carp, 2 dishes of greens, and a bowl of rice still steamed on the table. Gao Yuan coughed lightly, wearing an apologetic smile. Looks like I interrupted your dinner. Despite the words, he settled onto the sofa, briefcase on his knees, back straight as a ruler. Please, keep eating. We'll talk while you finish. Bai Fan, ready for small talk, paused at the man's bluntness. Textbook etiquette this was not. Yet he cleared the dishes, poured a glass of warm water, and handed it over before taking the far end of the couch. Gao Yuan took a sip and got down to business. You know why I'm here. Qingbei is Longwo's premier university, first class in both faculty and resources. We admit only 100 students a year, and we rarely fill every slot. Selection works both ways. The nation's top 100 scorers are the pool we target, but every elite school chases the same group. Arrive a step late, and someone else seals the deal. His pace was unhurried, yet every word carried weight. Bai Fan listened with fingers interlaced, expression even, giving little away. Last year we slipped, Gao Yuan continued. The top scorer signed early with Yanhua University, and we had to settle for second at the freshman tournament. Leadership took that hard, so this year we're being extra cautious. I hope you'll give Qingbei top priority. He leaned forward, voice lower. I liked what I saw today, no arrogance, no blind confidence. That calm fits Qingbei perfectly. Bai Fan sifted through the mix of flattery and sincerity, then nodded lightly. Satisfied, Gao Yuan smiled. Among all universities in Longwa, Qingbei stands above the rest. Even the weakest graduates leave with level 50 strength, and, seated on the sofa, Gao Yuan wasted no time and cut straight to the chase, laying out an offer Bai Fan could hardly refuse. Gentle sunlight filtered through the curtains and filled the lounge with a charged sense of anticipation. Gao Yuan's every word landed with weight. If Bai Fan joined Qingbei Academy, he could walk into the school's vault immediately and claim any one grade asset he liked, whether an exorbitantly priced grade skill book or a piece of equally rare equipment. Each semester, he would also receive an additional resource package worth no less than 1 billion credits. On top of that, the Academy would assign him a personal mentor, a Master-tier Beastmaster at level 60 or higher. Even more enticing, every secret realm on campus would be open to Bai Fan free of charge, forever. The sincerity behind those few sentences was unmistakable. Bai Fan felt his heart jolt. Was he really worth terms this generous? Claiming grade resource the moment he enrolled meant he could patch any weakness right away. The semesterly billion credit stipend seemed tailor-made for his Titan Snail. Converted entirely into dragonblood grass, it could theoretically buy 10,000 stocks at once, enough to maximize the hatchling's growth during its juvenile phase. Whether the global market could even supply that much was uncertain, yet the offer alone proved King Bai's boldness. What truly made Bai Fan's breathing quicken was the third Clausia Master-tier Beastmaster as his exclusive tutor. Within the Beastmaster hierarchy, newcomers like Bai Fan, who had bonded with a pet only recently and had just reached level 10, were called Bronze tier. Levels 10 through 30, when a pet entered its infancy, defined the Silver tier. From 30 to 60, as the pet matured into adolescence, came the Gold tier. Only those above level 60 and below 100, whose companions had entered adulthood, earned the title of Master-tier Beastmaster. Every Master-tier Beastmaster stood among the world's strongest. In top academies they often served as presidents, while in government posts they wielded authority on par with a provincial governor. For Qingbei to assign such a figure as Bai Fan's mentor was akin to lifting him straight to the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom's elite. At that thought, Bai Fan's internal scales barely wavered. Qingbei had always been his target, and after Gao Yuan unveiled these three trump cards, the optimal choice was obvious. Bai Fan, Gao Yuan said, fixing his gaze on the still silent student and allowing a smile to form. You've heard Qingbei Academy's offer. Are you ready to make your decision? Bai Fan had already made up his mind and was about to accept the offer, but just as he started to nod, several terrifying auras swept through the walls. Before he could identify their owners, the doorbell rang again. Sorry, Professor, let me get that, he murmured to Gao Yuan, then hurried toward the entrance. Gao Yuan remained half-reclined on the sofa, eyes dark and distant, a faint smile tugging at his lips. With his cultivation, the mere hint of those auras told him everything he needed to know. Their arrival would change nothing. A moment later, Bai Fan opened the door and nearly stepped back. The doorway was crammed with bodies, recruiters from the nation's top academies, clothes askew and hair disheveled, all shoving to get inside. Trapped at the rear, Xiao Yuanshan gave Bai Fan a helpless smile. As the door swung wide, a flood of power rolled into the living room. Bai Fan felt like prey caught by an ancient beast. Then, as quickly as it came, the pressure vanished. He barely had time to breathe before hands clamped onto his arms and shoulders. Bai Fan, in with Chongming Academy. Choose us and you'll get 50 million dragon coins up front, a tier 10 gold gear set, and another 100 million in resources every semester. 50 million? Pathetic. Another recruiter tugged Bai Fan closer. Yulong Academy will give you 100 million cash, a tier 10 platinum set, and 200 million per term. The narrow hallway erupted. Astronomical bids flew like confetti, the clamor rattling the doorframe. No one dared release Bai Fan, as if he might sprout wings and escape. Tossed back and forth, Bai Fan almost laughed. These dignified professors were acting worse than street vendors. Suddenly the crowd parted, forced aside by a powerful shove. A square-jawed man with razor-sharp brows strode up to Bai Fan. Forget every offer you've heard, he declared. He lifted his chin. Tian Liang, recruitment officer for Yanhua Academy. Sign with us, and you'll receive 100 million dragon coins immediately, a tier 10 diamond set, and more importantly 1 billion in cultivation resources every semester. His confidence was palpable. Last year Yanhua Academy dethroned Qingbei to win the national freshman tournament. You've heard of our faculty and heritage. Only with us will your true potential be unleashed. The other recruiters exchanged bitter looks. They couldn't refute last year's results, nor could they match the bid. Silence settled over the hallway. Then a mocking voice sliced through the tension. Champions, you got lucky once, and now you think you own the sky? At that moment, the sardonic remark echoed in everyone's ears. Outside Bai Fan's house, recruiters from the nation's most prestigious universities had converged, and for a moment the scene resembled a noisy marketplace. The street was already narrow, barely able to accommodate the rows of school buses and luxury cars, and now it was packed with people from end to end. Tian Ming of Yanhua Academy stepped onto the front steps first, raising a hand for silence. The moment his voice fell, the surrounding clamor ceased as though the air itself had been sucked away. Bai Fan, as long as you nod, Yanhua Academy is prepared to give you a full set of diamond-grade equipment and 10 billion in additional resources, Tianming announced. His voice was calm, yet every syllable struck like a hammer. Diamond-grade equipment, 10 billion in resources. The words slammed into every listener's chest. Across Longhua, such an offer could entice even a top gold-rank beastmaster, let alone a student who had not yet enrolled. The other recruiters' expressions twitched. By normal standards, none of them could outdo Yanhua. Then, from the doorway, a teasing voice floated out. Ha Tianming, you blockhead. Yanhu is really pulling out all the stops, huh? Too bad you're late. Tianming's face stiffened. He snapped his head toward the living room behind Bai Fan. On the sofa, one leg casually crossed, wearing a smug grin, sat a young man leisurely sizing up the crowd. Gao Yuan, the recruiter from Qingbei Academy. Gao Yuan, you sneaky devil. Tianming burst out. He had assumed that skipping the private high school meant had beaten Qingbei to the punch, only to find that Gao Yuan had bypassed protocol and slipped directly into Bai Fan's home. Silently cursing the old schemer, Tianming forced a pleasant smile back onto his face and turned once more to Bai Fan. You can see Yanhua's sincerity. So hey, race the deal. Besides the diamond gear and 10 billion in resources, we'll assign you a gold-rank beastmaster as your personal mentor if you join us. A gold-rank beastmaster at most universities, that was a cornerstone figure. Even some weaker presidents were only at that level. After this added inducement, the other recruiters fell completely silent, scarcely daring to breathe. Every gaze fixed on Bai Fan. The teenager bowed his head in thought for a moment, then looked up and shook it slowly. I'm sorry, Mr. Tian. I've already chosen Qingbei Academy. Bai Fan, do you understand what you're refusing? Tianming's tone grew somber. Full guidance from a top gold rank expert, an extensive annual resource CC would be guaranteed a rise to gold rank and could even reach master rank. No matter how much Qingbei values you, they can't top this. He searched Bai Fan's eyes for hesitation, but the boy simply shook his head again, more firmly. I'm sorry, Mr. Tian. An extended silence followed. Tianming drew a long breath, forcing down his frustration. His voice remained controlled, though a sharp edge persisted. Very well. I hope you won't regret this choice, Bai Fan. And I wish you even greater success at Qingbei. With that, Tianming gave Bai Fan and Gao Yuan a hard look, turned on his heel, and strode away. When the recruiters from the other universities saw Tianming leave, they knew their chances were gone. They exchanged a few polite words with Bai Fan, then hurried off. They still had to find other promising students now that the provincial top scorer was already spoken for. After the courtyard quieted down, Bai Fan turned to Xiao Yuanshan, who was still standing there. Chairman Xiao, would you like to come in and sit for a while? He asked, stepping aside an invitation. Xiao Yuanshan had been lost in shock. Bai Fan's voice pulled him back. The boy's calm expression stirred up a swirl of emotions in him. A moment ago, the elite universities had offered resources he could only dream of, yet Bai Fan had turned them down with a single sentence. After a brief hesitation, he lowered his voice. Bai Fan, the terms Professor Tian offered are already generous. Qingbei may be the top university in Longhua, but Yanhua is hardly inferior. Are you sure you don't want to think it over? He feared Bai Fan had refused Yanhua simply for the sake of the #1 title. Bai Fan nodded. Don't worry, Chairman Xiao, I've weighed the pros and cons. Qingbei's offer is better than Yanhua's. Hearing that, Xiao Yuanshan finally relaxed. All right, I won't press you any further. Then a more practical concern occurred to him. By the way, word's out that you live here. You're likely to have a steady stream of visitors. There's an empty villa in our neighborhood quiet, with security patrols. Why don't you and your sister move in? It'll spare you some trouble, and once you leave for Qingbei, shall be safer there. As he spoke, he pressed a key he had prepared into Bai Fan's hand. Bai Fan understood Xiao Yuanshan's intentions. After a brief pause, he accepted the key and said earnestly, Chairman Xiao, no need for thanks. If there's ever anything I can do, just let me know. Xiao Yuanshan smiled, satisfied. That's all I wanted to hear. Oh, you also lives in the community. After you move in, you two should visit her now and then. His sudden, almost parental concern left Bai Fan slightly embarrassed. He covered it with a quiet cough. Xiao Yuanshan offered a few final reminders and drove away. The gate closed, and when Bai Fan turned around, he found Gao Yuan standing under the eaves, smiling. Kid, he's right, this place is about to get very busy. While things are still quiet, let's move. Gao Yuan patted him on the shoulder. Move? Bai Fan frowned. Professor Gao, isn't it a bit too soon? Now, Bai Fan was taken aback by Gao Yuan's words. He had expected that, after his stunning entrance season performance, plenty of people would come courting him, some too influential to refuse, but he hadn't imagined anyone would be this impatient. Sensing his hesitation, Gao Yuan spoke plainly, unhurried yet precise. I'm here for two things. First, to invite you to Qingbei Academy. Second, once you accept, to take you straight to the capital. Although classes start on August 20th, nearly 2 months from now, your college life can begin the moment you say yes. Every year we run a 2-month closed training session for freshmen, partly to boost your strength, partly to keep you from wasting the break. Don't worry about rushing. We'll stay in Dongyun City for 2 days. Once your bags are packed, we'll leave together. The offer was sincere and direct, and Bai Fan could only shake his head with a wry smile. Diving into King Bai's freshman boot camp right after the exams sounded brutal, but he understood why the academy didn't want prodigies squandering their vacation. Decision made. He and his little sister began packing. They'd only lived in the rented apartment a few days, so there wasn't much to sort. In under half an hour, everything was boxed, and they called a car to their new homey, a detached villa in Century Garden, a gift from Xiao Yuanshan. Century Garden lay in the heart of Dongyun City, its greenbelts, fountains, and ornamental bridges artfully arranged. Residents were either wealthy or powerful people Bai Fan had previously seen only on television, now passed him on the sidewalk. What impressed him most wasn't their status, but the compound's security. Armed guards at every gate and beast tamers patrolling with their pets. When he left for the capital, his sister would be far safer in a place like this. The villa sat exactly where Xiao Yuanshan had said, right next to the Xiao family estate, separated only by a flower-lined path. Once their luggage was stowed, Bai Fan led his sister next door to pay his respects and entrust her daily care to the Xiaos. Xiao Yue was home. Her exam results were also stellar, though not as outrageous as Bai Fan's. She had still cracked the provincial top 10 and secured an offer from Chongming Academy, one of the country's 10 premier universities. On learning that Bai Fan was leaving soon, she readily promised to look after Bai Ling and invited the siblings to stay for lunch. The Xiao family chef was superb. After a lavish meal, Bai Fan thanked his hosts and returned to the villa to wait out the next 2 days. 2 days later, Gao Yuan arrived on schedule and escorted Bai Fan to Dongyun City's arcane transit hall. Constellation motifs covered the vaulted ceiling, blue-white light bands crisscrossed the floor, and distant artifacts thrummed. They would use the long-range teleportation array to jump straight to the capital, then make their way to Qingbei Academy. Since the Great Change, Blue Star's landmass had expanded many times over. The old transport network still worked within provinces, but crossing provincial borders now required colossal magical hubs like this. Traditional long-distance vehicles had been relegated to short hopper routes between nearby cities, for example, airplanes. The convenient mode of transport Bai Fan remembered had long been abandoned in this world. The skies were now riddled with danger, a hunting ground for aerial monsters. Unless one was a beastmaster who rode flying pets or a powerhouse of gold rank or higher, ordinary people wouldn't dare leave the ground. The air had practically become forbidden territory. The teleportation hall in Dongyun City was nearly deserted. In the center stood an ultra-long-range magic array large enough for 100 passengers, yet only a handful of people were present. Bai Fan, Gao Yuan, and a few technicians in charge of its upkeep. Dongyun was a small place, after all, and few residents could afford to use the array. Bai Fan, this is your first time taking a long-distance teleport, isn't it? Gao Yuan asked with a gentle, squinting smile while the array was being calibrated. He nodded without hesitation. Since crossing into this world, he had never even left Dongyun City, much less used a teleportation array. These arrays were staggeringly expensive to build and equally costly to maintain. The activation fee alone had once been completely out of his reach. He had heard that interprovincial jumps were billed by distance, anywhere from 1 to 5 million dragon coins per trip. The thought still left him reeling. That was an astronomical sum. Gao Yuan kept his warm smile. Don't worry, you'll get used to it. Once you enroll at Qingbei Academy, there are perks besides the official ones. Take this array, for example, show your student ID and you get 10 free trips a year, plus you can bring 3 companions each time. Bai Fan froze. He had just glanced at the rate board. Dongyun to the capital cost 2 million dragon coins per person. That meant he could save 20 million a year, and with companion slots the benefits soared past 100 million. Qingbei Academy really was loaded. Catching the awe in his eyes, Gao Yuan's smile grew a shade deeper. It's not as expensive as you think. The real resource consumption per jump is fairly low. A spark flashed in Bai Fan's gaze, but before he could pursue the thought, Gao Yuan went on, a few warnings. Because of the distance, the clash of magic and space can cause severe vertigo. You'll get used to it, but be prepared. Bai Fan recalled the tearing sensation at the entrance to the exam realm and nodded knowingly. They traded a few more casual remarks before a technician signaled that the calibration was complete. Guided by signs, they stepped onto the circular platform etched with intricate runes. Once the head count was confirmed, the array shuddered, a tide of vast mana surged from the floor, and a blinding white light flooded the hall. When the light faded, both Bai Fan and Gao Yuan were gone from the array. Long Wujing Du. The teleportation array suddenly flared, silver-white light pooling in the center of the hall as Bai Fan and Gao Yuan materialized. Once the brief dizziness passed, the distinctive bustle of Jingdu rushed in. This transfer hall was 10 times the size of the one in Dongyun City. Mana crystals studded the vaulted ceiling, gilded clouds adorned the walls, and the lamps were bright enough to make the polished floor shine like a mirror. With one sweep of his eyes, Bai Fan counted at least 10 beast tamers whose presence felt like looming mountains, while nobles in brocade robes and jade pendants streamed past in a seemingly endless yet orderly flow. Come on, they'll take you to the freshman assembly area first. Stepping off the array, Gao Yuan gestured for Bai Fan to follow. Freshman assembly area? Bai Fan frowned for a moment. Normally, they should report straight to Qingbei Academy. The question lingered only an instant. Habit told him to observe before he spoke. They wove through the crowd and exited the hall, where a black hovercar was already waiting. Once the doors closed, the power core hummed, and the vehicle glided away from the station. Gao Yuan handed Bai Fan a bottle of chilled mineral water, opened one for himself, leaned back, and said casually, "My escort mission is almost finished. If you have any questions, ask now." Bai Fan took a sip and got straight to the point. "Teacher Gao, what should I know about the freshman training?" A flicker of approval crossed Gao Yuan's eyes. He had expected Bai Fan to ask why they weren't heading straight for registration, but the boy had gone right to the heart of the matter. Freshman training in name, but in truth, it's an evaluation. Gao Yuan's smile faded and his voice deepened. Over the next 2 months, the instructors will reshuffle your rankings based on performance and decide your future cultivation path. You need to be at your peak. He raised one finger. Finishing first in the entrance exam is impressive, but it doesn't tell the whole story. A beast tamer's strength isn't just potential and contracted beasts. Mindset and many other factors matter as well. The academy guarantees you a basic allotment of resources each year, but the truly special ones you must earn. He paused to be sure Bai Fan was listening. For example, that's grade resource selection you want that's on the line during this assessment. Street scenes blurred past the windows as Gao Yuan went on. Qingbei Academy admits students by exam rank, but that only measures potential. Once you're inside, everyone must prove themselves in combat to establish the real rankings. Those rankings aren't just bragging rights. They determine how many resources you receive. He met Bai Fan's eyes, his tone firm. What I promised on the Academy's behalf covers only the basics. The extras, the things that can truly transform, you must be won by your own hands. Leaning back again, Gao Yuan's voice softened a notch. And even the post-assessment rankings are only temporary. Throughout your time at Qingbei, anyone is free to challenge those ranked above them whenever they choose. If you fail, you surrender some of your own resources, but if you win, you claim your opponent's rank and the quota of resources that comes with it. After listening to Gao Yuan's explanation, Bai Fan simply nodded. An assessment of course. Qingbei had always embraced a ruthless, survival-of-the-fittest ethos, and that was precisely why it had held the top spot among Dragon Kingdom universities for so many years. Far from feeling intimidated, Bai Fan found his curiosity piqued and looked forward even more to the upcoming freshman training. The car left the bustling city center, rolled down increasingly quiet streets, and finally stopped in front of a military base on the outskirts of Jingdu. Bai Fan, this is the assembly point for the new students, Gao Yuan said, handing him a credential. Take this inside. Someone will meet you. With that brief instruction, Gao Yuan drove off, leaving Bai Fan alone at the gate. The base's outer wall was a somber gray-black, tall and imposing, while the iron gate resembled a giant clenched jaw. Glancing at the papers in his hand, Bai Fan reflected that most top powerhouses came from either the military or the academies, and many graduates enlisted straight away to fight monsters on the front lines. If Qingbei held its freshman training on a base, it almost certainly involved those creatures. 2 sentries checked his paperwork, saluted, and let him in. Beyond the gate lay a vast open ground paved with heavy granite slabs etched with intricate runes that occasionally flickered with faint golden light. Bai Fan had no time to study them. Dozens of gazes had already locked onto him. In the middle of the square, more than 70 students were waiting in formation. Their youthful faces and raw auras marked them as this year's Qingbei freshmen. They had clustered into small groups, each keeping a wary distance from the others. Bai Fan kept his expression neutral, shouldered his luggage, and moved to a corner, quietly observing. With the boost from Little Snail and his gear, his overall stats were now close to 200, giving him razor-sharp senses. Every person here felt far stronger than the peers he had met before. A few, in particular, drew his attention. To his right stood a girl with a graceful figure, dressed simply in jeans and a white t-shirt. Her refined features outshone even Xiao Yuyu's, yet she radiated a beast-like pressure, and the oversized greatsword on her back glimmered faintly with gold. Not far in front of her was a slim, unremarkable young man whose plain looks would disappear in any crowd, yet Bai Fan still sensed a subtle threat emanating from him. Killing intent. Bai Fan was sure of the unremarkable boy was wrapped in a murderous aura so thick it felt almost solid. It was stronger than anything he'd sensed from bounty hunters, pressing the very air into heaviness. The discovery made his heart jolt. What kind of blood and fire would someone his own age have to survive to forge an aura sharp enough to sting the skin? Steadying himself, he kept watching. The young man suddenly turned and met his eyes. A shy smile spread across the boy's face, yet it sent an icy chill down Bai Fan's spine. So, The top scorers really do keep a few cards hidden, he thought. He raised a hand in greeting and returned the smile, outwardly friendly while doubling his vigilance inside. Across the clearing, a quiet two-story building stood. From a second-floor window, another observer looked down on the cluster of rookies. A bunch of kids, the middle-aged man in a crisp military uniform muttered, hands clasped behind his back. Is it really worth burning a favor for them? His gaze drifted between the window frame and the square below. Behind him, a slouched figure reclined on the sofa, stunningly beautiful woman with long legs propped on the armrest, her curvy body sinking into the cushions. She tipped back a full bottle of potent baijiu, throat bobbing until it was empty. Please, she hiccuped. We were all that age once. Besides, from today on these kids are my new source of fun. She burped and lobbed the bottle over her shoulder. It clattered in the corner, joining a dozen others scattered in disarray. The officer's brow twitched at the crash. He finally turned. Seriously? You barge into my camp and start drinking in front of me? Those bottles are from my private stash, are nearly impossible to replace. His eyes fell on the mound of glass, and the pain on his face was almost tangible. It's not like this is the first time. The woman snorted, reaching for the remaining bottles on the coffee table. Her fingers barely brushed the glass before a cold gust whisked them away. An instant later, every bottle was cradled in the officer's arms, as though he were holding priceless treasure. Come on, Shun, do you have to be so stingy? I only drank a few. He'll write you an IOU, can charge it to Qingbei Academy, she teased. Shin looked exasperated, as if she had poked a raw nerve, but he still hugged the bottles to his chest. Expense it? Don't be ridiculous, that would only land me in trouble. You've had your drinks, and I've cleared the space for you. Go handle your business and quit bothering me. And go easy on them, Shinyu. These kids are Qingbei's darlings. If you push too hard, the old guard will be after you. Still in uniform, old Shin slipped the freshly uncorked bottle of baijiu into the hidden drawer beneath his desk, frowned, and waved her away. The stunning Shin Yue, full name Shin Yu, stood before the desk, shrugging with a smile in her eyes. Relax, nobody's going to die, she said lightly, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Sooner or later they'll see combat. A little hardship now will only help them. She rose from the sofa, her stilettos clicking against the polished floor. As her long legs carried her to the door, she glanced back. All right, everybody's here. Thanks for the drink, old Shun. They'll bring you a better bottle next time. When her graceful silhouette vanished at the end of the corridor, old Shin patted his chest and let out a long breath, torn between worry and relief. The open square in the middle of the camp was filling fast. Since Bai Fan had walked through the gate, another dozen students had arrived. The sun blazed overhead. When it reached its zenith, the sentries heaved the heavy iron doors shut with a clang. Bai Fan watched the thick bolt drop and did the math. 90 freshmen this year. That was no small number. Every top university tries to lure the top 100 scorers after the exams, and not all of them choose Qingbei. Time stretched under the scorching heat. Restlessness rippled through the crowd. Each of them was a prodigy back home, unaccustomed to being left to bake in the sun. Just as the grumbling was about to erupt, a steady, powerful rhythm of footsteps cut through the noise. Tap, tap, tap. The door of the two-story office building swung open, and a tall figure stepped into the light. High heels struck the concrete with crisp precision. The square fell silent as every gaze locked onto the woman. Even Bai Fan looked up. Nearly 180 tall, sheathed in a form-fitting training suit, her curves left nothing to the imagination. Her breathtaking face carried a languid air, yet her eyes were razor-sharp. Every gesture was an alloy of allure and danger. All right, everyone's here. Her lazy voice carried effortlessly. Freshman boot camp starts now. I'm Shinyu, your instructor. When I call your name, step forward for your gear. She sounded as if even declaring the start of training took effort, her tone unhurried and casual. Many freshmen exchanged glances, disdain flickering in their eyes. So this was the legendary tough coach? Instructor Shinyu, a tall student, suddenly stepped out of the crowd, a mocking smile on his lips and his voice raised. Shouldn't you brief us first before the training begins? On the parade ground, the frustration that had been simmering during the long wait erupted the moment the tall young man spoke, as if a valve had been flung open. That's right, Teacher Shinyu. We've been standing here forever, and the first thing you do is announce the start of orientation. Don't you think you owe us an explanation? We were left hanging all morning. Is this how Qingbei Academy treats its freshmen? Accusations flew from every direction, shattering the earlier silence like a pot brought to a rolling boil. Amid the commotion, Bai Fan noticed the plain-looking young man he had observed earlier. A faint, cold smile tugged at the stranger's lips, and a fleeting, unreadable sympathy passed through his eyes as he glanced at the tall speaker. Bai Fan's heart skipped a beat. He instinctively backed away from the loudest complainers, unsure why, yet certain that something bad was about to happen. He wasn't the only one. Several students made the same cautious retreat. Up front, Shun Ye's expression shifted subtly at the challenge, as though her mood had brightened. Lifting her chin, she fixed her gaze on the tall youth. Are you questioning me? Her voice was soft, yet it pricked at everyone's ears like a needle. The words had barely left her lips when terror flashed across the tall student's face, as if a predator had suddenly locked onto him. He opened his mouth to say "I," but his whole body began to tremble. Tap, tap, tap. High heels struck the granite, sharp and rapid. The students in the front row felt an invisible pressure bearing down on them and instinctively stepped aside, clearing a path. Xinyu stopped directly before the tall young man, her tone impossibly gentle, an almost sincere smile on her face. I remember you, Duan Peng, top scorer of Dongchuan province, 15th in the nation. Relax, we're just going to talk. Seeing her warm demeanor, the previously anxious students relaxed. This teacher didn't seem so strict after all. Still smiling, Xinyu swept her gaze over the crowd, her voice bright. You're all wondering why orientation is being held on a military base and why you've been made to wait so long, aren't you? Many heads nodded at once. Just then, Bai Fan caught sight of the girl with the massive sword on her back. She did not nod. Instead, a faintly contemptuous smile crossed her face. Coupled with the enigmatic look from the plain youth earlier, Bai Fan had a growing hunch. They knew something. An uneasy feeling settled in his stomach. Whatever this orientation was, it wasn't going to be pleasant. While Bai Fan was still lost in his own thoughts, Xinyu took in the freshman's reactions, her smile growing warmer as if their response couldn't have pleased her more. The sun blazed over the drill field, heat waves distorting the air. Xinyu planted one hand on her hip, brushed a few loose strands behind her ear with the other, then scratched the back of her head, sounding a little embarrassed. Hey, race the thing. I joined Qingbei Academy this year, so I have zero experience training rookies. But when the principal makes a request, I can't exactly say no. So I'm doing things the only way I know. Duan Peng, I'm sure you all understand, right? As she spoke, she gave Duan Peng's shoulder an offhand pat, as if she were just getting friendly with her juniors. Duan Peng nodded, though the smile on his face looked more like a grimace. The new students nodded along. No wonder orientation felt so informal. Apparently Xinyu herself was new. At her sincere tone and pleasant looks, and sympathy began to rise. Inexperience was forgivable. Bai Fan, however, caught something off. After those casual pats, Duan Peng's shoes had silently sunk 2 or 3 centimeters into the granite. Sweat beaded on his forehead, his jaw clenched, his Adam's apple bobbing, yet he dared not utter a word. Seeing the nodding crowd, Shun Ye's smile became radiant. Since you're all so understanding, I'm sure you'll also understand that a teacher has to discipline disobedient students. The moment you stepped into this camp, you became recruits. Her voice was gentle as spring breeze, hand still resting lightly on Duan Peng's shoulder, yet the granite began to crackle. Both of Duan Peng's calves sank flush into the rock, color drained from his face. A hush fell over the field. Every heartbeat seemed loud. The freshman stared at Shunyu as if she were a beast in human skin. The words "smiling tiger" surfaced in unison. She hadn't shown any blinding display of power, but this single move erased all their contempt. Satisfied, she nodded. Good. Since no one objects, Duan Peng will stay right here until the rest of you return. Her final tap carried an almost imperceptible force. Thud. Duan Peng's legs vanished into the stone, only his torso left above ground. The sight was absurdly comical, yet no one dared laugh. Glances darted around. Reverence for Xinyu mingled with deep unease about the training ahead. Xinyu dusted off her hands and strode back to the ranks, her slim figure unmistakable even under the burning sun. Ha ha ha. In a corner room on the second floor of a small building, an elderly man with snow-white hair but bright, lively eyes stood behind a window, taking in the scene. Old Shin burst into hearty laughter. I've missed this. It's been ages since I saw that girl up to her tricks. Bringing her to Qingbei Academy was the right call. Maybe a stint here will finally help her shake off what happened last time. Excellent. I'm pleased to see you all understand my approach. When your name is called, come up and collect the gear you'll need for training. Xinyu took a single step forward, still wearing that lazy, gentle look. Her hand rested idly on her hip, yet she seemed ready to unleash explosive power at any moment. The freshmen exchanged uneasy glances. No one dared treat this seemingly amiable instructor like an ordinary teacher. Just moments ago, she had slapped Duan Peng halfway into the ground with casual ease, a sight far more persuasive than any lecture. At the back of the crowd, Bai Fan spotted Duan Peng, coated in dust with only his head and shoulders sticking out of the dirt. A flicker of sympathy crossed Bai Fan's mind. Downgraded to dead last in the freshman rankings just for grumbling a bit. What rotten luck. Still, he had no intention of pleading on the guy's behalf. If he so much as muttered, Xinyu might plant him as the next human sapling. With that precedent set, no one else dared make a sound. One by one, students stepped forward as their names were called. Xinyu flicked her fingertips, light flashed in the air, and a black backpack dropped into the recipient's hands as if by sleight of hand. Each newcomer cradled the pack, stepped aside, and lined up in perfect order, smooth as flowing water. Bai Fan, however, had eyes only for the faintly blue glowing silver ring on Shun Ye's right middle finger, a spatial ring. In this age where magic and technology advance side by side, Many items once consigned to fantasy have become reality, and storage gear is every adventurer's favorite. Using folded space principles, hundreds of cubic meters of cargo can vanish into a space no larger than a thumbnail. Spatial rings are the pinnacle of such tech, and even the smallest model costs upward of 1 billion yuan. Shunye's ring was clearly top tier. The intricate runes etched along its band screamed an astronomical price. If only I had one of those, expeditions would be so much easier, Bai Fan thought, tongue clicking in envy, his gaze glued to the ring. He recalled his last trip to the Tsangfeng Mountains, where excess weight forced him to ditch a mountain of monster materials, painful memories. Had sworn to buy storage gear afterward, but the starter price alone taught him the true meaning of poverty curbs imagination. With his savings, he couldn't even cover the down payment. Thankfully, the academy was footing the bill for this training. Maybe he could snag one hair batonier would do. Next, Bai Fan. The mild voice snapped him out of his daydream. He answered at once, strode down the aisle his classmates opened, and stopped before Shunyu, greeting her clearly and respectfully. Good morning, Professor. By procedure, he should have received a backpack, yet Shunyu didn't reach for one. Instead, she lifted her right hand and held the silver ring up to his eyes. Do you like how it looks? She asked softly, her expression unchanged. Bai Fan froze for a moment when he heard that. At the same time, the little scene unfolding at the front of the classroom drew every eye in the room. Everyone was waiting to see whether Bai Fan, the top scorer in the college entrance exam, will become the next unlucky soul after Duan Peng. The gleeful looks around him made his heart tighten. Shinya's hand was raised midair, long, pale, and slender, its knuckles defined like an ivory carving. Even though Bai Fan had no particular fascination with hands, he had to admit it was beautiful. What puzzled him was why Shunyu had stopped at his name. Everyone else had simply come up, taken their gear, and left. Beautiful, he blurted after a brief pause, following his first impulse. Shinya's eyes softened. I didn't expect our top scorer to have such a special interest, she said with a quiet laugh. From the start, your gaze hasn't left my hand. Tell you what, if you manage to stay first in the next 2 months of training, they'll grant you one special request. She blinked, her tone deliberately teasing. Bai Fan stiffened, embarrassment prickling at his temples. Oh no, she misunderstood. He had been captivated by the flicker of light on her spatial ring, not her hand itself. The students who had been waiting for drama now stared in shock and curiosity, making the situation even more awkward. He had to clear this up. Miss Shun, I was actually looking at the spatial ring on your hand, he explained, forcing the words out. Shinyu paused, glanced at the ring, and let out a light "oh." After a moment, she lifted her eyes with a smile. In that case, let's change the deal. If you finish first in the freshman rankings, the ring is yours. A faint hint of disappointment flashed in her voice, as if the prey had slipped away at the last second. Handing him an army green backpack, she added, do your best. I have high hopes for you. Bai Fan accepted the pack and backed into the waiting area, barely able to hide his excitement. A single freshman title for a spatial ring worth a fortune, what a trade. In his elation, he completely missed Shunye's momentary sigh. Soon, every newcomer who had reached the camp except the punished Duan Peng had received a backpack. There wasn't much inside. A flint, a collapsible canteen, rations, a few vials of healing solution, and gauze. The most eye-catching item was a faintly glowing teleportation scroll. The soft light meant it was already activated. The destination was set, and tearing it open would transport them there in an instant. Clap, clap. While the students checked their gear, Shinyu clapped her hands, pulling every gaze back to the front. Spatial ring in hand, Bai Fan slung on his backpack and joined the queue with a grin. To claim that absurdly pricey yet free spatial ring, he had vowed to take first place in the freshman trial. At the thought, he chuckled and mentally condemned any rival. Whoever gets in my way can feel little snails mount Tai smash. He double-checked his gear, compressed rations, water-purifying tablets, collapsible tin, oblivious to the surprised, gloating, or sympathetic looks around him. Bro, you're gutsy. A soft voice reached his ear. Bai Fan looked up to find the ordinary-looking young man had noticed earlier giving him a thumbs up, eyes shining with amazement. Roll call had revealed the boy's identity. Shen Mingwei, top Gaokao scorer in Xinchuan province and 6th nationwide. Even more striking, his contracted beast was a first-tier combat pet, the Jingang demon ape. An adult Jingang demon ape could stand 100 meters tall and wrestle extinct dragons barehanded, a pure close combat monster. Shun Mingwei himself was slim and wiry, a sharp contrast to his colossal partner. Praised by him, Bai Fan narrowed his eyes. This guy clearly knew something. The brief exchange made Bai Fan noticed the freshman's shifting gazes, surprise, schadenfreude, and even pity. Teacher Shinyu seemed so kind, and she promised me a spatial ring if I ranked first, he thought. Why are they looking at me like I've fallen into a trap? A vague unease crept over him. Before he could sort it out, 2 crisp claps snapped everyone to attention. Clap, clap. Shinyu drew every eye, nodding gently as she spoke. From the items in your packs, you've probably guessed today's training. Let me confirm it, you're right. In 30 minutes, a military transport will drop you into an unexplored monster zone. For the next 2 months, everything you'll need to survive is in those backpacks. The teleport scroll is your last line of defense. If you meet danger you can't handle, tear it and you'll return here instantly. But I hope you'll save it, because your final ranking depends on how long you stay. That's all. If there are no questions, prepare to move out. Her tone stayed calm, yet every freshman fell silent. An unexplored monster zone, everyone knew exactly what that meant. After the cataclysm, the blue planet swelled to many times its former size, revealing vast regions humanity had never laid eyes on. These uncharted lands hold boundless resources, but death lurks everywhere. Monsters now occupy a far greater portion of the world, and humanity has long since lost its supremacy. Every unexplored monster territory shelters immense hordes and can even give rise to large tribes. The ogres Bai Fan once encountered are a case in point. High-level, high-tier monsters possess not only powerful bodies, but intellect on par with humans. They constantly absorb weaker creatures, forming villages, clans, and even kingdoms. The region ahead looks much like the Tsongfeng mountain range outside Dongyan City, yet its danger is magnified many times over. Because the range borders a human city, elite tamers have swept through it repeatedly. The strongest monsters were either driven away or killed, and the remnants serve only as training targets for students like Bai Fan or freelance tamers. Even so, a careless freshman can still be wiped out in a controlled zone such as Tsongfeng, and entering a truly unknown area is no different from walking into a tiger's den. What makes matters worse is that Shunye's backpack holds little more than the bare essentials, barely enough for a weekend outing. The group must survive in the wilderness for a full 2 months, and with such rudimentary gear it might as well be nothing. Worst of all, Shinyu hasn't provided a single scrap of food. Mr. Shun, I refuse to take part in this training. The crowd erupted at once. Scouting unknown monster territory is a job for the military or the school's expedition teams. They were only first-year students. Forcing them into it was tantamount to sending them to their deaths. Sending you to your deaths? Shinyu replied, his expression as gentle as ever. There's no need to worry. The outer rim has already been cleared by the army and advanced teams. In the core area you'll face at most one level 30 Lord-grade monster. As long as you don't provoke it, 2 months will pass safely enough. Besides, the teleportation scrolls you're carrying aren't just for show. If you're in real danger, tear one open and you'll return instantly. His calm tone only made the freshman feel more stifled. At most one level 30 Lord-grade monster to them it sounded like a joke. By conventional standards, a single beast tamer can handle an elite-grade monster of equal level. A commander-grade beast takes at least 5 well-coordinated tamers to bring down. As for a Lord-grade monster, the number of tamers required has to be multiplied by 10. A level 30 Lord-class monster can already rival a freshly promoted gold-rank Beastmaster. Even if every freshman here were tied together, the beast would still have room to stretch its limbs. The crowd went from shock to unease. Yet once Shinyu finished explaining the training rules, the noise died on the spot. The 2 students who had just threatened to quit quietly rejoined the line. Shinyu was right, each of them carried a one-time teleport scroll, so as long as they used it properly they could retreat alive, and the goal was merely survive in the designated zone for 2 months, not to scout the entire forbidden area. The risk remained, but the danger had dropped a notch. Even so, the mood turned heavy. The college entrance exam had just ended, and instead of picturing a carefree life at Qingbei University, they were about to plunge into an unknown monster zone. Anyone would feel the whiplash. Only Bai Fan was different. Excitement surged through him. The instant Shinyu announced the objective, a crisp system chime echoed in his ears. Ding dong. Freshman training detected challenge quest issued. Quest. Last until the end of the training and take first place. Reward. 1 diamond chest and a second hidden pet. Failure penalty. SS grade Beastmaster talent revoked, and all nurtured pets returned at 10,000-fold cost. Bai Fan's breathing quickened as he read the quest panel. The prizes were outrageous. The value of a diamond chest was self-evident. A second hidden pet Little Snail's current power already hinted at terrifying potential, and the spatial ring promised by Teacher Shin were enough to make him gamble his life. Even without the brutal penalty, he had to take first place. No one will stop me. Even if a level 30 Lord-class monster blocks the way, they'll rip it apart. He muttered, clenching his fists, eyes like blades. Half an hour later, a military transport skimmed the runway and ferried Bai Fan and the others toward the training zone. In this era when the sky itself was a forbidden realm, flying machines were scarce, and the craft before him shattered every notion he had of metal aircraft. It was forged from a fusion of monster tissue and arcane technology. The entire fuselage resembled the mythic soaring serpent, a long, slender body clad in dark scales, wings that created savage gusts with a single beat, and razor-edged tips that flashed coldly in the sun. Calling it a transport seemed wrong. It was an aerial war beast. This was Longwow's next-generation combat, transport the soaring serpent VI. Price tag, 15 billion. Length, 50 meters. Wingspan, 30 meters. Top speed, half a Mach. Capacity, 120 passengers. In a pinch, the crew could activate the core array and unleash firepower on par with a gold rank Beastmaster. Ever since I was a child, I've dreamed of owning a soaring serpent VI of my own. Inside the cabin of the Tungsha 6, Shin Mingwei sat beside Bai Fan, eyes sparkling with excitement. Bai Fan lifted his gaze at the words, a faint gleam flashing in his eyes. He quickly ran the numbers in his head. A Mach was still a Mach, about 1,126 kilometers per hour. The Tungsha 6 could push half a Mach, roughly 563 kilometers an hour, nearly twice the speed of the high-speed trains in his previous life. Even more astonishing, this steel behemoth could fully unleash a gold-rank Beastmaster's strength. A single craft could level a small city like Dongyan. The sheer power of the machine made Bai Fan click his tongue in silence. He also knew the price was equally scary. Its production cost alone hit 15 billion, and on the market it would be worth several times that. Ordinary people had no hope of owning one. Bai Fan, aren't you at all interested in the Tungsha 6? When Bai Fan didn't respond, Shen Mingwei raised a brow and pressed him. I'm interested, but I can't afford it, Bai Fan answered flatly. They had met less than a day ago. From the barracks to the boarding ramp, Shen Mingwei had behaved oddly, and now he was squeezing into chat. Every other freshman sat stiff and alert. Only this guy fluttered around like an overeager sparrow. Bai Fan couldn't read his motives. Haha. Shen Mingwei brushed off Bai Fan's wariness and chuckled. We don't need to buy a Tungsha 6. Even with the money, you couldn't. If you really want one, enlist in the army or form an exploration squad at school and trade mission points for it. After freshman training, we're squad reserves. Work hard, and we can snag a Tungsha 6 before graduation. He offered his hand. When training's done, team up with me. Bai Fan arched a brow. Why me? We've known each other, what, a day? Because you ranked first on the entrance exam. I want the strongest. Shin Mingwei laughed again. Plus, instructor Shin Yes got her eye on you, and you'll need backup. She's no pushover. If she loses it, anything's possible. Bai Fan frowned instinctively. Though Shin Yu wore a tiger's smile, she had given him a spatial ring, and he liked Harem Minter like that was a rare find. Yet Shin Mingwei spoke with such certainty, as if he knew her inside out. Doubt crept into Bai Fan's mind. Did instructor Shin Yu really have some hidden agenda for him? All right, brats, we've arrived. Everyone gather at the hatch now? Bai Fan was still trying to parse the hidden meaning behind Shin Mingwei's partnership offer when the booming voice erupted from Tungsha SIX's loudspeaker. He recognized it instantly. It belonged to the captain they'd seen during boarding, a man built like a small mountain. There were rapid descent packs by the door. Line up and take one at a time. The order was blunt and forceful, making the bulkheads vibrate. After a moment of chaos, every first year grabbed a pack and copied the demo, snapping the harness tight across shoulders, waist, and hips. Crack! The hatch flew open. A blast of wind tore through the cabin, plunging the air pressure. A few students nearest the door lost their footing and nearly got sucked outside. Ha ha! Raucous laughter burst from the speaker, igniting fury on the pale faces clearly. The captain had pulled the stunt for his own amusement. All right, you've reached your target zone. The transport will circle the perimeter for 1 more minute. Pick your own landing spot. If you dawdle, I'll throw you out myself. Starting now? The words hit, and everyone could almost hear the stopwatch ticking in their heads. Tungsha 6 was at least 100 meters up. Even these top-ranked students blanched. Bai Fan used the moment to lean out. Below lay a strip of land ringed on 3 sides by churning white surf, a lone island. The whole scene screamed battle royale drop. Whether they landed in a rich or poor loot zone would come down to eyesight and luck. Bai Fan, I'm going first. Think about my offer. Shin Mingwei gave him a quick wave, then dove without hesitation, swallowed by the wind in an instant. The spectacle left Bai Fan speechless, but it lit a fire in the others. One by one they leapt, first a trickle, then a steady stream until the cabin felt almost empty. When no one else stepped forward, Bai Fan tugged on his straps, drew a deep breath, and stepped out. The roar sliced past his ears like blades. He yanked the ripcord. Instead of a traditional parachute, arcane energy spread around him, forming a pale blue sphere about 2 meters across. The descent ball would absorb all impact on landing, virtually zero risk. Its only drawback, no way to steer once you jumped. Whoosh! He plummeted fast, wind thrumming in his eardrums. After only seconds, the sphere shattered with a soft pop, swallowing the force of the fall. Bai Fan planted both feet on spongy, damp soil. Not a bad drop. He touched down in an open patch strewn with coarse gravel and loose sand, broken only by a few knee-high brambles and some dark green plants he couldn't name. Ahead, a narrow grassy slope led into rolling forest, the ink-green canopy rising and falling like waves before it met a line of low hills no more than 300 meters tall. Behind him stretched the open sea, surf crashing against the shore while a salty wind filled his lungs. Bai Fan had chosen this spot with care. Almost no foot traffic, yet food practically at arm's length. Every newcomer on this island had to live off the land for 2 full months, and nothing mattered more than provisions. Yes, the jungle held plenty of forage, But the danger and effort were far greater than along the coast, and the shore offered one priceless bonus: sea salt. At their current rank, rookie beastmasters were still bound by ordinary human physiology. They needed every trace element they could get. Only after reaching the gold tier would the torrent of stat feedback begin to reshape them. Magical traits would bloom on their skin, ambient mana alone would sustain them, and food would become optional. A series of sharp screams tore through the sea breeze, reminding Bai Fan what had overlooked. Few students dared drop near the shoreline, yet had forgotten the stragglers crammed into Tungsha's 6's cabin. When the final minute ticked down, the pilot showed no mercy, one swift kick per person, and off they went. Unlike Bai Fan, they'd had no chance to steer. They fell straight toward the blue expanse below. Talk about landing straight into a loot box, he muttered, watching them plummet. The thought of cleaning up the spoils flashed through his mind, especially since one trainee would hit water only 700 or 800 meters away. If that backpack held spare tools, it could save him a lot of trouble. He hesitated, then dismissed the idea. Sea monsters outnumbered land creatures several-fold, and aquatic beasts held every advantage. Strong swimmer or not, he'd be pushing his luck. Even as he decided, a burst of white light flared where the trainee hit the water. Their escape scroll had triggered automatically. Unlucky. Jump early, jump late. Still have to jump? Why wait for a boot to the back? Bai Fan shook his head, called out Xiaohua, and started combing the coastline for supplies. The undeveloped island proved ridiculously generous. One circuit of the shore filled his pack with shells, crabs, and small fish. Better yet, guided by Xiaohua's keen nose, he uncovered a clutch of sea turtle eggs buried in damp sand. Wonder if these beat soft-shelled turtle for nutrition, he mused, brushing the white shells clean. Then he clapped his hands and grinned, eyes curving like crescents. Decision made. Xiao roasted sea turtle eggs for dinner. When Bai Fan and the others began their island survival exercise, soaring serpent number 6 banked overhead a few times, then climbed higher instead of leaving. At an altitude of 1,000 meters, blue-violet arcs of arcane light flared across the metal beast's hull, runes racing from nose to tail. The air twisted like braided rope, visible ripples spreading around the fuselage, and the soaring serpent vanished before everyone's eyes. Several flying fiends lurking in the distance had been watching the commotion. When their prey disappeared, they circled in confusion, wings beating and throats rumbling. The meal that had been within reach was suddenly gone, and they had no idea why. In truth, the interior of soaring serpent number 6 was far larger than it looked when Bai Fan's group boarded. The student cabin occupied only a corner of the craft. From the start, the gunship had been designed not just for high-speed maneuvers and quick extractions, but, more importantly, as a heavy combat platform. Individual beast-tamers in this world wield staggering power, so troop numbers matter little. Most of the remaining space aside from that cramped cabin had been turned into magazines, armories, and control stations. Just one bulkhead behind the passenger area lay the command nexus, the operations room. It was roomier than the cabin, with dozens of consoles arranged in neat rows. Large embedded monitors streamed real-time data from inside and out. Operators, each with a precise role, stared at their displays while their fingers flew across the keys, keeping every system online. Yet in the midst of all this solemn equipment sat a piece of furniture utterly out of place: a dark leather sofa. Xinyu was lounging on it. Tall and willowy, she had one leg draped over the armrest, her curves sinking into the supple leather, utterly untouched by the tense atmosphere around her. She twirled a wine glass between her fingers, the amber liquid swirling gently, while her other hand propped up her chin, and she idly scanned the split screens on the wall. Each display tracked the current batch of freshmen, Bai Fan's group included. The crew had clearly grown used to this vacation scene. Any glance that brushed past her was instantly withdrawn. Boring, she thought. This lot is the worst rookies I've ever trained. A few of the screens suddenly dimmed. Someone had been eliminated outside combat, and she shook her head again. Report. A gruff voice barked from outside the door, shattering the brief silence. Come in, Xinyu answered without even lifting her eyelids. The hatch slid aside, and the captain of the soaring serpent stepped in. His burly frame filled the uniform, and when he halted beside the sofa, he stood at rigid attention, an air of restrained unease about him. Though much older than Xinyu, he didn't dare meet her languid gaze. Captain, the drop is complete. All reconnaissance gear is in place. We have several flying fiends circling the area. Shall we remove them? After hearing him out, Xinyu drained her wine in one gulp and pulled her gaze from the monitor. Forget about them, she said, setting the glass upside down on the coffee table, her voice still gentle. We're here to observe, nothing more. If we strike again, the scent of blood will only attract bigger trouble. For the next 2 months we stay on the perimeter of Mingguang Island and quietly watch what happens. If any big fish in the sea tries to come ashore, we take it out. Her tone was soft, yet the burly man across from her straightened as though lashed, answering with crisp respect. When Xinyu added nothing else, he finally voiced the doubt he'd been holding back. Captain, why are we stuck here? Babysitting students feels like playing house. Would be better off at the front. carving up a few demons for some real merits. Several technicians nearby glanced over, clearly thinking the same thing. Posting this team here was a waste. A single Tungsha carried the firepower of a gold rank beastmaster, and inside sat 6 silver ranks plus the burly gold. Add the big shot in the ops room, and they could level a small settlement of level 50 lord-class monsters, maybe even storm a mid-sized one. Shinyu fell silent for a moment, then sighed. Drop it. HQ says we're not fit for an assault right now, and we've been folded into Qingbei University's lineup. We took their resources, so we owe them results. A bunch of old fossils, the big man muttered, displeasure written all over his face. We only butchered a few high-tier monsters, no need for all this drama. Enough. Shinyu shot him a glare. Complain again, and you'll handle every bit of Tungsha maintenance alone. His face darkened further, yet he still grumbled under his breath. Captain, even if HQ's right, sticking you in Qingbei as a teacher? You're a master-level beastmaster. That's early retirement. The warmth drained from Shun Ye's expression, replaced by an edge sharp enough to cut. She fixed him with a stare but said nothing. He was only speaking up for her, and there was no changing the orders. The silence stretched until the man finally spoke again, hesitant. So the next 2 months we really do nothing? Mingguang Island's uncharted, sure, but those rookies aren't here to explore. If they keep their heads down, they'll cruise through it. The edge melted away and Shinyu slumped into the sofa, legs crossed, head tipped back. Safe and sound. Don't worry, we won't be bored. I've prepared a few gifts for our rookies. Sit tight and enjoy the show. Man, that sea turtle egg was a real power boost. On the sheltered northern beach of Mingguang Island, Bai Fan burped contentedly and tossed half a turtle shell into the sand at his feet, satisfaction written all over his face. Nearby, Xiao Wa's 2 smooth antennae whipped back and forth in excitement, as if echoing its master's praise. This unexplored monster zone was dangerous, but every danger promised opportunity. Slaying a creature granted a beast pet experience and loot, and plants and animals warped by magic could greatly benefit ordinary people as well. Take the turtle egg Bai Fan had just eaten back in his previous life, it would have been nothing more than a delicacy. Here, infused with mana, it carried raw energy that could directly strengthen the body. A single serving offered only a small boost, but taken consistently, the results piled up. That was why wealthy families bought mutated meat all year round. Bai Fan, however, had never been able to afford it. The prices were staggering. He and his sister could only taste even regular poultry on holidays. After becoming a beastmaster, he tried hunting mutated creatures in the Songfeng Mountains, but the range had long been cleared by elites and itinerant tamers. After an entire month, he had not found so much as a single enchanted feather. Remembering this, he made a silent promise. On the way home, he would stock up on as much energy-rich food as he could. His younger sister, Bai Ran, had just begun to recover, and steady nourishment would mean everything to her future growth. Cold poison had crippled her legs, leaving her frail from both lack of exercise and poor nutrition. Right now, food-based recuperation was the most realistic solution. There was, of course, a faster method: contracting a beast pet for Bai Ran, so that attribute feedback could strengthen her body at once. But she was still too young, a long way from meeting the minimum requirements for the ritual. While mulling this over, Bai Fan gathered his utensils. Suddenly, a sharp whoosh sliced past his ear. Whoosh. Catching a blur in his peripheral vision, he spared it only a glance and kept moving. In the next instant, the well-fed Xiao was spraying into the air, its tiny body tracing an elegant arc as both antennae lashed out like lightning. Bang! A dull thud sent sand spraying, and the attacker let out a shrill screech before crashing to the ground. Bai Fan turned to see a 5th-level Monstera magic-tainted sea snake, as thick as his arm. Xiao Wa's antennae had smashed it clean in two, and the creature lay lifeless on the beach. Although the corrupted sea serpent hadn't caused any real harm, its sudden appearance left Bai Fan puzzled. Before lighting the fire to cook, he had scanned the shoreline. The sea breeze carried only the crash of waves and the cries of gulls, with no monsters in sight. Corrupted sea serpents usually lurk in deep water and almost never come ashore, so one forcing its way up through the sand was clearly out of the ordinary. The bestiary says these things like to travel in packs. Brushing rice grains from his fingers, Bai Fan narrowed his eyes, stowed his pots and pans, and swept his gaze across the beach once more. Ripples shivered through the fine sand. Moments later, deep violet serpents began to break the surface, dorsal fins slicing upward like knives through silk. More than 70 of them raised their heads in unison, thick bodies writhing toward him as if pulled by invisible strings. Drawn in by the smell of dinner, maybe? The aroma of broth mingled with the salty wind, and Bai Fan's eyes settled on their blood-red pupils, the only feature that differed from the illustrations in the bestiary. Guess my cooking isn't half bad, he muttered, but he didn't panic. He had chosen this stretch of beach as a temporary base. If he left potential threats unchecked, sleeping tonight would be impossible. A full belly and a chance to earn points, why not do both? With that, he drew his short blade. Why these serpents had abandoned their habits and come ashore didn't matter for now, would deal with the problem first and ask questions later. The trial would last a full 2 months. Scores were based not only on survival time, but also on the number and strength of monsters slain. Each freshman wore a data terminal at the waist. Once a kill was scanned, the device queried the database, converted the creature's strength into points, and added them to the student's total. The terminal also displayed a live leaderboard. Bai Fan tapped the screen. The serpent head just dispatched was worth 5 points, bumping him to 85th place. Dead last, huh? Everyone's really fired up. He didn't mind. The test had only just begun, and sharpening the axe now would spare trouble later. Chasing high scores too early and ending up forced to burn a teleport scroll to escape would be the true loss. Still, his gaze paused at the name on top. Shin Mingwei, 125 points, rank 1. 125 points. Already did he start a massacre the moment he landed? Roar. In a dense forest on Mingguang Island, savage howls kept rolling through the trees. Damp earth reeking of blood was churned up as 3 level 15 gale wolves, each the size of a yearling calf, bristled and clawed at the ground. Their crimson eyes locked on a towering Vajra demon ape and the human teenager beside it, Shin Mingwei, who gripped a bronze staff. The pair stood shoulder to shoulder with the ape. 7 or 8 wolf carcasses lay sprawled around them, and a fresh crater smoked in the charred grass. The metallic tang of soil mingled with the scent of scorched flesh, proof that a vicious fight had just taken place and it was far from over. Damn it. I knew this freshman training wouldn't be that easy. Shun Mingwei panted, leaning on his staff while sweat and blood slid down his forehead. He scowled at the 3 gale wolves stalking closer, both furious and aggrieved. Moments earlier, Head finally caught a rabbit, roasted it to perfection, and was about to take the first bite when the pack silently boxed him in. I was eating a rabbit, not one of your lovers, he raged inwardly. Why the hell are you so intent on killing me? The bestiary said gale wolves were fierce yet cautious. If they met a strong foe, they probed a bit before either retreating or tailing from afar, waiting for a safer chance. But these wolves were acting as if they'd been dosed with stimulants, charging like sharks that smelled blood. Even after losing more than half their pack, they only grew more frenzied. Something's definitely wrong. As a scion of a prominent family, Shin Mingwei had been tossed into monster zones for training ever since contracting his beast companion. Had slain nearly 1,000 creatures by now. Even low-level monsters retained a survival instinct, especially gale wolves, which relied on pack tactics. For the last few to keep pressing him, he almost wanted to write his name backward to show his frustration. Damn it. I knew that crazy woman's training couldn't be as simple as it looked. He muttered the curse, but agonizing over it was useless. First he had to handle the 3 wolves in front of him. When the gap closed, the gale wolves finally lost patience. Howl! They loosed ear-splitting cries and blurred into 3 gray streaks, lunging at Shun Mingwei and the demon ape. Bang! 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 Bronze staff met fangs. Ape fists met wolf claws. The forest rang with 3 heavy thuds. Dirt and blood spattered the bushes, staining them dark brown. After another brutal exchange, Shin Mingwei shattered the skull of the last gale wolf with a sweeping blow, while the Vajra demon ape ripped out the throats of the other 2. The fresh bodies twitched once, then fell still. The fight was finally over. Victory, however, came at a cost. Shin Mingwei's strength was drained, his arms trembling, and the demon ape's shoulder bore a half-meter gash, blood dripping down its black and gold fur. Huff! Finally, it was over. When the ironhide ape brought its club down on the last gale wolf, crushing its skull and sending blood into the air, Shin Mingwei leaned on his thick wooden staff, chest heaving as he gulped for breath. The wolves were only level 15, but every one of them was elite and frighteningly fast. Even for him and the ape, both standouts among rookies, the prolonged fight had drained most of their stamina and spirit energy. After a brief rest, he motioned for the ape to move out. The reeking wolf blood would draw more monsters soon. He had to leave before the next wave arrived and figure out why the gale wolves had gone berserk in the first place. Before long, the pair reached a murmuring stream. Shin Mingwei knelt, scrubbing the dried gore from his body with the icy water, then unclipped the data terminal from his belt for inspection. His eye twitched the moment he spotted a fingernail-sized recess at the base of the device. Inside lay a faint smear of pinkish powder. Damn it! I knew something was off. He cursed under his breath, raised the powder to his nose, and his face darkened at once. Hell, Shinyu, you vicious old hack. His extensive family training supplied the answer instantly. Beast lure Insenseian alchemical compound made from monster blood and calming grass. Separately, the ingredients were mundane, but combined they produced a scent monsters found irresistibly enticing, driving them into a mindless frenzy against anything carrying the odor. The incense was rarely sold. Military units and exploration teams sometimes used it for traps, but it was employed in bulk by infamous bounty hunters, who planted it on a target's gear and let the swarming beasts handle the cleanup. Back at camp, Shin Mingwei had assumed his Aunt Shunyu was finally turning over a new leaf. Clearly, she was as ruthless as ever, even to her own nephew. Carry this stuff in a monster zone, and you're a floodlight in the dark, he muttered. Throwing the terminal into the stream would do no good. The scent clung for 2 full months without a special solvent, and he needed the device for the kill score ranking. Dropping it would cost him any chance at placement. Crazy witch. He snapped the terminal back onto his wrist, fully aware he was already trapped. If had known, he would have applied to Yanhua Academy instead. Time was running short. He signaled the Ironhide ape to forge ahead. In the few minutes they'd paused, he could already sense more monsters converging on the lure's scent. In that instant, Xiaowa triggered Titan form, barreling into the horde of corrupted sea serpents and cutting them down in a frenzy. Its iron-hard shell and body, now several times larger than normal, turned it into a runaway armored train among the serpents. Every sweep of its razor-edged spiral horn tore a serpent and its heavy scales into a crimson mist. Bones cracked with a sickening snap, and chunks of flesh thudded onto the damp sand as the metallic stench spread. Bai Fan stayed on its heels. The slim sword of light in his hand glittered coldly, dispatching any serpents that slipped through Xiaowa's onslaught. The blade flashed like a silver arc. With each broad stroke, a serpent was either cleaved in two or nailed to the beach. His pace wasn't as outrageous as Xiaowa's, but 3 quick strikes were still enough to finish any corrupted sea serpent. Not even 10 minutes passed before Bai Fan felt something was amiss. Head counted maybe 70 or 80 serpents at most, and by now they should have been nearly wiped out. Instead, his sword was moving faster and faster. Their numbers just wouldn't thin. No matter how many he killed, more kept coming. Something's wrong. After felling another serpent, Bai Fan sprang onto a slightly raised reef and surveyed the shoreline. The once empty sand was carpeted with writhing black bodies too many to count. Worse yet, countless shadows were still streaming toward shore from beneath the waves. Those shadows included not only swarms of additional serpents, but several hulking monstrosities lingering in the shallows. Their dorsal fins were like blades, their tail fins like hammers, and the waves they kicked up rose to waist height. In the moonlit water, Bai Fan recognized a few familiar profiles. Creatures the bestiary tagged as level 20 and above, leader class or higher. Damn it, did I just stumble into the lair of every sea monster around? He muttered. Even a blood-soaked beach shouldn't draw every beast from the coast, and if it were merely the scent of blood, land predators should have arrived first. None of this made sense. During a brief lull, Bai Fan glanced at the wrist-mounted score panel, 160 points. His rank had rocketed from 85th to 56th. Meanwhile, Xiaowa's experience bar had crept a third of the way to level Elevina. Hefty haul indeed. But the swelling tide of monsters told him staying here would only end in exhaustion and death. We can't keep this up. Fall back, Bai Fan ordered. Maybe this stretch of beach had some special lure, but now wasn't the time to figure it out. The serpents alone were manageable, and the giants in the shallows couldn't yet climb onto land, but their sheer numbers made total victory impossible. Following the command, Xiaowa let out a reluctant hiss. Its massive tentacles hammered the sand, shattering a ring of corrupted sea serpents in an instant, venting silent fury. As soon as the tentacles lifted, the cleared patch of beach was flooded again. More serpents surged forward, some scrambling over their own kind to throw themselves at Xiaowa and Bai Fan. You've got to be kidding. I only had a bit of seafood. Why the overkill? Bai Fan muttered, though a cold dread crept through him. Turtles and serpents were natural enemies. Their sudden alliance made no sense. Seeing the fight slip beyond control, he made an instant call. Xiaowa, fall back. Strategic retreat. He slashed at the nearest serpents while edging away. Xiaowa, frustrated but obedient, triggered his Titan form. The colossal shell rumbled forward like a moving fortress, crushing serpents to paste and forcing open a bloody corridor. Within seconds they were off the beach, yet the sand behind them writhed as a black tide of serpents kept up the chase. When the gap reached about 500 meters, the whole swarm stopped dead, as if yanked by unseen chains. Scarlet eyes dimmed to murky black, the creatures scattered and slid back into the sea. Something's definitely wrong, Bai Fan murmured from the jungle's edge, brows knitting tighter. 500 Matursa clear boundary. Beyond it, the serpent's frenzy shut off like someone had hit pause. What triggered them? He recalled the bestiary. Corrupted sea serpents were hypersensitive to scent, and that attack looked like pure odor-driven aggression. Could it be on me? Though temporarily safe, he dared not press on. He sat beneath a tree, emptied his backpack, and sorted every item on the ground. He sniffed, scraped, even collected dust from the seams with his knife. Rations, potions, whetstone, nothing stood out. This makes no sense. Bai Fan stared at the black pack, his expression darkening. Everything else on him was long-time gear. If it carried a problem, it would have surfaced before. The backpack was the lone suspect, yet it revealed nothing. The deadlock gnawed at him. If he entered the jungle without finding the cause, he and Xiaowa might draw every monster on the island. Unlike the fragile swarms on the beach, the forest creatures were strong and at home in the terrain. If he was carrying something that attracted the man, drove them mad, setting foot among the trees, would be offering himself and Xiaowa as an easy meal. Could I really be the problem? Bai Fan watched the demonized sea serpents retreat like a receding tide, uncertainty clouding his eyes. In barely a few dozen heartbeats, he and Xiao had slain at least 70 of the beasts. Their sticky, fishy blood formed a dark red film across the sand, and the piled corpses looked like an improvised seawall. The stench of blood rolled across the beach on the breeze. Strangely, once the legion withdrew, not a single other monster showed up, making Bai Fan even more certain that he himself was the root of the trouble. With the danger easing, his rational mind snapped back into place. He quickly reviewed the journey. He had provoked no one and carried no spoils that might enrage a monster. So why had the demonized sea serpents chased him so relentlessly? His search for answers narrowed to two possibilities: himself, or what he carried. If he ventured into the island's interior without finding the cause, and ended up surrounded in the shadowed jungle, he and Xiao might not be able to break out. A host of level 20+ leader-class monsters could swamp them. Even a tiger fears a pack of wolves. The thought sent a chill through him. No, I have to figure this out, or he'll spend the next 2 months on edge. Determination flashed in his eyes as he glanced at his backpack. Xiao, put the pack in the middle of the beach. Xiao obeyed, coiling a feeler around the bag. Its spiral shell carved a shallow groove in the sand before it set the pack at the scorched center of the battlefield, then slid back to Bai Fan's side. Leaning against a dead tree, his windswept bangs lifting in the sea breeze, Bai Fan fixed his gaze on the backpack. He had to know whether the sea serpents had been drawn by something in his gear or by something in himself. Time crawled by. The setting sun cast long shadows from the mound of corpses. For half an hour the sea lay calm and the beach silent. But for the littered remains, he might have thought the earlier carnage a hallucination. Looks like the backpack isn't the problem. Bai Fan sighed inwardly, his expression darkening. If the gear was innocent, the trouble likely lay with him. Yet nothing out of the ordinary had happened since Head entered the camp. Why had he suddenly become a living target? Could it be? He patted himself down again, making sure Head missed nothing unusual, and finally his eyes locked onto the data terminal. Apart from his backpack, the only thing he still carried was the data terminal he had picked up at the barracks. After making sure the pack was safe, he decided the terminal had to be the problem. He had Little Snail drag the backpack back to him, detach the device, and set it in the middle of the blood-stained sand where they had just been fighting. Then he retreated to the damp tide line and fixed his eyes on the sea. The water lay still for a moment before a dark mass churned beneath the surface. Rank upon rank of corrupted sea serpents surged back like a living tide. In mere minutes they drove the army that had withdrawn only moments ago right up against the shore again, and there were even more of them this time. Damn, it really is the terminal. Bai Fan exhaled in relief, but irritation rose right behind it. The discovery was a double-edged sword. He had located the culprit, yet he had to keep it with him. If he wanted first place in this exercise, he couldn't afford to miss a single point, and the terminal was the only way to log them. He had thought 2 months of island survival would only be tiring. He hadn't expected trouble the moment he landed. Now everything made sense. How could the training be as simple as it looked? Scraping by for 2 months on a few days of supplies would cripple an average rookie, but it wasn't impossible. The real obstacle, it turned out, was this terminal. I was too full of myself, he muttered. Shin Mingwei had warned him that instructor Shun Yu was crafty, and the man had proved it. No explanation, just dumped the freshman on the island and walked away. Short supplies were bad enough. Hanging an active monster beacon on every student was vicious. At this rate, when the 2-month deadline arrived, you could count the survivors on one hand. He scooped up the terminal, watched the serpents slip back into deeper water, and gave a wry shake of his head. The test had shown the device's lure radius about 500 meters for the sea serpents. Other corrupted beasts might detect it at even shorter range. To pin down every limit, he needed more trials. His gaze shifted to the lush forest in the distance, and a spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. Now this was a challenge. If it were as tame as his stint in the Songfeng Mountains, why would Qingbei Academy bother with all this? Things had finally become interesting. How many classmates had already caught on, and how many were still getting hammered? With that thought, he summoned Little Snail and stepped into the shadow-dappled woods. The earlier test had revealed both the bait and its current range. Beyond 500 meters the lure failed. But that number was hardly absolute. Other monsters might home in from even closer. Time to venture into the forest, find a different corrupted creature, and keep testing. The sky had turned a dull gray, and dusk was closing in. Carrying Xiao on his back, Bai Fan threaded his way through the thick jungle of Mingguang Island, nerves taut and alert to the slightest rustle in the undergrowth. After a full afternoon of fighting, fatigue lined his face, and Xiao's two antennae drooped listlessly. Ever since he had noticed the anomaly in the terminal, he had been running test after test, yet he still refused to push deeper into the interior. The monster's usual patterns, the closer to the center, the higher the levels, and packs of level 20 beasts could appear at any moment. Bai Fan knew he was no pushover, but he had no desire to be chased across the island by a horde of high-tier monsters. Even while circling only a few kilometers from the edge, he and Xiao had run into plenty of trouble. Swarms of gale wolves, a rampage bear as large as a hill, and a steel-quill porcupine capable of firing its needles like arrows. Each one had been a handful, and it had taken everything they had to shake their pursuers. The Gale Wolves were the biggest headache being canids. Their noses were almost freakishly keen, even sharper than those of the mutant sea serpents. In Bai Fan's tests, they could pick up the terminal's scent from 700 meters away. If he hadn't ordered an immediate strategic retreat on Xiaohua's back, the pack would probably still be nipping at their heels. Still, the afternoon wasn't a total loss. Bai Fan had pinned down the terminal's attraction radius. With the exception of Gale Wolves and mutant sea serpents, other monsters could sense it only within 200 meters. That discovery let him breathe a little easier. A 200-meter leash gave him room to work. As long as he chose an open spot, he could carve out some rest time after dark. On top of that, his kill score had climbed to 560, placing him 36th among all the newcomers. Xiaohua had gone on a rampage, pushing its experience from level 10 to 80% of the way to level 11. At this pace, it would level up sometime tomorrow morning. This will do. After another cautious sweep, Bai Fan picked a low rise that stood above the surrounding terrain. From the crest, he could watch everything that moved within 200 meters, and the unobstructed view pleased him. We'll camp here tonight. With the decision made, he dug a shallow pit and buried the terminalan idea had hit upon that afternoon. Keep the device separate while he slept. That way, any monster drawn to it wouldn't attack him first. The open ground also meant he would see anything approaching in plenty of time. After finishing the setup, Bai Fan chose not to camp on the spot, but moved about 50 meters away to a wind-sheltered dip in the ground. Using the small shovel from his pack, he widened and deepened the shallow pit until it could hold both him and Xiaohua. He snapped off dead branches of various sizes, covered the entrance with fallen leaves so it looked like a natural hollow, and buried twig tripwires beneath the surface skills he had honed to perfection in the Tsangfeng Mountains. With plenty of experience, the entire process took just over an hour, and the new hideout blended almost seamlessly into its surroundings. Bai Fan wiped the sweat from his brow and exhaled softly. That should do. Even a professional hunter would find little more to criticize than a touch of roughness. For him, it was safe enough. He had buried the terminal back at the first sight. Tests that afternoon showed that once he separated from the device, the monsters would lock onto it first. The racket of them attacking the terminal would buy him precious time, while the tripwires around his pit would alert him the moment danger drew near. Once everything was ready, he took out the rations he had wrapped in leaves at noon, shared a few bites with Xiaohua, then leaned against the earthen wall, shut his eyes, and grabbed what rest he could. While Bai Fan rested in silence, Mingguang Island seethed. The tampering Xinyu had done to the terminals was already taking effect. The moment the freshmen landed, they were pummeled by wave after wave of enraged monsters. Of the island's original 89 newcomers, 4 had died in the parachute drop. By late afternoon, another 20 were out, leaving just 65 still clinging to survival, all of them drained in body and spirit. So this is survival training? Feels more like a battle royale. The complaint burst from deep within the woods. Zhao Yawei, great sword in hand, hacked down the last ironclad boar, then collapsed onto her back in the weeds, gulping for air. She was the striking beauty Bai Fan had noticed during the camp's fitness test, 9th in the province on the college entrance exam. Her contracted beast was a first-tier combat pet, the Moonlight Unicorn. 7 mangled boar corpses lay scattered around her. Shattered trunks and cratered earth showed how brutal the fight had been. Seeing its master stop, the unicorn Snow White, a single horn gracing its brow, ambled over and nuzzled her shoulder. Its once pristine coat was spattered with dark blood, and its breathing was uneven. Easy, Xiaobai, I'm fine, just wiped out. Zhao Yawei patted its head, her tone helpless. I knew Qingbei University's freshman training wouldn't be easy, but this on day one? Looks like the next 2 months are going to be rough for both of us. Those 7 ironclad boars were the 7th wave of monsters she had faced since stepping onto Mingguang Island. Strong as she was, her stamina was nearly gone. Worse, the non-stop fighting had left her starving. The unicorn could bend down and graze, but its master had no such option. Bright daylight flooded Mingguang Island. However, the moment one stepped into the dense jungle at its center, the light dimmed abruptly. The trees were so massive that 2 people could barely encircle a trunk, and they soared 40 or 50 meters into the sky. Layer upon layer of canopy formed a vast net that shut out the sun, allowing only a few pinpricks of light to slip through. The thin, cold shafts of light that reached the ground did nothing to dispel the gloom. If anything, they made the surroundings feel even more sinister. A thick carpet of brown-gray leaf rot squelched underfoot, and from the gaps seeped a faint miasma tinged with the taste of rust, as if the whole forest were a haunted marsh. Bai Fan had tied one sleeve around his face as a makeshift mask and picked his way forward with Xiaohua. A full week had passed since the training began, and only 56 rookies were still on Mingguang Island. The island, once noisy, was now eerily quiet. Those who remained had decoded Professor Shen Ye's hidden tricks and found their own ways to survive, keeping well out of each other's way. During these 7 days of fighting, Bai Fan had climbed to 18th place with 1,600 points. Yet he was still far behind the top 10. The leader, Shin Mingwei, held a staggering 8,000 points, 2,000 more than the runner-up, proof of how many brutal battles he had endured. At the thought, Bai Fan drew in a breath that smelled of decay and blood, then quickly held it. After making sure the area was safe, he stopped beside a pile of rocks, set Xiaowa on watch, and tightened his grip on the featherlight sword, ready at any moment to trigger the Xiao Titan form combo. Over the past week he had avoided the island's heart. Instead he had crisscrossed this forest, mapping the monster's territories and every water source. Now he intended to use the rock pile as a temporary base and hunt monsters more efficiently to rack up points. He had kept his battered terminal tucked against his chest to avoid lightning, but now he strapped it back onto his wrist. Days of living rough had turned his uniform into a patchwork beggar's outfit. Yet he himself looked leaner, sharper, and a new steadiness had settled in his eyes. The ground around the rocks was dry, free of leaf litter, and almost devoid of snakes or insects. Several huge boulders formed natural walls. With a few vines and dead branches he could rig up a shelter against the wind. To be safe, Bai Fan spent an entire day covering a 2-kilometer radius, carefully checking every game trail and pitfall until he knew the terrain like the back of his hand. 2 kilometers to the north lay a clear spring where wild beasts often came to drink, so Bai Fan faced no immediate shortage of either food or water. About 1,500 meters northeast of that spring, tucked among a pile of rocks, nested a pack of 12 ironhide boars, true rulers of this area. Averaging level 15, they excelled at close-quarters combat, their skin as tough as plate armor and nearly impervious to blades or bullets. Even when Bai Fan swung the Qingling's sword, it could do little more than leave a shallow scratch. By contrast, Xiaowa only had to activate Titan Body to harvest the entire herd with ease. Still, Bai Fan merely prodded them for information, then withdrew with Xiaowa. For the slime, the experience points from a dozen boars would be a drop in the bucket. Keeping them alive was actually more valuable. Days of scouting had shown this was their long-established territory. Wiping them out would invite other monsters to move in and carve up the land anew. As long as Bai Fan kept the terminal out of sight, these lazy boars ignored everything else, giving him a relatively stable base of operations. Reassured that no monsters had discovered his home, Bai Fan took a well-earned rest. He had already mapped most of the surrounding terrain. Next, he planned to push deeper into the forest toward the island's center, earning both experience for Xiaowa and points for himself along the way. Xiaowa had reached level 11 and was less than halfway from level 12. Since entering the juvenile stage, it gained 200 stat points each level, evenly divided among strength, constitution, agility, and spirit, all now sitting at 800. The pet's feedback rate to its master had risen to 11%, putting Bai Fan's base stats at 88 across the board. With equipment bonuses, several attributes had already broken past 200. With that sort of profile, he felt confident taking on any beast pet of the same combat tier he'd in. This kid Bai Fan is impressive, advancing step by step, solid and cautious. He's more reliable than many of the rookies we've just taken on, the burly captain said, eyes fixed on the display inside Tingsha 6, hidden high above the clouds. A live feed of Bai Fan's every move filled the screen. At first, the military exploration team aboard Tingsha 6 had no intention of lingering over Mingguang Island. They were used to bloody skirmishes with monsters and found cloudtop idleness stifling. Yet watching the new students from Qingbei Academy struggle for survival below while they sipped tea in comfort proved unexpectedly entertaining. In time, the entire crew became completely absorbed in the show. After all, there was something deliciously decadent about letting others fight for their lives down below while they sat in the sky, leisurely drinking tea. Inside Tingsha 6, the once busy crew had grown noticeably sluggish under Shun Yes influence. Look, another unlucky kid's about to be knocked out. An operator jerked upright, jabbing a finger at the monitor. Huh. Talk about bad lucko went looking for water and ran into a whole pack of ironback apes. Another crew member clicked his tongue. Decent combat instincts. At least he didn't get taken out on the first exchange. Still, 30 iron-armed apes aren't playing around. Even a level 20 beastmaster could get wiped. The crew crowded around the giant screen, chatter rising and falling. On screen, a freshman from Qingbei University was ringed by ironback apes. Thick arms swept across the clearing, smashing rock to gravel while the student dodged left and right, barely holding distance as he directed his beast. That beast was an ice python more than 10 meters long. Deep blue scales gleamed with a metallic chill, and cold mist seeped from its coils. Listed in the combat series and rated Class A in the bestiary, the serpent's growth potential was extraordinary. Even in its juvenile stage it radiated power. One lash of its tail sent an iron-armed ape flying. But there were too many apes, and their hides were tough. Each strike only fueled their rage, their roars shaking the air. In putting up a bag of chips, Hell panic and burn his teleport scroll in under a minute. No chance. And a class ice beast in melee? 2 packs of spicy jerky, say he lasts 5. The betting table erupted. Snacks were wagered all around. everyone eager to see how the freshmen would fare. More than 50 surveillance screens lined the operations room of Tangsha 6, displaying every skirmish on Mingguang Island. Some rookies fought monsters in bloody clashes. Others crept through jungle and swamp, cautiously hunting for resources. Only one feed looked completely out of place. In a heap of boulders, someone had built a makeshift bed from branches and leaves and was fast asleep, arms pillowed behind his head, a plump little snail dozing beside him. That someone was Bai Fan. The captain glanced at the cozy scene and nodded with a smile. That kid's impressive. Best adaptability in the entire cohort. Steady, never lets himself get cornered. He's definitely been through similar training before, ones that calm otherwise. At the outset of the exercise, Tangsha 6's flight path over Mingguang Island had been deliberately erratic, so every rookie's drop zone came down to luck. Some landed in safe areas and immediately found food and water. Others were tossed into monster nests and had to battle the moment they touched ground. The strong fought their way out, while the weaker ones were forced to burn their teleport scrolls and accept elimination. Unlucky cases like that were rare, but they were enough to unsettle every newcomer. Most freshmen had an experience similar to Bai Fan's. There was a brief lull after they hit the ground, and only then did the creature strike. That momentary safety led many to misjudge the danger. Convinced they had survived the initial attack, they pushed deeper into the forest. None of them realized the monsters had marked them the instant they landed, and all their caution was meaningless in the eyes of Mingguang Island's predators. In just 7 days, more than 30 freshmen were lost, most of them from that very group who thought they were simply ordinary and unfortunate. Bai Fan was the exception. On the first day, he sensed something wrong with his body and used a Lure-Thebes trick to pinpoint the problem. Over the next week, he refused to venture far, slowly mapping the terrain and carving out a small safe zone for himself. By now, he was in the best shape of anyone in the freshman class. Captain, there's no way that kid's acting on his own. Somebody must be coaching him, probably some old-timer who's tangled with us before. Inside Tangsha's number 6 cabin, the pilot stared at Bai Fan on the monitor and let out a thoughtful sigh. Him, reclining on the sofa, Xinyu raised an eyebrow and tossed a folder to the burly man beside her. Hey, race's file. Before this, had never set foot in an unexplored sector, 2 trips to a hunting zone at most. The big man flipped a few pages. Admiration quickly turned to disbelief. Civilian background, contracted beast, completely untrained, and he still topped the college entrance exam on his own? His excitement mounted. And his partner is a Titan Snail. That line's been written off as worthless for years, yet he's making it shine. Captain, this kid's a natural-born explorer. Look at what he's pulled off these 7 days on Mingguang Island. Xinye's lips curved. Talent is only half of it's got guts. On orientation day, the first thing he locked onto was the spatial ring on my hand. On the screen, Bai Fan was fast asleep, breathing evenly. Xinyu watched his peaceful face, amusement flickering in her eyes. The burly man froze. He knew better than anyone that his captain was the youngest master-rank beast tamer in Longhua. If not for that old scandal, she could have commanded an entire corps on the front lines. Even after stepping back, Qingbei Academy had hired her as one of its 4 deans, a post of rare prestige. People usually bent over backward to curry favor with her. And this freshman dared to eye her spatial ring? Ignorance really does breed courage. Achoo. Stepping out of his makeshift safe zone, Bai Fan couldn't hold back a sneeze. Great. Am I coming down with something? He muttered, tightening the threadbare coat that barely covered him. Although the attributes granted by Xiao had strengthened his body, he was still far from impervious to the elements. It was early autumn, and on Brightsea Island the day-night temperature swing was brutal. A single lapse could mean a nasty chill. His thoughts quickly shifted to warmer gear. 2,500 meters southwest, a pair of 3 turtle, thick-furred berserk bears were roaming around. On his way back from the central zone, he could drop them and turn the walking pelts into cold-weather clothing. With that decided, Bai Fan ran through the intel he had gathered and settled on today's plan: head into the deep forest. The jumble of rocks beneath his feet would be the starting point. The low mountain range head glimpsed on his first day ashore would be the destination. The area was huge. He figured it would take at least 3 days to scout, but time was on his side. Only 7 of the 60 trial days had passed. With his goal set, he erased every sign of his camp, camouflaging the site with care. Then he shouldered his pack, summoned Xiaohua, and set off. The forest rose like a green wall, vines tangling overhead, thorns clawing at his legs. Every few steps, Bai Fan had to swing his swift blade to hack through the creepers blocking his path. Gnarled roots forced him to high step, and the thick, half-rotten leaf layer acted like a shallow bog, sapping his strength. Still, in more than 2 hours he encountered neither monsters nor traces of other new recruits. At last the vegetation thinned, revealing soil the color of ochre. Standing on the edge of the mountain foothills, he let out a long breath. Phew, out at last. The stale forest odor dispersed on the breeze, the solid ground giving reassuring support beneath his boots and lifting his spirits. After confirming the area was clear, Bai Fan and Xiaohua leaned against a massive tree to rest. They hadn't run into any monsters today, but the insects and snakes hiding in the leaf litter had worn him out. Clearing a path with his sword had drained both muscle and focus. He had barely relaxed when the sound of running water reached his ears, snapping him alert. Where there's water, there's usually monster activity. Come on, Shawa, let's check it out. He tightened his harness, ran a quick gear check, and headed toward the murmur of the stream. After a long trek, he was feeling thirsty, and wherever water flowed there were usually monsters as well as ordinary animals that could serve as food. He decided to use the chance to hunt for a meal. Guided by the bearings he kept in mind, he walked another 200 meters to the southeast. Along the way he pushed aside dripping branches. Beads of water fell onto his armor with a faint patter. At the end of the foliage a creek roughly 2 meters wide suddenly came into view. The stream was crystal clear, its surface shimmering under the sun. A few palm-length, green-backed fish cruised lazily, their tails stirring tiny bubbles. Bai Fan felt a surge of delight. Good luck. The water was clean, so today he might enjoy something different. He did not act at once. Instead, he crouched low and examined the surroundings. Vegetation along the bank was sparse, giving him an open view. The gray-white gravel was crisscrossed with monster tracks. A few prints were especially striking, each as wide as a millstone, sunk nearly 20 centimeters deep, arranged in neat pairs. A heavyweight is nearby, he thought, a vein throbbing at his temple. Beast tamers agreed that, in most cases, the larger the monster, the stronger it was. Judging by these tracks, the creature had to be at least 10 meters long. The ground was also torn and flattened, protruding rocks ground smooth, but nothing here told him exactly what kind of monster it was. The closer one got to the island's center, the stronger the monsters became. This truth was once again confirmed. He let the question of rank rest for the moment and stayed hidden, studying the area. Suddenly his eyes brightened, locking onto a shallow dip beside the creek. It was a palm-sized patch of dark, humus-rich soil. In it grew a dozen or so curved blades of grass that resembled slender snakes. The leaves were gray-white and faintly metallic, each vein shining with a thread of pale gold in the sunlight. Golden serpent grass, Bai Fan murmured, delighted. Monster zones untouched by humans truly hid rich resources, though this one was useless to his little snail. Golden serpent grass was extremely rare, usually found only in unexplored danger zones. When eaten by snake-type pets it could greatly boost their growth. Books claimed it was loaded with metallic energy. Taken over time, it could harden scales and, with a slim chance, awaken metal-based abilities. Whether the tales were true or not, they drove the price sky-high. Each stock now sold for over 10,000 dragon coins. There were 16 here. If he could bring them out safely, he would clear a profit of 160,000 dragon coins. The thought made Bai Fan's lips curve in a small Smiley unexpected windfall. He scanned the area once more and, seeing no monsters lurking, prepared to harvest the plants. Yet the instant he pushed off with his toes, his brows knit, his face darkened, and he slipped back into hiding. Beside the stream, a figure eased out of the grass that lined the southeastern bank. The newcomer was a slender young man named Feng Xiao. 7 days of wind and rain on a deserted island had failed to soil his clothes, though his face had grown slightly pale. As soon as he stopped, a 3-meter-long scarlet serpent slid out behind him, its scales rasping against the gravel with a dry hiss. The air instantly grew hot, as if someone had lit a furnace by the water. Such heat was the nature of the second-tier battle pet known as the scarlet flame serpent. It could spew searing fire and, once mature, even swim through magma, its tongue of flame hot enough to melt steel. Hidden deeper in the grass, Bai Fan held his breath. The duo matched the intel he carried. Feng Xiao, top student from the Dragon Kingdom's far eastern province, ranked 32nd on the freshman list. Not the very best, but solidly in the top tier and definitely not to be taken lightly. Bai Fan flattened himself against the ground, happy to let Feng Xiao scout the way ahead. Feng Xiao's luck proved excellent. Guided by the murmur of water, he spotted a tuft of pale gold plants in a shallow depression, a golden viper grass. Soft blades glimmered with faint light, like tiny flames dancing in the dark. A smile tugged at his lips. Golden viper grass was a prized resource for evolving serpent-type pets. Each stalk granted 10 to 20 growth points, and there were more than a dozen here, worth nearly 300 in total. If the scarlet flame serpent consumed them all, it might awaken another innate skill. So this truly is an unexplored monster zone. The resources are outrageous, he thought, though he kept his hand still. Since arriving on Mingguang Island, he had been cornered by monsters more than once. The experience had scraped away his former arrogance and replaced it with caution. He crouched, listening to the wind and watching every shifting shadow. After a moment, the surroundings lay silent, and even the stream sounded unnaturally clear. Only then did he allow himself a quiet breath. A week in this wilderness had left him jumpy, ready for an ambush at any moment. The memory soured his mood. Qingbei Academy's freshman trial was brutal. The smiling tiger, Xinyu, had offered just 2 words: survive yourself, before dumping them on this barren island with no supplies. Without his own advanced preparations, Feng Xiao would have been eliminated days ago. Satisfied that no danger lurked nearby, he guided the scarlet flame serpent toward the golden viper grass, step by careful step. A young heir experiencing true wilderness for the first time, he had spent the initial nights sleepless, matching wits with the monsters drawn by the beast-luring incense hidden on his person. Once he discovered and removed the incense, his situation improved dramatically, and he was finally free from living in constant, nerve-shredding fear. During freshman training, he carried a spatial container at all times, and except when he was out slaying monsters, he kept his terminal sealed inside it. Because of that, the beast-luring incense barely affected him. Apart from going to bed hungry every night, his circumstances were far better than Bai Fan's. Freshmen like him were common. Anyone who broke into the top 100 of Longwo's college entrance exam usually had a family overflowing with resources. A storage artifact that cost Bai Fan a fortune was merely standard kit for them. Once the scarlet flame snake swallowed this golden serpent grass, its growth score would rise by several hundred points. If it managed to awaken a new innate skill, Feng Xiao would have the confidence to test his luck in the island's central zone. Fired by that thought, he quickened his pace toward a depression carpeted with golden serpent grass. The scarlet flame snake coiled around his arm, flicking its blood-red tongue in excitement. Feng Xiao crouched down and yanked the plants out one after another. The bright green leaves flashed in his palm, then vanished as he sent them straight into the spatial container. When he finished harvesting, he looked upstream. All he needed now was to fill a few flasks of water before pulling out. The moment the snake awakened an innate skill after eating the herbs, it would slip into brief torpor and be utterly helpless, and the creek bank was always a magnet for monsters and beasts. The longer he lingered, the greater the risk. To play it safe, he decided to feed the scarlet flame snake only after he had returned to the shelter he had set up. Meanwhile, in waist-high grass not far away, Bai Fan lay prone, holding his breath and watching Feng Xiao's every move. His original plan was to wait until Feng left, fetch his own water, and hurry back to his base. The trial had only just begun, and thinning out the competition too early did him no favors. The more contestants there were, the more the pressure was spread around. Besides, even if he could kill Feng Xiao, it wouldn't mean much. Golden serpent grass would not instantly boost his little snail's strength. At best, he could trade it for points or cash. And every freshman carried a teleport scroll. The first sign of mortal danger, one thought, would whisk them off Mingwang Island. Striking now might not finish Feng Xiao, and would only earn Bai Fan a lifelong enemy. Clearly a bad bargain. But just as Bai Fan settled back to wait, he saw the golden serpent grass in Feng Xiao's hand flash, then vanish into thin air. What the? Heat surged through Bai Fan's chest. A storage artifact. He would never have guessed Feng Xiao had brought along something so rare. Sure enough, aside from himself, every freshman from Qingbei Academy was filthy rich. Recovering from his surprise, Bai Fan made up his mind could not let that spatial gear slip through his fingers. He had to find a way to claim it. On Mingwang Island, the value of a storage artifact was staggering. With one, he would no longer have to bury his terminal outside the safe zone at night to keep it away from monsters, and he could stockpile food and water in advance, giving him the confidence to push toward the island's core. A single storage artifact would vastly extend his staying power. After picking the last of the golden serpent grass, Feng Xiao closed the cloth bag and carried his canteen toward the clear stream. 50 meters away, Bai Fan crouched in the brush, watching him. Resolve solidified in his eyes. The storage gear on Feng Xiao's belt was too tempting. If he missed this chance, he might never get it. Flash your wealth and you're begging to be robbed, Bai Fan muttered. Powerful beasts could lunge from the stream at any time. Hesitation would only complicate things. He signaled to his Titan Snail, parted the grass, and stepped into view. Who's there? Feng Xiao straightened from the water with a start. The giant crimson flame serpent on his shoulder raised its long neck, tongue flicking, golden eyes locked on Bai Fan and the snail. Bai Fan. Feng Xiao recognized him at once and stiffened. He still resented this commoner who had topped the entrance exam, yet all he wanted now was to keep things quiet. Any commotion could draw nearby monsters. What a coincidence getting water too, he said lightly, edging back half a step. Bai Fan's face stayed calm, but his feet kept moving. Behind his back, his right hand closed over the hilt of his swift blade sword. What do you think you're doing? Feng Xiao's expression darkened as the other boy advanced. The crimson flame serpent hissed low. Just fetching water. Bai Fan's lips curled in a faint, unsettling smile. Stop. One more step, and I won't hold back. Feng Xiao set the canteen on the ground, muscles taut, eyes glued to Bai Fan's every move. Feng Xiao, this stream isn't yours. I don't need your permission. And the golden serpent grassy found it first. Isn't it a bit much for you to take every last stalk? Bai Fan spoke while silently gauging the distance. Feng Xiao frowned. He had assumed Bai Fan wanted to share, yet a Titan Snail had no use for golden serpent grass. I can't use it, but selling it would help my family. You know we're broke. The price of those herbs could cover my tuition at Qingbei Academy. During their exchange, Bai Fan had closed the gap to 20 meters. Alarmed, Feng Xiao's face grew darker. Qingbei Academy didn't charge tuition. Bai Fan was clearly toying with him. Bai Fan, he'll give you 5 stalks of golden serpent grass. Feng Xiao stared at Bai Fan, his face contorted with pain. Golden serpent grass was priceless to him. No amount of money could buy it. After handing over 5 stalks, he no longer had enough to awaken a new talent in his beast, the Qi Yin snake. Feng Xiao knew he was sacrificing a chance to grow stronger, yet he chose to compromise. Avoiding a fight with Bai Fan seemed wiser. If they really traded blows, even victory could leave him injured or draw nearby monsters, leading to even bigger problems. He thought 5 stalks were a huge concession and assumed Bai Fan would accept. Instead, the moment he finished speaking, he caught a peculiar smile on Bai Fan's face. 5 stalks of golden serpent grass. Bai Fan let out a soft, mocking laugh. Honestly, I'm not that interested. With less than 10 meters between them, he added, what I want is the storage gear you're carrying. Before the words had faded, Bai Fan shot forward like an arrow. At the same time, the tiny snail on his shoulder leapt into action. Titan's body. With a sharp shout, the talent activated, and Xiao was swelled into a hulking giant in the blink of an eye. It crashed to the ground, carving a deep crater with a thunderous boom. Feng Xiao's face went ashen. He had never expected Bai Fan to skip the talk and start the fight. A cold, vicious light flashed in his eyes. If Bai Fan refused to play by the rules, he was happy to test the top scorer of the entrance exams himself. Qi Yin snake, fire attack. Feng Xiao barked, ordering his beast to lock onto the Titan snail. Meanwhile, a flash of cold steel appeared in his palm. A long blade materialized, and he charged straight at Bai Fan. He would teach this arrogant commoner a lesson. Contracting a rare hidden beast didn't make them equals. A beast master's strength was not only the pet, but also the master. Born to a powerful clan, Feng Xiao had trained from childhood. The combat skills drilled into him were second nature. Even without a pet, he was deadly up close. To him, Bai Fan was just someone who'd gotten lucky, no real threat at all. These thoughts raced through his mind as he planted his feet and unleashed a ferocious slash. The feedback from his level 12 Qi Yin snake had boosted each attribute by 50 points, and years of eating exotic beast meat put his stats on par with a level 10 monster. Whoosh! The long blade tore through the air with a shrill howl. In that instant, Feng Xiao already pictured Bai Fan crippled and sent flying. But a heartbeat later, he froze. Just as the blade was about to land, a long sword flashed into place, intercepting his strike at the last possible moment. A clang of metal rang out as Bai Fan caught Feng Xiao's sweeping strike without budging. The ringing still echoed through the trees, and Feng Xiao froze where he stood. Never had he imagined that a blow delivered with all his strength would land on something as unyielding as a steel wall. Yet what truly terrified him was still to come. With a light twitch of his wrist, Bai Fan borrowed the force and flung Feng Xiao, sword and all, across the clearing. Thud, thud, thud. Feng Xiao's heels skidded along the ground for more than 10 steps, kicking up a trail of dust before he finally regained his balance. How is this possible? How can your strength dwarf mine by so much? His face went pale. Clutching his saber, he could still feel the crushing power that had run through it a moment earlier. One casual strike from Bai Fan had been enough to leave him shaken. Just how many attributes was that hidden first-tier beast pet feeding back to him? The thought narrowed Feng Xiao's eyes, and the desire to retreat quietly took root. Across from him, Bai Fan let his sword hang at his side, his gaze flat. He had planned to use Feng Xiao to gauge the strength of the other freshman, but the boy turned out to be disappointingly weak. Had he known, he would never have bothered with such caution earlier. As the two opponents squared off, Little Whelk and the Scarlet Flame Serpent collided just as fiercely. Obeying Feng Xiao's command, the serpent coiled, crimson jaws yawning wide before it spat a fireball the size of a wash basin, the heat of which warped the very air. Little Whelk neither dodged nor flinched, meeting the attack head-on with its heavy shell. Boom! The fireball burst against the shell, sparks spraying in all directions, yet it left nothing but a fleeting glow. When the flames faded, not a single scorch mark remained on the polished carapace. The Scarlet Flame Serpent hissed, tongue flicking, its meager reptilian intellect tasting failure for the first time. Shock turned instantly to fury. It opened its maw again, preparing a second fireball. But with its Titan body enhanced fivefold, Little Whelk's speed had long since transcended common sense. Even without calling on the Golden Helmet's ability, it flashed forward in the next heartbeat, and its two thick antennae came crashing down. Boom! The serpent flew like a golf ball struck by a giant hammer, its 3-meter body tracing a wild arc before slamming into the ground. It tumbled across the dirt in a thunderous roll, churning up clouds of dust for more than 20 meters before smashing into a pile of broken rocks. When the dust finally settled, everyone could see the Scarlet Flame Serpent lying in the rubble, its scales shattered and flesh mangled. The 3-meter body convulsed uncontrollably, clearly suffering grievous injuries. Witnessing the scene, Feng Xiao, still in shock, looked utterly terrified. The red flame serpent was struck by the Titan Snail's antenna, thick as an iron pillar, and sent flying before it could even retaliate, smashing into the cliff wall as its tough scales shattered on impact. Feng Xiao had never imagined that the beast he prized so highly would be helpless before a first-tier hidden pet. The gap was simply absurd. Back in the Far East province, he was unquestionably a prodigy, outshining his peers in both talent and resources. Yet now he was reduced to this sorry state in front of Bai Fan. Yu Feng Xiao's Adam's apple bobbed, his voice full of disbelief. Regaining his composure, he knelt to inspect the red flame serpent's wounds. Charred lesions spread along its body, and its eyes were half-flitted and dull. Even if he returned it to the pet space, with all the healing bonuses there, it would still take a full day to recover. A day without his beast meant he would be almost defenseless on Mingguang Island, and would fall hopelessly behind in points. After confirming the damage, he recalled the serpent into its space. Pain and humiliation flashed in his eyes as he turned around. He pulled handfuls of golden serpent grass from his storage pouch and laid them neatly on the ground. Bai Fan merely cast a casual glance at the herbs and lifted the corner of his mouth. I told you, I don't want golden serpent grass. Hand over your storage gear, and I'll let you walk away today. Otherwise your freshman trial ends right now. Since he had chosen to act, there was no way he would let Feng Xiao off for a few sprigs of herb. The moment he realized how fragile Feng Xiao really was, he ordered Little Snail to pull its punchinger, not kill so the red flame serpent could cling to life. Otherwise, under the Titan Snail's brute force, the serpent would have been smashed to pulp long ago. Bai Fan's restraint was aimed at preventing Feng Xiao from using a teleport scroll. If the beast died, Feng Xiao would most likely flee without hesitation, and a scroll could be triggered with a single thought far too fast for him to interrupt. It was said that only true powerhouses could break a scroll mid-cast, and he was not there yet. By sparing the serpent, he left Feng Xiao a sliver of hope, enough to keep him from teleporting away so Bai Fan could achieve his goal. Yu Feng Xiao's face grew even darker at Bai Fan's demand. The man actually wanted his storage gear. As the prodigy of the Far East province, he had never dreamed he could be robbed by a peer. Yet if he was eliminated here, his resource ranking at Qingbei Academy would plummet, and newcomers would soon overtake him. Noticing his hesitation, Bai Fan's tone turned impatient. Enough talk. Hand over the gear now. I don't want to waste any more time. This racket is loud enough already. Wait any longer, and the fiends around here will swarm us. Hatred churned in Feng Xiao's chest, but he knew the other man was right. If monsters surrounded them, he would be as good as dead without the red flame's serpent to protect him. Fine, take it. Gnashing his teeth, Feng Xiao spoke and tossed a small pouch over. That kid. Inside the operations bay of Tengsha 6, the burly captain stared at the main console. In the upper left corner of the screen, a live feed showed Bai Fan mugging Feng Xiao. The captain's lips curved upward. Far from disapproving, he almost admired the boy's audacity. A veteran of countless life-and-death missions, he had seen beast tamers turn on one another for profit more times than he could count. In this monster-ridden, lawless zone, the law of the jungle ruled. Had it been him, he would have been even more ruthless, stripping the gear from Feng Xiao's corpse and removing a rival for good. Still, the boy's performance was startling. Feng Xiao never even managed to fight back. He was crushed like a lamb led to slaughter. So that's what a tamer with a hidden beast looks like, the captain muttered. For someone so low-ranked to dominate like that, the explanation could only be a hidden partner. A level 11 Titan Snail, combined with Bai Fan's own skills, was already enough to challenge a level 20 tamer. The thought made him glance instinctively at the figure on the couch. Xinyu reclined half-seated, arms folded. Feeling his gaze, she let out a cold snort, her eyes also settling on Bai Fan's image. Captain, the burly man lowered his voice. Can a juvenile Titan Snail really be that strong? In that last fight, Bai Fan was at least twice Feng Xiao's strength. If your purple gold lion were the same level, I'm not sure it would fare any better. Isn't that a bit much? Xinyu arched an eyebrow. Her purple gold lion was a first-tier, top-grade beast with potential reaching into the divine, already peerless among its generation. The man was hardly selling it short. That's perfectly normal, she answered coolly. The Titan Snail is a first-tier hidden beast, ranked among the top 3 of all known beasts. If it couldn't steamroll opponents of the same tier, it wouldn't deserve its acclaim. Only because dragons vanished in the last century, leaving the snail without clan resources, has it faded from sight. The captain nodded, thoughtful. Remembering Bai Fan's brutal assault, he couldn't help but admit the boy was fiercer than Xinyu herself had been at the same age. Xinyu withdrew her gaze and absently brushed the communicator on her wrist. Her tone remained calm, but carried absolute certainty. Now that Bai Fan has revived the Titan Snail's glory, once he reaches the upper limit of the gold rank, he'll probably wield power on par with a master-level tamer. As Xinyu stared at the towering, savage silhouette on the monitor, her voice remained calm. On the holographic display, the Titan Snail's shell was laced with crisscrossing patterns. Its massive feelers pierced the cloud-like mist, radiating a crushing menace. Xinyu spoke without the slightest ripple of emotion, yet the burly man beside her looked as though he had been struck by lightning. You're saying that once Bai Fan pushes his strength to the very peak of gold rank, he'll be able to fight a master-rank Beastmaster Hedon? Shock tightened the man's voice. Head assumed the Titan Snail was merely a creature of great promise, never imagining that in Shun Yes eyes both it and its handler held such staggering potential. The gap between a gold rank beastmaster and a master is a chasm. Even the weakest master can erase 10 gold rank opponents with ease. A gold peak means little to those who stand at the summit. Yet Shinyu declared that the moment Bai Fan hit that ceiling, his combat power would already rival a master's. The thought made the man's heart hammer. So he might actually break the divine barrier one day, and even earn a saint's title? His voice trembled. On Blue Star, a saint rank beastmaster is almost mythic. Only 3 have appeared in the past millennium. Each carved immortal deeds into history, repelling fiends and shielding humanity. Saints are revered as civilization's guardians. Shinyu nodded lightly, confirming his guess. In the Beast Compendium, the Titan Snail ranks among the top 3 overall. Beyond its growth potential, there's another reason. A Beastmaster who once bonded with a Titan Snail achieved sainthood and, in the Human-Demon War, slew a demonic deity, turning the tide. She tempered the revelation with a warning. Right now, Bai Fan only has the chance. Whether he reaches the end of that path no one can promise. From the army to the academy, Shinyu had seen countless prodigies perish before maturing. Her eyes never left the screen, her tone flat. Potential is just potential. At the moment, he's still a fledgling. The big man grew even more animated. But at this rate, it's already terrifying. Keep it up and he'll catch up to you, maybe even surpass you. Shock melted into a wide grin. Captain, taking that post at Qingbei Academy was the right move. Whatever you do, don't let the kid slip away. We have to bring him into our Z-Gene squad someday. Then we could become the 4th SS grade team in history. Now that would be the ultimate glory. I could brag about it for life. His booming voice echoed through the training hall, brimming with hot-blooded anticipation. Even the ever-composed Shun Yu let a hint of longing tug at her lips. An SS grade squad, she murmured, eyes locked on by Fan in the feed, her gaze deep and bright. Relax. He's not going anywhere. As his personal mentor, the 2 of us are already bound together. Bai Fan had no idea he was being watched from above. Holding the storage pouch Feng Xiao had tossed over, he could barely keep from laughing out loud. The pouch, about the size of a waist pack, was coated in dark gray and covered with fine, mysterious patterns. It felt solid in his hand, clearly a premium item. The more he examined it, the more he liked it, stroking the surface while the words "I just struck it rich" echoed in his head. He recalled the prices he'd seen in a Beastmaster shop back in Dongjiang City. A basic low-grade storage device, no bigger inside than a backpack, went for 1,000,000 credits. This superior model offered the same space, yet was far more convenient, easily worth 5 times that. Delight bubbled inside him, though he kept his face straight for fear his laughter might attract attention. With a thought, he sent his consciousness into the pouch. Low-grade storage gear had no ownership lock. Anyone could use it, completely unlike Shen Ye's storage ring. Once that ring recognized a master, no one else could open it to smash it, and the spatial pocket would collapse, hurling everything inside into chaotic void. His vision blurred, then cleared to reveal a cube 1 meter on each side. Scattered around were a few snack bags, 2 standard long knives, several changes of clothes, and Feng Xiao's personal data terminal. At once Bai Fan understood why Feng Xiao's uniform had stayed crisp these past days. After each fight the man stuffed his terminal and sundries into the pouch and traveled light. Not a bad idea, Bai Fan murmured. He lifted out the terminal, hugged the pouch, and patted it twice as though it were a priceless gem, thoroughly pleased. Nice little treasure, and now it's mine. All right, you can go. With that, he tossed the terminal back to Feng Xiao. Feng Xiao fumbled to strap it on again, then looked up, humiliation and anger burning in his eyes. Losing the storage pouch meant the days ahead would be hard. But strength ruled the moment. However bitter he felt, he had to bow his head. He clenched his teeth, cast one last glance at the pouch and the heap of golden snake grass on the ground, and turned to leave. Bai Fan's calm voice sounded behind him. Do you want the golden snake grass? Feng Xiao halted and looked back in surprise. You're not taking it? Even as he spoke, he was already bending to gather the plants. Golden snake grass boosts a snake-type pet's growth and helps it heal. 3 stalks would be enough to mend his scarlet flame snake. The rest could still add 200 growth points. Since Bai Fan didn't want the herbs, Feng Xiao certainly wouldn't refuse them. Watching Feng Xiao scramble, Bai Fan let out a cold chuckle. This kid really had no sense of decorum at all. You've got to be kidding. This golden serpent grass is my prize. Bai Fan stood at the edge of the thicket, a cold smile tugging at his lips. Feng Xiao had been bending down, packing one stalk after another into a beast-patterned pouch. At Bai Fan's words, he froze, face turning storm cloud dark, and shot the other man a furious glare. What's that supposed to mean? His voice was low and simmering, as if had just been made the butt of a joke. The grass can be yours, but you'll have to pay for it. Bai Fan brushed his palms as though flicking away imaginary dust, utterly unmoved by Feng Xiao's anger. To him, golden serpent grass was worthless. It couldn't strengthen little snail. It took up space in his storage pack, and he lacked a proper way to preserve it. Selling was clearly the most profitable move. Even if that meant helping a rival, he was confident. No matter how much Feng Xiao and his scarlet flame serpent powered up, they still wouldn't make a ripple in his path. A flicker of hesitation crossed Feng Xiao's eyes. Buy it. Actually, that sounded perfect. For a wealthy clan heir, solving problems with money barely counted as a problem at all. Fine. He'll take every stock. He agreed without hesitation, pulled out his communicator, and swiped rapidly across its holographic screen. Seconds later, his hand stalled. Brightlight Island was still an unexplored monster zone with zero network coverage. The transfer page hung on loading and wouldn't budge. There's no signal, so I can't send you the money. After fumbling a while, Feng Xiao pocketed the device and looked at Bai Fan helplessly. No worries, put it on the tab, Bai Fan said, smile widening. 16 stocks, nice round number, 400,000 dragon coins. Just write an IOU. He fished out a pen and sheet of paper and tossed them over. For 100,000? Why not just hold me up at sword point? Veins bulged on Feng Xiao's forehead as he gripped the pen. The market price was only 10,000 a stock. For that much he could have bought 40. Since when did rounding mean rounding up, not down? Hold up? Please. Nothing's faster than honest business. Bai Fan shrugged, unfazed by the glare. Take it or leave it. If you pass, plenty of other beast tamers would love the boost. Feng Xiao ground his teeth until they creaked, longing to hurl the pen away. But in the end, he bent over and scrawled an IOU for 400,000 dragon coins. Raw power was worth more than pocket change. That's the spirit. My price is downright generous, no fees, no interest. And don't forget the thumbprint. Bai Fan's eyes curved like a fox that just stole a chicken, while Feng Xiao pressed a crimson fingerprint onto the paper. Bai Fan had a hunch head just found himself a brand new moneymaker. Thanks for your patronage. I hope we meet again. Bai Fan twirled the signed IOU between his fingers, tucked it with satisfaction into the storage pouch at his chest, and waved farewell to Feng Xiao's retreating figure. In the distance, Feng Xiao stumbled at those words, his shoulders visibly flinching before he broke into a sprint and disappeared into the dense undergrowth. During the rest of the training period, he swore he never wanted to run into that vampire of a senior again. How rude, Bai Fan muttered. I just spared him a world of trouble, and he can't even say thank you. With that, he slid the IOU into the innermost pocket of his storage gear. He wasn't the least bit worried about Feng Xiao denying the dev that had the proof in black and white. If Feng Xiao tried to default, Bai Fan could simply take the note to the academy and make the loss even worse for him. The thought made him chuckle. Patting the storage pouch, he said, trust me to sniff out a money-making opportunity wherever I go. He topped up his canteen, called Little Snail to his side, and hurried away from the creek. The commotion from their earlier fight had already stirred distant beasts, and he had no intention of staying for the encore. 3 days later. During those 3 days, Bai Fan circled the island's outer rim, crossed the ring-shaped mountains with Little Snail, and entered the second zone of Mingguang Island. Ever since Head obtained the storage gear, he could crawl inside at night and sleep soundly, so he felt wonderfully refreshed. Unfortunately, aside from Feng Xiao, he hadn't encountered any other freshmen, and his grand money-making plan had stalled. More forest behind the forest, he sighed, leaning against a massive ancient tree and patting the top of Little Snail's shell. Looks like we're stuck in endless darkness for a while. While crossing the mountains, he had paused on the ridge for a look around. Mingguang Island resembled a target made of concentric circles, separated by 3 mountain rings of varying height. The second ring, where he now stood, was still solid forest towering trees as tall as a dozen stories, their canopies woven so tightly that only the thinnest shafts of sunlight slipped through, painting the ground in dim bluish shadows. Farther in lay the third circle, the island's heart encircled by the innermost mountains. Some 20 kilometers away, a colossal silhouette jutted straight into the sky, punching through the clouds. It had to be hundreds, maybe even thousands of meters tall. The summit vanished into the mist, so he couldn't tell whether it was a peak or something else entirely. We've got plenty of time, he said to Little Snail. Let's start by testing the strength of the monsters in this zone. By the way, we'll boost you to level 13 today. Bai Fan surveyed the ancient forest around him, chuckling softly as he pulled a bluelit data terminal from his inventory. Roar! The scent of beast lure incense rippled outward like an invisible wave. In an instant, the monsters deeper in the woods reacted like feral cats catching the scent of blood, unleashing a chorus of savage howls. Boom, boom, boom. Heavy footfalls rushed in from every direction, kicking up dust as an unknown number of creatures charged forward, their combined vibrations making the ground tremble. One by one, pairs of crimson eyes flickered beneath the dim canopy, gleaming like cold stars. Hiss. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Shaowa. Did we just stumble into a monster lair? Bai Fan drew a sharp breath. A quick glance told him there were at least 100 beasts converging here, and each of them radiated far more power than the rabble outside. Despite the self-deprecating quip, there was no fear on Bai Fan's face, only a spark of excitement. Beside him, the little snail activated Titan form on its own. The creature that had been crouching suddenly shot up, its massive shell and carapace reflecting a ghostly light as it towered over the forest. Roar! The Titan snail's shriek shattered the air. The overwhelming aura of a top-tier pet spread like a mountain, smothering the monster's roars. Instinctively, the bloodthirsty beasts fell back a few steps, and silence followed. Yet hunger soon drowned out what little reason they had. They roared again in unison, scarlet pupils locking onto Bai Fan and his companion. Corrupted to the core by dark energy, their souls held nothing but a craving for human flesh. Roar, roar, roar. The tidal wave of howls rose and fell. At last, one monster could no longer restrain itself and lunged forward. Whoosh! A pitch-black python tore through the air, its trunk-thick body wider than Bai Fan himself. It opened its ghastly jaws, and a foul wind swept toward them. Inside that maw, rows of serrated teeth gleamed coldly, sharp enough to shred steel. Monster, Sawtooth Python. Level, 19. Combat type, melee. Skills, serrated bite, constricting force. Before the python could reach them, the bloody gust of its charge was already at their faces. Yet Bai Fan and the snail did not retreat a single step. There was even a flicker of excitement in their eyes. In the next instant, the snail's giant tentacle lashed out. Bang! The tentacle, packed with terrifying power, slammed into the python's head, which exploded into black-red pulp. The headless body crashed to the ground with a dull thud. The sawtooth python fell effortlessly, and the scent of its torn flesh drifted through the air. The surrounding monsters could no longer suppress their bloodlust. The smell of blood ignited them like fire in dry grass, sending them into complete frenzy. On Blue Star, lesser monsters corrupted by dark power have become utterly evil beings. Only two impulses remain in their minds: submission to superior bloodlines and an insatiable hunger for living flesh. They know no fear, making them the perfect cannon fodder. The stench of the sawtooth python Shao had just blasted apart still hung in the air when the surrounding creatures went completely berserk. In the dim forest, countless crimson eyes burned like solid rubies, their murderous intent so hot it seemed to scorch the air. Roars exploded one after another, the scent of blood whipping the horde into a frenzy until they launched an all-out assault. Boom, boom, boom. More than 100 monsters charged, shaking the ground while a foul wind rushed straight toward Bai Fan and Xiaowa. Xiaowa planted her massive body in front of Bai Fan like a living wall. Anything that leapt at her was shredded to pieces by a flick of her antennae. Bai Fan fell back a few steps, pivoted, and swung his sword to guard their flank. Flash! A shrill scream cut through the din as a gale wolf trying to ambush them was cleaved in two by the blade of grace, its corpse thudding into the mud. Without pausing, Bai Fan sheathed the sword and swapped weapons. A short staff of tender green, pulsing with arcane energy, snapped into his grasp. The destiny staff. The moment he gripped it, every attribute surged. A base bonus of 100 stacked onto his formidable mind stat, pushing his highest attribute beyond 300 and more than doubling his overall power. Heh, let's see how strong my spells get with this thing, he chuckled, willing earthy light to coil up the shaft. With the staff's boost, earth spikes no longer required elaborate seals, and his casting speed doubled. In a heartbeat, a soil-colored sphere of warped air gathered at the tip of the destiny staff. Earth spikes. He swung the staff hard at the approaching horde. Earth and mana erupted outward, engulfing every creature within 50 meters. An instant later, boom, boom, boom. The forest convulsed as jagged spikes shot from the ground like a beast's fangs, impaling the monsters above them without mercy. Agonized howls overlapped while blood sprayed in every direction. At least 30 or 40 monsters were skewered and lifted into the air. So this is what a diamond tier weapon can do at a tremendous boost. Watching the scene unfold, Bai Fan couldn't help but marvel. Spikes of condensed mana burst from the ground with sharp cracks, their reach doubling to carve out a 50-meter killing field. Each spike was longer and sharper than before, for meters of gleaming, cold steel. In the blink of an eye, dozens of monsters were impaled, dangling like strings of cured meat, their blood trickling down the dark tips. After the back-to-back castings, he made a quick self-check. Now he could fire the spike field up to 4 times in a row, and it drained only a quarter of his stamina, instead of half his staying power, had effectively doubled. A gentle warmth coursed through his body, a faint tingling that slowly replenished the strength he had spent. By his reckoning, he would be ready to cast again in 2 minutes. While Bai Fan was quietly rejoicing, the magic dissipated and the spikes hissed as they withdrew into the earth, dropping the skewered creatures to the ground. The ones that hadn't been hit in vital spots writhed and howled, the thick spikes still lodged in their torsos, their final agony only moments away. Even after the spike field had slain dozens, Bai Fan kept his guard up, raising his life staff to gather mana once more. Across the way, the remaining monsters, enraged by the stench of blood, charged over the bodies of their comrades. The half-dead ones became cushions, crushed into pulp under the stampede, scarlet gore spraying in every direction. A few beasts even stopped to gnaw at severed limbs, a savage sight that made Bai Fan's skin crawl, but also turned them into easy targets. Mana surged into the life staff, and the air grew furnace hot. A crimson sphere of energy condensed at the tip, its glare so intense it seemed to scorch the retina, violet sparks flickering beneath the surface. A wave of heat billowed outward, raising the temperature of the once chilly forest by several degrees. Flame burst his newly learned spell. The horde would make the perfect test subjects. The vanguard was now less than 10 meters away from him and Little Snail, their interlocking fangs betraying a ravenous hunger for live flesh. Die! Bai Fan hissed, a chill smile curling his lips as he whipped the staff forward. Whoosh! The crimson sphere shot from his hand like a bolt of living fire, streaking toward the mass of creatures. The moment it left his control, it began to swell, ballooning from fist size to the width of a millstone in the blink of an eye. The moment Bai Fan released the flame burst, it ballooned into a massive fireball, radiating blistering heat. Skimming the ground, it hurtled toward the pack of fiends. As it drew near, the heat sliced across their fur like a razor, and the leading monster's coats shriveled and blackened. Boom! When the fireball slammed into the earth, the ground thundered like a war drum, and a blinding pillar of flame shot past the treetops. The forest shook as though struck by a giant hammer. For hundreds of meters the soil quaked, as if tons of explosives had detonated at once. Creatures nearest the blast were vaporized into a bloody mist before they could even scream. A swirling wave of fire and a savage shockwave followed, sweeping outward and engulfing everything within dozens of meters. Those not killed outright managed a single howl of pain and terror before the gale force blast tore them apart, and the heat baked their remains into charcoal. Unbelievable power. Bai Fan's heart pounded. Among low-rank beast tamers, the flame burst was famed as one of the strongest single-target spells, and now he had witnessed its full destructive potential. Even the vaunted earth spikes paled in comparison. But the cost was just as clear. The instant the spell landed, it felt as if the energy had been sucked from his chest, leaving his limbs weak. Moments earlier, he still had 3/4 of his stamina enough to cast earth spikes 3 more times, yet now the tank was nearly empty. Phew, good thing I didn't try this before I got the life staff. Without it, that spell might have drained me dry. Awe gave way to a twinge of fear. He retreated a few steps and had Little Snail slide sideways in front of him, her shell forming a living shield. Spent as he was, he could no longer fight. But the battle was effectively over after 2 devastating blasts. Only a dozen or so fiends remained, and Little Snail could crush them with ease. Little Snail, it's your show now. Bai Fan gripped his life staff and used the lull to steady his breathing. He thought of the 2 stamina potions Feng Xiao had left in his storage. Each could refill his energy in under a minute, a real lifesaver in a pinch. Yet he left them untouched. They were his last trump card, and, more importantly, absurdly expensive. One vial suitable for a low-rank beast tamer cost 100,000 dragon coins, while higher-tier versions ran into the hundreds of thousands, or even millions. The situation wasn't dire enough to blow that kind of money. Natural recovery would have to do, and 10 minutes would see him fully restored. The truth was simple. He was broke. Woo. At Bai Fan's command, Little Snail gave a cheerful trill and positioned herself like a living rampart, shielding her master behind the broad curve of her shell. Staring at the towering figure ahead, Bai Fan felt an overwhelming sense of security. He suddenly recalled the classic tank plasmage duo from his past dungeon run. Xiao was soaked up damage while he dished it out. The thought vanished as quickly as it came. Xiaowa's real strength went far beyond what she was showing now. He had racked up more kills only because she hadn't awakened any area effect skills yet. Once she did, her terrifying stats could erase a mob like the one in front of them with a single move. ITLLB soon, he told himself, silently counting down. In just over 10 days the first batch of longling grass would mature, and he would feed every stalk to Xiao, while likely unlocking yet another skill. With the system's 10,000-fold rebate stacked on top, their power would explode all over again. The anticipation made him clench his fists, excitement nearly bursting from his chest. Since claiming the reward for finishing the college entrance exam, his farming space had doubled, letting him grow 20 herbs at once. He had planted nothing but longling grass. In a month, all 20 stalks would ripen. Each would grant 3 growth points, 60 in total, enough to push Xiao past the 500 threshold and almost guarantee a new talent. Add in that terrifying rebate, and both of them were bound to leap to a higher tier. Running the numbers one last time, he finally sat down to recover his strength. While he rested, Xiao, like a walking engine of destruction, unleashed a massacre. Her massive body barreled straight into the monsters. Boom, boom, boom. 2 thick feelers hammered down again and again, each strike pancaking a creature into gore, shattered bones, and severed limbs splattering across trees, grass, and stone, painting the grove blood red. Monsters that were living nightmares to humans crumpled like paper before Xiaowa. Roughly 100 meters away, 2 figures hiding behind a tree watched everything, their faces ashen. So that's what the top scorer can do. Damn, how are we supposed to compete with that? He's a monster. What now? We've got to bail. When he's done with them, he'll have enough juice left to grind us into dust. The speaker, a lanky young man named Lu Ming, was shaking as he stared ahead. His partner, the round-faced Zhang Tian, wasn't doing any better. Cold sweat trickled down his temples. The two had known each other since entering Qingbei Academy, and when freshman training began, they teamed up hunting monsters and quietly knocking out other newcomers on Mingguang Island. To them, lone wolves without resources were asking to die. Farming player kills for higher rankings made far more sense. Plenty of rookies on the island felt the same, making outliers like Bai Fan all the more unusual. Moments ago, they had sensed the chaos of the rampaging monsters and thought they could use it to eliminate some unlucky student and scoop up easy loot. Instead, they stumbled upon Bai Fan and Xiao were reducing an entire horde to dust. In less than a minute, Little Snail wiped out the remaining monsters. Under its brutal onslaught, the ground for dozens of meters around looked as if a giant hammer had pounded it over and over, leaving one crater after another. The bottoms of the pits were strewn with splattered flesh and shattered bone, and the thick, metallic stench mixed with the smell of wet soil, as though a forest of towering trees might soon sprout from the carnage. Nicely done. Regaining some strength, Bai Fan stood at the edge of a crater, eyes blazing as he gave Little Snail a thumbs up. Hearing the praise, the grim-shelled Titan raised its feelers high and let out an excited hiss. After more than 100 monsters were annihilated, Little Snail reached level 13 and even banked an extra tenth of the experience needed for the next level. The creatures of this new zone had paid for the upgrade in full. With the breakthrough, its stats soared once more. Pet Beast, Titan Snail. Nickname, Little Snail. Age, 1 month. Level, 13. Aptitude, Epic Purple. Growth Value, 44610,000. Infant stage may awaken a new talent or skill at each milestone. Talent, Infinite Growth SSS. Base attributes no buffs, gear, or consumables. Strength, 1650. Intelligence, 1650. Constitution, 1650. Agility, 1650. Equipment, Gold Grade Titan's Wrath Strength 50. Current Strength, 1700. Skills, Titan's Body S, Mind Shock S. Loyalty, 95. The feedback from the contract surged into Bai Fan, pushing each of his 4 primary attributes past 200. With the life staff's extra 100 points to all stats, every attribute now sat comfortably above 300. With numbers like these, I could take on Feng Xiao's Crimson Flame Serpent Unionone and hold my ground, he calculated. Looking at Little Snail with renewed anticipation, he thought that he might soon be able to challenge the Lord-tier monster at the center of Bright Light Island. Unfortunately, not a single treasure chest had dropped. Putting away the interface, Bai Fan glanced over the scattered remains and sighed. Luck just wasn't on my side. There was always a slim chance that killing a monster would drop a chest containing rare materials, skill books, or gear. Back in the Azure Peak range, he had scored a low-tier chest by slaying a Minotaur chieftain and had pulled a Minotaur ring from it. That had been a mix of a boss bonus and pure luck. Compared with that, these ordinary monsters, high level though they were, barely had any drop rate at all. Forget it, I'm just getting greedy, he chuckled, shaking his head before calling up the terminal. After cutting down more than 100 standard monsters, his score had climbed to 6,500 points, catapulting him into the top 10 of the freshman leaderboard, now sitting in 8th place. 11 days had passed since the rookie training began, and only 45 freshmen were still active on Bright Light Island. This figure represented half of Qingbei Academy's entire freshman intake, which showed just how brutal the elimination rate really was. With more than 6 weeks of training still to go, Bai Fan doubted that even 10 rookies would still be standing on Bright Light Island when the 2-month deadline arrived. He let out a silent sigh. The little snail in his arms suddenly flicked its feelers and let out a strange hiss. Startled, he glanced to the right. Someone was approaching. Business, he thought. Sliding his wrist terminal back into his storage gear, he signaled the snail, which had already dismissed its Titan body, to leave the field. Less than 100 meters away, hidden behind a thicket, Lu Ming tugged nervously at his companion's sleeve. Kinga, we have to go? If Bai Fan spots us, we're finished. Terror crawled up his spine. The 2 Beastmaster skills Bai Fan had shown were frightening enough, but the Titan Snail was even worse. Under its sweeping antennae, that horde of monsters hadn't even had time to struggle. They were smashed into pulp. One scene in particular was etched into Lu Ming's mind. A level 20 unicorn rabbit. The creature was brutal in close combat, and could cast spells with its horn, a match for his second sequence battle pet, the lightning wolf. Yet in front of the Titan Snail, the rabbit and its rock-hard horn were reduced to fragments with a single slap. Lu Ming's back went cold. His lightning wolf would last no longer than one antenna. Zhang Tian was sweating just as badly and nodded at once. Yeah, let's bail. Well, pick another rookie to hunt. Bai Fan is out of our league. They turned to leave. Roar. A thunderous tiger's bellow exploded from deep in the forest, its shockwave shaking the branches overhead. A 5-meter-long shadow burst through the trees and blocked their path. A gigantic tiger with 2 wings sprouting from its back, black hide traced with twisted markings, and a sinister glow radiating from the king character on its forehead. A twin-winged demon tiger. They both froze. Monster, twin-winged demon tiger. Rank boss. Level 23. Combat style melee, ranged. Skills: soul-devouring wind blade, king's roar, shadowless, savage pounce. Type: mutant. Level 23. A boss class monster. Never in their worst nightmares had Lu Ming and Zhang Tian imagined that spying on a fight would lure out something like this. Fear and frustration warred inside them. The stench of blood around Bai Fan was so strong, yet the tiger ignored him and came straight for them. Could their luck get any worse today? A coppery wind howled through the forest. After revealing itself, the winged demon tiger paced among the trees, its massive body refusing to close the gap. Claws as wide as millstones raked the soil, making a low, rasping sound. Scarlet eyes gleamed with calculation, as though it were deciding where to take its first bite. Damn it! Tian, could we be any unluckier? Lu Ming kept his gaze locked on the beast, heart hammering. Yet he couldn't stop himself from grumbling at Zhang Tian. Complaining won't help. If we can't handle this thing, we die here today. Zhang Tian was just as pale. He drew a deep breath and thrust out his hand. A flash of black contract light burst, and a bulky shadow dropped to his side. Two heads, for legs, black flames dancing across its hide, the heat curling the fallen leaves. First sequence combat beast pet, the double-head hellhound. Lu Ming reacted at once. The ground beneath him heaved, and a cylindrical monster erupted from the soil. The creature had no eyes, only a vast, tooth-ringed maw at its tip, twin rows of fangs glinting in the sun. First sequence combat beast pet, the shadow earth dragon. Despite its name, it was essentially a giant mutated earthworm, ranked near the top of its tier for its staggering regeneration and affinity for shadow. Both men had raised their pets to level 15, and each creature had awakened 2 innate talents. A sudden tiger's roar shook the branches overhead. Staring at the 2 summoned beasts, the winged demon tiger's eyes burned with the anticipation of a feast. Its twin wings snapped open. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 razor-sharp wind blades appeared in an instant, shrieking toward Lu Ming and Zhang Tian. Every trunk they passed was sliced cleanly in half, the cuts smooth as polished steel. The pair sprang back and ordered their pets to intercept. The double-head hellhound opened both maws, hurling twin spheres of black energy. The shadow earth dragon's gaping orifice pulsed, then spat a jet of pitch-black mucus, acrid with corrosive fumes, straight at the incoming blades. Boom! Wind met shadow and energy in midair, the blast whipping the canopy into a frenzy. Yet the tiger's attack still carried lethal force. After shredding the opposing strikes, the remnants slammed into the 2 pets with brutal impact. Bang! Bang! The hellhound was flung away, tumbling 7 or 8 times before it could muster a muted growl. The shadow earth dragon fared worse, ripped bodily from its burrow and thrown aside in a shower of dirt. How the hell are we supposed to beat that? Seeing their battered companions, Lu Ming and Zhang Tian could only cry out in despair. At first contact their beasts were already badly injured. If the fight dragged on, both tamers would end up as food for the winged demon tiger. Run! Lu Ming and Zhang Tian roared in unison. Without a moment's pause, they wheeled their partners around and bolted toward the depths of the forest. A level 23 boss monster wasn't something 2 rookie beastmasters could withstand. Right then they wished for an extra pair of legs just to double their speed. Behind them, the winged demon tiger pounded the ground, its muscles bunching like steel cables. Its movements looked lazy yet were blindingly fast, and a mocking gleam burned in its blood-red eyes. The harder the prey struggled, the more it enjoyed the hunt. Clouds follow a dragon, wind follows a tiger. Speed is the tiger's sharpest fang. Lu Ming rode atop his hellhound twin heads. Zhang Tian straddled his shadow earth drake. Clumps of turf and mud flew as they sprinted, but no matter how completely they drained their beast's strength, the purpline black silhouette of the tiger held steady a few dozen meters behind, the gap even shrinking. Are we really about to be eliminated? Their eyes met, and despair surfaced in both minds. A teleport scroll could save their lives, but using it now would dump them at the bottom of the rankings and slash their reward. They had stayed far back to avoid danger. Who could have guessed a winged demon tiger would wander in and ruin everything? Dead end ahead. A flippant voice suddenly rang out. An enormous snail, its royal purple shell etched with arcane patterns, slid into their path and blotted out the sky. On its back, arms folded and a faint smile on his lips, sat the handsome Bai Fan master of the Titan Snail. Bai Fan, there's a winged demon tiger right behind us, give us a hand. Recognizing a classmate, Lu Ming and Zhang Tian shouted with relief, steering their beasts to skirt the snail and keep running. Before they could pass, Bai Fan raised a hand. A pale green wand appeared in his palm, its tip releasing ripples of emerald mana. He smiled lightly. I told you, the road's closed. You really don't want me to eliminate you right now, do you? Cursing under their breath, Lu Ming and Zhang Tian yanked their mounts to an abrupt stop. They still remembered how Bai Fan had single-handedly held off a swarm of monsters, and neither wanted to taste those devastating skills themselves. Bai Fan, what are you playing at? Forced to halt. They wore equally sour expressions, Titan Snail in front, winged demon tiger behind. A true no-win situation. Bai Fan chuckled, his gaze drifting over their exhausted partners. Can't you tell? I'm here to save you. Surely you don't think you can outrun a winged demon tiger at your current speed? So you're just here out of the goodness of your heart? Deep in the forest, Lu Ming and Zhang Tian stared at the figure barring their way, nerves jangling like drums. Bai Fan sat astride a Titan Snail, its cracked, armor-thick shell glinting coolly in the shadows, hardly the posture of a rescuer. He can't be friendly. The two exchanged a glance, their wariness almost palpable. Catching their stiff stance, Bai Fan straightened up on the snail's shell and put on a wounded look. What's with the attitude? I come all this way to help and you doubt me? Honestly, I'm heartbroken. He flung his arms wide, voice pitching high, acting so hard he could have pocketed an Oscar on the spot. The truth was, the moment his snail tapped his pant leg with an antenna, Bai Fan had noticed the classmates lurking in the gloom. He simply looped around to cut them off, blocking their escape. In his eyes, Lu Ming and Zhang Tian now looked like two fragrant dragon coins walking ATMs. What do you want from us? Lu Ming's Adam's apple bobbed as the roar behind them grew sharper. Delay much longer, and the winged demon tiger would pounce. Zhang Tian, however, regained his composure. They couldn't outrun the tiger, so why not drag Bai Fan into the mud and maybe carve out another path to survival? Bai Fan, thanks for he began, shaping a smile on his pudgy face. Before he could finish, Bai Fan silenced him with a raised hand, then pointed ahead. It's here. Following his finger, they saw the winged demon tiger crushing dead branches as it advanced, unhurried and lethal. Saliva dripped from its fangs, and its crimson eyes gleamed with hunger. Another helping of prey had arrived. A savage wind whipped fallen leaves into the air, making Lu Ming and Zhang Tian shiver. Bai Fan, that's a level 23, leader class winged demon tiger. Let's take it down together, and you can keep the entire drop. Zhang Tian swallowed hard, laying on the flattery. Leader class monsters had far better loot tables. If a chest appeared, the haul would be huge. Even without one, the wings, bones, and pelt were top-tier materials, and this was a male, whose rare parts fetched sky-high prices. Zhang Tian was sure the offer would tempt Bai Fan. Sure enough, Bai Fan nodded slightly. Relief flickered in Zhang Tian's eyes until Bai Fan added, in a tone begging for a punch, great. You two go ahead. He remained perched on the snail's shell, perfectly relaxed, without moving a muscle. Zhang Tian's lips twitched, and anger flashed across his face. What are you playing at? Didn't you say you were here to help us? He glared at Bai Fan, while keeping one eye on the twin-winged demon tiger behind him. Bai Fan lounged on Xiaohua's shell, palms spread in an innocent gesture. I am helping. Get in there, I'll back you up from the sidelines. Relax. Any fiend that tries a sneak attack is mine. Come on, take that tiger down. He even pumped his fist in an exaggerated cheer for Lu Ming and Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian nearly spat blood. Seriously? I don't need a cheerleader, I need you to fight the tiger. Only now did he realize Bai Fan was here to spectate, not assist. Before he could finish, the tiger grew restless. A piercing roar split the air, starved beyond restraint. The beast launched itself forward, its wings beating once. In the span of a single breath, its massive body blurred into a deadly shadow. Black flame. Zhang Tian's heart pounded as he leapt back, shouting the command. Instantly, a silhouette wreathed in hellfire flashed between him and the tiger, his beast companion, the infernal two-headed hound. Compared with the giant tiger, the hound looked like a pup, yet it stood its ground. Both throats erupted in twin roars, hind legs braced, torsos lifted, and two foreclaws blazing with hellfire slashed out. 10 razor-sharp arcs of light fanned forward its second awakened skill, Power Claw, capable of shredding most foes of the same rank. Boom. The blow landed with a dull crash. The tiger didn't budge. A single swipe of its paw sent the hound tumbling like a broken toy, both forelegs snapping on impact. A heart-rending howl rang out, but the brief obstruction let Zhang Tian pull back to safety. Black flame. Eyes red, he brandished a silver wand. Pale green light burst forth. The ground split, and a vine as thick as a man's thigh shot up more than 7 meters, coiling tight around one of the tiger's forelegs. At the same moment, Lu Ming struck. His shadow earth drake erupted from the soil, jaws gaping for the softer flesh of the tiger's underbelly. The massive vines conjured by the binding spell wrapped around the winged demon tiger, pinning it in place, and the shadow earth drake's simultaneous assault pushed the beast into immediate peril. From a distance, Bai Fan watched, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. These two are actually coordinating pretty well, he thought. He had assumed Zhang Tian and Lu Ming were simply attacking at random, yet without exchanging a word their skills and timing meshed seamlessly. As freshmen of Qingbei Academy, they truly deserve to be called prodigies. When the surprise faded, Bai Fan's gaze shifted to the short staff in Zhang Tian's hand. The weapon was exquisitely crafted, its entire body glowing a dazzling gold, as though it had been cast from pure bullion. Even at a glance, it radiated the unmistakable aura of someone dripping with money. Clearly their wealth matched their talent. Most first years could only dream of wielding gear of this caliber. Bai Fan began to calculate. When it came time for him to step in, how large a fee should he charge that would preserve his dignity without making these two rich kids feel slighted? His musings were cut short by an enraged roar that shattered the lull. Despite the net-tight cooperation between Lu Ming and Zhang Tian, they still struggled against a foe that could fly. With a single brutal beat of its wings, the winged demon tiger tore free, snapping the vines and shooting into the sky. High above, the tiger twisted its body, and its tail thick as an iron whip whistled through the air and lashed the oncoming shadow earth drake. Bang! The dull impact shook the sky. An instant later, the drake's grotesque jaws were ripped apart, chunks of flesh spraying downward and staining the ground crimson. Halved in length, the maimed drake crashed to earth, then burrowed instinctively underground. Moments later it erupted beside Lu Ming's feet, but it was now only half its former size. Although its jaws had regenerated, its aura was visibly feeble. The creature's vitality was legendary. Cut it into pieces, and it would still grow back, but each rebirth weakened it, and even caused it to regress. In less than a minute, the pets of both Lu Ming and Zhang Tian were on the brink of ruin. Overhead, the scent of blood drove the winged demon tiger into a deeper frenzy, its eyes glowing an even darker red until its savagery seemed to take physical form. It beat its wings once, and its massive body plunged like a black meteor. Two huge claws snapped open, talons gleaming like daggers, aiming straight for Zhang Tian below. In its simple bestial mind, the larger prey was always the tastier. The blood-soaked wind howled toward him, and Zhang Tian's face drained of color, his soul feeling doused in ice water. In despair he screamed, "Bai Fan, help me!" At this perilous moment he scrambled backward, half rolling, half crawling, and let out a startled cry. "Heh, you begged me for help, remember?" Bai Fan's lazy drawl drifted across the field. Hearing Zhang Tian's plea, he raised a brow and tapped the rock-hard shell of Little Snail. Shum! The air screamed as it was torn apart. Little Snail blurred, then materialized directly in the winged demon tiger's path, its massive body like a moving wall that cut the beast off completely. Boom! The tiger's enormous claws crashed down on the shell, sending a purple shockwave rippling outward. The impact that could shatter stone poured onto Little Snail, yet it didn't budge. Instead, the ferocious tiger was hurled backward as though it had slammed into a mountain. Crash, crash, crash. It snapped several thick trees before tumbling to the forest floor. Roar! A deafening bellow echoed through the woods. The winged demon tiger glared at Little Snail, eyes blood-red and murderous intent surging. A closer look revealed that its front paws were trembling from the blow. So strong. Having narrowly escaped death, Zhang Tian looked up at the Titan Snail standing before him like a bronze fortress and couldn't help but marvel. He had never imagined the tiger that had mauled his own beast companion with ease would be utterly helpless here. "Stop gawking. Let's talk about the fee for hiring me." Bai Fan strolled forward, his tone casual, yet brooking no refusal. "Fee." Zhang Tian froze. The smile on Bai Fan's face cooled a shade, and Zhang Tian hurriedly climbed to his feet with a forced grin. "You're right, Bai Fan. We do owe you our thanks for the rescue." "Thanks?" Bai Fan chuckled and nodded toward the staff in Zhang Tian's hand. "That golden staff looks nice. It'll do as payment barely." Zhang Tian's heart sank. He had paid 2 million dragon coins for that gold-tier staff, his most valuable piece of gear. Handing it over would bleed him dry, and without it his combat power would be halved. His hellhound was badly injured. Bai Fan stood only a few steps away, and escape was impossible unless he burned a teleport scroll and forfeited freshman training altogether. Bai Fan fixed him with a flat stare. "What's wrong, Zhang Tian? Unwilling?" Faced with Bai Fan's half-smile, Zhang Tian's expression twisted. At last he reluctantly extended the golden staff. As one of Longguo's top prodigies, he had never suffered such humiliation, yet now he could only swallow his rage. Watching the chubby boy's face darken, Bai Fan chuckled to himself, took the staff, and began inspecting its attributes. Item, binding staff. Category, wand. Rarity, gold. Level requirement, 15. Base stat, 50 intelligence. Enchantments. 1. Increases stamina regeneration by 5. 2. Reduces the mana cost of binding spell by 50. Barely passable. Bai Fan closed the window with a faint smirk, clearly unimpressed. Compared with the life staff in his hand, this binding staff was worlds apart. The 50 points of intelligence were decent, but the 2 enchantments were pure fluff. A meager 5% boost to stamina recovery and a cost reduction that applied only to one spell. If that discount covered every skill, its value would jump tenfold. Bai Fan, so you don't like my staff? Zhang Tian caught his look and forced a bright smile. How about I swap it for something else? Honestly, I think the stats are pretty average too. Bai Fan raised his eyes, amused. A moment ago the guy had been heartbroken to give it up, and now it was average? Men's words are worth next to nothing. Honest people like me are a dying breed. He waved generously. It's fine, average or not. They'll take the loss and accept it as your thanks. If you trade something else, you might hurt your own strength. Zhang Tian's mouth twitched, the phrase hoist with my own petard echoing in his mind. I was just being polity actually took me seriously. That staff is worth 2 million dragon coins, a reward my family gave me for getting into Qingbei Academy. He opened his mouth to argue, but Bai Fan had already turned to Lu Ming, eyes bright with curiosity. What would this kid produce? Lu Ming wilted under the stare. He wanted to ask why he still had to pay up after Zhang Tian did, but the words died in his throat. I only have this. He pulled out a fiery red, flashy piece of gear. Nearly a meter long, all sharp lines and brutal design. It looked like an oversized luxury version of a familiar repair tool. Bai Fan froze, glancing from the weapon to Lu Ming's face. Today really was full of surprises, so the legendary fire tongs Lu Ming was real. With a complicated sigh, he said, "So you're the genuine article?" Lu Ming's cheeks flushed scarlet. He stammered, "Thai's weapon is really strong." He projected the stat panel as he spoke. Weapon, pipe wrench. Category, melee weapon. Rarity, gold. Level requirement, 15. Base stats, strength 50, constitution 50. Enchantments. 1. Every swing adds fire damage. 2. After every 5 hits, the following strike is guaranteed to stun the target for 3 seconds. Note, brute force makes miracles happen. After reading the description, Bai Fan closed the panel with a single verdict in mind. Ridiculous, but insanely powerful. 50 points dumped straight into 2 core attributes. Free fire damage on every hit. A 3-second guaranteed stun on the 6th strike, more than enough to flip a fight on its head. Purely in terms of value, it left Zhang Tian's magic wand eating dust. The only downside was its painfully gaudy design. Bai Fan pictured himself swinging the thing and figured that not just enemies, but every passing monster would instantly aggro on him. Fine, I guess he'll graciously accept it. He sighed, taking the flashy pipe wrench because who turns down free loot? Both the wrench and the binding staff had a level 15 requirement, so for now they could only sit in his pack. Compared with his diamond-grade life staff, the gold-grade binding staff felt like a toy. During the month-long freshman training, it was bound to gather dust. That suddenly struck him as wasteful. Lu Ming's wrench could still serve as a melee weapon later, but the staff would be idle for a whole month. Zhang Tian, Bai Fan waved the binding staff under the boy's nose with a gentle, almost hypnotic smile. Want to keep using it for the rest of the month? Zhang Tian lit up. You're giving it back? Bai Fan rolled his eyes. Dream on. Things that land in my hands don't go back. I'm talking about a rental 1 month. Only 500,000 dragon coins. Can't transfer the money now? No problem. Write me an IOU and thumbprint it. He pulled out pen and paper from his storage pouch and handed them over with a grin. What the? Zhang Tian and Lu Ming cursed in unison. Paying to rent your own gear? Bai Fan's logic was outrageous, pure entrepreneurial genius. Seeing their stunned faces, Bai Fan gave a modest smile. They really hadn't seen anything yet. If he started using the tricks he'd learned in his previous life, the two of them would probably end up working for him forever. Think it through, he coaxed. With this staff, your power jumps at least 50%. Hold out a few more days, and you'll crack the top of the freshman rankings. No matter how you look at it, you're making a profit. His expression practically shouted, "You can't lose," leaving Zhang Tian and Lu Ming completely speechless. Bai Fan, could I rent my gear back too? Zhang Tian was still wavering when Lu Ming eagerly craned his neck forward, eyes sparkling with expectation. Bai Fan waved him off without a thought. Come on, I still need that piece. Besides, the monsters in the central zone are vicious. Are you planning to rush them with nothing but a pipe wrench? The single line snuffed out Lu Ming's enthusiasm. 4 low-tier beast tamers. Their flimsy base stats weren't nearly enough for hand-to-hand combat with magical beasts. Even Bai Fan, bolstered by Little Snail's attribute feedback, only dared pick on low-level creatures. If he met a high-tier beast, the safest move was still to hide behind Little Snail and fire off skills. Things wouldn't truly change until he hit gold rank only, then could a beast tamer call himself strong? Bai Fan paused, a thought suddenly striking him. He narrowed his eyes at Lu Ming. Wait, you're not planning to use that wrench just to ambush people, are you? Lu Ming froze, panic and embarrassment flashing across his face. That was exactly his plan. During the past half-month of freshman training, he and Zhang Tian had teamed up and blindsided several unlucky rookies with that wrench. Seeing his reaction, Bai Fan chuckled to himself. Nailed it. There was no way he'd hand over such a perfect ambush tool. After 5 hits, the wrench guaranteed a stun on the 6th. Even sharing health with Little Snail wouldn't save him from those 3 seconds of blackout. The pain was secondary. Far too much could happen in 3 seconds. Unwilling to argue further, he turned to Zhang Tian. Well, if you're in, write the rental slip exactly the way I specified. Not far away, Little Snail and the twin-winged demon tiger were still eyeing each other, tension thick in the air, the prelude to another tough battle. Bai Fan wanted this deal wrapped up so he could focus on backing up his partner. I'm in, Zhang Tian hissed, snatching pen and paper to scrawl out a promissory note. Since he couldn't reclaim the gear, he might as well pay to boost his ranking. A good placement would earn enough resources to cover the loss. That's more like it. Grinning, Bai Fan pocketed the slip and flicked the binding staff over to him. Since freshman training began, his luck had been unstoppable. In just half a month, had earned more than in the past few years combined. The old saying was, "Ride, better keep that golden belt on until training ended." All right, the deal's done. Zhang Tian, don't forget to return my gear when the time comes. With a cheerful grin, Bai Fan waved his hand as if shooing flies, urging Lu Ming and Zhang Tian to leave. The two dared not linger. Like men fleeing a plague, they bolted, their footsteps slapping against the damp foliage. Watching their frantic retreat, Bai Fan thought that today's scare would leave them traumatized. They would never want to meet him on Mingguang Island again. Better hope I don't run into you next time, he muttered, shaking his head before turning his gaze to the twin-winged demon tiger and little snail nearby. The three-way transaction had lasted only minutes, yet the oppressive tension had never lifted. The twin-winged demon tiger paced restlessly, crimson eyes locked on little snail, while a low growl rolled in its throat. One probing strike had revealed how troublesome a Titan Snail could be, but the beast still refused to back down. The scent of fresh flesh and a strange, enticing aroma assaulted its senses, saliva dripping from its fangs as its patience eroded. "I gave you a chance, and you blew it," Bai Fan said coolly. "You could have run while we were bargaining. Now behave and become my prize. I hear your parts make fine materials." Roar. Stung by human contempt, the twin-winged demon tiger threw back its head and roared, the thunderous sound reverberating through the forest. In the next instant, its broad wings snapped open, launching two crescent wind blades straight at Bai Fan and little snail. Bang! Bang! The blades closed in a heartbeat. Little snail merely tilted, using its massive shell as a shield that smashed the attack to pieces. At the same time, the tiger's pillar-like limbs hammered the ground, leaves scattering as it charged behind its own wind blades at terrifying speed. Had Lu Ming and Zhang Tian stayed, they would have been stunned. The tiger had been flapping its wings one moment, yet reached Bai Fan at the same time as its wind blades the next. Even Bai Fan felt a jolt of alarm. If he faced that rush heat-in, he doubted he could react in time. Still, he remained calm. No matter how fast the twin-winged demon tiger was, it was nothing in front of little snail. With the Titan form's duration, little snail could even trade blows with Mingguang Island's level 30 lord. For now, though, Bai Fan had no intention of provoking that lord. Any monster strong enough to become a lord could summon hordes with a single call, unlike this solitary twin-winged demon tiger, which had no underlings at all. It was a lone beast, far less imposing than the Minotaur chieftain of Songfeng Mountains, who, though weaker, at least commanded a family to back him up. Bang! A violent crash echoed through the forest. The charging winged demon tiger was slapped heat-in by little snail's antennae and shot backward as if blasted by an air cannon, smashing through a dozen thick trees before tumbling to a stop. When the dust settled, its front paws were a mess of torn flesh, splintered bone gleaming white in the sunlight, ruined after a single blow. "Come on, little buddy, that's the best you've got?" Bai Fan joked with a grin. With Titan form running at 5-fold strength, little snail could steamroll any level 20 boss monster. "Finish it off. If we dawdle, we'll miss dinner. Regular meals are the secret to healthy growth." Bai Fan sounded as relaxed as if he were on vacation instead of standing in the lethal woods of Mingguang Island. Hiss! Little snail shrieked with excitement, flashed in front of the tiger, and brought its thick antennae crashing down. Bang! The tiger's head burst into a red mist, bone shards spraying everywhere, and the austere beast died instantly. A moment later, a burst of light shrank little snail to palm size. Its shell gleamed as if freshly polished, and it hopped obediently onto Bai Fan's shoulder. "Let's move. We're eating well tonight." Bai Fan packed every usable part of the winged demon tiger and headed deeper into the forest with little snail. "What the hell, Gao Tianji, what did you do?" The terrified scream burst from a petite girl in the central region of Mingguang Island. Her doll-like face had gone ghost white, and her fingertips quivered as she stared down the dark path ahead. Still gasping after luring away another monster, Gao Tianji followed her gaze. Deep along the trail he had just sprinted, a one-horned demon rhino lumbered into view. The creature stretched over 10 meters, iron-plated shoulders gleaming, its single horn flashing cold light. Roar! The deafening bellow rattled the trees. The demon rhino's heavy steps made the ground quake and loose soil cascade, as though under a minor earthquake. "We're finished. That's a one-horned demon rhino boss tier, deadly at any range." Gao Tianji stammered. The girl rolled her eyes and snapped. "Do you think I need the stats? How did you mess up so badly that you dragged a demon rhino here?" Gao Tianji swallowed hard. "It's not my fault. I never even saw the thing while I was kiting the mobs." She snorted, but said nothing more. Their bond resembled that of Zhang Tian and Lu Ming. They had known each other long before freshman training. So after landing on Mingguang Island, they chose adjacent drop points and moved as a team. Over the next few days, their years of teamwork paid off. Gao Tianji and Su Lingyun fought shoulder to shoulder, cutting down dozens of fiends and climbing to 9th and 10th place on the rookie leaderboard. Gao Tianji was level 16. His first sequence battle pet was a lava giant, an elemental brute famed for close-quarters combat. Its magma-coated fists could smash alloy plates with a single blow. Su Lingyun was level 15. Her second sequence hidden pet was a shadow wraith, a rare creature that could slip into a shadow and merge with another being, amplifying its host's power for a short time. It was widely regarded as the perfect tool for assassination and decapitation strikes. Now the pair faced a unicorn demon rhino, a beast seldom seen in the outside world. Monster: Unicorn Demon Rhino Boss Tier. Level: 22. Innate trait: Water Affinity. Combat style: proficient at both range and melee. Skills: Savage Charge, Blackwater Roar Burst, Earth to Mud, Intimidate. Type: Mutant. Though a level below the twin-winged demon tiger, the rhino's armored hide and water affinity made it every bit as dangerous. In a lake or river bend, its power would climb another 10%. These beasts usually stayed near water. Encountering one this deep in the forest meant Gao and Su had run into truly rotten luck. You go first. They'll hold it off. As the demon rhino crushed dead wood and closed to within 30 meters, Gao Tianji clenched his jaw and summoned the lava giant. The juvenile giant stood about 3 meters tall, its body a rough mosaic of stone with white-hot magma glowing in the seams. It reared back in a silent roar, the heat wave alone turning nearby shrubs to ash. Yet next to the 10-meter rhino, it looked no bigger than a child. The rhino paused. Disdain and disappointment flickered in its blood-red eyes. Elemental creatures were nothing but rock and fire, useless for filling a belly and liable to scorch the gut. Snorting steam, it turned towards Su Lingyun, hoping the tiny human would produce something more appetizing. Idiot, Su snapped. You can't stop that thing. It's fast once it flattens you. It'll be on me in seconds. Splitting up is suicide. She sent her pet streaking toward the lava giant. In the dim forest, a faint shadow slid along the roots, glided under the giant's feet, and clung to its body. The shadow wraith. Motionless, it was indistinguishable from an ordinary shadow. Once it moved, a razor-sharp killing intent seeped into the air. Among all known pets, the shadow wraith excels at assassination and decapitation, especially against mindless monsters. Yet before the unicorn demon rhino, its normally hidden advance was caught by those crimson eyes. At that moment, while Su Lingyun was talking to Gao Tianji, she secretly ordered her beast companion, the shadow wraith, to merge with the lava titan and boost its strength. In the dim forest, a patch of darkness almost indistinguishable from the night slid into the titan's molten body like ink seeping into scorching magma, leaving not so much as a ripple. The enormous demon horn rhinoceros that was lumbering closer narrowed its blood-red eyes with something close to human scorn. The shadow wraith's movement could not escape its notice. Moisture already hung in the air, and the rhino's innate affinity for water made it keenly aware of every disturbance. Its sense of smell was mediocre. It had tracked Su Lingyun and Gao Tianji not through the beast-luring incense, but by reading the water vapor that carried their scent. On Mingguang Island, ringed by the sea and heavy with humidity, that sensory range stretched to nearly a kilometer. In such perception, Su Lingyun's sneak attack flared like a beacon. Roar! The demon horn rhinoceros let out a bass bellow that sent leaves flying. Its jaws gaped wider and wider until a 1-meter sphere of black water spun in its throat, swallowing the surrounding light like a tiny black hole. A heartbeat later, it spat the orb forward. Blackwater Hellbomb. The shriek of sundered air stabbed at every eardrum as the sphere carved a dark arc toward the lava titan like an artillery shell. Water element energy crackled so fiercely that even the air popped. The titan's magma-shaped face tightened, and it sprang back, scarlet feet crushing the earth. Boom. The Blackwater Howl bomb detonated where the titan had stood, collapsing the ground into a massive crater. A brutal shock wave sprayed foul black fluid everywhere, rattling the trees. Though the titan had dodged, its heavy bulk was still shoved back 5 or 6 meters, feet gouging twin trenches. Drops of black liquid splattered onto its glowing armor, hissing violently. The scorched spots darkened to jet black before flaking off in chunks, as though its very skin were peeled away. Roar! For the lava titan, that magma shell was skin. The wound was shallow, yet the burning pain felt like having a layer of flesh ripped from a human body. Its low growl brimmed with agony and fury. So strong? They had known the demon horn rhinoceros was formidable, but witnessing that strike still rocked Gao Tianji and Su Lingyun. The raging shock wave slammed into them, forcing them to clutch a thick trunk or be blown away. As prodigies chosen by Qingbei Academy, they quickly swallowed their shock. If they had decided to fight the rhino heathen, there was no room to retreat. Su Lingyun flicked her wrist, and a sinister-looking black revolver appeared in her hand. She spread her feet, body steady as a gun mount, sliding into a textbook firing stance in one smooth motion. Dim light rippled along the barrel, as if a dark current flowed within. Click, click. Bullets materialized in the revolver's cylinder until all 5 chambers were filled, and Su Lingyun's face turned noticeably pale. The Shadow Behemoth revolver is a gold-grade weapon, Its rounds are not factory-made, but condensed directly from the Beastmaster's own stamina. Equipment: Shadow Behemoth Revolver. Type: Firearm. Grade: Gold. Level requirement: 15. Base stats: Constitution 20, Strength 20, Shooting Accuracy 30. Enchanted traits: 1. Spend a small amount of stamina to create a shadow element bullet. Deals moderate damage to corporeal creatures and minor damage to spirits. Capacity 5 rounds. Unlimited attacks against shadow creatures. 2. Spend a large amount of stamina to forge a high-power, armor-piercing bullet. Deals heavy damage to corporeal creatures. Note: 5-minute cooldown after each use. Among weapons of the same tier, this revolver is a masterpiece worth at least 5 times Zhang Tian's magic staff. Strength and constitution are added because the recoil is brutal. Without enough toughness, a single shot could snap your hand bones. In his previous life, Bai Fan had seen the Smith Wesson M500A gun that could drop an elephant and shatter the shooter's metacarpal sand. The Shadow Behemoth is just as savage. With her current power, Su Lingyun can condense 10 bullets at once. Forging 5 immediately drained her and left her pale. Once ready, she did not rush the trigger. Instead, she raised the barrel and locked onto the one-horned demon rhino. The beast's massive frame made missing unlikely, but its hide was armored enough to shrug off a rocket. To do real damage, she had to aim for the few unprotected spots: the eyes, the mouth, or that unmentionable patch beneath the tail. While Su Lingyun held her breath and steadied her aim, Gao Tianji moved. He flicked a pale green ray into the lava colossus, and the areas corroded by black fluid healed in seconds. That was his skill: miniature healing, tuned for beast companions. A dark red staff then appeared in his hand, its shaft twisted like cooled magma, its tip crowned with a fist-sized skull glowing eerily. Equipment: Sacrificial Staff. Type: Magic Staff. Grade: Platinum. Level requirement: 15. Base stats: Wisdom 80, Constitution 80. Enchanted traits: 1. Sacrifice. Spend a large amount of stamina to grant a pet 50 to all attributes for 1 minute. 2. Drain. Spend a large amount of stamina to siphon life from a chosen target, rapidly healing your own wounds. Note: does not restore stamina. 3. Damage transfer. Link with a target so that 50 of the damage they take is redirected to you. Note: the link can be reversed, but the bearer of the damage receives twice the transferred amount. You had to hand it to them. Freshmen like Gao Tianji and Su Lingyun, backed by powerful families, redefined the phrase top-tier gear the moment they stepped into the arena. Gao's platinum-grade sacrificial scepter in particular made even veteran tamers over level 30 people accustomed to gold-tier beasts swallow hard. Even without its outrageous base stats, the 3 enchantments alone were astonishing. The first one boosted a pet's combat power trump card that could flip a battle in an instant. The other 2 were essentially extra lives for the tamer. Beasts were already several times tougher than their handlers. In an emergency, their steady healing could turn a mortal wound into a mere scratch. Gao Tianji clenched the scepter, gritted his teeth, and triggered the first enchantment. A dark red glow raced along the runes and shot into the lava giant. Every stat jumped by 50%, and with the shadow spirit still riding it, the bonuses stacked. The lava giant roared, swelling before their eyes. Molten rock on its body burned hotter and brighter until it stood 6 meters tall, towering over the demon-horned rhino like a stone fortress about to collapse. But while the lava giant erupted, Gao staggered. The scepter slipped in his sweaty hands, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping. The activation had drained most of his stamina. Black spots danced in his vision. Lingyun, it's on you for now, he rasped. He pulled out a vial of basic stamina potion, uncorked it, and tossed it back. Ugh, the stench of spinach mixed with bitter gourd hit him. He clamped a hand over his mouth to keep it down. The entry-level formula was meant for novice tamers, disgusting, and only marginally effective, but he had no choice. A mid-tier potion carried too much raw energy. With his current constitution, it would have ruptured him from the inside. For years, Blue Star research institutes had tried to improve stamina potions, yet progress was minimal. The original formula had been reverse-engineered from a treasure chest vial. Though the recipe looked straightforward, mostly monster parts, no one could replicate the delicate balance between the ingredients. A basic potion restored roughly 1/3 of a level 15 tamer's stamina, and everyone agreed that was the ceiling. As the nausea finally eased, Gao drew a second vial, lifted his chin like a man walking to the gallows, and swallowed. The double dose hit him so hard, he nearly blacked out. After everything was done, Gao Tianji felt some strength return. Leaning on his sacrificial staff, he began to back away. The third vial should have restored him completely, but the acrid stench alone made his head spin and his stomach churn, and he cursed himself for slowing his own recovery. The massive unicorn demon rhino lumbered forward. Each of its legs was as thick as a bridge pier, and every step boomed like thunder rolling across open ground. Lowering its colossal horn, it charged at the lava giant like a living battering ram, the air screaming in its wake. Bang! The lava giant did not dodge. Its stone-forged arms snapped shut, grabbing the enormous horn. Scarlet magma surged over its palms, hissing where it touched the bone. Even with its power doubled by sacrifice, it was driven back 7 or 8 steps, each one gouging a deep pit in the earth. It stopped only because the unicorn demon rhino pulled its strength. Then, with an ear-splitting roar, the rhino planted its hooves, heaved upward, and hurled the 6-meter turtle, Titan lava giant more than 20 meters into the air. As the giant soared, the rhino bared its fangs. A sphere of pitch-black water condensed between its jaws, ready to fire. At that instant, Su Lingyun had already taken aim and squeezed the trigger. Bang! The first frost-gleaming round ripped through the air and sheared away a third of the forming sphere. 4 rapid shots followed. Bang, 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 bang. The bullets formed a silver streak that flew straight into its maw. The second round shattered another third of the sphere. Sensing danger, the unicorn demon rhino tried to snap its jaws shut, only to feel invisible cords binding its body, every movement slow as though chewing on empty air. Within its vast shadow, Su Lingyun's beast companion, the shadow spirit, was wrapped tight around it. The moment the lava giant was flung skyward, the shadow spirit slipped free, slid into the rhino's shadow, and used its power to pin the enemy in place. Outmatched yet resolute, it managed to hold that cavernous mouth open. The rhino's jaws were still closing, needing only a fraction of a second to shut completely. But for bullets at that speed, a fraction of a second is more than enough. The third bullet shattered the black water orb. The fourth and fifth rounds followed a heartbeat later, slamming straight into the demon rhinoceros' fanged maw. Boom, boom. Its jaws had only just snapped shut when the explosions burst from inside, forcing the blood-soaked mouth wide open again. The blast was trapped in its throat, tearing flesh into a crimson blur. A shrill scream split the forest. The demon rhinoceros threw back its head and howled, its former arrogance gone. Its lower jaw split apart, and foul, inky blood cascaded like a waterfall, carrying half its shredded tongue. Agony ignited its savagery. Those blood-red eyes locked onto Su Lingyun, whose face had turned ashen. With a thunderous stomp, the beast charged like an armored tank. Dirt geysered upward, shockwaves rippled across the ground, and trees shook in unison. In a blink it was on her. Carving bullets for the shadow behemoth revolver had already drained half of Su Lingyun's strength, and the recoil from her rapid shots had finished the rest. Her reflexes bottomed out. She simply couldn't dodge the oncoming mass. Lingyun, Gao Tianji, still fighting to steady his breath on the far side, roared a warning, but the ground's rumble swallowed his voice. High above, the falling lava behemoth was still out of reach. The demon rhinoceros shadow engulfed her. Su Lingyun tightened her grip on the teleportation scroll, panic and frustration flooding her chest. So this is where my training ends. At that razor-thin margin between life and death, a figure streaked in from the flank, an arm wrapping around her waist and yanking her into a hard roll that barely slipped past the lethal charge. At the same instant, a black, spike-studded club spun through the air, whistling toward the beast's foreleg crack. The crude mace, studded with matte spikes, looked short and light beside the monster's massive limb, and its raw force was hardly fearsome. Yet the blow struck the exact point that broke the rhinoceros' balance. The towering creature lurched, momentum skidding out of control, and it tumbled 40 or 50 meters, flattening everything in its path and snapping trees like twigs. Breathless but alive, Su Lingyun's chest heaved. It took her a long moment to process what had happened. Feeling the warmth of the hand at her waist, she flushed and whispered, "Thank you." Then she looked up at her rescuer, Bai Fan. When she realized who had just saved her, a startled cry escaped her lips. The man who had whisked her out of danger in a single blur of motion was none other than Bai Fan, her neighbor from Unit 6 at Tunglong. His arm was still wrapped around Su Lingyun's slender waist, yet he spared her not even a glance. His sharp eyes were fixed ahead like blades. In the shadowy gap between the trees, 2 figures emerged, one tall and one short, their steps crunching over fallen leaves. The shorter one was an unremarkable-looking young man brandishing a long alloy staff that gleamed coldly. The taller figure was a 3-meter turtle ape, the Vajra demon ape. Its gray-black fur bristled like steel needles, and slabs of muscle rippled under its skin like cast iron. Each time the ape stepped, the ground shook faintly. Robbing me of my job? Anger flared in Bai Fan's chest, and the arm around Su Lingyun's waist tightened subconsciously. He had only come out for a post-dinner stroll and, by sheer luck, bumped into 2 potential clients in a row, only to have someone try to poach them the moment he stepped in. How could he swallow that? Bai Fan, thank you for saving me. Would you mind letting go? Su Lingyun felt the iron arm tighten even further. The heat of the man behind her sent a rush of color to her cheeks. Apart from her father, she had never been this close to a man. Oh, Bai Fan answered blandly and released her. Don't forget to settle my fee later. He did not even spare Su Lingyun a glance. His gaze was still nailed to Shen Mingwei. 2 huge question marks popped up in Su Lingyun's mind. Fee. She had no idea what he was talking about. Shen Mingwei stopped, a mocking smile tugging at his lips. Playing the hero for a damsel? I didn't know you were the sentimental type, Bai Fan. How about this? Let's split the take 50-50. Bai Fan snorted. Hero? Nonsense. He was just being professional and giving a client full service. Split 50-50? What a joke. The whole thing was his. For the sake of us being neighbors in Unit 6, walk away now and I won't charge you. Bai Fan's voice was icy, and the very air seemed to freeze. It isn't healthy to keep everything for yourself. Shin Mingwei's smile turned dangerous. Aren't you afraid you'll choke? I put in some work too. I deserve half the labor fee. As soon as he finished, he and the Vajra demon ape advanced shoulder to shoulder, but after only 2 steps both master and beast froze, undisguised wariness flashing in their eyes. Behind Bai Fan, the enormous Shao materialized without a sound. A closer look revealed it was a shade smaller than when its Titan form was fully unleashed. Unlike Bai Fan's offensive skills, Titan form burned Xiaowa's own bloodline power and required a 1-hour cooldown after each activation. Barely any time had passed since it had slain the winged demon tiger and raced here. Even so, Bai Fan felt no fear without the 5-fold boost. Xiao was still more than strong enough to overpower anyone present. Taking on a 1-horned demon rhinoceros heathen would be child's play for it. Su Lingyun felt thoroughly dejected. Her dreamy vision of a gallant rescue had been smashed to pieces by 4 frosty words from Bai Fan service fee. What made her angrier was the thickening hostility between Bai Fan and Shin Mingwei. The 2 men were practically shoving her around, as if she were some item up for grabs. How about you two just fight it out? Whoever wins gets the money, she suggested in an icy tone, expressionless as she took half a step back to distance herself from Bai Fan. Bai Fan was stunned. Moments ago this girl had thanked him with shy gratitude. Now she was egging him on to slaughter Shin Mingwei. He could never have imagined such chilling words coming from lips that usually stayed at a cozy 36.5 degrees. Roar. A deafening bellow shattered the standoff. The unicorn demon rhino, which had tumbled to a halt, heaved itself upright again. Hatred blazed in its scarlet eyes as its frigid gaze swept over the crowd. Swish, swish, swish. Rage snuffed out its reason. It opened its jaws and spat 3 1-meter-wide spheres of inky water, each hurtling forward like a cannonball, tearing shrieks from the air. The beast then slammed a hoof into the ground and charged, its massive frame thundering straight for Shun Mingwei's pet, the iron-armed gorilla. That spiked club that had tripped it up along with the bug who wielded it would be crushed into pulp if the rhino had its way. Boom, boom, boom. The spheres struck the earth in quick succession, bursting into a black mist that lashed out in a violent shockwave. Highly corrosive droplets sprayed in every direction, sizzling deep pits into rock and tree trunks alike. Close 1. Bai Fan dodged behind a thick tree and stared at the smoking hole left in its bark, his heart sinking. The unicorn demon rhino ranked below the twin-winged demon tiger, but this attack alone made it a tougher opponent. For Su Lingyun and Gao Tianji to push the rhino this far, their combined strength clearly outclassed Lu Ming and Zhang Tian. With that thought, he decided to stay put and watch. A clash between the unicorn demon rhino and the iron-armed gorilla was the perfect chance to gauge Shin Mingwei's true power, one of the few freshmen he actually considered dangerous. But first, debts had to be settled. Bai Fan tilted his head towards Su Lingyun, who had darted to his side, and gave her a pointed smile. Shouldn't we talk about my fee? Tell me, how much do you think you're worth? As he spoke, his gaze kept drifting to the revolver in her hand, a piece far cooler than any magic wand, and perfectly in line with his personal style. Noticing his interest, Su Lingyun snorted and hid the gun behind her back. I never asked you to save me. Besides, I'd have been fine even if you hadn't shown up. She looked at Bai Fan, sounding thoroughly aggrieved. It was the first time she had ever met a boy who showed no interest in her. In the provincial capital where she lived, heirs of powerful families lined up with bouquets, sports cars, and private yachts just to win her smile. But the man before her, Bai Fan, was colder than stone, talking only about his fee and refusing even a sidelong glance at the little beauty. Humph. Su Lingyun clenched her fists, determined to teach him a lesson. When she still didn't pay, Bai Fan's eyes turned dangerous. Trying to skip out on the bill? With a thought, the Qingling's sword materialized in his hand. He drove it into the ground, clang, and the earth heaved. A piercing scream split the air. A pitch-black, gelatinous creature was pinned under the blade, inky blood oozing from the wound. Su Lingyun's beast companion, an Yingji Ling exhausted from its earlier stealth, it could no longer maintain its shadow form and was forced to reveal its true body. So this is what gave you the confidence to stiff me? Not impressive, Bai Fan said coolly. He flashed a wicked smile, eyes locking on Su Lingyun. The deal's off. Hand over the gun, or your pet dies. He twisted the sword, the edge cutting deeper. The creature's howl grew shriller. Su Lingyun's eyes reddened, tears welling. No. Hurt Tuanchuan again, and he'll trigger the teleport scroll. The threat sounded fierce, but her trembling lips robbed it of force. Tuanchuan? Bai Fan blinked, surprised that something called an Yingji Ling answered to such a cute name. He weighed his options, annoyed. The girl clearly intended to renege, and he couldn't stop her once she used that scroll. Is this really my first bad debt? He grumbled inwardly. If every client treated rankings as a joke, His get-rich plan was doomed. Being too low-level to wield the pipe wrench made him itch with frustration. If he could use it, he'd simply beat her down and take the gun. At last he withdrew the sword. Fine. They'll let you off today. Pray we don't meet again. Black blood splattered as the Qingling's sword came free. In his mind, Bai Fan added Su Lingyun to a blacklist. No one dodges his bill. Next time, he'd collect with interest. Task done. Xiao was slid onto his shoulder, and Bai Fan walked away to watch the next match without a backward glance. Behind him, Su Lingyun snorted triumphantly and recalled an Ing Ji Ling to her beast space for healing. In the arena, the Vajra demon ape and the one-horned demon rhino were already locked in a brutal clash. As a first-tier battle pet, the ape was formidable. Level 20 muscles wielded a massive spiked club, leaping and striking with lethal precision. Its agility had the hulking rhino spinning in circles. For the moment, the rhino had no answer at all. Shen Mingwei was one of the strongest freshmen at Qingbei Academy this year. Born into the illustrious Shun clan of Longhua and raised under a strict, iron-blooded family code, he was now locked in a fierce battle with a one-horned demon rhino. In the center of the clearing, which felt more like a combat arena, the massive rhino charged about like an armored tank. Opposing it was Shun Mingwei's beast companion, the diamond ape. Though much smaller, the ape moved with blinding agility, darting around the giant and striking whenever an opening appeared. Fists and fangs clashed in a seemingly even match, the sheer intensity making it hard for onlookers to believe these two beasts fought on opposite sides. In overall strength, even Su Lingyun and Gao Tianji together might not match Shen Mingwei. Not bad at all, Bai Fan muttered. Leaning casually against a tree trunk, he watched while weighing his options. Back at the military assembly, he had sensed danger from this ordinary freshman, and now he was sure Shen Mingwei's combat power surpassed 99% of their peers. Precisely because the boy was so strong, Bai Fan decided he had to strike today. Otherwise, future competition would cost him a fortune. Unfortunately, Shen Mingwei was clearly well-funded. Even in the heat of battle, 3 or 4 pieces of equipment flashed across the diamond ape's body. For now, those treasures lay out of Bai Fan's reach. Well done. Finish it off. He suddenly shouted, but his other hand slipped a life staff from his pack. The verdant shaft pulsed as earth-colored energy flowed to its tip like drifting sand. Bai Fan's smile looked encouraging, yet his movements were edged with menace. From the bushes, Su Lingyun shivered. Whatever Bai Fan intended, it was certainly no help to Shen Mingwei. Energy coalesced in an instant, and Bai Fan swung the staff earth spikes. A dull yellow wave rippled outward from him, shaking the ground within a 50-meter radius. Boom! Jagged stone lances burst from the soil, stabbing wildly at every creature inside the circle. Shen Mingwei had been on alert since hearing Bai Fan's cheer. Catching a tremor at the edge of his vision, his heart clenched. Hiss! A spike shot up between his legs. Damn! A chill ran through him as he vaulted into the air. Mid-leap, he infused his metal staff with battle chi, silver light exploding along its length, and swung hard at the spike below. Bang! The stone lance capable of ripping through a monster's armored hide shattered, its fragments dissolving into motes of magical light. Landing, Shen Mingwei's expression darkened. He had planned to test Bai Fan's depth, but this 50-meter earth spike spell erased every scrap of curiosity. The opponent's power was far above his own. If he kept tangling with Bai Fan today, nothing good would come of it. He decided to retreat at once. Some distance away, Bai Fan narrowed his eyes. The metal staff Shen Mingwei wielded radiated the unmistakable aura of rare equipment, clearly a formidable weapon. As the last shards of stone turned to light, Bai Fan made up his mind. He had to reach level 15 as soon as possible. Otherwise, just standing there and drooling would be pure torture. Within a 50-meter radius, the ground bulged like boiling water as stone spikes shot upward. Shen Mingwei and the Titan demon ape reacted in a flash, tapping their toes and slipping into safety. The unicorn demon rhinoceros, a beast the size of a small hill, had nowhere to go. More than a dozen jagged pillars punched through the bedrock beneath its hooves, shredding its thick hide and spraying blood in every direction. With Bai Fan's current strength, the earth spike spell could barely pierce the rhino's defenses, but sheer numbers turned shallow cuts into real agony. Roar! The searing pain roused the beast's bloodlust. Crimson eyes locked on Bai Fan, and its massive frame lowered for a charge. That was careless. Bai Fan's face darkened. He hadn't meant to pull the aggro onto himself. Much obliged. Shen Mingwei called mockingly from a distance, then turned and bolted with the Titan demon ape. Watching them vanish, Bai Fan's mood hit rock bottom. Consider yourself lucky today, he growled towards Shen Mingwei, then summoned Little Snail to meet the charge. Without Titan Shell activated, Little Snail was barely 4 meters tall, less than half the rhino's height, yet at Bai Fan's command it triggered its gear skill and rocketed forward like an artillery shell, leaving afterimages in its wake. Boom! The two giants collided in the wasteland, the deafening impact stirring up a storm of dust. The already scarred ground split wider under the shockwave. When the haze cleared, the larger demon rhino lay on its back, its forehead horn snapped in two. Little Snail still stood, but its fearsome helmet wobbled as though it were seeing stars, clearly stunned for a moment. Su Lingyun, standing behind Bai Fan, couldn't help but gasp. She knew the rhino's brute force, yet it had lost a heating collision. Our first series hidden pets really this strong? What level is your Titan Snail now? Bai Fan's lips curled. If this girl ever saw Little Snail with Titan Shell active, she'd have to reevaluate her world. Him not answering until she hits 15, he muttered inwardly. Keeping silent on the outside, anyone who tries to shortchange Bai's appearance fee can stew in their curiosity. Roar. Little Snail shook off the dizziness, noticed the rhino was still breathing, and bellowed in fury. Muscles under its shell coiled tight before it sprang forward, two thick antennae whistling through the air and crashing toward the beast's skull. Bang, bang, bang. The antennae hammered down like twin war hammers, sending stone shards flying. Under the relentless blows, the demon rhino's massive head lost its shape. In a barrage of crunching impacts, Little Snail pulverized that colossal skull into pieces. Bang, bang, bang. After the demon horn rhino collapsed, Little Snail's anger still hadn't cooled. Her two antennae whipped through the air, hammering the huge corpse until blood and flesh flew everywhere. All right, that's enough. Bai Fan rushed forward, soothing her while wiping the splatter from his face. Who would have imagined that his pet's pride ran this deep? She was only level 13, yet she soloed a level 22 boss monster and still wasn't satisfied. At her master's voice, Little Snail finally stopped. She shrank to palm size, sprang onto Bai Fan's shoulder, and rubbed her feelers across his cheek with a plaintive, Okay, they'll treat you to a feast later. Bai Fan stroked her smooth shell helplessly. He hadn't expected her to remember the idea of a reward. The contrast was irresistibly cute. A short distance away, Su Lingyun, still awestruck by the Titan Snail's power, now saw the tiny, adorable creature, and her eyes sparkled. Bai Fan, may I pet her? She asked tentatively. The moment she spoke, Little Snail whirled, antennae raised. Hissing low and menacingly, she had no fondness for the human who had dared to skip her appearance fee. Yet in this petite form, even her hostility looked endearing rather than scary. Su Lingyun reached out involuntarily, but Bai Fan lifted his life staff and blocked her hand. Want to pet her? Pay the fee you owe first, then add another 100,000 dragon coins. His tone was calm, leaving no room for bargaining. Stung by the blunt demand, Su Lingyun's eyes flashed with annoyance. In the end, she drew her hand back, reluctant. No deal. Heh, Bai Fan snorted. She clearly adored the little thing, but wouldn't pay even that modest price. Heartless indeed. He silently added Su Lingyun's name to his mental blacklist, scooped up Little Snail, and turned away, his parting words echoing behind him. We'll meet again. 2 days later. Boom, boom, boom. Deep in the forest at the center of Mingguang Island, thunderous crashes rolled one after another, the ground shaking so violently that leaves leapt into the air. More than 100 grotesque monsters, radiating evil energy, surged forward in a flood. Not far ahead, a mountain-sized Titan Snail blocked their path, its heavy shell glinting dark gold in the sunlight, while the young humans standing behind it gave off a scent of fresh meat seemingly tailored to lure monsters. Bai Fan and Little Snail. Since the demon horn rhino incident, Bai Fan's wounded heart had refused to settle. For 2 straight days, he and Little Snail had rampaged across the island, targeting monsters and collecting materials to soothe his mood. Su Lingyun's unpaid debt had sparked a sudden sense of crisis. What if future freshmen imitated her, showing no fear of elimination and simply refusing to pay? His money-making plan would crumble. Worse still, only 40 freshmen remained on Mingguang Island. If he didn't act soon, there would be no customers left. In order to hit his modest target before the rookie training ended, Bai Fan had to reach level 15 as soon as possible. 2 days of relentless slaughter had earned enough experience to boost an average pet several levels. Yet Little Snail had only crawled to level 14, 98%. If he wiped out the horde in front of him, he would cross the finish line. With that thought, Bai Fan stared at the army of demons drawn by the beast luring incense, his eyes blazing with excitement. Time to get to work, Little Snail. Once these monsters are gone, we'll pay that brat a visit. He patted the pet's weathered, heavy shell, a vicious grin tugging at his lips. The mass of monsters charged forward like a tidal wave flowing backward. Leading the pack were 6 gale wolves, each the size of a calf. Their speed let them pull a body length ahead of the rest. When they saw Bai Fan and Little Snail standing stone still, their crimson eyes gleamed with excitement. Human flesh lay within reach, and the two prey appeared paralyzed with fear. They howled all the louder. The piercing howl split the air as the 6 gale wolves lunged first, claws scything through the wind, eager to tear their prey apart. A moment later, a tentacle as thick as a barrel swept in from the side. Bang, bang, bang. With dull, jarring thuds, the 6 gale wolves were pulverized into chunks of flesh before their fantasies could fade, blood spraying everywhere. I've never seen anyone so eager to die. Bai Fan sneered. He knew that Little Snail could take down a monohorn demon rhino even in its normal state. With Titan Shell active, Gale Wolves were nothing but ants. He stepped back to avoid the flying gore and pulled out his Staff of Life. Emerald light danced along the carved grooves, gathering with every pulse. The monsters closed in, and a sphere of searing crimson energy swelled at the tip of the staff, warping the air. The stats Little Snail returned upon reaching level 14 had halved the stamina cost of Fire Burst. Whoosh! The blazing orb traced a graceful arc and fell into the mob. Boom! Flames erupted, shredding more than a dozen monsters at the front, mingling blood and fire. The remaining low-tier beasts lacked any intellect. The heavy stench of blood only drove them matter. They roared, trampling over charred bodies and lingering flames as they charged on. Bai Fan retreated again, granting the stage entirely to his pet. Your turn to perform. Bang! 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 Little Snail planted itself in the path, like a moving fortress wall. Every creature that smashed into it rebounded, skulls splitting open, and then the thick tentacles lashed out in rapid succession. Bones cracked, flesh burst. Those robbed of their momentum had no chance to fight back. In only a few minutes the corpses piled up like a hill. The entire horde of more than 100 monsters was wiped out. At the same time, Little Snail's experience bar finally topped off at level 15. Beast Companion. Titan Snail, nicknamed Little Snail. Age, 2 months. Level, 15. Rating, top tier purple. Growth points, 44610,000. Each time the total reaches a set threshold during its infancy, there is a chance to awaken a new talent or skill. Innate talent, infinite growth, SSS rank. Base attributes, strength 1750, intelligence 1750, constitution 1750, agility 1, 750. Values shown without any buffs, gear, or item bonuses. Skills, Titan Body, rank S, Mind Shock, rank S. Loyalty, 95. Equipment, Gold Grade Titan's Wrath adds 500 strength and grants the skill Titan Charge. When the dust settled, the ground was littered with scorched rubble, and the air reeked of heat and gunpowder. On the ravaged earth, a bright surge of level-up light flickered across Little Snail's shell, its stats skyrocketing in an instant. At the same time, a warm current rushed into Bai Fan's body, washing through him like molten sunlight. He felt his own power climbing by the second. Level 15 at last. Staring at Little Snail as the glow faded, Bai Fan felt a rush of mixed emotions. He opened his backpack and took out the spoils seized from Lu Mingan incandescent, gold-tier pipe wrench. The crimson metal blazed under the sunlight, and when he swung it with one hand, the weight alone made the air whistle. Let's see who still dares to stiff me on my fee. Bai Fan sneered inwardly, knuckles whitening around the grip as excitement boiled in his chest. Next, he would make every freshman on Mingguang Island pay for ever looking down on him. Mingguang Island. Central Zone. Deep in the dense forest, branches wove overhead, scattering the light. Su Lingyun and Gao Tianji walked side by side, each step taken with utmost caution while they listened for the slightest sound. Since parting ways with Bai Fan's group, they had been pushing toward the island's center. Over the past few days they had met plenty of monsters, but their tight teamwork and sheer firepower crushed every threat in moments. More importantly, the truly dangerous beasts roaming the central zone seemed to be on a different patrol route. They hadn't run into a single one. Lingyun, luck's been on our side. At this pace we'll reach the core area in a few more days. While they walked, Gao Tianji tilted his head and spoke to the petite girl with a flattering smile. 2 days of non-stop combat had rocketed his beast companion the Lava Gianto level 19, rekindling his confidence. Both of them had also climbed one spot in the freshman rankings. In Gao Tianzi's mind, if they stayed steady in the coming fights, they were bound to finish the training with an impressive result. His optimism, however, didn't reach Su Lingyun. Her brows knitted slightly, a faint worry lingering on her lips. Like Gao Tianji, she had grown much stronger. Her shadow spirit had reached level 18. After days of feeding it resources, the spirit had awakened another innate skill besides possession boost and shadow bind shadow manipulation. The new ability allowed the shadow spirit to split half of its body into a target shadow, seizing direct control of the victim's movements. In effect, their 2-person team had gained a silent, lethal third member. Yet neither the new skill nor the higher levels could dispel the haze over Su Lingyun's heart. Since witnessing the terrifying power that Bai Fan and Shun Mingwei displayed, she hadn't been able to relax. The strength those two revealed had opened a gulf between them. Even with their recent boost in power, the gap between them and the two they had met 2 days earlier had hardly narrowed. Su Lingyun stood in a forest clearing, eyes locked on Gao Tianji as she spoke in a low voice. The difference is still there. They're getting stronger, so we have to keep chasing. Don't jinx us. Remember how you lured that Dujiao Mashi over last time? The brainless monsters aren't the real threat the other freshmen are. Stay sharp. She shot him a glare. Sunlight filtered through the leaves onto his face, yet he still looked utterly carefree. Su Lingyun cursed inwardly. The guy had zero sense of danger. On Mingguang Island, The risk wasn't just the monsters. The new students were even trickier. Bai Fan's smirking face flashed through her mind, the one who had said, "We'll meet again." Instinct told her he meant it. "Oh, that wasn't my fault," Gao Tianji mumbled, scratching his head. "Last time Bai Fan and Shun Mingwei took advantage. We were half dead after fighting the Du Jiaomashi, and they just strolled in to claim the prize. Now that I'm stronger, if they show up again, it'll teach them a lesson." He clenched his fist, looking sincere. Su Lingyun rolled her eyes. Hopeless. If their families weren't friendly, she'd have kicked him out long ago. Suddenly a shrill cry tore through the forest. "Help! Somebody help!" Both turned. Seconds later, a round, heavy-set youth burst from the trees on a snarling two-headed hellhound. His bulk nearly hid the smaller figure behind him. The beast's paws hammered the ground, scattering dead leaves. "What the?" Gao Tianji froze. A chill ran through Su Lingyun as she glanced deeper into the woods. Dust rose there, as though something enormous was charging toward them. Zhang Tian, riding the hellhound, raced past and yelled, "Run! Something huge is right behind me." Before the words faded, the hellhound had already shot by, and Zhang Tian's mouth curled into a sly grin as he passed. "A huge something?" Gao Tianji still stood rooted. "Move!" Su Lingyun barked. She reacted instantly, launching into motion without a moment's hesitation. The sudden appearance of Zhang Tian and Lu Ming was anything but accidental. Ever since Bai Fan had robbed them blind, the two no longer dared to rough up newcomers for fear of picking the wrong target and getting killed. While lying low, the chubby Zhang Tian came up with a nasty idea. Instead of attacking outright, they would steer danger towards someone else. By luring a powerful monster to their target, they could reap the benefits without lifting a finger, and even if it failed, they would learn which rookies were truly dangerous. In just a few days, this ploy had quietly removed two rivals. Today, Gao Tianji and Su Lingyun were next. Zhang Tian and Lu Ming released their Shadow Earth Drake ahead of time to track Gao Tianji and Su Lingyun's route through the forest. Along the way, they deliberately provoked high-level beasts, setting up the perfect borrowed blade. Their chosen thug was a level 30 jungle python. The plan began. Zhang Tian and Lu Ming, riding side by side on a Hellfire two-headed hound, shot past Gao Tianji and Su Lingyun. A dark mass burst from the trees behind them. A serpent's head the size of a semi-truck slammed into a thick trunk, splintering it in half. The jungle python's crimson forked tongue flicked, tasting the scent of the intruders who had disturbed its nap. Though only a level 30 elite, its 50-meter body and ironclad scales made it deadlier than a winged demon tiger. Roar! A guttural bellow shook the branches. Locking onto its prey, the python tore after them, kicking up clouds of dust. "Damn it! How did you idiots provoke something that strong?" Moments ago, Gao Tianji was confident. Now he was pale as a sheet, wishing for an extra pair of legs. He and Su Lingyun sprinted, but the hellhound's four thundering hooves pulled farther ahead. Seeing the distance grow, Su Lingyun's heart sank. Neither her beast nor Gao Tianzi's was built for speed, and the python was closing fast. Clearly those two had dumped the monster on them. "You want us to take the hit? Dream on." Gritting her teeth, Su Lingyun ordered the shadow spirit to possess her. In a flash, she became a streak of black lightning, doubling her speed, blasting past Gao Tianji, and charging straight at Zhang Tian and Lu Ming. Holy crap, how is she that fast? Lu Ming and Zhang Tian looked back, expecting a show, and cursed in unison when they saw her gaining. Su Lingyun was now faster than their mount. Zhang Tian's breath hitched. "Shit, don't let her catch up," he shouted. "Xiaoming, get the Shadow Earth Dragon to attack now." Lu Ming didn't hesitate. With a flicker of thought, he synced with his beast companion. Boom. As Su Lingyun sprinted forward, the ground heaved beneath her, chunks of earth exploding outward like a breaking wave. A colossal monster burst through the soil, let out a thunderous roar, then dove back underground as if rock and clay were water. "Damn it!" Su Lingyun skidded to a stop, raising an arm to shield herself from the flying debris. Through the swirling dust, she spotted two figures racing away, shrinking by the second. "See ya. Thanks for the assist." Their mocking voices drifted back just before they vanished. That brief delay let the jungle python's earth-shaking crawl draw closer. Su Lingyun's pulse spiked. If those two teamed up, they had no chance against the python. They had to split up. "Scatter," she rasped. Gao Tianji had just caught up. He paused for a heartbeat, then veered off in another direction without question. "Bastards. Once I shake this snake, you'd better hope we never meet again." Su Lingyun snarled toward the route Lu Ming and Zhang Tian had taken, then plunged into the dense forest the other way. With the shadow spirit enveloping her, her speed surged. Soon the python's crashing pursuit faded to a distant rumble, yet her face only hardened. The lava giant was born for slugfests, and like most beast masters, Gao Tianji moved slowly. Without speed on his side, he wouldn't last long before the python caught him. Instant elimination. Boom, boom, boom. Deep in the forest, a violent clash erupted and ended just as abruptly. Su Lingyun checked her wrist terminal. Gao Tianzi's name had disappeared from the leaderboard. Her eyes reddened. You bastards, I'll make you pay? Despite Gao Tianzi's carefree facade, had always watched over her like an older brother. Now he was out because of Zhang Tian and Lu Ming's ploy, and she vowed to avenge him. She forced her emotions down and surveyed her surroundings. In her blind flight, she had lost all sense of direction. She didn't even know which corner of the central zone she was in. Broken trees, scorched earth, and the thick scent of blood told her a battle had ended only moments ago. Uncertain of the situation, she stayed on edge. Not far away, another figure spotted her and let out a startled sound. In the depths of the forest, Bai Fan crouched behind a thick trunk, a freshly roasted skewer between his teeth, his eyes locked on the nearby clearing and his face full of surprise. Half an hour earlier, he and Xiao had wiped out a pack of fiends, and Xiao had finally hit level 15. After stripping the monsters for materials, they moved to this secluded spot, lit a makeshift campfire, and started on lunch. Head heard the tremors in the woods, but in the central zone such booms rang out dozens of times a day. 9 times out of 10, it was just mindless beasts tearing into each other, and he and Xiao only wanted to fill their stomachs. No sooner was the meat done than a stranger stepped into the clearing. That uninvited guest turned out to be the very Su Lingyun had been on his mind. Had been wondering how to track her down and reclaim his revolver, and now she had walked straight into his sights. Luck really is on my side, Bai Fan chuckled, tightening his grip on the red pipe wrench. Xiao, draw her attention. I'll circle around, he whispered. Xiao flicked its feelers excitedly and slid toward the clearing without a sound, while Bai Fan moved in from the other side. In the middle of the clearing, Su Lingyun turned slowly, every nerve on edge as unease washed over her. She had fled blindly only to stumble into a scene that had just seen battle. The thick scent of blood in the air warned her the enemy might still be near. Gao Tianzi's mouth really is cursed, she muttered. Things had been quiet for 2 days, and the moment he jinxed it everything went downhill. She began to edge back. Roar! A 6-meter shadow burst from the trees. A Titan Snail. The towering shell, helmet-like head, and battering ram antennae left no doubt. Su Lingyun swept the woods with her gaze. Bai Fan, I know you're out there, why not show yourself? Out of the tiger's jaws and into the wolf's den her heart sank. Hearing her shout, Xiao threw itself into the roll, loosing another roar as its massive body advanced, its sheer presence squeezing the air. Its thick antennae lashed like giant hammers, ready to strike. The cute creature of its shrunken form was gone. At this moment, Xiao looked every inch the tyrannical demon lord. A chill ran through Su Lingyun. When she realized Bai Fan was nowhere in sight, she turned to leave without hesitation. She knew her limits. She couldn't defeat Bai Fan, let alone the Titan Snail. If she were caught, the freshman training she had just begun would be over. She had only half-turned, 1 foot still in midair, when a sharp whoosh cut through the air and she came face-to-face with a lurking figure behind her. Bai Fan, she whispered, her fingers closing around the revolver dark behemoth as she prepared to back away. In the next instant, a fiery red blur crashed onto her forehead. Bang! The heavy blow sent darkness swimming across her vision, and she nearly collapsed on the spot. Seizing the opening, Bai Fan eyed the swaying girl, hefted the red pipe wrench in his hand, and swung again. It takes 5 hits to trigger the stun. I can't give her the slightest chance, he thought, bringing the weapon down. Bang! 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 5 dull thuds landed on the same spot. Su Lingyun crumpled to the ground, a strand of blood seeping through her thick hair and tracing bright lines across her delicate face. Even with a beast-enhanced physique, the blows only split her scalp. Anyone weaker would have had their skull smashed. You shun the road to heaven, yet toss yourself into hell, Bai Fan sneered, bending to loot her belongings. First he picked up the dark behemoth, turning it over with obvious delight before stowing it in his pack. Next, he found a palm-sized wallet-like storage device at her waist. Not bad, better than mine. He pocketed it and hurried back to the Titan Snail, little snail. A golden-grade pipe wrench stunned for 5 seconds at most. Once Su Lingyun woke, she would go berserk. Still, the haul was already generous. Anything more was optional. 10 seconds passed. Bai Fan glanced at Su Lingyun, still motionless on the ground, confusion clouding his face. The stun should have worn off. Why wasn't she moving? Did the wrench have a hidden effect? He frowned and rechecked the item stats, but found no extra notes. You, little snail nudged him with its feelers. Little snail, you mean she's truly unconscious? Catching the hint in his partner's low chirps, Bai Fan looked from the prone girl to the pipe wrench glinting in his hand, his expression turning complicated. So the stun from this golden weapon wasn't just a status effect, it was real, punishing force. Then he recalled the final line in its description. Great strength begets miracles. Now he understood. In the central region of Mingguang Island, somewhere beneath the forest canopy, Bai Fan toyed with a dark gold, legendary-grade wrench, a complicated look on his face. He had always assumed its stun effect was an enchanted perk, the same sort that caused burn or bleed, but the first time he swung it in anger he learned the truth. It was nothing mystical, just blunt force trauma. So sheer strength was the whole trick. The discovery left him both surprised and vaguely disappointed. If the weapon needed brute power to knock a target out, then it suddenly felt far less useful. He had planned a whole repertoire of flashy moves ambushing high-level monsters and locking them down with lightning-fast strikes, but that strategy was now dead on arrival. Most of those beasts were enormous, and many didn't even have anything resembling a head. In short, the wrench would be effective only against humanoids. He sighed and glanced at Su Lingyun, still unconscious on the ground. The idea had been simple. Wait out the 5-second stun, taunt her a couple of times, and walk away in style. The problem was that she couldn't activate the teleport scroll in her pack while knocked out. If he left her here, any random creature could stroll by and turn her into travel rations or worse. Why do I have to be both kind-hearted and ridiculously good-looking? Bai Fan muttered with a shrug. He pulled a canteen from his inventory, unscrewed the cap, and splashed cold water over Su Lingyun's face. The chill made her jolt, a pained groan escaping her throat. She blinked, seeing double, utterly confused. Moments ago she had spotted Bai Fan's beast partner, the Titan Snail, spun on her heel to flee, and then nothing. Instinctively she rubbed her forehead. Her fingertips came away slick. As her vision cleared, a streak of bright red stabbed at her eyes blood. The thought had barely formed when a splitting headache surged through her, forcing out a muffled cry. Memory snapped back into place. Turning around, catching sight of the sneaking Bai Fan, and him bringing a fiery red weapon down on her skull. Bai Fan, she roared, teeth clenched against the pain. She searched for him and spotted his silhouette a short distance away. Murderous intent flared as she reached for the revolver at her waist only to find empty air. She patted frantically, but the weapon was gone. Looking for this, Bai Fan twirled the revolver shadow behemoth, flashing a cocky grin as its barrel gleamed in the sunlight. Had practiced the move 1,000 times in front of the TV, and now, with the real thing in hand, he could finally indulge himself. If Head known Head ever lay hands on a prize like this, he would have turned the cornfield behind his house into Swiss cheese years ago. Su Lingyun locked onto the weapon that used to be hers, fury blazing in her eyes as if she could burn Bai Fan to ash. Coward! Sneak attacking me. Hand over my gear and fight fair, she shouted, lunging forward with her fingers curled like claws. Bai Fan paused, squinting at her with the kind of look people reserve for the hopelessly clueless. Did I knock her silly? He wondered, edging a few steps back. Everybody says stupidity is contagious, and he wasn't about to catch it. Nice gun, decent rescue. Call it a freebie. See ya. He gave a lazy wave, whistled for Little Snail, and sprinted off. Only an idiot stuck around after scoring loot. Priority 1 was finding an open space to test his new toy. Su Lingyun's chest heaved as Bai Fan's figure faded through the trees, her Leda-like veneer in tatters. Bastard! He'll never let you off the hook. Her roar echoed through the forest. Beside her, her beast companion Shadow Spirit flailed its slender arms in outrage. After that pounding, a lump the size of an extra head bulged on its forehead, making it look downright tragic. When the curses finally burned out, Bai Fan was long gone. Su Lingyun clenched her jaw, drew a slow breath, and pushed back into the woods with Shadow Spirit at her side. The metallic tang of blood hung thick in the air. Monsters would swarm soon. She was weaponless, her storage gear gone. If the beasts closed in now, she'd be dead. Once she calmed down, she knew the truth. Taking Bai Fan on alone during freshman training was nearly impossible. She needed allies. First, though, she had to rebuild her strength, secure a spare weapon and some storage equipment. Without them, she'd be easy prey for monsters and classmates alike. Bai Fan, you bastard, just wait, she muttered, each word grinding like broken steel. Once I rally some backup, you're finished. You like robbing people? Fine. He'll strip you bare and dump you right into a monster pack. Achoo. After putting some distance between himself and Su Lingyun, Bai Fan halted in the middle of a clearing with Little Snail in tow. He had just raised the revolver to check its stats when a tingling rush hit his nose, forcing out a loud sneeze. That girl's definitely cursing me again, he grumbled, instantly pegging Su Lingyun as the culprit but brushing it off. If a couple of sneezes could net him gear, had become Blue Star's richest man just by selling equipment. The thought made him chuckle. She's in for a rough patch. Next time we meet, I won't even bother robbing her. Setting the thought aside, he drew the newly acquired revolver and examined it in detail. Equipment: Shadow Behemoth Revolver. Type: Firearm. Rarity: Gold. Level requirement: 15. Base stats: Constitution 20, Strength 20, Accuracy 30. Enchanted effects: 1. Consume stamina to create a shadow element round that deals moderate damage to corporeal targets and minor damage to spectral ones, with a 5-round cylinder. Deals unlimited damage to shadow creatures. 2. Consumes substantial stamina to forge a high-power, armor-piercing round that inflicts heavy damage on corporeal targets. Note: 5-minute cooldown after each use. Holy crap, this thing's a gem. Bai Fan beamed. The numbers nearly maxed out gold tier limits. Even with all his time buried in library archives, few weapons could compare. This haul's insane. He couldn't stop grinning as he struck a few cool poses with the gun. Long-range fire and rapid shots covered the exact gap in his skill set. At this rate, he'll be a 6-attribute beast tamer in no time. Spinning the revolver on one finger, he surveyed the area and suddenly felt like giving it a test run. He locked onto a thick tree roughly 30 meters away. Recalling the dramatic slow-mo scenes from TV, he adopted a flashy if imperfect stance. With a thought, his stamina drained fast as black-purple rounds materialized in the revolver's cylinder. When his stamina hit a quarter, all 5 bullets had taken shape. Bang! Bai Fan squeezed the trigger, and the bullet screamed forward, spinning with lethal force. A second ticked by, the target tree didn't even quiver. Bai Fan scratched his head, embarrassed. Too far must have missed. Another second passed. A deep boom echoed, followed by the crash of something heavy. A quick estimate wiped the grin off his face. Head aimed at the tree 30 meters away, but the round had felled another one several hundred meters out. The trees in the central zone were gigantic, each one thick enough to require 2 people to encircle it with their arms. Yet even with targets that large, Bai Fan still managed to miss proof positive of his terrible aim. Wearing a rueful grin, he shook the tingling numbness from his hand, the recoil still buzzing in his fingers, and picked a new target. This time he set his sights on another massive tree 10 meters away. If I miss again, I might as well swallow the gun, he muttered to himself, raising the weapon with renewed determination. Bang! The energy round launched, slammed into the trunk, and accompanied by a deafening crack sheared the giant tree clean in two. The bullet's momentum carried on, carving a deep crater into a second tree before finally expending itself. Whoa, that packs a punch. Bai Fan flicked his wrist with satisfaction. The revolver, ominously named Shadow Behemoth, felt more like a pocket-sized cannon than a firearm. A real man should fire a cannon, he thought smugly, his gaze drifting to a solitary boulder not far away. The rock stood 5 meters tall, like a stone cottage abandoned in the woods. Chuckling, Bai Fan stepped in front of it and silently activated the revolver's second enchantment. 2/3 of his stamina vanished in an instant, and a blinding glow coursed over the gun. One heartbeat later, the light coalesced into a reniched energy shell that clicked neatly into the chamber. Bang! The trigger snapped back. Recoil forced his arm upward and shoved him a step late. Had the boulder been any smaller, the shot would have gone wide. The projectile screamed through the air, whipping up visible shockwaves. Boom! The boulder reacted as if struck by an artillery shell. Its upper half exploded into a cloud of shrapnel. Stone fragments ricocheted in every direction, and a dense plume of dust rolled outward, swallowing the scene. Cough! Cough! Bai Fan hadn't expected such overkill. Clutching his mouth and nose, he backed away several paces to escape the choking haze. When a mountain breeze finally thinned the dust, he stared at what was left. Only a stump of stone remained. Everything else had been pulverized. That's insane. He breathed. The single shot rivaled the punch of a shoulder-fired rocket. Compared with his flame strike ability, it lacked lingering fire but delivered nearly equal raw devastation. Nice, another ace up my sleeve, he calculated. Fast to unleash, and with almost no setup, perfect for giving his fellow freshmen a nasty surprise. With that, Bai Fan whistled for Little Snail and set off again. From that moment on, the forest echoed with one thunderous gunshot after another, and no one could say how many ancient trees fell victim to his newfound firepower. Brother Tian, those 2 we bumped into just now were pretty decisive. They chose to split up and run without a moment's hesitation. On a forest track shrouded by sinister foliage, Lu Ming sat astride a massive 2-headed hellhound, patted its flank, and spoke with genuine admiration. Up ahead, Zhang Tian steered the beast and allowed himself a restrained smile. So what if they're decisive? One of them still fell for my trap. During freshman training, raw strength counts for maybe half. What really decides the outcome is your wits. No one can brute force their way past that level 30 Lord-grade monster in the center. Lu Ming nodded repeatedly, then hesitated. Brother Tian, should we go hassle that guy Bai Fan? If we lure a few more monsters his way, maybe we can knock him out too. A spark of interest flashed in Zhang Tian's eyes, but the memory of Bai Fan's terrifying record made him shake his head. No way. That guy's ridiculously strong. The monsters we can pull over won't touch him, and if we drag anything tougher, we'll end up as its dinner before we ever see Bai Fan. He softened his tone to reassure his partner. Forget that piece of gear, won't do you much good anyway. Come on, he'll take you to something really big today. With that, Zhang Tian brimmed with confidence. He and Lu Ming currently ranked 13th and 14th among the 35 freshmen still in play, and they had already mapped every inch of the central zone. A couple more well-timed robs from the rich, give to the poor operations, and their standings would soar. Lu Ming's earlier disappointment vanished, replaced by excitement, and the pair began prowling the central forest atop their hellhound. As a first-tier battle pet, the hellhound possessed not only frightening strength, but also a keen sense of smell worthy of its canine name. In the wild, it often detected human scent long before nearby monsters did. 2 days slipped by. Lu Ming and Zhang Tian drew close to a depression in the central area, small lake fed by streams from the core zone. Sunlight danced on the water, and dense vegetation rimmed the shore. Instead of towering trees, waist-high shrubs filled the surroundings. Once there, both men grew cautious. The hellhound's nose told Zhang Tian that other freshmen were nearby and more than one. That suited him perfectly. Unless their ranks topped his, he was sure he and Lu Ming could take them down. Let's see what we can pick up today, Zhang Tian whispered, sliding off the hellhound's back. Lu Ming followed, and the two men and their pet hunched low and crept toward the lake. Below ground, Lu Ming's shadow earth dragon glided silently through the soil, ready to strike at any moment. Soon the vegetation thinned. One more belt of shrubs, and they would step into an open clearing. For the moment, they stayed still, crouching behind a thin line of low bushes while they watched the clearing ahead. Through the sparse leaves they could see everything in the open space. 3 freshmen stood in a triangle, their chi locked in a tense standoff. 2 boys and a girl faced one another, eyes sharp, as if lightning might crackle between them at any second. Had Bai Fan been present, he would have recognized 2 of them immediately: Su Lingyun, petite and bright-eyed, and Feng Xiao, the one who had once opened a new world for him. It was thanks to Feng Xiao's tip that Bai Fan had built up his current wealth. The third student was Zhao Tianhao, a freckled youth with an aquiline nose. He was contracted to the first-tier battle pet Red Flame Venom Bee and had already reached level 20, ranking 6th among the freshmen still stranded on Mingguang Island. With the tension thick in the air, Zhao Tianhao finally snapped. Su Lingyun, why did you bring us here? He demanded. A few hours earlier he had run into Su Lingyun in the central zone. She had said she wanted to discuss something and led him to this lakeside spot. He had planned to brush her off, but the moment he arrived and saw Feng Xiao waiting, his mood plummeted. Su Lingyun raised her silver-white staff, its metal ringing crisply as she spoke. I want us to team up and take down Bai Fan, the top student in the entrance exams, she said, her steady voice hiding an undercurrent of urgency. He's the biggest obstacle to us claiming first in the training rankings. That silver staff, borrowed a few days ago from an unlucky freshman who prefers to stay anonymous, was only silver grade, yet its attributes suited her far better than her usual revolver or shadow behemoth. Inspired by Bai Fan's Robandringus strategy, she had never imagined such a fast way to boost her own finances. After her successful raid, her once empty pockets were overflowing again. Bai Fan, why provoke him? Feng Xiao blurted, frowning instinctively, fear creeping into his voice. Because someone has to rid the world of that menace, Su Lingyun shot back, a flash of cold anger crossing her eyes as she recalled Bai Fan's infuriating grin during the heist. Feng Xiao looked up at her. So he robbed you too? He asked quietly. At those words, both Su Lingyun and Zhao Tianhao turned their eyes on Feng Xiao, whose expression stiffened. You as well? Su Lingyun said, her tone sharp with the relief of shared misfortune. Embarrassed, Feng Xiao nodded. He took my storage gear, he muttered, carefully omitting the humiliating IOU Bai Fan had made him sign. Zhao Tianhao watched the two of them, a strange feeling rising in his chest as he sensed how quickly their shared grievance was drawing them together. What exactly happened to you two before I showed up? Standing in the middle of the desolate ruins, Zhao Tianhao glanced at Su Lingyun and Feng Xiao, who now seemed to be on the same side. Their sudden truce, sparked by a single name, amazed him. Just how influential was this Bai Fan? At Zhao's question, both Su Lingyun and Feng Xiao looked stricken, as though a fresh wound had been opened. Feng Xiao had already given a rough summary, so Su Lingyun took over. That bastard Bai Fan didn't just steal my storage gear, took my most prized weapon as well. She hissed, her voice dripping with rage. He'll never forgive him as long as I live. Zhao raised an eyebrow, while Feng Xiao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His own losses seemed modest by comparison. Su Lingyun's golden grade revolver was a legendary piece, purchased at auction for nearly 10 million dragon coins. Including the storage gear, her total loss was more than 10 times his. What's that look for? Su Lingyun caught the flash of relief in Feng Xiao's eyes and swung around, ready to draw her blade. Feng Xiao didn't back down, narrowing his eyes in return. So Bai Fan cleaned her out, and she still wants to act superior? He thought with a cold snort. Tension crackled in the air. Zhao Tianhao quickly stepped between them. Hey, aren't we forgetting why we're here? We all want payback on Bai Fan, so we'd better work together. His tone shifted, tinged with curiosity. But once we beat him, how do we split the loot? And what if he pops a teleport scroll and bolts? His confidence, suggested by Fan, was hardly a threat. Su Lingyun drew a calming breath, forcing down her anger. Relax. He won't pass up a shot at first place. After we take him down, I only want my storage gear and the revolver back. You can divide everything else. She punctuated the deal with a fierce glare at Feng Xiao. Zhao nodded, then looked to Feng Xiao for agreement. Same here. I just want my storage gear, Feng Xiao muttered, rubbing his nose. But before that, I'm frisking him. He made me sign an IOU. Losing gear was bad enough, but being forced to sign an IOU was downright humiliating. Su Lingyun burst into loud, unrestrained laughter. Feng Xiao's face turned ashen, and he shot her a venomous stare. Zhao Tianhao didn't intervene. He simply watched Feng Xiao with amused curiosity, as though he too found it ridiculous. Being forced to write an IONO that was truly embarrassing. For a moment, Zhao Tianhao felt a flicker of contempt for Feng Xiao. Humph, what's so bad about signing an IOU? Feng Xiao growled, bitterness and defiance mixing in his voice. All my losses add up to just over 1 million dragon coins, nothing compared with what you're out, Miss Su. He glared at Zhao Tianhao, then dragged him into the mess. Don't get smug. If you ran into Bai Fan alone, you might end up worse than we did. That guy's strength is ridiculous. I couldn't even struggle. A flash of surprise crossed Zhao Tianhao's eyes, and his expression grew serious. By his own measure, Feng Xiao was only a notch below him, hardly weak. If someone could flatten Feng so easily, Bai Fan might be his equal. The thought flashed by, and he forced a confident smile to rally his companions. Relax. The three of us together should be able to handle one Bai Fan. His words were barely out when Su Lingyun let out a cold snort, a chill spreading with it. Her sharp gaze swept toward a nearby thicket. You're right about that. But before we go after Bai Fan, we need to take care of 2 unwanted guests. Following her line of sight, Zhao and Feng saw nothing but man-tall shrubs swaying in lush green. Where are the enemies? They asked in unison. Behind the foliage, Zhang Tian and Lu Ming felt their hearts lurch. Crap, they've spotted us. They exchanged a glance and turned to run. 3 against 1 was already risky. 3 against 2 was hopeless. Yet the instant they moved, their bodies stayed nailed in place. Looking down, they saw darkness rippling in their shadows. Hair-thin tendrils slid out of the gloom and coiled around the legs inside those silhouettes Su Lingyun's beast companion, the Shadow Wraith. The Dark Element pet, famed as both assassin and scout, had scented them the moment they sneaked closer and hid in their shadows by its master's command. Now, with its newly awakened talent, shadow manipulation, it bound both targets at once. Run? You really think you can get away? Su Lingyun's voice was icy, her stare slicing across Zhang Tian and Lu Ming like a blade. To her, these two had caused Gao Tianzi's elimination. They'd been on her revenge list even before Bai Fan. Bitter smiles spread across Zhang Tian and Lu Ming's faces. They had hoped for easy pickings and instead walked into a tiger's maw. Miss Su, it was all a misunderstanding that day. The chubby Zhang Tian pleaded, trying to look sincere. We had no choice and acted in desperation. Had she not known how shameless they were, Su Lingyun might have been fooled by that humility. She merely gave a frosty smile, ignored any further excuses, and lifted her hand to order the Shadow Wraith to strike. In panic, Zhang Tian shouted, Wait, Bai Fan is our enemy too. He robbed us as well. In the sunken ground at the center of the zone, Zhang Tian's piercing scream cut through the air and froze Su Lingyun's hand mid-motion. Frustration, grievance, and rage blended into a single hoarse bellow as he seized the brief moment of attention to pour out, with heavy embellishment, every detail of the ordeal he and Lu Ming had suffered. After his artistic retouching, their encounter with Bai Fan sounded like a tragedy worthy of tears. The ambush, the thorough strip search, even the ashes in their pockets had been shaken out, or so he claimed. By the end of the tale, Feng Xiao and Zhao Tianhao, standing a short distance away, exchanged a glance filled with sympathy. Those two brothers were really having a rough time. Yet Su Lingyun merely snorted, a trace of disdain tugging at her lips. She had experienced Zhang Tian's shamelessness firsthand. No matter how pitiful his story sounded, she would never swallow it whole. After a brief pause, she raised her staff, violet sparks crackling along the shaft, and spoke in an icy tone. If you want revenge, join us against Bai Fan. Hand over your gear first. A weighty pressure settled over them. Zhang Tian could only sigh inwardly as he obediently passed over the binding staff he had rented. Lu Ming followed suit, unstrapping his gear without complaint. Su Lingyun hefted the solid staff in her hand and nodded with satisfaction. Good, the team just got stronger. Let's discuss how to take Bai Fan down. Achoo. In the forest at the heart of Bright Light Island, Bai Fan let out a loud sneeze that shook his shoulders. He rubbed the bridge of his nose, thinking, a dozen sneezes in one day, someone must be talking about me. Little snail, are we hitting them too hard? Should we lie low for a couple of days and pick a new target? He muttered to the Titan Snail perched on his shoulder. Little Snail hummed, extending 2 feelers dusted with cookie crumbs and gently brushing his cheek. What, keep going. You glutton. If you keep eating like this, you'll be round as a ball, Bai Fan said, half amused, pressing a hand on top of her shell. 2 days earlier he had robbed another unlucky freshman, but his haul was disappointing. Only a single storage item. Even worse, the pocket space wasn't stocked with potions or gear, it was crammed wall-towel with snacks. Ever since tasting human junk food, Little Snail had turned into a snack-devouring machine. 9 cubic meters of storage, and she had cleared half of it in a single day. Bai Fan did the math and realized that at this rate, she would eat him into bankruptcy in no time. Little Snail whined again, angling for sympathy. No. Once you finish today's ration, what will you eat tomorrow? Bai Fan tried to look stern, but within 3 seconds the sticky feeler assault had him surrendering. He pulled out the last packet of snacks, tore it open, and a tempting aroma spilled into the air. Fine, but this is the last one for today, he grumbled, shaking the bag before handing it up to her on his shoulder. Woo, the little snail nuzzled Bai Fan's cheek with its feelers, then curled the snack toward its own mouth and began to munch happily. Crunch, crunch. The crisp sound rang out beside him. Its two antennae quivered non-stop, and even its shell trembled slightly, a sight that made Bai Fan chuckle. He reached into his backpack, pulled out an identical bag of snacks, tore it open, tossed a handful into his mouth, and man and pet chewed side by side in the depths of the dense forest. Flecks of sunlight filtered through the canopy, and for a moment this idle peace almost made one forget they were on the peril-ridden island of radiant light. A sudden, ear-splitting roar shattered that fragile harmony. Roar! The undergrowth exploded as a 3-meter-long, black-armored lizard burst into view like a moving tank. Its entire body was covered in thick, dark plates. Its claws were like steel hooks, and its tail like an iron whip. Swamp megalizard? Bai Fan's pupils narrowed. He knew the island's bestiary by heart. This species ran in packs. The weakest were still elite tier, and wherever a pack roamed, a swamp megalizard king of commander tier was never far behind. He lifted a hand and cast an identify spell. Data flashed before his eyes. Creature, swamp megalizard elite tier. Level, 22. Combat style, ranged melee. Abilities, brutal charge, powerful bite, mudshot. Type, mutant. One glance at the panel, and Bai Fan remained unperturbed. It was the highest level elite monster he had met on the island so far, yet it still didn't make his threat list. His gaze slid over the behemoth's shoulders and back, then swept the surroundings, hunting for the real danger, the swamp megalizard king. The lizard, enraged by the human's indifference, let out a piercing screech. Roar. The ground quaked with the sound wave, and dead leaves fluttered down. 1, 2, 3, 23 more swamp megalizards of the same rank crawled from roots and brush, fanning out to cut off every escape route. No king? Or is it hiding for an ambush? Bai Fan kept his cool while his mind raced. For him and Little Snail, only the commander tier king deserved serious attention. These grunts were just garnish. Roar. Emboldened by its comrades, the first lizard charged. Its limbs were as thick as pillars, claws flinging mud as it sprinted at startling speed, already savoring the taste of warm human blood on its tongue. Mid-charge, it noticed the human ahead, neither dodging nor retreating. Instead, he lifted a small metal object smaller even than the lizard's talons. A toy? Contempt flashed in its crimson eyes. Bang! The muffled gunshot cracked through the forest like distant thunder. Before the beast could even process the sound, a bullet punched through its left eye, the concussive force scattering fragile brain matter. Thud, thud, thud. Carried forward by momentum, the lizard took 2 more steps, then crashed to the ground, kicking up dirt. Its life ebbed away in the heavy echo of its fall. Bai Fan flicked his wrist, loosening the pistol, and exhaled lightly. How the bird that sticks its head out gets shot, I'm sure none of you have ever heard that one. Roar. The first swamp lizard fell, and the scent of blood instantly drove the rest into a frenzy. Shrill hisses echoed across the marsh as 22 giant lizards pumped their thick limbs and raced toward Bai Fan and Xiaohua. The ones in front suddenly gained a burst of speed. They had clearly triggered savage charge, while those in the rear spread their interlocking fangs, gray-brown vortices spinning in their throats, ready to spit mud rounds at any moment. Thump, thump, thump. In a heartbeat, for lizards powered by savage charge barreled up to Bai Fan, their massive bodies filling his entire field of view. Before their killing intent could fully descend, their pupils tightened in terror because the palm-sized creature perched on Bai Fan's shoulder leapt into the air and ballooned mid-flight, landing as a towering 7-meter colossus. Boom. Dust billowed as the Titan Snail's jagged shell slammed onto the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The 4 lizards crashed headlong into the deep brown armor. Impacts that could have snapped ancient trees and shattered solid rock failed to move the Titan Snail an inch. Instead, the lizards' skulls cracked on the spot, dark blood splattering like crushed watermelons. In the blink of an eye, 4 more enemies lay dead. Nice, that's a heap of experience. Bai Fan noted as Xiaohua's EXP bar jumped forward, wipe out the whole nest, and she might reach level 16. A sharp whistle split the air. The lizards in back finally unleashed the mud shots they had been charging, each the size of a watermelon and hard as stone, screaming toward its mark. Bai Fan vaulted behind the Titan Snail, hiding completely in the shadow of its fortress-like bulk. Bang, bang, bang. The mud rounds only scuffed a thin layer of dust from the shell, yet those that landed nearby blasted 2-meter craters into the earth, a testament to their power. They did no harm to Xiaohua, simply because at level 15 she had become a monster among monsters. Feast, Xiaowogo! Bai Fan shouted. The Titan Snail lifted its head and shrieked, its enormous body rolling forward with bone-crushing weight, steamrolling the remaining lizards. Meanwhile, Bai Fan let his revolver hang at his side. Faint light rippled along the barrel, and his face had turned a shade paler. When Xiaohua charged ahead, Bai Fan held back, still searching for the swamp giant lizard king's hiding place. More than 20 hulking lizards shuffled on their squat limbs, forming a loose ring around him. Yet Bai Fan was sure the true leader was lurking in some dank, shadowy corner, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled under every impact. Xiao Wa's massive shell bulldozed through the pack like an out-of-control armored truck, carving a bloody path. Metal-hard chitin shrieked from the friction, and two gigantic antennae swept from side to side, snapping bones and spraying gore wherever they passed. Against the Titan Snail that could flatten a winged demon tiger, these seemingly fearsome reptiles were nothing but flimsy scrap. In less than a minute, 6 more were pounded into shapeless pulp, their ruined bodies slumping atop their fallen kin. Roar! The stench of blood whipped the air into a fetid gale. The swamp giant lizards, creatures that normally entered a frenzy at the smell, now recoiled under the relentless massacre, their hisses laced with fear for the first time. Still not showing yourself? Bai Fan frowned. The swamp giant lizard king was keeping out of sight. Was it really going to wait until every underling was dead? Narrowing his eyes, he continued to search the reeds and mudflats for any telltale movement. Suddenly the ground lurched, sending muddy water flying. Bai Fan's heart skipped. He leapt back, fingers settling on the cold trigger of his revolver, Shadow Behemoth. Gurgle. The spot head just vacated bulged upward as a 6-meter monstrosity burst from the sludge. Coarse brown scales dripped mud, and a maw crammed with jagged fangs snapped shut on empty air. Die. Bai Fan sneered and squeezed the trigger. Bang. The muzzle flashed, and a dark gold bullet tore through the air, leaving visible shock rings in its wake. In the blink of an eye it plunged into the still open maw. Screech. A shrill howl followed as the round punched straight through the jaws, spattering shards of bone and blood before streaking skyward. At the same time, glowing stats scrolled across Bai Fan's mind. Creature, Swamp Giant Lizard King Boss Tier. Level, 26. Affinity, Earth. Combat Style, Ranged Melee. Skills, Brutal Charge, Savage Bite, Mudshot, Mudstone Armor, Earth Stomp, Fissure. Type, Mutant. Another boss with an elemental affinity, Bai Fan muttered, eyes lighting up. A gifted monster guaranteed a potent magic stone, and those things fetched obscene prices sold by the gram. When Bai Fan ran into a horned demon rhino, a beast rare enough to be born with a natural telepathy, could barely contain his excitement. The rhino was only in the low 20s, yet if a water element mana crystal formed inside, it would weigh 40 to 50 grams. At 10,000 dragon coins per gram, he could resell it for 4 to 500,000 in a heartbeat. Profits like that explain why expedition squads reap astonishing returns in uncharted monster zones, and why countless beast tamers keep venturing in while nations race to annex every controllable area. Regrettably, that rhino never produced a water crystal, and Bai Fan pressed on, disappointed. Let's hope you won't let me down this time. He eyed the rampaging swamp monitor king ahead, lips curling into a faint smile. The lizard dwarfed the rhino in both level and threat. If it held a crystal, the payoff would easily double his earlier estimate. Roar. Sensing the human's appraising stare, the swamp monitor king smart enough to know a challenge when it saw one erupted in fury. Its thick forelimbs slammed the ground, hurling mud everywhere and making the earth quake. Earth and yellow energy, identical to Bai Fan's own Earth Spike spell, rippled across its hide and hardened into jagged armor plates. A metallic sheen flickered across the surface mudstone armor, boasting defense to rival specialty alloys. Bai Fan's smile widened. Stronger enemies generally meant a higher chance of harboring a mana crystal. Still, he didn't rush in. He steadied his breathing and eased backward. The second enchantment of his Shadow Behemoth revolver had just drained half his stamina. Even with the life staff feeding him health, the bar had barely climbed. Against an Earth affinity creature, Earth Spike would be nearly useless, and the revolver was on a 5-minute cooldown. All that remained was the Fireburst shell, a shot that would likely burn the last of his strength. Luckily, a beast tamer never fights alone. His own partner is equally formidable. Little snail, cover me. Gripping the life staff, Bai Fan retreated while shouting the command. Roar. The swamp monitor king answered with a sudden lunge. Encased in mudstone armor, its massive form surged forward like a moving fortress, barreling straight for Bai Fan's savage charge. Thud, thud, thud. The earth began to tremble, and the entire ground shook wildly. As Bai Fan retreated, the soil beneath his feet felt like a trampoline from his childhood. With a single push, he could probably vault higher than ever before, yet his stride stayed steady, unruffled, his gaze fixed on the marsh drake king charging toward him through a foul, blood-tinged wind. In a blink, the frenzied beast was upon him, jaws gaping wide enough to shred its challenger. At that instant, Bai Fan swung forward, the right hand hidden behind his back, still clutching the staff of life. A burst of ochre light howled outward, striking the earth between them. A shrill detonation followed as a colossal earthen spike burst from the ground. Since the college entrance exams, Bai Fan's power had multiplied. Compressing the spell into a single point, he produced a spike 4 meters thick and 6 meters tall, its tip flashing with lethal cold. He knew Earth magic was the Drake King's nemesis, so the spike was less a weapon than a barricade one the size of a city gate. With a thunderous crash, the armored monster slammed into the gate. Its fangs clamped down and instantly went numb. 7 or 8 snapped clean off. Bad teeth and still biting iron, Bai Fan muttered, face paling yet voice cool as he admired his handiwork. Momentum unbroken, the beast plowed on like an out-of-control dump truck, splitting the massive spike in two. Its shoulder wound left by the revolver shadow beast hadn't healed, and the loss of its fangs drove the Drake King insane. Its huge head whipped side to side, blood-red eyes locking on Bai Fan. With another earth-shaking roar, it raised its massive left forelimb and smashed it down. Bai Fan watched dense ochre energy boil out from the impact point. Ground split. A true earthquake erupted. Earlier tremors had felt like a trampoline. Now it was as if a bungee cord had snapped mid-jump, yanking his body violently. Cracks spiderwebbed from the beast's forelimb, racing across the land to reach Bai Fan's boots in an instant. Yet he showed no fear. Instead, a hint of envy flickered in his eyes. In the world of beast tamers, any skill that can reshape the landscape is a strategic treasure of the highest order. So when Bai Fan saw the Swamp Monitor King unleash Ground Rift, his eyes practically sparkled. Years of poverty-honed instinct overrode reason, and he could almost taste the prize. Holy crap, that move is insane, he thought, calculating at lightning speed. If the Monitor King really dropped a loot chest, he'd gladly forego a magic crystal and gamble everything on Ground Rift. As the idea flashed through his mind, he leapt clear of a crack that snaked toward his boots. 10 jagged fissures, like splayed fangs, spread in a fan shape before the Swamp Monitor King, each more than 50 meters long and 2 meters wide. Beneath Mingguang Island's dim sky, Bai Fan caught only a fleeting glimpse before that bottomless darkness sent a chill up his spine. One thing was certain. If he could acquire Ground Rift, he would be unstoppable. Roar. The Monitor King, furious that Ground Rift hadn't shredded the pesky human, charged with bloodshot eyes, intent on driving Bai Fan into a chasm. Whether it devoured him or not no longer mattered so long as the human died. Its massive foreclaw slammed down, but an overwhelming weight clamped onto its tail. No amount of thrashing could free it. Roar. It whipped around to find an equally colossal creature blocking its retreat. Xiaohua. Wu. Xiaohua had activated Titan's body, swelling to 7 meters. He pressed his bulk onto the Monitor King's tail, emitting a low hiss while his twin feelers waved mockingly, as if to say, "Come on, tough guy, run now." Roar. A leader-class monster with more than 20 underlings, the Swamp Monitor King felt utterly humiliated. It lunged, jaws agape. Yet 3 teeth were missing up top and 4 below, turning its once fearsome fangs almost comical. Bang! Before those jaws could snap shut, a feeler lashed down like thunder, smashing into the monster's skull. The stony armor cracked, and its head was driven into the mire with a muffled boom. The armor's defense was formidable. Any lesser beast's skull would have shattered outright. But under Xiaohua's brute strength, half the Monitor King's head caved in. Its breaths grew faint, more air going out than in. Death was close. Bang! Seeing the opening, Little Snail delivered a follow-up strike, blasting the Swamp Megalizard King's head to pieces. Nice work, Little Snail. Bai Fan pumped his fist in approval. Ho-ho, the massive Titan Snail flicked its feelers, letting out a slightly aggrieved moan. Bai Fan read the sound instantly. The Lizard King had shown off a catalog of fancy skills, while Little Snail could only bulldoze straight ahead. No wonder it felt shortchanged. Easy. Once the dragon spirit grass ripens, you'll awaken new abilities. He patted the shell that towered over him, speaking softly. The herb would mature in 8 days, and Bai Fan was certain Little Snail's power would skyrocket when it did. Once his partner was soothed, he turned to the Lizard King's corpse, hoping for a magic core. Had taken only 2 steps when a faint golden sheen rose off the giant body, and a treasure chest forged from what looked like pure gold floated into the air. Seriously? Bai Fan froze. Had that offhand wish of his really come true? Rubbing his palms together, he carefully caught the golden chest. Since contracting the Titan Snail, had seen a bronze chest drop only once in his very first kill, and that had been thrilling enough. Now a gold-tier chest had appeared, orders of magnitude rarer. Heaven and earth, Jade Emperor, Tao Patriarch, bless me. Little Snail, lend me a bit of your luck. While muttering his prayer, he rubbed the snail's huge shell twice for good measure, then threw the lid open. Click! The chest split apart, and 2 pillars of golden light shot skyward, so bright he almost had to squint. Whoa, jackpot, 2 items at once. Bai Fan exclaimed, yanking both prizes free. The moment he did, the chest shattered into glittering dust, and the Lizard King's corpse crumbled to ash. Standard procedure when a monster dropped loot. A professor back on Blue Star claimed the creature's remaining energy reformed into the chest, but Bai Fan didn't care about the mechanics, only the haul. Come on, Earth Fisher, please let one of these be Earth Fisher. The 2 skill books were wrapped in golden light, titles hidden. Sweat beaded on his palms as he cast Identify. Mudstone Armor B. Beastmaster Occlusive Skill envelopes the caster or a chosen target in a layer of mudstone armor with formidable defensive power. Note, the armor's maximum defense scales with the stamina and energy invested during casting and adds no weight to the wearer. The first book was appraised. Mudstone armor, the very defense the Swamp Megalizard King had relied on. At first, Bai Fan felt a flicker of disappointment, but after reading the description, he could feel only excitement. Bai Fan had always preferred flashy defenses like arcane shields and magic barriers. They looked impressive, and once activated, they barely hindered his movements, lightweight and convenient. By comparison, earthen armor never caught his eye until he noticed the tiny footnote. The wearer bears no additional weight. That meant no matter how thick or solid the armor became, his speed and agility would remain untouched. A dozen uses flashed through his mind. Battle armor that didn't slow him down, traveling gear that kept his pace, even a portable heater in frozen wastelands. A tough, heat-retaining shell of rock and clay sounded far better than waddling around in heavy coats, didn't it? Great, an auspicious start, he muttered, rubbing his hands together as his gaze shifted to another skill book, glowing gold. He cast an appraisal spell. The golden light faded, revealing the book's details. Seismic Rift Grade A, Beastmaster exclusive. Creates fissures in a 90-degree, 50-meter cone in front of the caster. Notes, starts with 10 rifts. The Beastmaster may reduce the number. Warning, extremely high energy, cost, use with caution. It really dropped. Bai Fan sucked in a breath. Ever since he had robbed Su Lingyun, his luck had soared. Could clear intent really work miracles like this? His mouth felt downright blessed today. Cradling the Grade A skill book, he grinned from ear to ear. Aside from system rewards, this was the first rank skill he had ever looted from a monster, and its entry came with detailed notes and a red warning, nothing like those low-tier cheap thrills. I need to test its power. The idea flashed through him. He slapped the book to his chest, and an intricate stream of knowledge surged into his mind. In an instant, he had mastered Seismic Rift. Half of the stamina he had burned earlier was already back, so he drew his Staff of Life without hesitation to conduct a field test. Buzz. A tawny aura exploded from the staff's tip, accompanied by a piercing hum. The next second, Bai Fan's knees gave way, and he collapsed, as though every bone and tendon had been drained. Little Snail shrieked beside him. Feelers stretched as it scanned the surroundings, yet no enemy appeared. I am fine, Bai Fan croaked after lying there for a full minute. He had never imagined Seismic Rift would exact such a terrifying price. His base stats already dwarf those of other Beastmasters at the same level, and the high-grade Staff of Vitality has every skill's cost. Even so, when he triggered Earth Rift with only half of his stamina left, the bar emptied in a flash. Darkness edged into his vision, and he nearly face-planted. Spending half a bar just to make some noise, that's absurd. Legs shaking, he pushed himself upright with a bitter sigh. At this rate, his attributes would have to double before he could even scrape by with Earth Rift, and every cast would still drain him dry. Owning a so-called terrain-changing miracle that he couldn't actually use was maddening. Exhaling, he learned the Mudrock armor spell as well. A quick estimate told him he'd need Little Snail to hit level 20 before his stats might double. The road suddenly felt long. For now, he had to grind levels like a lunatic. He patted the shell. Let's give it our all, Little Snail. Calves still cramping. He climbed onto the shell and directed Little Snail toward the central zone, then sprawled flat on his back. Moments ago had felt as if someone had wrung him out like a rag. Any skill that looked like a raging mana sink could wait until he was sure of himself. One misstep could be fatal. With that silent reminder, he lit up his terminal. Freshman training at Qingbei Academy had reached day 22, and only 32 newcomers were still on Mingguang Island. Bai Fan's rank had soared in recent days. He now sat in third place. First was still the deep-pocketed Shin Mingwei, partnered with a Vajra ape. Second was Yi Yao, the girl Bai Fan had noticed at the assembly camp, the one lugging an enormous greatsword. Like Shin Mingwei, she projected a subtle but unmistakable pressure. Unfortunately, Bai Fan had done little homework on his cohort, so beyond she's pretty he knew almost nothing about her. The top three were separated by roughly 1,000 points. Fourth place was already 3,000 behind, and by 10th place the gap ballooned to 18,000. Scrolling down, he spotted familiar names: Zhang Tian, Lu Ming, Su Lingyun, and Feng Xiao. These were the people who had selflessly donated gear and dragon coins back on the island, and they were still clinging to top 10 spots. Credit where it's due. They had skills. I wonder how much loot that chubby Zhang Tian has stashed away this time, Bai Fan mused. Since their last parting, the guy had clearly squeezed plenty out of others, or he wouldn't still be in the top 10. The thought stirred an odd bit of fondness for the little fatty. While Bai Fan was resting on Xiao Wa's broad shell, he started taking inventory of his current power. After killing the Swamp Giant Lizard King and its minions, Xiao Wa rocketed to level 16, and every stat soared. Beast Companion, Titan Snail nickname, Xiao Wa. Age, 2 months. Level, 16. Rarity, top tier purple. Growth, 44610,000 larval stage. Each milestone may awaken a new talent or skill. Talent, infinite growth, SSS. Core stats, strength 1,800, intelligence 1,800, constitution 1,800, agility 1,800. No buffs, gear, or consumables. Skills, Titan's body, strength, psychic intimidation, strength. Loyalty, 95. Equipment, gold grade Wrath of the Titan. The strength funneled back to the Beastmaster was just as startling. Bai Fan's base stats now sat at a terrifying 288 points each. The auspicious-looking number put him in a great mood, and with his gear equipped the figures would climb even higher. The life staff alone added all attributes 100, pushing his panel to another level. With what I've got, I could solo an elite monster of the same level without Xiaohua, Bai Fan murmured, then sighed. But I still don't have enough to power Earthrend at least another month of non-stop fighting. He figured he would need to reach level 20 and stack the life staff bonus before his soul power and physique barely qualified for Earthrend. For levels might sound close, but the required experience was astronomical, and Xiaohua already demanded several times more XP than a normal pet. Even clearing mobs on Mingguang Island day and night, he would need a full month to punch through that wall. That was normal. The higher the level, the wider the stat gap. When Xiaohua crossed into the next growth phase, the XP curve would be even nastier. But once it happened, the stat spike would be just as outrageous, enough to let a beast master leave ordinary humans in the dust. Don't think too far ahead. Stick to the plan. Finish cleaning out the middle zone, then push into the center. He firmed his grip on the staff, spirits lifting again. Onward, Xiaohua! Bai Fan shouted. The Titan Snail rumbled a low response and barreled toward the depths of the central forest with him on its back. Huff, huff, huff. Harsh breaths echoed through the trees. A disheveled figure tore through the undergrowth, too frantic to keep a sense of direction. Every few steps he glanced back, fury and terror warring in his eyes. He was a good-looking young man. Outside this place, he would have had girls screaming for him. Even compared with Bai Fan, he was only a notch below. Right now, though, his face was ghost white. Sweat soaked his hair and plastered it to his forehead, and panic distorted his features. Perched on his shoulder was a magnificent creature draped in fiery crimson plumage, its talons clutching his jacket. This was his contracted beast companion, the second-tier battle pet, known as the Blazing Phoenix. It wielded fire-type energy and, once fully grown, dominated the skies. Yet now it was listless. Blood smeared its sharp beak and whole patches of feathers had fallen away. Subai, stop struggling. Hand it over, and I might spare your life today. The shrill, greasy voice rang through the forest, brazen and unrestrained. Even without seeing the speaker, Subai could picture a smug grin. Subai let out a low snort, rage boiling in his eyes. Fatty Zhang, you bullying coward, pray I don't catch you alone. He glanced back, his gaze locking onto the pursuing figures. First into view came a hellhound the size of a calf, for hooves pounding the earth, twin heads bearing rows of fangs. On its back sat the rotund Zhang Tian, wobbling like a ball. The two had been at odds for years. Both were hailed as prodigies of their respective provinces and had clashed during an interschool exchange, parting on bad terms. Zhang Tian had nursed that grudge ever since, and when he ran into Su Bai in this central forest region today, he immediately joined 3 accomplices in a sneak attack, aiming to kill without hesitation. Ha! Zhang Tian's pudgy face twisted with contempt. Su Bai, did you really think this was your turf? Even if I'm alone, what can you do? Hand over that gold-grade gear and spare yourself some pain. As he spoke, he patted the hellhound's spine. The mount surged ahead, rapidly closing the gap. Wind howled and footsteps pounded ever nearer, darkening Su Bai's expression. If not for their numbers and the ambush, he would never have feared Zhang Tian. On any ordinary day, his blazing phoenix could simply lift him skyward, but in the opening clash Zhang Tian had crippled the bird's wings, cutting off his escape. Damn it, heartless bastard. Su Bai cursed under his breath, a flash of resolve gleaming in his eyes. The next instant he drew a data terminal from his storage gear, his final trump card. You've pushed me this far, so don't think you'll get away unscathed. With a cold hiss, he bit his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the beast-luring incense embedded in the terminal. Beast-luring incense is a staple for beast tamers. Whether you're ambushing an enemy or attracting monsters, it never fails. Because of its versatility, tamers have devised countless tricks. Heat it and the scent disperses instantly. Mix it with blood and it doubles a monster's ferocity. Su Bai now flipped open the hidden compartment behind his data terminal and let a drop of blood from his fingertip fall inside. Crackling like sparks in hot oil, the colorless mist flushed dark red the moment the blood touched it, then rolled outward on the wind. Roar! Within seconds the surrounding forest erupted in overlapping howls. The ground quivered, leaves trembled, weeds flattened, and countless fiends charged toward the scent, snapping branches and kicking up clouds of dust. Anyone hovering above Mingguang Island would have seen a plume of dust spiraling up from the central woods, the affected radius expanding at alarming speed. Is that a monster riot? Tongshi 6, hidden among the clouds, flickered into view and vanished again. In the cockpit, the burly pilot stared at the monitor and joked loudly. On the sofa, Xinyu lounged against the cushions, tipped back a swig of strong liquor, and glanced over lazily. Have fiery, little fellow. Su Bai? Tempered just like his sisters. She chuckled and looked at several other feeds. Zhang Tian, Su Lingyun, and the rest were silently closing in on Su Bai, faces dark and impatient. Captain, looks like Bai Fan is going to corrupt this entire batch of Qingbei freshmen. The pilot laughed at Shun Yes' amused expression. Ever since Bai Fan dreamed up the stunt of looting freshmen, the once proper training regimen had gone completely off the rails. Zhang Tian, Su Lingyun, and the others he had robbed began copying him, sweeping up other teams' monster points and supplies. Consequently, the difficulty soared. Only a quarter of the 2-month program had passed, yet the roster had already dropped from full capacity to 32. At this rate, the final rankings would be decided long before the deadline. Heshin Yes' smile cooled. She clearly didn't share the pilot's concern. And what's wrong with that? The sooner they adapt, the better their odds of staying alive. Real expeditions are orders of magnitude tougher than this drill fight monsters Hedon. Guard against rival teams, and watch out for the scum within our own ranks. Her voice was soft, yet carried the chill of ice. The pilot wasn't offended. He nodded again and again as a seasoned explorer himself. He knew exactly what she meant. The resources hidden in monster territories are staggeringly rich, like an untapped gold mine that draws countless covetous eyes. When a beastmaster enters such a zone, they must confront the monsters themselves, but any outsider can also turn into a rivaler, an enemy at a moment's notice. At the mention of those human scoundrels, the burly captain of Tangsha 6, shoulders broad as a bear's, felt a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. He knew that with beasts rampaging and monsters invading Blue Star, humanity was far from united. In the wake of destroyed homes and slaughtered families, cults had sprouted like weeds. The most notorious were the Church of Truth and the Dark Demon Court. The Church of Truth preached that all humanity should kneel before monster lords whose power rivaled that of gods. They worshipped these creatures, even kidnapping their own kind for live sacrifices. The Dark Demon Court was just as vile. They drained monster blood, dissected their bodies, and used the remains for brutal human experiments, trying to turn ordinary people into monster-like beings in exchange for terrifying strength. Because only a few on Blue Star could awaken as beastmasters, the Dark Demon Court drew an even larger following than the Church of Truth. Rumor had it that several nations were secretly trading with them. Rage roiled in the captain's chest. These human dregs did not deserve to be called his kin. He had clashed with both cults on previous missions and had personally taken their lives. To him, the Church of Truth and the Dark Demon Court had to be eradicated. Humph! Shunya's cold snort set her delicate features in stone. Painful memories surfaced, and she bit her lip until a bead of blood appeared. They deserve death, but those who cooperate with them deserve an even deeper hell. Even before her words faded, a killing intent almost tangible in its weight swept through the control room. Breaths caught, hair stood on end, and everyone felt a predator from the top of the food chain looming overhead. Fighting the urge to flee, the captain raised his voice. Commander, rein in your emotions. As her teammate, he knew all too well what disaster she could unleash if she truly lost control. If that happened, the Tangsha 6 would be the least of their worries. Mingguang Island below might vanish altogether. Damn it! Deep inside the central forest of Mingguang Island, Zhang Tian and his companions had just stepped among a stand of towering ancient trees when a chorus of monstrous roars and heavy, pounding footsteps rolled toward them. Their faces fell at once. No one had imagined Su Bai would go this far, had mixed his own blood with beast lure incense, driving every fiend in the surrounding area into a frenzy. Is that lunatic not afraid of being eliminated? The same thought flashed through their minds. Up ahead, Su Bai stumbled to a stop. His breathing was ragged, yet he still twisted around and laughed. You wanted to gang up on me and take my gear? Come on then. Let's see if you can survive a monster stampede. Before his words faded, Zhang Tian, Su Lingyun, Feng Xiao, and Zhao Tianhao appeared. Shock and fury etched across their faces. Are you out of your mind? Zhang Tian lunged forward, seized Su Bai by the collar, and growled. What good does starting a riot do you? In your condition, how will you escape? A manic light gleamed in Su Bai's eyes. Curling his lips into a sneer, he let his gaze pass over them one by one. You want the equipment on me? Whether I'm stripped bare or thrown out of the trial, what's the difference? Drop the act. You'd better figure out how to stay alive when the beasts arrive. He threw back his head and laughed, ignoring their anger. With a teleportation scroll in hand, the worst outcome for him was being forced off Mingguang Island and ending the freshman training early. If he could drag Zhang Tian's group down with him, the price was worth it. You. Zhang Tian froze, then flung Su Bai to the ground. His chest heaved, but he said nothing more. What now? He drew a deep breath and swept his eyes over their temporary team. The riot will keep spreading. The middle ring isn't safe anymore. If we stay, we're dead. Su Lingyun and Zhao Tianha's expressions darkened. If Zhang Tian hadn't stirred up trouble while they were tracking Bai Fan, they wouldn't be in this mess. Blame could wait. The monsters were closing in. If they were forced to use their teleportation scrolls and quit early, every private plan they carried would fall apart. Move. Head for the inner zone. Su Lingyun shot Zhang Tian a hard glare. We have to reach it before the riot grows any larger. Her judgment was clearly their best option. Mingguang Island's terrain resembled two concentric circles, an outer middle ring and an innermost zone, separated by a circular mountain range. Although this ridge can't compete with the mainland peaks, its height is still enough to keep most fiends away for the moment. Halfway up the slope, amid scattered boulders, a five-member squad paused and looked down at the scattered shapes roaming the forest below. Fiends are territorial, and the stronger ones hole up in the center, unwilling to leave. That invisible wall means that even when the outskirts riot, few dare charge into the core and provoke something stronger. Banking on that fact, the squad decided to survive first and settle accounts later, so their plan to go after Bai Fan would have to wait. Su Lingyun explained the logic and four heads nodded, but Feng Xiao objected loudly. So we're not hunting Bai Fan. If the horde wipes him out, we'll never get our stuff back. The words dragged them into an awkward reality. If Bai Fan left the island alive, the IOUs would become a permanent joke. If he died in the fiend tide, their loss was still irretrievable. Zhang Tian, who had also signed one of those notes, clenched his fists, his gaze flickering. Forget it, Su Lingyun said decisively. With his strength, he'll probably pull through. If he's unlucky and gets knocked out, that's our bad luck. She had the most to lose, yet she took the lead. The others traded looks and nodded silently. Fine move. Picking the side where the roars were thinner, the five pressed toward the center. The crunch of boots and clink of armor soon vanished into the trees. Once their figures were gone, Su Bai rose from behind the rocks, dusted off his trousers, and tossed a disdainful glance at the empty trail. Under the dim light he smirked. Bai Fan, huh? He knew the name well. Top national exam scorer. Genius who had bonded with the famed Titan Snail. Bai Fan had long been on his watch list. Still, the venom in those five voices baffled him. What kind of charm did Bai Fan have to offend elites like Su Lingyun and Zhang Tian all at once? He stowed his data pad. The job was done. No point in staying here as monster bait. Patting the flame bird on his shoulder, he forced his exhausted body into a run, heading deeper into the woods. He needed a safe spot before the next wave caught his scent. The next few days are going to be rough, he muttered, and slipped into the darkness. Elsewhere, Bai Fan was half reclined on the Titan Snail's massive gray-white shell, dozing. A rolling chorus of fiendish howls suddenly swept in. The ground quivered, dust sifted from the leaves, and stung his face. What the? He jolted awake, pupils contracting. Had only closed his eyes for a moment, yet the situation had exploded. A fiend tide had erupted in the central zone and was surging outward like a tsunami. Even though it hadn't reached him yet, the chaotic aura chilled his blood. Who's the maniac that set off every fiend in the middle? He cursed, a vein throbbing at his temple. Beneath him, the Titan Snail slowly lifted its shell. Its heavy breathing told him it sensed the danger too. Realizing the spot they were in, even Bai Fan's face paled. Deep inside Mingguang Island, the central zone, normally stifling and silent, had erupted into chaos. The racket Su Bai stirred up earlier was like a spark tossed into dry grass, driving every monster in the area mad. Pairs of crimson eyes flared in the murky forest, and a savage aura swept through the trees. At first the creatures sprinted in the same direction, chasing the scent of beast lure incense. When the aroma abruptly vanished, they spun on the nearest living thing they could find, even their own kind. Boom, boom, boom. Muffled blasts rumbled from the depths of the woodland, and with each detonation fresh beasts plunged into the melee. Bai Fan had once surveyed the terrain from the dropship Tingsha 6, and guessed at least 70 to 80,000 monsters lived here. Now the entire region was in full revolt, a threat bordering on catastrophe. Which bastard just kicked the hornet's nest? He muttered. With the commotion this loud, every rookie in the central sector might end up dead. He ordered the Titan Snail to shrink to palm size and perch on his shoulder. Man and beast slipped through the undergrowth as quietly as they could. In the past, they'd roamed without restraint. Now the faintest clash of weapons or whiff of blood could summon a tidal wave of monsters in seconds. The ground suddenly erupted. Boom. A pitch-black shadow shot upward, shrieking straight at Hima's segmented worm coated in black fur. Each swollen ring as hard as a steel hoop. Its head split wide, revealing dagger-like fangs that gleamed with cold light, more than capable of shredding a human in an instant. Really? Can't you stay quiet for one moment? Bai Fan was ready. He slid back a step, and the phantom blade flashed. Swish, one stroke, and the worm fell in two, spraying black blood but making no sound loud enough to draw distant packs. He kept his revolver, Shadow Behemoth, in its holster. Too much noise. The result looked almost absurd. A life staff in his left hand, the phantom blade in his right, a miniature Titan Snail squatting on his shoulder. Odd as it seemed, it was his strongest setup for now. The life staff added a flat 100 points to every attribute and sped up stamina recovery. The phantom blade left its sheath in silence, perfect for stealth. Even so, Bai Fan's frown deepened. He and Tiny Snail could handle 100, maybe 200 beasts, but with the whole sector boiling, one misstep could drown them under an endless tide. For the first time, a hint of real worry clouded his face. The worm's carcass hit the ground with a wet thud, and in its wake a pool of inky blood spread, reeking of iron and rot. Even Bai Fan, hardened by years of carnage, wrinkled his nose. The stench was almost unbearable for the monsters whose senses were far keener than his. The muffled boom of the kill rolled through the woods like distant thunder, and answering roars closed in from every direction until the very earth began to tremble. The scent of human flesh mixed with fresh blood was a flaming beacon, igniting every creature lurking in the shadows and fanning their frenzy. Trouble! Bai Fan cursed under his breath. He scooped up Little Snail and sprinted, desperate to find cover before the monsters could encircle him. He had barely broken into a run when a dozen pairs of crimson eyes flashed in the gloom. More than 10 gale wolves had raced ahead of the pack, cutting him off with terrifying speed. Each wolf was the size of a calf, and their interlocking fangs gleamed like frost inside half-open jaws. Bai Fan's face darkened, though his heart pounded. One wolf alone was nothing, but clearing them all in the short time he had would be hard, and time was exactly what he lacked. Howl! Drawn by the blood, the wolves let out a savage, ecstatic cry and charged without hesitation. Bai Fan saw every detail. Thick drool dripped from their maws, and their hunger for his flesh almost felt solid. Damn, eaten this fast. The thought flashed, and he swung his life staff. A fist-sized orb of earthen light formed at the tip, the spell's shape and release now taking him barely a second. He hurled it, slicing the air with a sharp crack. Flash! The orb burst, and a yellow-brown halo swept across 50 meters of ground. Needle-shaped spikes erupted from the earth. Not even the wolves' blistering charge could outrun them. In a heartbeat, every beast was skewered like a gourd on a spit. The luckier ones, spared a vital hit, writhed and howled as they bled among the spears. The heavier stench of blood billowed outward, and the wolves' dying screams echoed through the trees, summoning more monsters like a death knell. Unseen creatures stomped closer, rattling loose stones and promising an even fiercer attack. Whoever started this riot, they'll skin them and hang them as bait. Bai Fan snarled, tightening his grip on the swift blade sword before bolting toward a towering tree in the distance. Breaking through the encirclement now was suicide. He needed high ground and a breather to plan his next move. The tree soared nearly 30 meters, its trunk broader than a doorway. Pressing close, Bai Fan scrambled upward, using the swift blade as a pivot and spring. In less than a minute he stood solidly on a massive branch 20 meters up, breathing steady, a benefit of his enhanced physique. And at that very moment, the blood-crazed monsters he had scented were arriving below. A ferocious roar tore through the forest as a swarm of rampaging beasts burst into view, charging straight toward Bai Fan. They came in every shape and size, each more unsettling than the last. A wind wolf the size of a calf bared rows of ivory fangs. A 5-meter python slid through the undergrowth, its scales flashing a cold metallic sheen. A hulking Minotaur lurched upright, its heavy breaths rasping like a bellows. And among them stood the first monster Bai Fan had ever encountered, a goblin. Yet this goblin was nothing like its kin from the Tsongfing Mountains. Even a chieftain there still looked scrawny, but this one stood nearly 1.5 meters tall, sinewy muscles bulging beneath emerald skin and veins crawling across its arms. It hefted a blood-stained bone club and, instead of retreating from the wind wolves and minotaurs beside it, growled a low warning. Monster, enraged goblin elite. Level, 16. Combat style, melee. Skills, intimidate, power strike, whirling throw. Type, mutant. Notes, body enhanced by abyssal energy, far stronger than ordinary goblins, vicious and violent. Those stats flickered before Bai Fan's eyes. A goblin like that could have ruled an entire tribe, yet to him it was still just fodder. He sensed something far more dangerous hidden within this horde. On the clearing below, dozens of monsters crowded together. Species meant nothing. The same crimson light burned in every eye, and guttural growls slipped from every jaw. The stench of blood drove them wild as they fixated on the corpses of several wind wolves. At last a plated, mutated crocodile lost the last shred of restraint. It lumbered forward on thick legs and lunged at the stilt-witching wolves, greedy for living flesh. Monsters believed nothing tasted better than fresh meat. The moment the crocodile broke ranks, the dam burst. The rest surged after it, biting, howling, even tearing apart their own fallen. The surviving wind wolves, eyes blazing red, quickly joined the frenzy. Perched on a thick branch overhead, Bai Fan watched the carnage unfold, his gaze calm and clear. Until they reached elite rank, these creatures had almost no intelligence. In their world there was no such thing as an ally. Cannibalism was commonplace. If he did not need to stay hidden, he would have dropped another earth spike spell just to deepen the chaos. More than 100 monsters now packed the clearing, many already fighting for the smallest scrap of flesh. One Earth Spike spell could probably wipe these creatures out in a single blast. Bai Fan tightened his grip on the staff, but forced the impulse down. The chill of unseen eyes still lingered. The air reeked of blood. Starting another fight now would only pour fuel on the flames. The next wave of monsters would come in twice, even 10 times the numbers. Better wait. He repeated the words silently, then perched on a branch as thick as his wrist and scanned the area. Dust clouds churned, streaked with flashes of skill light. Roars, explosions, and the desperate shouts of freshmen erupted in a chaotic chorus. If he opened the data terminal now, the survival count would have dropped yet again. Huff huff. Harsh breaths split the quiet as a slim figure rode a snow-white tiger through the forest. The girl, Yi Yao, brandished a guandao over 2 meters long, its blade slicing through vines and branches that blocked her path. Behind her, a tide of monsters surged, their roars blending into a single howl. Moments earlier she had slain a level 25 boss. The spiked armored crocodile and hadn't even had time to loot the corpse before beasts from the central zone swarmed her. She fought her way out, but her stamina and focus were nearly spent, while the monsters still dogged her heels, giving her no chance to recover. TCH. She downed a basic stamina potion, spat out the bitter dregs, and glanced back, rage and frustration on her delicate face. Whoever caused this mess, don't let me find you, or it'll make you regret your own birth. With 1,000 monsters surging like a black tide, all she could do was keep running. Help! Somebody help me! The shrill cry pierced the din. 2 figures burst from the shadows ahead. The rotund Zhang Tian astride a 2-headed hellhound, with the wiry Lu Ming clinging behind him. Earlier they had planned with Su Lingyun and the others to cross the middle zone and shelter in the center. Plans changed. The rampaging monsters closed in the moment they set out. After a brief, brutal fight, enemy numbers exploded, and they were forced to split up. Help! Please help! Spotting the girl on the white tiger, guandao in hand, Zhang Tian and Lu Ming's eyes lit up and they shouted themselves hoarse. In the next instant, they watched her charge toward them. Great, a kind-hearted freshman. Luck's finally on our side. Joy surged in their chests, but only for a heartbeat, because they also saw the roaring tide of monsters behind her and the flashing guandao sweeping ever closer. Yi Yao ranked second nationwide in this year's Longwa Beastmaster College entrance exam. She has formed a contract with a first sequence hidden beast, the Peijun White Tiger. Thanks to its growth potential, the Peijun White Tiger sits among the top 20 known beasts on Blue Star and, at full power, could even trade blows with a demon god. Although still a juvenile at level 21, it can already defeat leader-class fiends several levels higher. With the tiger's overwhelming strength, Yi Yao holds a solid second place among the freshmen, her score nearly tied with the top student, Shun Mingwei. The two often swap positions, their rivalry intense. Deep in the central forest, Yi Yao sped forward on the Peijun White Tiger. The Jungle King crushed fallen leaves beneath its paws, after images flickering as the horde of rampaging monsters fell farther behind. Moments earlier, however, they had battled a leader-class monster and were badly drained. They could not keep this pace for long. Yi Yao was weighing new tactics when a desperate scream sliced through the air. Up ahead, 2 students burst from the bushes on a 2-headed hellhound. A faint smile curved across Yi Yao's delicate face. Perfect timing. She patted the tiger's back. Roar. The white tiger's bellow rattled the forest as its massive frame surged forward, leaves swirling in its wake. A 2-meter glaive twirled into a crescent in Yi Yao's grip, and she closed the distance almost in unison with her mount. Overwhelmed by the level gap, the hellhound shivered, its legs buckling. Lu Ming and Zhang Tian, elated a heartbeat earlier, froze in shock. The glaive's flat slammed into Lu Ming's back, catapulting both riders toward the pursuing monsters. Thanks for covering my retreat, I owe you. Yi Yao called over her shoulder, still smiling. The tiger vanished into the woods. Aya! Lu Ming and Zhang Tian crashed to the ground with shrill cries. Thud! Thud! They rolled through the mud, the world spinning. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I here? The questions thundered through their dazed minds while pain confirmed this was no illusion. Damn it! That girl's no saint. Regaining his senses, Zhang Tian plopped down and slapped his thigh in fury. Their supposed ally had turned them into bait. But as the fiend's roars drew closer, he could only haul Lu Ming to his feet and scramble away. Shock, humiliation, and panic tangled together, leaving him with a single burning thought. What on earth is happening to this world? Not even a shred of trust? Zhang Tian cursed inwardly. He slapped Lu Ming, who was still reeling from that near-fatal slash hard on the shoulder. Snap out of it. Get your beast out here to cover our retreat. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he was already dragging Lu Ming toward the 2-headed hellhound. A glance over his shoulder revealed the dark tide of monsters closing in, and his voice grew sharp. One more second, and they'd be ripped to pieces. Reluctance flashed across Lu Ming's face, but he still raised his hand and summoned the shadow earthworm. While the 2 men clambered onto the hellhound's back, the WYRM burst from the ground, its massive body blocking the vanguard of the horde. Instead of charging Hedon, It followed Lu Ming's command and furiously churned up the earth, carving a crisscross maze of trenches. At 18th rank, a frontal fight would have torn the WIRM apart in an instant. Slowing the charge was the smarter play. The trenches had barely formed when the first agile demons skidded to a stop, but the beast tied behind them was already in full stampede. The rear ranks slammed forward, trampling those in front into paste and shoving the entire mob across the gaps. Within a few breaths, the shadow earthworm had taken dozens of rending blows. Its bulk was shredded. In that same heartbeat, a small chunk of bloody flesh hit the ground, wriggled once, and slipped silently into the depths of the soil. A wet gasp sounded on the hellhound's back as Lu Ming coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face draining of color. Inside his beast companion space, the earthworm had shrunk to a tenth of its original size and lay near death. Tears shimmered in his eyes. Zhang Tian patted him on the leg, his tone softer but still firm. Hold it together. Who knows how many this demon riot will knock out. The longer we last, the more loot we take. He pulled a bottle of water from his storage gear and shoved it into Lu Ming's hand. Rinse your mouth, blood will attract even more of them. Next up, we settle things with that nasty woman. Lu Ming wiped his face, swallowed his frustration, and took the bottle. The roar of distant combat drifted to Bai Fan's ears. Squatting on a thick branch 20 meters up, he looked down at the demons prowling below and sighed. Could have guessed that after devouring the gale wolves, these things still wouldn't leave. They just circled the giant tree, low, savage growls rumbling in their throats. Great, their sense of smell is insane if even I can catch the scent. He muttered the complaint, then sat cross-legged. Fine, head wait them out. Little snail, here's snack time. He dug out his last few packs of dry rations and shared them with the tiny creature. They had barely taken a few bites when the demons below began to move again. Roars split the air as Bai Fan watched a swarm of monsters circle the massive tree beneath him. The scarlet light in their eyes deepened, and thick saliva dripped from razor-sharp fangs, pooling beside the roots. A nauseating stench spiraled up the trunk, instantly ruining his snack-time mood. He stuffed the food back into his storage gear, narrowed his eyes, and scanned the surroundings. This sudden agitation clearly meant something on the island had changed, and he had yet to find out what. Another piercing howl cut through his thoughts. From the outer ring, a demonized goblin lunged forward, powerful legs propelling its squat body like an arrow toward the trunk. Reaching the base, it kicked off and actually sprang 1.5 meters into the air higher than its own height, yet laughably short of the 20-plus-meter branches overhead. Perched among the leaves, Bai Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Was the creature trying to kill him with comedy? Thud, thud, thud. Failing to grab its target, the goblin flew into a rage and swung a massive bone club against the trunk. Vibrations rippled upward, shaking loose a shower of leaves. Everything on Mingguang Island was warped by magic, and the towering tree beneath him boasted wood so dense that, though not as tough as steel, it was far beyond what a single goblin could split. The bark merely dented, which only fueled the goblin's fury. Its blows grew even wilder. Bai Fan drove his featherlight sword into the bark to steady himself and kept a close eye on the ground. Ordinary beasts lacked intellect, yet this goblin had chosen to smash the trunk first. Someone, or something, had to be directing it. Once the first strike landed, the rest could no longer restrain their bloodlust. A dozen more demonized goblins charged in, flanked by minotaurs over 3 meters tall and a python nearly 5 meters long. At least 100 creatures converged. With brute force alone, they could uproot the tree. Boom, boom, boom. Heavy impacts pounded one after another, and the great tree shook as if caught in a storm, swaying hard within seconds. Damn it, Bai Fan's heart sank. If this kept up, the tree would topple, and a fall from 20 meters would leave even his enhanced body half crippled. Cursing under his breath, he stared down at the monsters and made up his mind. With one hand, Bai Fan gripped the hilt of the Qingling's sword to keep his balance, while the other swept up the staff of life. Ochre earth energy gathered at the staff's tip and, in a heartbeat, condensed into an egg-sized sphere. A snap of his wrist sent the orb streaking downward. The moment it touched the ground, it exploded. Tawny shockwaves rippled outward from the base of the tree beneath him, and the earth within 50 meters shuddered. Crack! A forest of razor-sharp spikes erupted from the soil, spearing the demons packed tight around the roots. A chorus of guttural screams rose, thick with the stench of blood. In mere seconds, the earth spike spell wiped out almost every one of the 100 or so creatures. The few that escaped being skewered were crippled by the dying flail of their companions. With the crushing weight gone, the tree beneath Bai Fan finally stopped shaking. He looked down at the mangled ground, his face a shade paler. Even 20 meters up, the coppery smell was nauseating. Damn it, this can't go on. The stench will draw every demon for miles, and I can barely stand it myself, he muttered, scanning every shadow beneath the branches. The nearby foes were gone, but the creature that had been hiding behind them still hadn't shown itself. The longer he delayed, the worse his odds became, and the fresh corpses would soon turn the whole area into a beacon for monsters, a scene he had no desire to face. Come on, Shaowa, we need a new battlefield. He tapped the little snail resting on his shoulder, sending it a mental warning to stay alert. Then he wrenched the Qingling's sword from the trunk and began working his way down, inch by inch. He had descended less than 10 meters. Whoosh! A shrill hiss split the air beside his ear. Bai Fan's heart lurched. With no time to look back, he heaved on the sword, flipped himself upside down, and froze in place a breath above where had been. An instant later, a dark green water bolt skimmed past his boots, punched clean through the massive trunk, and flew on for dozens of meters. As he stared, shaken, a corrosive sizzle rose from the puncture, blue smoke curling from the wood. Whatever that green liquid was, it packed both power and poison. Dirty trick, he spat. Attacking while I'm climbing, since when did demons get this smart? While Bai Fan was still reeling from the close call, a dark green silhouette burst from the undergrowth 50 meters away. It was a three-turtle, frog-like fiend. Its powerful hind legs were as thick as bridge piers, grinding the earth with every landing. Bulging boils covered its back, oozing dark green venom that filled the air with a sickly sweet stench. Croak! The monster hit the ground and let out an angry, confused roar, astonished that the human ant nearby had dodged its earlier strike. Damn it, the venomous frog king. Bai Fan, still balanced upside down on the hilt of the Qingling's sword, felt his expression darken. An identification panel flashed before his eyes. Creature, venomous frog king. Rank, boss, level 30. Affinity, poison. Combat style, melee and ranged. Skills, venom spit, long tongue strike, crushing leap. Type, mutant. At level 30, the venomous frog king was infamous for being the toughest foe of its tier. Its raw strength wasn't the highest among bosses, but its deadly toxins let it roam central Mingguang Island unchecked. Even Bai Fan would rather fight 2 other level 30 bosses at once than face this creature. A chorus of shrill croaks suddenly echoed through the trees. Bai Fan glanced sideways and saw 10 of the Frog King's underlings bounding out of the forest. Each was a level 25 venomous frog, and together they were as troublesome as the winged demon tiger he had once encountered. This is bad, he drew a silent breath, forcing down his tension. The greater the danger, the calmer he had to be. He knew today would be a brutal fight. With 10 meters left to the ground, he drew the Qingling's sword in one smooth motion and leaped from the branch. Bang! He landed with knees slightly bent, bleeding off the impact completely. At the same moment, Shaowa, who had been perched on his shoulder, leaped off and hit the ground as a 7-meter Colossus Titan form fully activated, its massive shell gleaming with a metallic sheen. Croak! 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 The 10 venomous frogs didn't wait for their king's command. Their muscular legs slammed the ground as they vaulted more than 10 meters, closing on Bai Fan and Shaowa in a heartbeat. Maws opened, bellies swelled, and a green haze churned. They were about to spit venom. But Bai Fan had already issued a silent order to Shaowa. With a Titan Snail, loosed a deafening screech. Its massive shell vibrated. The air itself hammered into visible ripples. The roar solidified into a concussive blast that swept outward in every direction when Shaowa opened its huge mouth. The toxic demon snails poised to spit their venomous darts suddenly froze as the sound wave swept over them, their grotesque bodies rigid as though half turned to stone. This was Little Snail's newly awakened talent, Psychic Dread. Any creature whose intelligence was lower than Little Snail's would be stunned by the mental blast. Little Snail, gotta take out those poison frogs first. Bai Fan barked, snapping up his revolver, Shadow Behemoth, and flooding it with stamina. In a heartbeat, a quarter of his energy drained away, and the 5-round cylinder filled with seething power. Bang! 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 Bai Fan raised his arm and squeezed the trigger in rapid succession, muzzle flashes blooming among the trees. He was no professional marksman, but at this range he could not miss. 5 rounds punched into 5 demon frog skulls, and foul, stinking gore burst outward. He did not stop to inspect the kills. Using the recoil, he slid back until his spine hit a thick trunk, then reloaded Shadow Behemoth with practiced speed. At the same moment, Little Snail charged in, its antennae swinging like twin hammers, smashing the remaining stunned frogs into pulp. As the dizziness wore off, the 5 wounded poison frogs let out furious, pained croaks. Fixing their blood-red eyes on Bai Fan, they opened their jaws and formed dark green, foul-smelling bolts of venom. Whoosh! 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 5 poisonous arrows tore through the air almost at once, streaking toward Bai Fan. Yet he stayed calm, still focused on the reload as though oblivious to the deadly attack. Thunk! An immense silhouette swept across at the last possible instant. Titan Snail, Little Snail. The venomous dart slammed into its massive shell, leaving no trace, and shattered into putrid spray. Suddenly Little Snail uttered a piercing screech. A few droplets had splashed onto its exposed flesh, and the caustic venom hissed, eating tiny pits into its body even through Titan form's defense. Little Snail was hurt at first. Bai Fan's face tightened. Damn, these frogs are even more toxic than I thought. Despite the shock, his hands never stopped moving. Shadow Behemoth was loaded again, and its muzzle tracked the injured yet still snarling frogs. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a vast shadow fell over him. Ribbit! A contemptuous roar ripped through the air, and the moment Bai Fan raised his gun to take aim, a colossal shadow engulfed him. Instinctively he looked up. The venomous Toad King, fangs bared, hurtled down from the sky, its massive bulk descending like a falling mountain. At the same time, a barbed, blood-red tongue lashed out with a shrill screech. Its spikes glinted coldly, promising to tear off flesh with the slightest touch. Bai Fan's eyes hardened. His left hand clamped onto Little Snail's heavy shell while his mind raced. In a blur, he swung up his revolver, Shadow Behemoth, and fired 5 shots straight at the monster overhead. The high-explosive rounds punched into the Toad King's hide, yet the instant they touched its toxic flesh, the bullets fizzled as though dissolved by acid. The explosions snuffed out before they could spark. Whoosh! The barbed tongue closed in. Bai Fan's boots dug in, but a ghostly afterimage was all that remained where he had stood. Little Snail had received the order. Titan charge. The sturdy shell slammed forward, carrying Bai Fan sideways at unbelievable speed. Boom! The tongue smashed into the ground head just left, blowing earth and stone apart, and carving a crater 2 meters wide and half a meter deep. Venom hissed along the pit's walls, eating into the soil and sending up dark smoke. 30 meters away, Bai Fan and Little Snail skidded to a halt. Phew, that was close. Bai Fan exhaled sharply, glancing at the ominous pit with a chill down his spine. Had he hesitated, he would already be flayed open. He slapped Little Snail's shell. Came through when it counted, buddy. Moments earlier, while firing in defense, had ordered Little Snail to unleash Titan charge. Only that split-second move had saved them from the Toad King's killing blow. Damn it, this venomous Toad King fights dirty, Bai Fan growled. The creature was level 30, a full 14 levels above Little Snail. Even with Titan body activated, putting their stats on par or slightly ahead, its lethal venom was the real problem. Ordinary venomous toads could corrode Little Snail's shell. As their leader, the Toad King's toxins had to be exponentially worse. Little Snail let out a rumbling hiss. Its huge eyes locked on the airborne Toad King, eager to charge. Bai Fan soothed it with a pat. Hold it, pal. We clear out its minions first. He knew that if they clashed head-on with the Toad King now, the remaining venomous toads would swarm them, and their situation would grow far more precarious. While comforting Little Snail, Bai Fan swept his life staff through the air, sending a crimson beam straight into her body. It was the first time he had ever used this skill rage. Until now, every monster they had faced, no matter how strong, had fallen to their raw power, so had never needed any extra boost. But this level 30 venomous Toad King pressed down on them with a weight they had never felt before. On Brightlight Island, the only creature that could rival it was the level 30 Lord class beast their instructor, Xinyu, had mentioned. Challenging such a monster today had never been part of Bai Fan's plan. There was plenty of time, and he had intended to come back once Little Snail leveled up. Now, though, some nameless bastard had sparked a massive monster riot in the central zone and blown his plans to pieces. The moment rage ended, Bai Fan fell back. 1 Earth Spike spell and 2 full reloads for the Shadow Behemoth's revolver, plus the rage cast, had drained his stamina bar to 1/5. That number was alarmingly low. He had enough left for only 1 more Earth Spike. Gwark! The venomous Toad King landed with a furious croak, and its 5 minions poisonous slime snails launched themselves forward on thick hind legs, dark green toxin bolts trailing behind them. Little Snail, tie them up, Bai Fan barked, retreating while tightening his grip on the life staff and fishing a looted stamina potion from his pack. Pop! He yanked out the cork and, without taking his eyes off the battlefield, slammed the liquid down his throat. Guh! The bitterness exploded across his tongue. His first stamina potion tasted even worse than the rumors, like bitter melon juice mixed with spinach puree and seasoned with rot. No time to gag. He forced it down, grabbed a second bottle, and did it again. The warmth hit instantly. His stamina, once at 1/5, shot back to 1/2, vitality surging into his limbs. Half a bar good enough, he judged, eyes fixed on Little Snail as she rushed the enemy. The life staff swept up once more. Thud! 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 5 venom-tipped bolts slammed into Little Snail's thick shell, splattering poison everywhere and drawing a pained cry. Yet in her rage state, the pain only fueled her ferocity. Her huge eyes quickly flushed crimson. 2 trunk-like feelers whipped about like steel lashes, crashing into the oncoming poison snails. In the blink of an eye, Little Snail crushed 2 of the 5 attackers despite the searing agony coursing through her. A level 30 leader class monster, the venomous Toad King. Inside the hovering Tangsha 6 above Mingguang Island, the burly Captain Lao Sen stared at the surveillance monitor and couldn't hold back a low curse. On screen, Bai Fan was locked in a brutal struggle with the giant toad, a creature whose rare poison affinity let it dominate anything at its rank. Lao San's breath caught, and he silently sweated for the rookie below. Bad odds, he muttered. Against any other monster, Bai Fan might crack the top 3, maybe even take first. But running into the venomous Toad King? That's just rotten luck. No sooner had he spoken than the co-pilot, Shinyu, fixed her gaze on Bai Fan's feet. The teen stood tall on the screen, teeth clenched as he hunted for an opening between clouds of toxin and the lashing tongue. Shinyu's lips curved in a lazy smile as she turned toward Lao San. Lao San, how about a bet? She said, straight to the point. An eyebrow shot up. He hesitated. Shinyu was as deadly as she was beautiful, but she had one quirk: she loved to gamble and loved to back out even more. Had been burned before, so his first worry wasn't the wager, it was seeing the payout. A captain, what are the stakes? He asked with a dry chuckle. Shunyu's delicate brow arched, and she shot him a glare sharp enough to cut steel. Afraid he'll stiff you? We'll bet on whether Bai Fan survives the Toad King's assault. If he's knocked out, he'll hand you a brand new Tungsha 7 transport. Lao San's pulse spiked. The Tungsha 7 had just been issued to elite frontline squads. It outperformed the 6 by nearly double and carried Dragon Nation's newest maglite cannon, a blast equal to a peak gold ranker's full strike. Flying one was his dream. Seeing the spark in his eyes, Shinyu pressed on. You know how hard those are to snag. Opportunities knocking. In or out. The struggle on his face deepened. The dream was right there, yet memories of Shunyu's past deal reversals flashed through his mind, each ending with him in tears. Let me think, he muttered, still glued to the monitor. On screen, Bai Fan dodged another jet of venom while the forest behind him blackened and crumbled. Shinyu leaned back with a half smile. What's wrong? Afraid to lose? Or afraid you'll win and he'll bail? Alausen wiped the sweat from his brow. For now, I'm just listening. If I win and you back out, I'd rather not bet in the first place. He had no intention of ever feeling the pain of losing another Tungsha 7. What's wrong? Think you've already won? Noticing the hesitation on Lao San's rugged face, Shunyu's lips curled into a cold sneer. Come on, big guy, dare to bet or not? If you lose, I won't ask for money. Just hand over that batch of monkey wine you brought back from the front. The words monkey wine hit Lao San like a sledgehammer. His gaze flicked between the sleek Tungsha 7 and the crate of precious liquor. If he lost, he'd be out only a few jars of wine. If he won, the newest Tungsha 7 would be his. The odds looked solidly in his favor. Deal. He bared a row of gleaming teeth. He'll bet with you, Captain. I say Bai Fan can't possibly survive the venomous Toad King. He'll definitely be eliminated. Shunyu's delicate features blossomed into a bright smile. Good. It's settled. If Bai Fan really walks away from that thing, don't you dare weasel out. Folding her arms, she could already picture Lao San obediently handing over the Tungsha 7. Lao San laughed it off. A freshman, even one who'd placed first nationwide in the Dragon Kingdom's beast-taming exam scalp, hoped to contend with a level 30 boss-class venomous Toad King. Forget Bai Fan. Even pampered elites like Shin Mingwei and Yi Yao would have to run for their lives. There was no way he could lose. In his mind, he was already soaring across the sky in the cockpit of the Tungsha 7. Meanwhile, completely unaware of the wager, Bai Fan was fully focused on the battlefield. From the edge of the clearing, he stared at the boiling mass of flesh and toxic mist in the center, regulating his breathing to regain stamina while quietly gathering power for his next move. At the heart of the fight, the Titan Snail Shao was locked in a melee with 5 venomous toads. In mere seconds, it had blasted 3 of them into pulp with its massive shell and thick tentacles. The last 2 were on their last legs, yet Shao was badly wounded as well, especially beneath its neck, where the Toad King's acid had seared a ragged hole that still sizzled with green vapor. The venomous Toad King, like Bai Fan, remained on the periphery, watching coldly. Its bloated skin rippled, and its throat sacs swelled and contracted, ready to spit another stream of lethal sludge at any moment. Just hold on a little longer, Bai Fan told himself, arcs of electricity dancing between his palms as he prepared to strike. Roar! Shao let out an ear-splitting screech, its 2 tentacles sweeping out to smash the last pair of venomous toads into paste. Bang! Bang! Bones and poisonous blood erupted, gouging 2-foot-deep craters in the ground. With that done, the threatened beast snapped its head up, locked onto the Toad King, and charged with thunderous fury. Croak! The venomous Toad King showed no reaction to its minions' deaths, emitting a low, contemptuous bellow. Its scarlet eyes gleamed with almost human scorn. Noticing the venomous Toad King's disdain, Shao let out a furious screech. Her 2 whip-thick antennae lashed through the air, ripping it apart as a shrill whistle drifted across the ruins. Relying on attributes far beyond her rank, she bolted forward like an out-of-control war chariot. The instant before they collided, the Toad King's pillar-like hind legs kicked off the ground. Shards of stone burst upward, and his massive frame blurred into a phantom, vanishing from Shao Wa's sight. Alarmed by the sudden displacement, she spun around and looked anxiously toward her master. A heartbeat later, carried by explosive strength, the Toad King soared into the sky. His looming shadow blotted out the sun as he appeared directly above Bai Fan. Croak! 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 He crowed triumphantly. Peering down at the insignificant human, the monster's maw split wide. A barbed tongue shot out with his dive, aiming to swallow Bai Fan whole and let venom melt him from the inside. Yet Bai Fan showed no fear. Only calm resolve glimmered in his eyes. The chance he had waited for was finally here. No longer holding back, he swung his life staff. A blaze of crimson erupted, a sphere of searing fire rocketed upward, skimming the descending tongue and heading straight for the Toad King's gaping jaws. Fire burst. Ever since evading the ambush last time, Bai Fan had been preparing this strike. He had downed 2 stamina potions to shorten the casting time, convinced the Toad King would eventually target him again. Staying at the rear, he waited for this very moment. As the fireball streaked skyward, the poisoned tongue whipped toward Bai Fan's chest. Timing it perfectly, he let a cold smile creep across his lips, twisted aside, and executed the move that had made him famous in his previous life, lazy donkey roll. It looked clumsy, but it dodged the lethal strike by a hair's breadth. Boom. The tongue smashed into the ground, carving a 2-meter crater and sending dust and rubble flying. The shockwave slammed him, making him tumble several times, but he barely noticed. Regaining his footing, he snapped his gaze to the sky. The fireball he had nursed in his palm plunged unerringly into the Toad King's open mouth. Kaboom! A thunderous blast ripped the heavens. Fire roared outward, and a furnace-hot wave exploded from the monster's vulnerable throat. No venom, however potent, could withstand the carnage of a rocket-grade detonation. The colossal body was torn apart from within, shredding into bloody fragments. A crimson downpour mixed with dark green toxin rained across the battlefield, filling the air with a harsh, acidic stench. Flesh and poison sizzled on contact with the ground, corroding it into a pitted landscape beneath the place where the venomous Toad King had hovered moments before. Even Bai Fan was almost caught by the unexpected strike. Only a quick backward roll saved him. Moments later, droplets of blood splattered the spot where he had stood, eating an arm-thick hole into the ground. Without that tumble, the same ghastly cavity would have been punched straight through his body. With a final convulsion, the venomous demon Toad King went limp and died, its massive form collapsing into a pool of blood. Bai Fan exhaled a long, shaky breath. Since contracting the Titan Snail and officially becoming a beast tamer, this had been his most perilous, grueling fight yet. He was still standing. Ha! The exhilaration of survival surged through him. He threw back his head and laughed 3 times, his voice echoing across the empty gorge. At the sound, the little snail charged over, dragging its enormous shell. Its 2 feelers waved in excitement, but with every twitch the acid burned wound beneath its neck spasmed, pain flickering across its face. It's over, little snail, we did it. Bai Fan bent down and patted the hard shell. Seeing the blood still seeping from the wound, a flash of concern crossed his eyes. He silently swore that their next goal was to secure a healing-type skill for the snail. The little snail suddenly let out an urgent cry, its feelers rubbing against his arm. Following the gesture, Bai Fan turned to see a dark green gleam flickering among the shredded flesh where the Toad King had fallen. What is that? With a raised brow, he stepped forward. Corrosive blood had burned a deep pit into the ground, white smoke curling from the rocks. At the center lay a crystal about the size of his palm, emitting a dim green glow. Its surface rippled like liquid, yet it remained untouched by the poisonous blood surrounding it. A magic core? He whispered. He had seen such rare items only in textbooks and library holograms, and now one lay before him. Given the Toad King's strength, a core was expected, but this one was enormous, easily over a kilogram. At market rates, a kilogram of ordinary cores would earn him a tenth of a small target, but poison attribute cores were exceptionally scarce, worth 2 to 3 times as much. By his rough math, everything had gained so far, plus this poison core, pushed his net worth close to half a small target. Heh, high risk, high reward indeed. Grinning, Bai Fan drew the swift blade, eased the tip into the bloody pit, and carefully lifted the dark green crystal free. Unwilling to risk barehanded contact, he used the sword as a tray and stowed both the core and the swift blade inside his storage space. This kid, he actually won. Inside the cockpit of the Tungsha 6, Captain Lao Sen stared at the live feed on the main screen, his thick fingers digging into the armrest, his face a mix of shock and resentment. On screen, every casual gesture from Bai Fan announced 2 facts. Lao Sen had just lost the brand new Tungsha 7 transport, and those crates of vintage liquor were about to change hands. Of course he won. Who did you think taught him? I handpicked the kid myself, Shinyu said from the co-pilot seat, slim arms folded, a smug smile on her pretty face. Talent-wise, he's only a tiny step behind where I was at his age. Lao Sen swallowed hard. The price tag on a Tungsha 7 stabbed at his heart, but all he managed was a dry laugh. Shinyu gave him no time to recover. She lifted a hand. Come on, quit stalling. Hand over the liquor you owe me. At the word liquor, Lao San's expression darkened, yet he still tried to save face. Captain, stop talking yourself up. Back when you and Bai Fan were at the same level, you couldn't even handle a Venom Toad King. He had accepted defeat, but he refused to lose the verbal duel. Shinyu snorted, her smile freezing for a second. Pride was in her bones, But even she had to admit it, Bai Fan's current strength already dwarfed hers at the same age. If he kept this pace, the record she had just set as Longwo's youngest master-level beast tamer might fall to him in a few short years. A flicker of melancholy crossed her mind. It lasted only a heartbeat. She tossed her head, casting off the feeling, her voice cold and crisp. Less chatter. Bring out the liquor. One more delay, and he'll ground the entire Tungsha 6. Knowing his captain's temper, Lao San could only pout and haul several crates of wax-sealed spirits from the storage locker. Bottles clinked against wood, each sound a stab to his heart, but he didn't dare hesitate. While they bickered, the other monitors sped through feeds of Mingguang Island, where the rookie's situation was deteriorating fast. Boom, boom, boom. Every deafening impact made the cameras judder, mingling with the furious roars of ape-type monsters. In the island's central zone, a once clear stream had turned pitch black with foul blood. Beside it, Shen Mingwei clenched his command bracer while his Vajra gorilla bellowed, meeting the charging beasts fist to fist, each blow flinging shards of bone and sprays of crimson. I just came to fill my canteen. How did I get surrounded? Sweat poured down Shen Mingwei's face. He had no idea what was happening. One moment he was scooping water, the next a tidal wave of monsters was on him. The stream ran dark, and so did his thoughts. Damn it, what's going on? Why did the monsters in the central zone suddenly go berserk? Could that lunatic Shen Yu, bored again, have cooked up some new stunt? Unaware that the disturbance might have come from a fellow freshman, Shen Mingwei instinctively blamed that crazy woman Shen Yu for setting her nephew up again. This is such a hassle. How long do I have to keep killing these things? He grumbled, yet the eager curve of his lips showed he was relishing the fight. The Vajra demon ape dropped its center of gravity and squared its shoulders beside him, each punch splitting the air with a howl. They stood back to back against jagged rocks. Stone walls sealed their flanks and rear, leaving only a 4 or 5 meter wide corridor for the monsters to charge through. With their bulk, no more than two could squeeze in side by side. Thanks to this perfect terrain, Shen Mingwei and the Vajra demon ape were under constant pressure, yet far more comfortable than the other freshmen. They even had time to rest in shifts. One kept watch while the other leaned against the rock face, downed a stamina potion, caught a few breaths, and jumped back into the fray. Elsewhere on the island, everything was in chaos. Though Lu Ming's beast companion was badly wounded, it still dragged him through the swarm, zigzagging among the monsters already considered doing pretty well. Most of the others were in far worse shape. An hour had passed since the outbreak in the central zone, and 6 freshmen had already been eliminated. The thin ranks had shrunk to 26. Everyone was injured, clothes in shreds, faces stricken with panic. Ironically, the mastermind behind the riot, Bai, was enjoying himself. The reason was simple: his beast companion could fly. When the chaos began, he had the recuperating flame bird seize him and soar to the top of a tree 40 or 50 meters high. The dense canopy left most monsters roaring helplessly below. Occasionally, a power-type beast would smash the trunk with a single punch, but Bai never panicked. He'd simply locked his hands around the flame bird's talons and darted to the next giant tree. That maneuver made him the best off of all the freshmen. Talk about a lucky break, he muttered, half reclining on a thick branch while running his fingers through the bird's scorching, silky feathers. I meant to drag everyone down with me, and somehow it turned into an advantage. A grin spread across his face as a name popped into his mind. Wonder how Zhang Pengzi is doing. Maybe he's already dead. If not, they'll send him off myself next time. With that thought, he pulled out his data terminal to check how many contenders were still alive. Just as the screen lit up, a blur shot across the ground below. The newcomer's footwork was so nimble that loose rocks and potholes barely slowed him. Reaching the base of the tree, the figure glanced around, drove a long sword into the bark with a hiss, and began climbing. As the distance closed, Bai saw the climber clearly, a young man whose looks easily surpassed his own, with a petite snail perched on his shoulder. Bai Fan. High in the canopy, Bai crouched behind a thick branch, eyes locked on the athletic figure ahead perched on the stranger's shoulder. A Titan Snail with a hefty, patterned shell and a surprisingly cute face was easing out its antennae. It had to be Bai Fan, the national intranseism champion for Beastmasters and the Titan Snail's contractor. Bai hadn't expected to bump into this campus celebrity in the forests of Mingguang Island. The chance meeting felt both abrupt and uncanny. Even stranger, had just heard from Zhang Tian's crew that they were looking to cause trouble for Bai Fan. With that in mind, Bai felt an absurd rush of kinship, as if he and Bai Fan were naturally on the same side. On a nearby tree, Bai Fan vaulted up the trunk and settled on a mid-level branch. He swept a few leaves aside to scan the area. Had sensed someone watching him as he approached, but because he detected no malice, he hadn't pressed the issue. Now their eyes met, and the young man grinning back at him was Bai. A chill shot through Bai Fan. He reflexively shuffled 2 steps down the branch. During orientation, when their gear had been issued, had read every freshman's name, Bai included. The guy had seemed normal then, yet now he was staring with that unsettling smile. The sudden shift made Bai Fan wonder if the kid had developed some twisted hobby on Mingguang Island. Bai Fan, fancy seeing you here. Bai called, waving as though Bai Fan's guarded expression didn't exist. The greeting gave Bai Fan goosebumps. He forced a stiff reply. Yeah, quite a coincidence. Then he turned away, studying the terrain. With monsters rampaging through the island's central zone, the last thing he needed was a clash with a classmate. If he couldn't snag resources, treating the guy like thin air seemed safest. But Subai kept at it. Bai Fan, I've got news you'll definitely be interested in. Interested? Is he trying to lure me somewhere and knock me out? Bai Fan muttered to himself. The idea sounded all too plausible. Gooking people attracted trouble. Not interested, he said curtly, not even glancing over as he continued his scan. This resting spot sat higher than the surrounding forest, offering a clear view for spotting danger. The ideal safe zone was the ring of mountains around the center, but earlier delays had eaten up the time he needed to reach it. The rampaging beasts had severed the route to the ring mountains, so forcing a passage was out of the question. After confirming that no monsters were prowling nearby, Bai Fan exhaled softly, leaned against a jagged boulder, and sat down to regain his strength. In the earlier skirmish, Xiao had been splashed by the venom of a toxic demon frog. Dark purple blotches still marred its shell. Although the poison had been suppressed with emergency treatment, the little snail was listless, its feelers drooping. Bai Fan figured it would need a longer rest before they could resume their march toward the mountains. A short distance away, Subai crouched behind a half-collapsed dead tree, studying Bai Fan with open admiration. In his eyes, Bai Fan's alertness and composure made him the perfect teammate. Ever since Zhang Tian and the others had started hunting him, Subai had abandoned the idea of working alone in Mingguang Island. Freshmen were already forming alliances, and a lone wolf simply wouldn't last. While dodging monsters, had been weighing potential partners, and now the answer seemed obvious. Bai Fan, the area's clear. My beast companion already scouted it, Subai announced as he stepped out, pointing proudly to the flamefinch perched on his shoulder. The bird beat its wings and released a wave of heat, scarlet light shimmering between its feathers. Bai Fan's gaze lingered on the flamefinch. Had read all about this first-tier combat pet in the bestiary encyclopedia. Flight speed, flame temperature, burst potential, every stat spelled out. Seeing Su Bei's smug grin, he muttered sourly to himself, so what if it can fly? Deep down he hoped that when Xiao will awaken new talents, flight skills would be among them. Unfortunately, unless a Beastmaster's bonded pet came with its own wings, the master reached the Grandmaster level. Soaring through the air meant relying on gear or hitching a ride on a transport craft like the Tingsha, and that goal was far beyond him for now. Catching the flicker of envy in Bai Fan's expression, Su Bei's smile widened. He blurted out, Bai Fan, are you alone? The abrupt question froze Bai Fan. What's that supposed to mean? For a split second, he even considered the absurd idea of taking this lunatic out while no monsters were around. Teaming up with someone like him sounded unbearable. Misreading the pause as confirmation, Su Bai stepped forward with confidence and offered his hand. Mingguang Island is getting deadlier by the hour. Most freshmen are forming squads. Bai Fan, let's join forces from here on. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.